and it's all, expelled out. But today, we get triggers and we don't know what to do with it because where do we run to? What do we do? The parents not even here. So same thing here with God. And so when you realize there's this whole thing that is now what you understand is that this problem is not about anti-racism BS, but it is about can each one of us do the work where the work is needed, which is work inside. Can we go for this work of deprogrammation? This concept of a mindful practice of undoing the habit of bias.
And that doesn't necessarily have to do with the simple categorization of black and white. It's all kinds of biases.
It's about everything. It's about everything. And when I started on that journey, and you, my friend back then, built to know this practice of undoing your habit of unconscious bias, we have all kinds of people come and say, wow, I discovered that my bias against larger people. And I'm like, what do you mean? Well, I think it seems like I found that larger people maybe are dumb. We heard things. And you don't judge. You don't judge. And you see, it's at every level. I don't know, like, for example, this friend, she was like, when I looked into the whole dating thing, I absolutely didn't want to have, date the Asian men because her mind was some stereotypes about the size of whatever. And she was like, no. But you see, once you start, because there's this whole thing of, it's a 5-step thing. Bias awareness is, basically, at this level, what you're doing is you're learning to spot the biases in our culture, because that's where the cultural imprint comes from. You watch this movie and you realize, like I said, wow, gee, I realized once again the black person is portrayed like the thug of the movie. The Latina lady is how she's portrayed. And you see it everywhere, even the NPR. NPR is happening, like we're listening to something like NPR. Can I be more liberal than that? And this gentleman is asking these two candidates. One of them is a woman, political candidate, and the other one is a man. I'm hearing him asking the lady a question that I know he's not going to ask the man, and he didn't ask him. He said, how do you balance your race with the family? Does a man not have a family? Right there, you see, it's very subtle. But you see, but because now my mind is kind of trained to see things, I'm like, oh, interesting. Or like when the media just says pros climate change issue or something, without even the choice of words. So it's pretty much everywhere. You open the book everywhere.
The interesting thing, though, in that man-woman example, is I think it's really powerful to bring that bias to the surface, but not let that lead to kind of fear and paralysis.
Right.
You should almost, that's what humor is, make fun of it, bring it to the surface, like acknowledge the fact that those things are part of the conversation. But a lot of them are, it is, it's a cultural imprint because it's part of culture. And that might be, there could be, I grew up in the Soviet Union where the gender role was stronger than in other places.
That's right.
And that's part of the culture. We have to acknowledge that this is affecting how I think. We might like how that works, and we might not. We have to acknowledge it, and not get, make it part of human. Make fun of yourself and all that kind of stuff.
That's the thing. And so that's why the first step is bias awareness. So you turn yourself, oh yeah, okay, that was one. Or it's one, and it's in you. So we're talking about you, And then from there, you replace the bias, like bias replacement. Then it is where you practice the empathy. You're like, gee, wow, I wonder how I would feel every day I walk into a store, and the guy thinks he should be following me because maybe I might feel something because I'm black, right? Because once you try that, to put yourself in the other person's shoes, all of a sudden something else starts to click, and then from there you go on to making connections. Then you're making a connection, and then things start to change because now you're making then you make cultural immersion. So this is where we had some people like this woman, she was very quite very feminist oriented, and she had an issue with women wearing the hijab, and because for her it was like, how come you just know it, like how come you're accepting this demeaning of yourself, not understanding everything else that comes with it. But as she understood that she even had that bias, then she went on through all the processes, and then eventually, when comes the next step, cultural immersion, she started going to the mosque during when the Muslims are doing, their extra holy month of, fasting, and then we break at night. And she started understanding very different things. And eventually happens the last step that happens naturally, making a true, real, genuine connection. And this is where friendships happen. This is where, that's it, you guys can go home now because it has been challenged with reality and understanding. And so for me, that is what I was after. And then, but then the world was just like, we don't want to be told what a problem. So, but I still reckon that it is the type of mindfulness type of practice that's going to happen, and it's one that's very internal to you. It is not, and it happens everybody at their own pace. So all of this, I take it back to the racism, the question you were asking me. Does racism exist? Yes, it does. Is it going to stop me from doing anything I want to do? No. It's going to make it harder? No. But this is where, for anybody who is serious about making sure about fighting racism, I think the only job you have to do is to make sure that people keep their sense of self-agency, and B, can you help provide people with the tools to stand up? So this is why I have so much respect for Glenn Jones. People like Glenn Jones, although it is proven with so many things, but people like Miss Alice Johnson, she was pardoned by President Trump through the work of people like Glenn Jones and Kim Kardashian and others. They all joined forces. This is a case where people of and those folks that went on combined forces. Furthermore, no regard given to their political belongings. They said if the issue is criminal justice reform, then anybody who stands for it has to come together. And so, what they did in this situation what they're doing, criminal justice reform, in my mind, is a valid action to fight racism in my mind. Because what are you doing there? You're trying to get people out of jail who really have no business being there. And also, when you have people like Bishop Omar and the people, he passed away unfortunately, but today we have Anton Lucky, who was in jail for having killed his cousin. He had started, I think he started the gang in South Dallas. So we're talking really tough guy who was really the wrong side of the equation. And then in jail, literally, he found Plato, the cave, and all that. So today, these people, I'm like, why don't we hear more about them, the urban specialists? Because these people, it's not about the anti-racist prophet Kennedy or and again until the cows come home, but it is about we go where help is needed. We go in urban, black inner city neighborhoods, and block by block, we change the culture. And they say it like that. It's their words. These are African American people who have as many rights as anybody else to talk about their own culture. And they will tell you, we have to change the culture. I have some videos like that on my YouTube with Bishop Omar. What these people are doing is what we need to do. Bishop Winston says sometimes people are, their feet deep down in the mud. And what we have to do is to try to pull them up. And you cannot say you didn't pull them up because we're not seeing their head out yet. But how much progress have they made from the bottom to where they are now? And keep going. So what I see these people doing, you see, I have so much. I love and respect Glenn Larry and company, and Ian Rowe and all those guys. I love them. I love all the things that they say. This whole concept of personal responsibility and all that. But I just think at some point it also needs to be matched up with real actions. And that's what the people like Anton Lucky, urban specialist, Alice Johnson are doing. They're going where it's hard. Alice Johnson is getting people out of jail every single day, literally. And then people like Anton Lucky and his team are giving them the tools to leave the gang life, to be better people, to go for a life of redemption. This is happening right now. But what I find is they're not getting the bulk of the attention. Support school choice. Black mamas are, they know what's going on. And when they tell you we want school choice, they know what they're talking about. They're not idiots. Give them,
Especially at the local level.
yes,
Helping them at the local level.
yes. So help them make sure that they can take their kids out of these public schools that are doing horrendous things to them. You know, it's Virginia. Watch that movie. How could you not support black moms in this country to take their kids to safety when it comes to education? How come not? That's what I want to see happen. And not like, so, yeah, let's go to some classrooms and everybody's white, you go over here, everybody's the next state, you go over here, and kids, let us tell you about this. No, 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 no. As a black person, I don't want to do any of that. Let me grow my wings. If you want, help put some fuel behind them. And let me take my flight. That's all I'm asking for. That's the only way for you to do. That's the only way for you to be part of a racism battle. If that's what you think is the most important battle to go on. That's it. That's what I have to say about that. And so for me, I'm keeping my head very straight. It's about what enables black people to thrive. I don't need for you to be an activist on my behalf. No, because what you're doing that is exactly what you've been doing to us black people in Africa our whole life. I don't need the white savior complex because that's what anti-racism is. White savior complex. That stuff doesn't work. It only works to make you feel better about how superior you are to me. But it does nothing, absolutely nothing, to change my everyday life. If it is, at least from the African side, to actually even change my, turn me into somebody who's ready for handouts. So I think I would encourage people to really, those people who are really serious about wanting to be part of a solution, and I know there are many out there, for the love of God and everything that's out there they care about, stop. It's about thinking about what's gonna enable. Maybe the word is poorly chosen, but you know what I'm talking about.
Like give them
Give
freedom
people, yeah,
to spread their wings.
yes. Give a person, learn to teach a person how to fish and don't give them a fish. When you're putting your stupid signs on the lawn, with Black Lives Matter and all that crap, you're not helping. And when you're buying one more anti-racist book, or as a company, financing one more DEI, if it's done along those lines, I think we've got a problem.
So you do think that the efforts of diversity, equity, and inclusion are often not effective?
Not only are they not effective, but they're also backfire, and there are reports from all of us. And at the end of the day, it makes sense. It makes sense. So for me, I am very, very glad that people have developed an enlightenment about this. Very happy about that. Very. But let us not keep going for the easy perceived solution to problems. Again, they've done this to us, the poor people of Africa. They thought the solution was to give. It does not work. And then they say, "Oh, we're gonna do a social entrepreneurship on you. Come shoes. Buy one pair of shoes and we give one pair of shoes to some people in poor countries." Then guess what happened to us? In the town where we operate in Senegal, where I have my little manufacturing, we have 2,000 little mom and pop businesses. And guess what they happen to be next? Shoemakers. Right? So the shoemakers, each one of them hires at least 15 people. Do the math. Many businesses. Guess what happens to them the day the Tom Shoes truck shows up with a bunch of free shoes?
Yeah.
Who can compete against free? Now all of these people, little by little, are going to have to close their shops because who can compete against free? The Tom Shoes dumping all the shoes on them, and then they go out of business. And now, instead of helping anybody, you actually sent all the kids who depended on these adults working big in these places. Now they have to join the rank of kids who need to be given shoes because you took their parents' ability to make money through their wages, buying shoes. You see? So first they said, we just have to give. So that was primarily, the charity business. And you still have foreign aid business going on. So we just have to give. And then the social entrepreneurs came in place. And I'm like, the only person for which this business is good is the big Katsi, the founder of our shoes. But other than that, I'm not sure where is seeing who else is winning from this. And then so today my whole thing is we've got to challenge to have a mind for the poor, or to have a mind for the lesser fortunate, maybe in this country. It is easy and lesser fortunate, for anybody that you feel like is being trampled upon because of something. Maybe it's because of economic circumstances, or maybe it's race in this case, whatever. To have a heart for the lesser fortunate among us, for whatever reason, that's easy. But to have a mind for them, that's a challenge.
Let me ask you a difficult question.
Yeah.
As if we were not already asking difficult questions. The president of Senegal, Macky Sall, who's also now the chair of the African Union, he met with President Vladimir Putin on June 3rd. I think primarily it was to discuss food security. Africa seems to be split halfway on their perspective in the war in Ukraine. So, broadly speaking, what do you think about this? First of all, the geopolitics of Africa and the geopolitical relationship of Africa with the rest of the world and its current conflict with the war in Ukraine. What are your thoughts there?
Well, you've seen with many countries, when it was time to vote, some of them abstained, which in a way says something. I think for the Africans today, especially as represented by the African Union, because not all countries fall along the same lines, I feel like again we're back to way back. For the longest time, the West tries to tell us what to do. They decide for us. And here there's trouble. Meaning there's definitely a rift, major one, between most of the Western world, as represented by Europe and America primarily. We have Australia and all that. And then they're saying, I think this is more or less an attempt to stand on their own as well. It's like, don't tell us what to do, as usual. You always rope us in with when it makes sense for you to try to rope us in, and then we're left hanging on our own. So this goes back to the sentiment we were talking about earlier. It's been challenging for me to watch this, because remember, I have one foot also, because there's what I get to see and hear from being in the Western world, but there's also what I get to see and hear from when I'm back home. I wear all hats. And I think this is a situation where the African Union and African nations in general are saying, we don't, this is a case where almost like, you guys are fighting. You guys are fighting. Maybe for once, we have to watch out for ourselves.
There's a sense in which this is the embodiment, sort of, abstaining from a vote on the war in Ukraine. It's a political embodiment of resistance to the influence of the West.
Right.
It's not about the war between whatever you guys are fighting.
Yes.
It's saying we're not going to let this particular empire that seems to be at the top right now, which is the United States empire in Europe, to dominate our political discourse, our geopolitical considerations. It's almost like, no, not
yeah, especially that even usually, so when they need us, again, for influence, which means more power, oh, you guys vote the same way we do. And when it's all over and they go back to spreading, they go back to, how do you say that? They go back to exchanging and sharing between themselves the goodies of, their Halloween collection. We're not there when the goodies are being shared. So I think it's definitely one of those situations. But for me, it still is hard because I watch everything that's going on, and it's going to be complicated ramifications for all of us. I would like to see our African leaders also. What they're doing is clear, but this is a place where I'm also starting to say yes and um, yes to the reasons you're investing right now. We don't want to be always citing because we're tired. We're tired of always being dragged around and taken for granted. And you go that way, come on, guys. When you need us, we're great and everything's good. And then when it's time to go and share the goodies, we don't exist anymore. And you actually go for policies that go against us. But in this situation, I would like to still see us do the right thing. In my case, I was not very happy to see us going and more or less begging for, you know, what do you call it, cereals. You know, oh, please let the cereals make it so at least we get them and we don't starve. I can understand why a president would say something like that or try to negotiate something like that. But when it comes to an African president having to do that with a non-African president, I'm sorry, but for me, it's too close to begging.
Listen, it's hard to be a leader. It's such a difficult task because, in some sense, sort of the, the flip side of that is you're creating a market, a geopolitical market, saying we're willing to sit down at the table with America, with European leaders, with Russian leaders, with China, and we're going to let you guys convince us who we should collaborate with. And that's what sort of great nations and groups of nations do. Now, there's a cynical, of course, dark perspective of that because it's in that game played by leaders, the people that hurt, people of Ukraine hurt, people of Africa can hurt, people of Russia can hurt, people of China, people of the United States. But it is the way of, and to earn respect, you have to earn respect. Sometimes earning respect is to suffer.
Well, but except in this case, you have to all that in it. The reason why I'm actually upset with going and being like, oh, can you let at least the boats that are supposed to come to Africa full of cereals come over, we do all that. It's just like, look, Africa has the highest land that you can do agriculture. You know, we have the largest such surface in the world. Why is this not the time for us to try to wean ourselves off of cereals that we don't necessarily have on the ground? But no, let us go and feed.
Don't beg, create instead.
Right, exactly. This should have been, just like how the rest of the world, when COVID happened and China had to close off for different reasons, and since then has not, completely reopened, and people have started to realize, wow, we've got too much, we're too dependent on China for a lot of what we need. So we're going to have to bring back some production to the US. The Europeans are doing the same. All of that. This should have been a time for African leaders to be like, we need to be serious now about food security, and maybe respect that maybe don't work on our climate necessarily. Can we work on coming up with different things? Now I understand it can take time, but if I knew that was happening at the same time that we're saying, well, let the zeros come in, maybe I would be a little bit easier with it. But right now, I'm just like, is it going to be the same business as usual? And in this case, I'm just like, are we going to keep going from one massa to another massa? I mean, really?
The interesting aspect of all of this is if we look at all of human history, it's possible that the 21st century is defined by Africa.
It will be.
And the young people, the huge number of young people, it's like a trajectory could be, there's so much possibility to define the future of human civilization in Africa. And I don't mean sort of in the next 10 years, I mean in the next 50 years. What some people are concerned about overpopulation. Some people are concerned about us dying out as a human species. Both those people talk to me up.
I know. I know who they are.
Yes. What's your and Africa is at the center of this because there's a vibrant huge number, over a billion
Yeah,
people.
1.3 billion people and others 1 billion blacks.
I mean, that, where do you land?
There's a reason, like why I say I'm haunted, that I'm obsessed, that I'm monomaniacal when it comes to supermarkets, and that I have such a strong sense of urgency to a point that literally it is affecting me. And it has to do with the fact that, yes, you have the youngest region on Earth in terms of the age of its population, and the growth and the rate at which it's growing, demographic wise, I am not willing to stay there and say it's a curse for humanity. But it will be a curse for humanity if we don't make sure that these people, our youth, gets to partake. And what it takes to partake is not much. So if the rest of the world thinks that get to partake means you have to send more foreign aid, you have to have more charity businesses, charity organizations sending stuff our way, of course, you're almost thinking parasites. I'm sorry to say it this way. If this is what you're thinking, you're seeing us as no more than parasites. And if that's what it's going to be, I can see why some people might be worried about that. Although humans should never be Guinness, no matter. But some people will go there. Now, people are here. What are we going to do? Dispose of them? That's not an option. So the only option we have left is to make sure that people partake. And what partaking means is that people get included in them and are part of the systems that allow for human flourish. And it's not much. In this case, it's about, can we be serious about the reforms? So we have free market zones, areas where the flourishing can start to take place. The wealth that people will need to flourish, they don't need you to give it to them. But it's all about, can I let this fly? And you will make it happen for you and also for me. Every young Africanist today, I realize how stupid the rest of the world is if they're not supporting what I'm trying to talk about. Because even if you don't want to do it because it's the right thing to do, which I think it is the right thing to do, yourself in it. Maybe engage your selfishness. Because this person right there, remember I told you, 7 billion geniuses. Everybody came to this world with a piece of solution to the human problem. This person and that person told something is a part of humanity. This person might have a cure to a cancer that might take my wife out, a wife I haven't met yet. But this kid right here has an insight. And if I make sure that this kid gets the chance to flourish and to manifest his genius or her genius, that trickle down many years later comes straight back to serve me and the love of my life. If we can't see it any other way, maybe let's try to think about it that way, because it becomes a very good proposition at that point. So in this case, by 2050, Lagos, Nigeria will be the largest city in the world. The future is African, wherever we want it or not. But is it going to be an African future where you have the youth being a ticking bomb because they have not, there's no hope. They stay in poverty because they belong to nations that don't even understand sometimes the importance of common law versus civil law, because they're trapped in countries that don't understand that you need to make the legal framework to provide for better economic freedom, so you can unleash the genuineness, the awesomeness, the ingenuity, the industrious side of your young people, especially of your women, so that they build all the wealth that your nations need you to build, and with it, the respect that comes from that. See, we have a choice to make, and this is why I feel so restless about this at this point of my life. We just lost George Haiti. George Haiti is one of the few Africans that I knew who put this out. That's who I learned from. His he's gone. And I feel a strong sense of urgency to not only bring back to the table that which he has been working on, but to also make sure that it gets seen. That's why being here talking with you today, it's you have no idea. It's if people ask, if someone is going to say, "What can I do?" You did more than you could ever imagine. By just allowing me to take this message to one more person. And because if we do this, the change is going to happen somewhere down the line.
Ripple effects all of that on the unlocking human potential.
It's
Of
unbelievable.
all those
It's unbelievable.
building cool stuff, amazing things.
Yes. So some of the built stuff. Others are going to work on the reforms. So we're working on reforms, by the way. I'm the head of the Africa Center for Prosperity of the Atlas Network, the largest organization in the world working on taking down barriers of entry for entrepreneurs around the world in their respective countries. So we're doing great work there. I basically I oversee all the think tanks we have in Africa right now, free market think tanks, and we want to promote more of them to come up. And these are local solutions by local people for the local province. Always, that's where we draw the line. And so so we're working on reforms primarily and making people understand the free markets and the importance of it. Um, but it is piecemeal legislation. It takes time. It is hard. Every time you accomplish something here, more crap has happened over here. More laws have been pounded out because you know how they fix a bad law most of the time. Whether it's in the US or somewhere else, put other laws to kind of undo the law from before, but it keeps stacking up. And before you know it, where you should have one thing and it's clear, you have 100 and they go against each other, and then the result is worse. So we have piecemeal legislation happening. Our teams are doing really amazing, fantastic work, especially the team in Imani in Ghana. We have a group in Burundi, the Great Lakes. I mean, people are doing amazing work. But we need to run faster. So while we help them run faster, we also have to unlock other things. And right now, I'm working on one of my most craziest projects. Something bold, radical, crazy for some people. But I know we're not crazy because before us, Singapore has done it. Hong Kong has done it. Later, the most recent China with the FCCs, the special economic zones, some of the most radical free market zones in the world. They've done it, and oftentimes within a generation, meaningful change starts to happen, right? So here, what I'm working on is this concept of some call it charter cities, all Romer. Others call it the free cities, and I like to call it startup cities. What these are is for us to think about, okay, if piecemeal legislation takes forever, at the same while we have this demographic that's growing faster and faster in Africa, there is a discrepancy here between the progress we're making to set the right environment for business to prop up, and how many more people are coming to life, literally every day on the continent. There's a discrepancy here, and so the ticking bomb is going faster than the progress we can make. This is a problem. So what some of us are working on is this concept of startup cities, and to say piecemeal legislation takes long. How about we continue doing that work, which is essential and critical, but at the same time, can we think of zones, and I like to call them also common law zones, where we basically try to have within the country an area where for business, I'm not talking about family law or any of that stuff, we don't want to stuff your culture or anything like that, but we just say business-wise, an enclave where you have the best practices from around the world, including yours, in terms of what constitutes a great business environment, and allow people in. Like it's you get in freely. Nobody's forcing you to go. Nobody's forcing you to whatever. So basically, you have to think about this rather unoccupied plot of land within a country. Think Dubai on 110 acres of land. Dubai is thinking that in their case, they're like maybe they decided maybe to realize what the best for business in their case, and they said they looked around and went, wow, but common law common law seems like a very good one. So at that point, we decided for business only, not family or anything like that. We're just going to send Sharia or whatever. And so they said, we are going to bring in, so they hired retired British common law judges to educate the law and train people under there. And I'm oversimplifying, but at the end of the day, within a generation, Dubai became one of the top international financial centers of the world. It is what it is today. Um, so,
In the case of the African nations, that zone can spread.
yes, it can not only spread, but maybe let's say Senegal was to go through this. Here you have this one, and then over there you have another zone. And then what they start to do is they're not all modeled the same way. Because maybe this one is saying, hey, we want to attract more, I don't know, maybe we want to attract more medical research, right? This one's going to be saying, maybe we want to attract more crypto, or maybe it's going to be more like us, we want to be more about religiousness or whatever. You know what I mean? So it just works of it. And just kind of give the basics, the grounds, and then watch the magic happen on it, right? And so this is what we're working on. And the hope there, because sometimes people are like, I know some people are like, you guys are crazy, but I'm like, no, it's more or less the story of the Asian tigers, and most recently, most of China's progress, economically speaking, because some people might say, well, you don't want China with developing, you see it. Even then, I say, and it's okay. You can always do better, but we cannot deny the what the magic that they have accomplished. What they have accomplished is nothing short of a miracle. 800 million people getting out of poverty in just a
Exactly.
short
So
time.
it's not for the quality of life, the majority of the Chinese
Yes,
population.
yes, that's something that can happen without problems. Of course not. And so the next person to do something just actually gets to learn from lessons. That's all.
And leapfrog.
A leapfrog, exactly. So for me, this is a promise. And people are like, oh, but you guys are crazy. But I'm like, just like with everything, do you know how many attempts it took before the first flight, the red rubbers took off? Do you know how many? And that's important. You try, you crash, but each time you're going higher, and once you get up for once, then you stay up longer, and before you know it, you're doing all types of things. So here's simply, I tell people, listen, all I need is one success story, and then this will change. People don't even wait for us. Everybody. But this is hard because it's the first time. So, but the good news is there are many groups working on the continent. There's some groups in Zambia. There's a Zoom there. Folks are doing something like this in Nigeria. We're part of a project there in Nigeria. The one that I'm most excited about, I cannot disclose the name of the country yet, but my God, I'm so excited by it. And I just know that it's going to happen in our life.
I hope so. It's a really powerful vision, and it's not being dramatic to say that the future of humanity depends on your success, that success in Africa. It's such a God.
It is. It's the continent where everything started, and I think it's the continent where that continent has to finally thrive. We cannot, all of us, call ourselves an enlightened society as a whole. When you have this, it's a humongous continent. Have you seen the size of it? You know?
Yeah, it's hard to fathom.
Yeah, exactly. And it has such ingenious people. Sometimes I look at it, I have to tell you, I'm so proud of them, and the young people especially. And you would look at them, and somebody said sometimes in one day, and it was so true. They said, we've seen poverty other places, but here, it is just, maybe somebody doesn't have, but they didn't, and it's true. So everything else we can handle, and we will handle. You have to work my work for this. This is going to happen. And our youth is amazing. You should see them. So full of creativity, and it doesn't matter. You were telling me what makes it different. Many things makes us all different. The Rwandans are very different from the West Africans like we are. Rwandans, for example, never dance with their hips. They dance more like, with this part of the body. Um, us, it's all over the place all the time, and it's, more jumps and stuff like that. In Northern Europe, it's more like, maybe they remind me more of ballet, the ballet thing. Women have a sense where, they don't speak enough, most of us in public, it's not very well. It's what we do. Us, we are the West Africans, we like loud, we almost like the Italians of the continent. And then they bring us up more like, the Swiss stuff, like, it's like this, it's like, I mean, we're so different from one group to another. Then we go to the Congo and you see these guys, they're so crazy, they're dressed on this apparel. So we are a very different bunch. But, what I love about us, what I love about my people, we are, we are, we, we are a manifestation of what resilience means. And so everything we need is there. Everything we need is there. I will say that it's not really losing. Everything that's wrong with us is that pot that we put around us. So we're tired of being bums and people. We need to be the tallest trees in the forest that we were designed to be. And so
that can be.
And that can be fixed. And that's the beauty of it. And that's why I'm almost dizzy I get dizzy with hope. I know my history. I know my economics, my fellow humans, and all of that. And we know that there's an unfailing recipe. And when it comes to that recipe, we have the hardest part of it. One missing ingredient, which is your free markets. As we go around and talk, and people start to understand, and each country tries to figure out, okay, where do we go there from here? I know that I will die with my continent having taken the right shift for a turn. I don't have to see where it ends because I cannot, in my wildest dreams, imagine where it's going to end. But I know it's going to be, So my only job is to get this message out, and then let my people do with it what they want to do.
That's a scale of impact. It's just boundless. It's kind of cool. I mean, sometimes we think about individual problems and how do we solve them. We look up to certain individuals, like Steve Jobs, Elon Musk. It's so much more powerful to just, without knowing what they will do, give the freedom to millions, to hundreds of millions of people to do whatever the hell they do.
Can you imagine? Can you just imagine?
It's truly, truly exciting. So with the Matt Center work you're doing, it's unimaginable the kind of impact you have. Now, going back to that hard moment, this dark place you went in your mind, in your personal life story, you lost your husband. What gave you strength during that time? What were the places you went to your mind in terms of personal struggle, in terms of maybe even depression or these kinds of struggles?
I think for me, when my cousin passed away, I went to, maybe my friend could see what was going on, maybe they couldn't, I don't know. But on the surface, I looked like I was fine. But what happened is, the only thing I think that kept me around, as I thought about it, was the job to be done. These women relied on me, and I was no longer free. I did not own myself, and they said it in those words, "You don't own yourself anymore." And it was true, but it helped me because I was able to, sometimes whatever it takes to get your life, whatever it takes. And that's what I would tell people who feel like they can't just push one more push, and they think they need to end it. At that point, whatever it takes, just stick around for one more second, because the next second, So I stuck around because of duty. I felt a very strong sense of duty. My duty was, in this case, I think, stronger than my power. I don't know if it's possible. I don't know how that was possible, but it was. And I just pushed my grief under the rug for years. For years, I worked like a madman. I would travel. I would do first dates in 3 days, landing at 2 in the morning, around 5 or 6, going right along with our distributors, Swiss beverage, and just keep going. And have all this energy and look like everything's fine. But what happened was just like I was focused on the job to be done, and sometimes it is okay to do that. At least for me, it was my safety. My, like when you're in the water and you're about to sink, and they throw you that round thing, I don't know how you call it. That.
See, they keep you afloat.
Yes, yes.
Yeah, whatever.
Yeah.
Listen, between the two of us, we're still terrible. I know exactly what you mean.
Exactly right. So basically, I was hanging up to it. My life depended on this thing. So these women, they carried me. They carried me. And with time, things are moving forward. And at some point, I went into a really, really deep depression. And I went into a very dark place, even darker than the one I think I came from. Because by that time, I had worked for years on this company, and now some other things was happening. And around that time, it's also when I was discovering a lot of what we talked about today, about what makes a country rich. And for me to understand that my network, I was very much into left-oriented network. And then to just start to see all of this, I tried to address it to realize that many of these people prefer go running for the hills than accept for a moment that maybe capitalism might be part of the solution. When many of them were involved in capitalism. So that was a hard. At some point, I was so many things were happening around that time that basically shook up everything. One is hard to talk about because it's very personal, and the person that was that I that I was having a problem with passed away last year, and I'm one to always say, leave your dead alone. So because of that, I would speak about it. But there too, having a major fallout with somebody who was like a father figure for me, somebody that I completely trusted. And so at some point, you just ask yourself, was my whole life built on a lie? Right? And then you're confused. And then you become confused. And and then at some point, you lose 90% of your friends because of ideologically speaking, it doesn't work anymore. Um, then you just wonder, have I, have I been asleep this whole time? And then you start to wonder, remember when you asked me who am I? At some point, Lex, I literally was like a candle in the wind. I felt like I was a candle in the wind. And it was very hard to come back from that. And people have a hard time. The few people I talk to about this, they have the hardest time understanding or even believing it because they're like, you? I'm like, yes, me. I used to be a candle in the wind.
What got you out? What made you overcome that?
My current husband. My current husband. Love. See, when I tell you love is the answer. But him, he came with love, but he also came with really helping me figure out the world. So with Michael, because it's cool, we're talking about Michael's film.
Yeah, it must be special.
He's so special. He's so special. So you have no idea how special he is. But Michael, the reason why I have such love, respect, and admiration for my husband, I'll never say it enough, is because actually it's one of those relationships that got built based on intellect first. You see, at some point, I was in a position where I could start a foundation after having built my first business. And all I wanted was an ability to power as many, especially women, African women entrepreneurs like me a few years ago, before then, to do something like I was able to do. Bring back to the world some really cool aspects of our culture, built into a really cool brand, 21st century type. That's what I wanted to do. Because the more I could promote women like that and put steam behind them, and the more my dream and vision for and respected Africa, prosperous Africa would happen. Back then, that's what I wanted. somebody who could help me brainstorm marketing-wise. I wanted somebody, or I needed to raise money to pay my research and development guy to help me, take the juices from my grandma's recipe to something that could be shelf stable. If you're gonna, I needed coaching. These are all the things that I needed to make my dream happen. I didn't want it to give me some crap for free. That's not what I want. I just want to be able to build my business with all the things that business building needs. And so that's what I wanted to do, and that's what it was needed. And so, Michael, somebody found out about what I was doing because back in the days, school, we would write a lot about me and everything. And so Michael, along with John Mackey, the founder of Whole Foods Market, they had a nonprofit called Flow, and it's all about human flourishing. They want for people, everybody, to get this choice, this ability to be able to get to a point in their life where they're in complete flow. It's Mikhail, Michael is the only one who can say that last name. But the whole concept of flow. When you're in a state of flow, you're basically doing what you need, what you're supposed to do, the way you're supposed to do it, with the people you're supposed to. Sure, I decided. So I think with this man, okay, so he finds me, these people find me. And then there was a program where it was all about accelerating women in entrepreneurs. So it's during these times that I'm starting now to see things. That's when actually all this stuff that I noticed. How come here it takes me all this time to start my business? Over there it's 20 minutes, here it's free, over it's $1,000. All this nonsense that I just do. Oh, maybe it's because we're messed up, we're poor, that's why everything is so messed up. Whoa! These people introduced me to concepts. I'm like, first of all, I'm like, oh really? What did you call the doing business in the grant? What is that? All of this stuff. And I'm starting to discover this whole other body of work. That the free market, like this thing that I was sensing, this environment that I was sensing, but it was different around me. And that they called it the free market of it. And over there, that. And then I started to had those ideas with the ideas that I was fed with before that. And the evidence won. And further, more than the evidence combined with my lived experience, it was so powerful. So I basically started understanding these ideas from the most visceral part of my body, of my being. And it makes sense. So Michael helped me find the solution, the answer to my lifelong little girl's question of why do we have this and we don't, and how do some countries like mine be poor while others are rich. And with understanding all of that, the biggest sense of liberation came upon me. I have no other way to describe that. True liberation that comes from pure. To finally understand and be vindicated in your own, understand in your own deep knowing or feeling that what they're saying is not true. You're not the problem. It's not you. There's something else. And when I discovered that, my whole life changed. So and since then, I've been very serious about going deeper and deeper and deeper into my understanding of all of this, understanding the subtlety. At some point, I was very angry about the liberators of Africa, because I was like, yes, you help liberate us, but just to keep us in this marasm. I was angry for a long time. And then eventually, you have to engage empathy and love, to put yourself in their shoes and try to understand the time at which they were living. And that got me into the journey of trying to understand history more. That's how I understood. I was able to go beyond these liberators and try to understand and rebuild the world around me at the micro and also at the macro level. Just really, you have to try to walk in their shoes. And from there, finally separate the baby with the bathwater. But they were not able to do that then. That's why today, I'm sorry, but I have no patience with the BLM organizers, founders, especially founders. I don't know what the organizers do. The founders told us what they stand for. And I say, guys, don't make that same mistake again. If you're serious about this, you cannot make the same mistake. The liberals of Africa, they have an excuse. We didn't know better. It was so easy back then to conflate everything. But today, anybody alive cannot with a straight face embrace Marxist socialist ideas, especially when they're claiming that they want people to thrive. No, you can't. I'm sorry. And I will hold your feet up to the fire. I will. And that's what I'm doing. There will be a lot of reformers, but guess what? I could care less. Do you know why I could care less? Because we have an entire population to help rise out of poverty into prosperity, where they become, co-creators, global co-creators of innovation.
And those ideas give you hope for the place you love, for Senegal, for Africa.
They do. I live the world I live in. The new centers of culture and fashion are in that. The new centers of and crypto even is somewhere maybe Nigeria.
Do you see that future? You see that future?
I do.
It's a beautiful thing, and it's also beautiful to see that the space of these really powerful ideas is where we all fall in love.
Right?
So at the intersection.
Mike and I would spend hours talking about all of these ideas, and I would be like, what about this? No, it doesn't make any sense. No, oh no. And then hours every single day for months less. And then from there, our love was born. Because I tell people, for us, love is not about getting to the eyes, like we all think. But it's about we look in one direction, and in this case, it's this vision, what we know to be possible and true. Only you liberate people. What we know to be true and possible. All of us are miracles walking around. Every time I get on a plane, it's a miracle. Engineering, all the things we're able to do, now when you do operation in your teeth, how they're able to put the pain down away. All of it's us. You're working on those robots. This inside here.
Humans are amazing.
I know. So if when it works in great tandem with this guy, these two working together. Watch
Nothing.
Nothing.
Oh God, you're one of the most incredible people I've ever talked to.
Oh, you said that. You said everybody.
Thank you so much. This was truly an honor. Thank you for everything you're doing. Thank you for the fire that runs within you. And it's just the passion you have for a place that's going to, I think, define the future of humanity. Everything you do. Thank you for talking.
Thank you to you. And sometimes I hope inspired doesn't consume you. That's how much it is. But I am grateful to you for this. Thank you for. I know you don't do a lot of these. It's this type of interviews. Maybe I don't know, but I'm so happy.
You mean fun, inspiring, powerful interviews? Yes, I need to do more. You're amazing.
I don't know because at first I was like, next week, but really?
How's this gonna go?
I'm gonna talk to you next week. The whole
I think you need to work on your unconscious bias. All right, thank you, my God.
Thank you so much.
Thanks for listening to this conversation with Dr. Lee. To support this podcast, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, when we leave you with growth, lesson and power. Money won't create success. The freedom to make it will. Thank you for listening. Hope to see you. Mossad will do anything. Mossad has no do what it takes to ensure the survival of every Israeli citizen. Most other countries will stop at some point, but Mossad doesn't do that. The following is a conversation with Patrick, former CIA covert intelligence officer and U.S. Air Force combat veteran, including the job of operational targeting, encrypted communications, and launch operations, 200 nuclear intercontinental ballistic missiles. Andrew's over 7 years as a CIA spy have given him a skill set and perspective in the world that is fascinating to explore. This is the Lex Friedman Podcast. To support it, please check out our sponsors in the description. Now, dear friends, there's Angela and Martin. The Central Intelligence Agency was formed almost 75 years ago. What is the mission of the CIA? How does it work? The mission of the CIA is to collect intelligence from around the world that supports a national security mission and be the central repository for all other intelligence agencies so that it's one collective source where all intelligence can be synthesized and then passed forward to the system. That doesn't include domestic intelligence, primarily looking outward as anything else is. Correct. CIA is the foreign intelligence collection kingscope. FBI does domestic, and then Department of Homeland Security does domestic. Law enforcement essentially handles all things domestic. Intelligence is not law enforcement. We technically cannot work itself. Is there clear lines to be drawn between the FBI, CIA, FBI, the other U.S. intelligence agencies like the DIA, Defense Intelligence Agency, Department of Security, NSA, National Security Agency. There's a list of about 33 different types. So the Army, the Navy has. Is there clear lines here to be drawn, or is the CIA the giant integrator of all? It's a little bit of both, to be honest. So yes, there are absolutely lines, and more so than lines. There are lines that divide what are primary issues. Everything's got to be prioritized. That's one of the benefits in the superpowers of the United States, is we prioritize everything. So different intelligence organizations are prioritized to collect certain types of data. And then within the confines of how they collect, they're also given unique authorities. Authorities are terms that's directed by the executive branch. Different agencies have different authorities to execute missions in different ways. FBI can't execute the same way CIA executes. CIA can't execute the same way NGA executes. But then at the end, excuse me, when it's all collected, then yes, CIA still acts as a final synthesizer repository to create what's known as the President's Daily, the PDB. The only way CIA can create PDB is by being the single source of all source intelligence from around the IC, the intelligence community, which are those 30-some and always changing organizations that are responsible for intel coverage. What is the PDB, the President's Daily Brief, like? So first of all, it looks like the most expensive book report you can do. It's got its own binder. It's all very high. It feels important. It looks important. It's not like a cheap track. It's somewhere between, I would give it probably between 50 and 125 pages a day. It's produced every day around 2 o'clock in the morning by a dedicated group of analysts. And each page is essentially a short paragraph to a few paragraphs about a priority topic that affects national security from around the world. The president rarely gets to the entire briefing. He relies on a briefer instead to prioritize what inside the briefing needs to be shared with the president. Because some days the PDB will get briefed in 10 minutes, and some days it will be briefed over the course of 2 hours. It depends on the president's schedule. How much competition is there for the first page? And so how much jockeying there is for attention? Or I imagine for all the different intelligence agencies, and within the CIA, there's probably different groups that imagine care about different nations and different cases. Do you understand how much competition there is for the attention, for the limited attention of the president? You're 100% correct in how the agency, officers, managers of the agency handle the PDB. There's a ton of competition. Everybody wants to be the first on the radar. Everybody wants to be on the first page. The thing that we're not baking into the equation is the president's interest. The president dictates on the first page. People tell that you can take forward. I want to see this. Bring this to me. I don't want to hear about what's happening in Mozambique. I don't want to hear about what's happening in Saudi Arabia. I want to see 1, 2, 3. And regardless of whether or not those are the 3 biggest things in the world, the president's the executive. He's the one. He's the ultimate
have already started seeing that overall. That is backfired in the past, but that is essentially what happens when you serve in the executive branch. You serve.
So what's the role of the director of the CIA versus the president? What's that dance like? So the president really leads the focus of the CIA.
The president is the commander-in-chief for the military, but the executive, the president is also the executive for the entirety of the intelligence. So he's the ultimate customer. If you look at it like a business, the customer, the person spending the money, is the president, and the director is the CEO. So if the director doesn't create what the president wants, there's going to be a new director. That's why the director of CIA is a presidential position. Sometimes they're extremely qualified intelligence professionals. Sometimes they're just professional politicians or soldiers that do great work. Because the president trusts them to do what he wants them to do. Another gaping area that causes problems, but that's still good.
So you think this is a problematic configuration?
This is massive flaws. It is a massive flaw. Because if you're essentially appointing a director to do what you want them to do, then you're assigning criminal. And that's what we define corruption as in the United States. Inside the United States, we say if you pick somebody outside of merit for any other reason than merit, then it's criminal or it's nepotism. Here, that's exactly what our structure is built on. All presidential appointments are appointed on something other.
So when the intelligence agency to be effective, it has to discover the truth and communicate that truth. Maybe if you're appointing the director of that agency, they're less likely to communicate the truth to you unless the truth aligns perfectly with your desired worldview.
Well, not necessarily perfectly, because there are other steps, right? They have to go in front of Congress and the support of multiple legislatures or legislators. But the challenge is that the short list of people who get the opportunity aren't a meritorious list. It's a short list based off of who the president is or who the would-be president is. Now, I think we've proven that an intelligence organization can be extremely effective even within the flawed system. The challenge is how much more effective could we be if we improve? And I think that's the challenge that faces a lot of the U.S. government. I think that's a challenge that has resulted in what we see today when it comes to the decline of American power, American influence, the rise of foreign influence, authoritarian powers, and this shrinking U.S. economy growing Chinese economy. We have hard questions we can ask ourselves.
What aspect of that communication to the president of the CIA could be fixed to help fix the problems that you're referring to in terms of the decline of American power?
So when you talk about the president wanting to prioritize what the president cares about, that immediately shows a break between what actually matters to the long-term success of the United States versus what benefits the short-term success of the country.
Because any president is just a human being and is a very narrow focus. And narrow focus is not long term.
Exactly. What's the maximum amount of years president? 8. He has to be he or she in the United States according to it. But they're very limited in terms of what they have to prioritize. And then if you look at a 4-year cycle, 2 years of that is essentially preparing for the next election cycle. So that's only 2 years of really quality attention to the president, who is the chief executive of all the intelligence. So the most important thing to them is not always the most important thing for the long-term survival.
What do you make of the hostile relationship that immediately stands out of the presidents between Donald Trump and the CIA? Was that a very kind of personal bickering? And is there something interesting to you about the dynamics between that particular president and that particular instantiation of the intelligence agency?
And there were lots of things about that relationship. So first,
what's the good and the bad?
So let's start with the good first. So the good thing is we saw that the president, who's the chief customer, the executive to the CIA, when the president doesn't want to hear what CIA has to say, he's not going to listen. important lesson for everyone to take home. If the president doesn't care what you have to say, he's going to take funding away, or she will take funding away. They're going to take attention away. They're going to shut down your operation, your missions. They're going to kill the careers of the people working there. Think about that. For the 4 years that President Trump was the president, basically everybody at CIA, the career was put on pause. Some people's careers were ended. Some people voluntarily left their careers because they found themselves working for a single customer that didn't want what they had to produce.
So, for people who don't know, Donald Trump did not display significant deep interest in the output. He didn't trust him. He was a disinterested customer.
Exactly right. And then what did disinterested customers do? They go find someone else to create their product. And that's exactly what Donald Trump did. He did it to the private intelligence world, funding private intelligence companies to run their own operations that brought him the information he cared about when CIA did. It also didn't help that CIA stepped outside of their confines. CIA is supposed to collect intelligence and not comment on domestic matters. They went way outside of that when they started challenging the president, when they started questioning the results, when they started publicly claiming Russian influence. That's all something the FBI could have handled by itself. The Justice Department could have handled by itself. CIA had no place to contribute to that conversation. And when they did, all they did was undermine the relationship they had.
Let me sort of focus in on this relationship between the president or the leader and the intelligence agency and look outside the United States. It seems like authoritarian regimes, or regimes not necessarily political style, you look at today with Vladimir Putin, the negative effects of power corrupting the mind of the leader manifest itself is that they start to get bad information from intelligence. So with this kind of thing that you're talking about, over time, they start hearing information that they want to hear. The agency starts producing only the kind of information they want to hear. And their leaders' worldview starts becoming distorted to where the propaganda they generate is also the thing intelligence agencies provide to them. So they start getting this, they start believing in propaganda, they start getting distorted worldview. Sorry for the sort of walking through in a weird way. I guess I want to ask, do you think, let's look at Vladimir Putin specifically, do you think he's getting accurate information about the world? Do you think he knows the truth of it, whether that's the war in Ukraine, whether that's the behavior of the other nations related to the United States in general? What do you think?
It's rare that I'll talk about just thinking. I prefer to share my assessment, why I assess things, rather than just with my assessment. Vladimir Putin is winning. Russia is winning. They're winning in Ukraine, but they're also winning the battle of influence against the West. They're winning in the face of economic sanctions. They're winning. Empirically, when you look at the map, they're winning. So when you ask me whether or not Putin is getting good information from intelligence services, when I look at my overall assessment of multiple data points, he must be getting good information. Do I know how or why? I do not. I don't know how or why. I don't know how such deep cronyism, such deep corruption can possibly yield true real results. And yet somehow there are real results. So it's either excessive waste and an accident come in, or there really is a systemic process of installation.
This winning idea is very interesting. In what way, short term and long term, is Russia winning? Some people would say there was miscalculation of the way inflation happened. There's an assumption that you'll be able to successfully take Kyiv, you'll be able to successfully capture the east, the south, the north of Ukraine. And with what now appears to be significantly insufficient troops spread way too thin across, way too large in the front. So that seems to be like an intelligence failure. And that doesn't seem to be like winning. In another way, it doesn't seem like winning if you put aside what human cost is. It doesn't seem like winning because the hearts and minds of the West were completely on the side of Ukraine. This particular leader, Vladimir Zelensky, capture the attention of the world and the hearts and minds of Europe, the West, and many other nations throughout the world, both financially, in terms of military equipment, and in terms of the social, cultural, and emotional support for the independence by this nation. That's the situation. So, against that pushback, why do you think there's so much winning in this on the Russian side?
What you're laying out isn't correct. The miscalculations are not unexpected. Anybody who's been to a military college, including the Army War College in Pennsylvania, where so many of our military are brought up, when you look at the conflict in Ukraine, it fits the exact mold of what effective, long-term military conflict, protracted military conflict, would and should look like for military conflict. Now, did Zelensky and did the Ukrainians shock the world? Absolutely. But in that, they also shocked American intelligence, which, like you said, miscalculated. The whole world miscalculated how the Ukrainians would respond. Putin did not move in there accidentally. He had an assessment. He had high likelihood of a certain outcome. The outcome did not happen. Why did he have that calculation? Because in 2014, it worked. He invaded, took Crimea in 14 days. He basically created an infiltration campaign that turned key leaders over in the first few days of the conflict. So essentially, it wasn't. It worked in 2008 when he took Georgia. Nobody talks about it. He invaded Georgia the exact same way, and it worked. So in 2008 it worked. In 2014 it worked. There was no reason to believe it wasn't going to work again. So he just carried out the same campaign. But this time, something was different. That was a miscalculation, for sure, on part of him. And the reason that there was no support from the West, because let's not forget, there is no support. There is nothing other than the Lend-Lease Act, which is putting Ukraine in massive debt right now in the West. That's the only form of support they're getting from NATO or the United States. So if somebody believed Ukraine would win, if somebody believed Ukraine had a chance, they would have gotten more material support than just debt. And we can jump into that anytime you want to. But the whole world miscalculated. Everybody thought Russia was going to win 14 days. I said that they would win 14 days. That was the predominant calculation. Once the first invasion didn't work, then the military does what professional militaries do, man. They reevaluate, they reorganize leaders, and then they take a new approach. We saw three approaches. The first two did not work. The first two campaigns against Ukraine did not work the way they were supposed to work. The third has worked exactly like it's supposed to work. You don't need Kiev to win Ukraine. You don't need hearts and minds to win Ukraine. What you need is control of natural resources, which they're taking east, and you need access to the heartbeat of blood flow of food and money into the country, which they're taking south. The fact that Ukraine had to go to the negotiation table with Russia and Turkey in order to get exports out into the Black Sea approved again demonstrates just how much Ukraine is losing. The aggressor had a seat at the negotiation table to allow Ukraine the ability to even export one of its top exports. If Russia would have said no, then they would not have had that. Russia has that. It's like someone holding your throat, somebody holding your jugular vein and saying, if you don't do what I tell you to do, then I'm not going to let you breathe. I'm not going to let blood flow to your brain.
So do you think it's possible that Russia takes the South, right? It takes, starting from Mariupol, the Kherson region, all the way to Odessa,
and into Moldova. I believe all of that happens.
all of this year?
Before winter hits Europe, NATO wants, Germany needs the EU to have sanctions lifted so they can tap into Russia. There's no way they can have those sanctions lifted. And Russia also knows that all of Europe, all of NATO, the true people feeling the pain of the war outside of Ukraine are the NATO countries. They're so heavily reliant on Russia. And as they've supported American sanctions against Russia their people feel the pain. Economically, their people feel the pain. What are they going to do in the winter? Because without Russian gas, their, their people are going to freeze. Ukrainian people all over NATO. Ukraine, everybody knows what it is. Everybody knows what it is. The game of war isn't played it isn't even played majority by the people who are fighting. The game of war is played by everyone else. It's an economic game. It's not a military game.
Full of resources and energy.
Attention. Exactly right.
I was in the front in the Kherson region in this very area that you're referring to, and I spoke to a lot of people, and the morale is incredibly high. And I don't think the people in that region, soldiers, volunteer soldiers, civilians, are going to give up that land without dying.
I agree.
I mean, in order to take Odessa, it would require a huge amount of artillery and slaughter of civilians.
They're not going to use artillery in Odessa because Odessa is too important to Russian culture. It's going to be even uglier than that. It's going to be clearing of streets, clearing of buildings, person by person, troop by troop. It'll be a lot like where it was before.
Shooting.
Because they can't afford to just do bomb raids. Because they're going to destroy cultural, significant architecture that's just too important to the Russian culture. And that's going to demoralize the Russian people.
I have to do a lot of thinking to try to understand how you feel. In terms of information, the things that the soldiers are saying, the Russian soldiers are saying, the thing the Russian soldiers really believe is that they're freeing or liberating the Ukrainian people from Nazis. And they believe this because I visited Ukraine. I spoke to over 100, probably a couple hundred Ukrainian people from different walks of life. It feels like Russian soldiers, at least under a cloud of propaganda, they're not operating a clear view of the whole world. And given all that, I just don't see Russia taking this over without committing war crimes. And if Vladimir Putin is aware of what's happening in terms of the treatment of civilians, I don't see him pushing forward on the way to take this off. Because that's not going to be effective strategy for him to win the hearts and minds of the people. The autocracies don't need to win hearts and minds. That's a staunchly democratic country. Hearts and minds mean very little to people who understand core, basic needs and true power. You don't see Xi Jinping worrying about hearts and minds in China. You don't see it in North Korea. You don't see it in Congo. You don't see it in most of the world. Hearts and minds are a luxury. In reality, what people need is food, water, power. They need income to be able to secure a lifestyle. It is absolutely sad. I am not in any way, shape, or form saying that my assessment on this is encouraging or enlightening or hopeful. It's just fact. It's just calculatable, empirical evidence. If Putin loses in Ukraine, the losses, the influential losses, the economic losses, the lives lost, power loss is too great. So it is better for him to push and push and push through war crimes, through everything else. War crimes are something defined by the international court system. The international court system has Russia as part of the court. And the international court system is largely powerless when it comes to enforcing its own outcomes. So the real risk-gain scenario here for Russia is significantly in favor of gain over risk. The other thing that I think is important to talk about is everybody is trapped in the middle of a gigantic information war. Yes, there's battlefield bullets and cannons and tanks,
but there's also a massive information war. The same narrative that you see these ground troops in Ukraine, these Russian ground troops in Ukraine, believing they're clearing the land of Nazis. That information is being fed to them from their own country. I don't know why people seem to think that the information that they're reading in English is any more or less true. Every piece of news coming out of the West, every piece of information coming out in the English language is also a giant narrative being shared intentionally to try to undermine the morale and faithfulness of English speaking Russian. Right? Somebody somewhere knows exactly how many of those there are. So we have to recognize that we're not getting good information out of because there's a strategic value in making sure that there's just the right amount of mis or disinformation out there. Not because someone's trying to lie to Americans, but because someone's trying to influence the way English-speaking Russians think. And in that world, that's exactly why you see so many news articles cited to anonymous sources, government officials who do not want to be named. There's nothing that links back responsibility. There's nothing to report there. But the information still gets released. And that's enough to make Ukrainians believe that the United States is going to help them, or that the West is going to help them. It's enough to make Russians think that they're going to lose, and maybe they should just give up now and leave the battlefield. We have to understand we are in the middle of a giant information.
But it feels like in the English speaking world, it's harder to control. It's harder to fight the information because people say there's not really freedom of speech in this country. You compare, there's a lot more freedom of speech, and it's just harder to control narratives in this culture. Guerrilla journalists that are able to just publish anything, put out anything. It's just harder to control narratives.
So people don't understand what freedom of speech is. That's the first major problem. And it's shameful how many people in the United States do not understand what freedom of speech actually is. So that aside, you're absolutely right. Fighting the information war in the West is extremely difficult because anyone with a blog, anyone with a Twitter account, anyone can call themselves a journalist. We live in a world, we live in a country where people read the headline and they completely bypass the author and they go straight into the content. And then they decide whether the content's real or not based on how they feel instead of based on empirical, measurable evidence.
You mentioned the levels of support of the United States, support of Ukraine by the United States. Are you skeptical to the level of support the United States is providing and is going to provide over time?
The strategy the United States has taken to support Ukraine is similar to the strategy it took to support Great Britain during World War II. The enactment of the Lend-Lease Act is a perfect example. The Lend-Lease Act means that we are lending or leasing equipment to the Ukrainian government in exchange for future payment. So every time a rocket is launched, every time a drone crashes into a tank, that's a bill that Ukraine is racking up. It's like when you go to a restaurant, you start drinking shots. Sometime the bill will come due. This is exactly what we did when Europe, when Great Britain was at the base of a Nazi invasion. We signed the same thing with the motion. Do you know that the UK did not pay off the debt for World War II until 2020? They've been paying that debt since the end of World War II. So what we're doing is we're indebting Ukraine against the promise that perhaps they will secure their freedom, which nobody seems to want to talk about what freedom is actually going to look like for Ukrainians. Right? What are the true and outcomes, the realistic outcomes of this, and which of those outcomes really looks like freedom, especially in the face of the fact that we're going to be trillions of dollars to the West for supplying the training, the weapons, the food, the medkits, everything else that we're giving, because none of it's free. It's all coming due. We're a democracy, and we're also a capitalist country. We can't afford to just give things away for free, but we can give things away at a discount. We can give things away layaway, but the bill will come due, and unfortunately, that is not part of the
So debt is a way to establish some level of control. That said, having a very close relationship with in Ukraine and the United States does not seem to be a negative possibility when the Ukrainians think about their future in terms of freedom. That's one thing. And, the other, there's some aspect of this war that I just noticed that a lot of the people I talked to said that all great nations have independence. Not that we're war for them. In order, there's something dark, there's something about war being a catalyst for fighting for identity as a nation. So you can have leaders, you can have sort of signed documents, you can have all this kind of stuff, but there's something about war that really brings the country together and actually trying to figure out what is at the core of the spirit of the people that defines this country. And they see this war as that, as the defense force that defines the heart of the country is. So there's been before the war, before this invasion, there was a lot of factions in the country. There was a lot of influence from oligarchs and corruption. And so a lot of that was the factions were brought together under one umbrella, effectively become one nation because of this division. So they see that as a positive direction for the defining of what a free democratic country looks like after in that perspective, after the war's over.
It's a difficult situation because I'm trying to make sure that you all, everybody understands that what's happening in Ukraine, among Ukrainians, is noble and brave and courageous and beyond the expectations of anyone. The fact is, there is no material support coming from it. The American Revolution was won because of French ships, French troops, French generals, French military might. The independence of Communist China was won through Russian generals, Russian troops on the ground fighting the Ukraine. That's how revolutions work. That's how independent countries are born. Ukraine doesn't get it. But no one is stepping into that because we live in a world right now where there simply is no economic benefit to the parties in power to support Ukraine today. And war is a game of economics. The economic benefit of Ukraine is crystal clear in favor of Russia, which is why Putin cannot win. He will not let himself win. Short of something completely unexpected, right? I'm talking 60%, 70% probability Ukraine loses. But there's still 20%, 30% probability of the unimaginable happening. Who knows what that might be? An oligarch assassinates Putin, or a nuclear bomb goes off somewhere, or who knows what, right? There's still a chance that something unexpected will happen and change the tide of the war. But when it comes down to the core calculus here, Ukraine is the agricultural bed to support future Russia. Russia knows, they know they have to. They know that they have to have it to protect themselves against military pressure, but they have to have agricultural reasons. They have major oil, natural gas pipelines that flow through eastern Ukraine. They cannot let Ukraine go outside of their sphere. They cannot. The United States doesn't really have any economic vested interest. Ideological points of view and proxies aside, there's no economic benefit. And the same thing goes for NATO. NATO has no economic investment in Ukraine. Ukrainian output, Ukrainian food goes to the Middle East and Africa. It doesn't go to Europe. The west side of Ukraine is exclusively ideological and putting them in a place where they fight a war with Russia so the whole world can see Russia's capability. Ukraine is as sad as it is to say, man, Ukraine is a pawn on the table where superpowers calculate each other's capacities. Right now, we've only talked about Russia and the United States. We haven't even talked about Iran. We haven't even talked about China, right? It is a pawn on the table. This is a chicken fight where the people get to watch and see what the other trainers are doing. But a lot of people might have said the same thing about the United States back in this way. So there is possibilities, as you've said, not saying 0% chance, and it could be a reasonably high percent chance
that this becomes one of the great democratic nations that the 21st century is remembered by.
Absolutely.
And so you said American support. So ideologically, first of all, you don't assign much long-term power that U.S. could support Ukraine purely on ideological grounds.
Just look at the last 4 years, the last 3 years. Do you remember what happened in Hong Kong that was reported? China swooped into Hong Kong violently, beating protesters, killing them in the street, imprisoning people without justice. And Hong Kong was a democracy, and the whole world stood by and looked. And then what happened in Afghanistan just a year ago? And the whole world stood by. Let the Taliban take power again after 20 years of loss. We are showing a repeatable point of view. We will talk. American politicians, American administration, we will say a lot of things. We will promise a lot of ideological, pro-democracy, rah-rah statements. We will say it. But when it comes down to putting our own people, our own economy, our own GDP at risk, we step away from it.
America is currently supplying military equipment to Ukraine.
Absolutely.
And a lot of that military equipment has actually been the thing that turned tides of war a couple of times around. Currently, that's the HIMARS systems. You mentioned sort of whom can afford to lose, but winning in different ways. So we've kind of defined so on. At this moment, the prediction is that winning looks like capturing not just the east, but the south of Ukraine. But you can have narratives of winning that turn back to what was the beginning of this year before the invasion. That Crimea, still with Russia, there's some kind of negotiated thing called Donbass, that still stays with Ukraine, but it plays some other government.
Just like that's what happened in Georgia.
And that could still be defined through mechanisms.
Russia
Winning for Russia, or Ukraine winning, and for the West as a democracy winning, and kind of negotiating. I mean, this seems to be how geopolitics works. Is everybody can walk away with a win-win story, and then the world progresses with lessons learned.
That's the high likelihood. That's the most probable outcome. The most probable outcome is that Ukraine remains, in air quotes, a sovereign nation. It's not going to be truly sovereign because it will have to have a new government put in place. Zelensky it's extremely unlikely he will be president because he is going too far to demonstrate his power over the people and his ability to separate Ukrainian people from the autocratic power of Russia. But he would have to be defeated, whether he goes into exile or whether he is peacefully left alone, is all going to be part of negotiations. But the thing to keep in mind also is that a negotiated peace really just means a negotiated ceasefire. We've seen this happen before. North Korea and South Korea are technically still just a negotiated ceasefire. What you end up having is Russia will allow Ukraine to call itself Ukraine, operate independently, to have their own debt to the United States. Russia will take on that debt. And then in exchange for that, they will have firmer guidelines as to how NATO may be. And then that becomes an example for all of the pharmaceutical satellites, which are all required economically by Russia, not required economically by the West. And then you end up seeing how you can see how the whole thing plays out once you realize that the keystone is Ukraine.
There is something about Ukraine, the deep support by the Ukrainian people of America, that is in contrast with the past. That it seems like ideologically Ukraine could be a beacon of freedom used in narratives by the United States to fight geopolitical wars in that part of the world. That they would be a good partner for this idea of democracy, freedom, of all the values that America stands for. They're a good partner. And so it's valuable. You sort of have a cynical, pragmatic view, like Henry Kissinger type of view. It's valuable to have them as a partner so valuable that it makes us support them in achieving and negotiating a ceasefire on the side of Ukraine. But because of this particular leader, this particular culture, this particular dynamics of how the war unfolded, and things like Twitter, the way digital communication currently works, it just seems like this is a powerful symbol of freedom that's useful for the United States. So we take a pragmatic view. Don't you think it's possible that the United States supports Ukraine financially and militarily enough to get an advantage in this war?
I think they've already gotten the advantage. The fact the war is still going on demonstrates the asymmetrical advantage. The fact that Russia has stepped up to negotiating table with them several times without just turning to Chechnya, without turning to Chechnya level of just mass blind destruction, which was another Putin war. To see that those things have happened demonstrates the asymmetry. I think the true way to look at the benefit of Ukraine as a shining example of freedom in Europe for the West isn't to understand whether or not they could. They absolutely could. It's the question of how valuable is that in Europe? How valuable is Ukraine? Which before February, nobody even thought about Ukraine. And the people who did know about Ukraine knew that it was an extremely corrupt former Soviet state, with 20% of its national population self-identifying as Russian. There's a reason Putin went into Ukraine. There's a reason he's been promising Ukraine for the better part of a decade. Because the circumstances were aligned. It was a corrupt country that self-identified as Russian in many ways. It was supposed to be an easier of multiple marks in terms of the former Soviet satellite states to go after. That's all part of the miscalculation that the rest of the world saw too, when we thought it would fall quickly. So to think that it could be a shining example of freedom is accurate, but is it as shining a star as Germany? Is it as shining a star as the UK? Is it as shining a star as Romania? Is it as shining a star as France? It's got a lot of democratic, freedom-based countries in Europe to compete against to be the shining stars. And in exchange, on counterpoint to that, it has an extreme amount of strategic value to Russia, which has no interest in making it a shining star of the
outside the resource in terms of the shininess of the star, or yes, if you look at how much it captivates and touching the world, the attention of the world has made no material difference. That's what I'm saying. That's fair estimation. Are you sure we can't, if you can convert that into political influence, into money, don't you think attention is money?
Attention is money in democracies and capitalism.
Yes, which serves as a conduit to sort of authoritarian regimes. So for Putin, resources matter. For the United States, also resources matter, but the attention and the belief of people also matter because that's how you attain and maintain political power.
So going to that exact example, then I would highlight that our current administration has the lowest approval ratings of any president in history. So if people were very fond of the war going on, wouldn't that counterbalance some of our upset, some of the dissent coming from the economy, and some of the dissent coming from the Great Recession or the second great, the Great Resignation and whatever's happening with the drop in the stock market? You would think that people would feel like they're sacrificing for something, if they really believe that Ukraine mattered, that they would stand next to a president who is so staunchly driving and leading the West against this conflict.
But I think the opposition to this particular president, I personally believe, has less to do with policies and more to do with a lot of the other human factors.
But again, empirically, I look at things through a very empirical lens, a very cold, fact-based lens, and there are multiple data points that suggest that the American people ideologically sympathize with Ukraine, but they really just want their gas prices to go down. They really just want to be able to pay less money to grocery store for food, and they most definitely don't want their sons and daughters to die in exchange for Ukrainian freedom.
It does hurt me to see the politicization of this war as well. I think that's maybe has to do with the kind of calculation you're referring to, but it seems like it doesn't. It seems like there's a cynical, whatever takes attention of the media for the moment, the red team chooses one side, the blue team chooses another. And then I think, correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe the Democrats went into full support of Ukraine on the ideological side, and then I guess Republicans would say, why are we wasting money? The gas prices are going up. That's a very crude kind of analysis, but they basically pick whatever argument on whatever side, and now more and more and more, this particular war in Ukraine is becoming a kind of pawn in the game of politics that's first midterm elections, then building up to the national election, and stops being about the philosophical, social, geopolitical aspects, parameters of this war, and more about just whatever the heck captivates Twitter, and we're going to use that for politics.
You're right in the sense of the fact that I wouldn't say that the red team and the blue team picked it up at the same time. What I would say is that media discovered that talking about Ukraine wasn't as profitable as talking about something else. People simply, the American people who read media or who watch media, they simply became bored reading about news that didn't seem to be changing much. And we turned back into wanting to read about our own economy. We wanted to hear more about cryptocurrency. We wanted to hear more about the Kardashians. That's what we care about. So that's what the media writes about. That's how a capitalist market-driven world works. That's how the United States works. That's why in both red papers and blue papers, red sources and blue sources, you don't see Ukraine being mentioned very much. If anything, I would say that your Republicans are probably more in support of what's happening in Ukraine right now because we're creating new weapon systems. Our military is getting stronger. We're sending these military. We get to test military systems in combat in Ukraine. That's priceless in the world of the military industrial complex. Being able to field test, combat test a weapon without having to sacrifice your own people is incredibly valuable. You get all the data, you get all the performance metrics, but you don't have to put yourself at risk. That is one of the major benefits of what we're seeing from support of Ukraine with weapons and with troops. The long-term benefit of what will come of this for the United States, practically speaking, in the lens of national security, through military readiness, through future economic benefits, those are super strong. The geopolitical fight is essentially moot because Ukraine is not a geopolitical player. It was not for 70 years, and after this conflict is over, it will not again. Just think about what you were just saying, the American people's attention span. If the Ukraine conflict resolved itself today, in any direction, how many weeks do you think before the next charge? Do you think we would make it 2 weeks? Do you think we'd make it maybe 7 days? It would be headline news for 1 or 2 days, and then we'd be on something else. It's just the unfortunate reality of how the world works in a capitalist democracy.
Yeah, just breaks my heart how much. I know that there's yelling in Syria. We talk about still raging conflicts going on. It breaks my heart how much generational hatred is born. I happen to be from, my family is from Ukraine and from Russia, and so for me, just personally, it's a part of the world I care about in terms of its history. Because I speak the language, I can appreciate the beauty of the literature, the music, the art, the cultural history of the 20th century. Through all the dark times, through all the hell, the dark sides of authoritarian regimes, the destruction of war, there's still just the beauty that I'm able to appreciate that I can't appreciate about China, Brazil, other countries because I don't speak their language. This one I can appreciate. So in that way, this is personally painful to me to see so much of that history, the beauty in that history, suffocated by the hatred that is born through this kind of geopolitical game, fought mostly by the politicians, the leaders. People are beautiful, and that's what you're talking about. People are beautiful creatures. Culture, art, and, and science. These are beautiful, beautiful things that come about because of human beings. And the thing that gives me hope is that no matter what conflict the world sees, and we've seen some devastating, horrible tragedy already. We saw nuclear bombs go off in Japan. We saw genocide happen in Rwanda. We've seen horrible things, but people persevere. Language, culture, arts, science, they all persevere. They all shine through. Some of the most people don't even realize how gorgeous the architecture and culture is inside Iran. People have no idea. Chinese people in the rural parts of China are some of the kindest, most amazing people you will ever meet. And Korean art and Korean dance, Korean drumming, I know nobody has ever even heard of Korean drumming. Korean drumming is this magical, beautiful thing. And the North, in North Korea, does it better than anybody in the world. Taekwondo in North Korea is just exceptional. In North Korea, nobody knows these.
How do you know about Taekwondo in North Korea? I have questions.
Well, like that thing, that's a like people don't think about that. The culture, the beauty of the people still flourishes even in
Absolutely. And we always will. We always will because that is what people do. That is just the truth of it. And it breaks my heart to see travesties that people commit against people. But whether you're looking at a micro level, like what happens with shootings here in the United States, or whether you look at a macro level, like geopolitical power exchanges and intra and interstate conflicts like what you see in Syria and what you see in Ukraine, those are disgusting, terrible things. War is a terrible thing. That is a famous quote. But people will persevere. People will come through.
I hope so. I hope so. But I hope we don't do something that I'll probably also ask you about later on, is things that uh, destroy the possibility of perseverance, which is things like nuclear war, things that can do such tremendous damage that we will never recover. But yeah, I amidst your pragmatic pessimism, I think both you and I have a kind of maybe small flame of optimism in there about the perseverance of the human species in general. Let me ask you about intelligence agencies outside of the CIA. Can you illuminate what is the most powerful intelligence agency? The CIA, the FSB, formerly the KGB, the MI6, Mossad. I've got a chance to interact with a lot of Israelis in Ukraine. Just incredible people in terms of both training and skills. American soldiers too, just American military is incredible. The confidence and skill of the military. The United States is really able to interact with Ukrainian as well. Just the strength is beautiful. I just love people like carpenters, people that are just extremely good at their job and they take pride in their craftsmanship. It's beautiful to see. And I imagine the same kind of thing happens inside intelligence agencies as well that we don't get to appreciate because of the secrecy. Same thing with like Lockheed Martin. Maybe the CTO of Lockheed Martin. It breaks my heart as a person who loves engineering. Because of the cover of secrecy, we never get to know some of the engineering inside Lockheed Martin. Following great down, yeah. There's kind of this idea like people have conspiracy theories and kind of assign evil to these companies in some part, but I think they're beautiful people inside those companies, brilliant people, and just some incredible science and engineering is happening. Anyway, that said, the CIA, the FSB, the MI6, Mossad, China, very close. I don't know. Which other agencies? India, Pakistan, Raw is powerful. So, for ISIS, and of course, European nations. Yeah, so, what can you say about the power and the influence of the within a nation and outside?
Yeah, so to answer your question, your original question, which is the most powerful, I'm going to have to give you a few different. So the most powerful intelligence organization in the world in terms of reach is the Chinese MSS, the Ministry of State Security, because they have created a single solitary intelligence service that has global reach and is integrated with Chinese culture, so that essentially every Chinese person anywhere in the world needs the MSS, because it all has their way of serving the Middle Kingdom, the Central Kingdom, the Chinese word for China. So they're the strongest, the most powerful intelligence in charge of reach, most assets, most performance, most intelligence,
Deeply integrated with civil community.
correct, with their culture. Do you know what a Chinese person who lives in Syria considers himself as? A Chinese person. Do you know what a Chinese person, a Chinese national living in the United States considers himself as? A Chinese person. Right? Americans living abroad often think of ourselves as expats, expatriates, living on the local economy, embracing the local culture. That is not how Chinese people view travel.
And by the way, if I may mention, I believe the way Islam operates is a similar kind of thing because people from Israel living abroad still think of themselves as Jewish and Israeli first, so that allows you to integrate the culture.
Exactly right.
That the number of people in Israel is much more.
Exactly right. So when it comes to reach, China wins. When it comes to professional capability, it's the CIA by far, because budget-wise, capability-wise, weapon system-wise, modern technology-wise, CIA is the leader around the world, which is why every other intelligence organization out there wants to partner with CIA. They want to learn from CIA. They want to train with CIA. They want to partner on counter narcotics, counter drug, counter terrorism, counter Uyghur, you name it. People want to partner with CIA. So CIA is the most powerful in terms of capability and wealth. And then you've got the idea, you got tech. So tech alone, meaning corporate espionage, economic espionage, nothing beats DTSC. They're the top. They've got a massive budget that almost goes exclusively to stealing foreign secrets. They're the biggest threat to the United States, even above Russia and above China. DGSE in France is a massively powerful intelligence organization, but they're so exclusively focused on a handful of types of intelligence collection that nobody even really thinks that they exist. And then in terms of just terrifying violence, you have Mossad. Mossad will do anything. Mossad has no qualms doing what it takes to ensure the survival of every Israeli citizen. Most other countries will stop at some point, but Mossad.
So it's the lines you're willing to cross.
And the reasons that you're willing to cross them. Because CIA will let Americans stay in jail in Russia unlawfully and seek a diplomatic solution. In the United States, it's like people, there are two gentlemen in the 1950s who were imprisoned in China for 20 years waiting for diplomatic solutions. They're released. So we do not kill safe citizens.
And then they'll not just kill them, but do large scale infiltration.
There's no, they spare no expense because the demonstration to their own people, again, going back to the whole idea of influence, every intelligence operation that sees the light of day has two purposes. The first purpose is the intelligence operation. But if it was just the intelligence operation, it would stay secret forever. But the purpose of every successful intelligence operation, when they become public, is to send a signal to the world. If you work against us, we will do this to you. If you work for us, we will take care of you in this way. It's a massive information campaign.
Do you think in that way CIA is not doing a good job? Because there's, the FSB, perhaps much less so during with the KGB did as well, which is to send a signal, basically communicate that this is a terrifying organization with a lot of power. So Mossad is doing a good job with that. The psychological information warfare it seems like the CIA also has a lot of kind of myths about it, conspiracy theories about it, but much less so than the other agencies.
CIA does a good job of playing to the ethos. So when General Petraeus used to be the first in 2000,
And your workout partner.
I worked out
I
hard.
like about this.
So I love and hated those workouts with Petraeus because he is a physical beast. He's a strong, fit, at the time 60 something.
Let me take a tangent on that. Yes, he's going to be on the
Oh, excellent. And
So, you say you learned from him in terms of, or like what you think is interesting, powerful, inspiring about the way he sees the world, maybe what you learned in terms of how to get strong in the gym.
yeah,
Or
two
anything
things.
like
Two things right away. And one of them I was going to share with you. So I'm glad you asked. So the first is that on our runs, okay, he runs fast, and we go for 6 mile runs per day. And he talked openly about. I asked him, "How do you keep this mystery, this epic mythology about your fitness and your strength? How do you keep all of this alive with the troops?" And he had this amazing answer. He was like, "I don't talk about it. Myths are born not from somebody orchestrating a myth, but from the source of the myth simply being secret." So he's like, "I don't talk about it. I've never talked about it. I've never exacerbated it. I just do what I do and let the troops talk." And he's like, when it goes in favor of discipline, loyalty, and commitment, I let it run. If it starts getting destructive or damaging, then I have my leadership team step in to fix it. But when it comes to the mythos, the myth of being a superpowered soldier, that's what he wants every soldier to do. So he lets it run. He was fantastic. It was so enlightening. He told me, when there's a myth that benefits you, you just let it go. You let it happen because it gets you further without you doing work. Costs no investment.
So the counter is that the virality of the myth is just being mysterious.
And that's what CIA does. Well, to go back to your first question. What does CIA do? They don't answer any questions. They don't say anything. And wherever the myth goes, the myth goes. Whether it's that they sold drugs, used child prostitutes, or whatever else. Wherever the myth goes, they let it go. Because at the end of the day, everybody sits there and says, now, the second thing that I learned from Petraeus, and I really big fan of Petraeus. I know he made personal mistakes. You don't get to be that confident. But when I worked out with him, the one thing that my commanding officer told me not to ask, never ask the general about his family. I'm a family guy. So as soon as I met General Petraeus, one of the first things I asked him was, "Hey, what was it like raising a family, being the commander of forces in the Middle East? You were with your family." And the thing I love about the guy, he didn't bite off my head. He snapped at me. He didn't do anything. He openly admitted that he regretted some of the decisions that he made because he had to sacrifice his family to get there. Relationships with his children, absentee father, missing birthdays, missing each. We all say how sad it is to miss birthdays, miss anniversaries. Everybody knows even business. The actual pain that we're talking about is when you're not there to handle your 13-year-old questions, or when you're not there to handle the bloody lip that the 9-year-old comes back with for the first encounter with over. Those are the truly heartbreaking moments that a parent lives and dies with. He missed because he was fighting a war that we forgot. We gave up on 20 years. Right? He's so honest about that. And it was really inspiring to me to be told not to ask that question. And when I broke that guidance, he didn't run. He was authentic. And it was absolutely one of the big decisions that I made in CIA on my own in 2000.
And he was honest on the sacrifice he made.
The same man just taught me a lesson about letting a myth live. That same guy was willing to be so authentic about this personal mistake.
I like complicated people like that. But what did you make of that conversation? Family versus job. You've given a lot of your life and passion the CIA to that work. You spoken positively about that work, the good it does, and yet you also a family man who value that. What's that calculation? And for me, the calculation is very clear. It's right. I left CIA because I chose. And when my son was born, my wife and I found out that we were pregnant, but we were still on mission. We were a tandem couple. My wife was also a former CIA officer, undercover like me. We were operating together overseas. We got the positive pregnancy test, like so many people do, and she cried. My wife was crying. I was like, yes, that's fine. My wife is going to do what she does. And she cried, and she was like, what do we do now? What we always wanted, a child, but we're in this thing right now. There's no space for a child. So, long story short, we had our baby. CIA brought us back to have the baby. And when we started having the conversations about, hey, what do we do next? We're not the type of people who can just sit around and be domestic. What do we do next? But keep in mind, we have a child. So here's some of our suggestions. We can do this, we can do that. Let us get our child to a place where we can put it into international school, or we can get it into some sort of program where we can both operate together again during the day. But CIA just had no patience for that conversation. There was no family is not their priority. So the fact that we were in a couple of two officers, two operators trying to have a baby was relevant. So when they didn't play with us, when they did nothing to help us prioritize parenthood as part of our overall experience, that's when we knew that they never would. What good is it to commit yourself to a career if the career is always going to challenge the thing that you value most? And that was the calculation that we made to do CIA. Not everybody makes that calculation. And a big part of why I'm so vocal about my time in CIA is because I immensely appreciate that the men and women who, to this day, have failed marriages and poor relationships with their children because they chose national security. They chose protecting America over their own family. And they've done it even though it's made them abuse alcohol and abuse substances, and they've got permanent diseases and issues from living and working abroad. It's just it's insane the sacrifice that officers make to keep America free. And I'm just not one of those people. You said that your wife misses it.
We both miss it. We miss it for different reasons. We miss it for similar reasons, I guess, but we miss it in different ways. The people at CIA are just amazing. They're people that they're everyday people, like the guy in the gal next door. So smart and so dedicated, so courageous about what they do and how they do it. I mean, the sacrifices they make are massive. More massive than the sacrifices I made. So I was always inspired by the rest of the people. So both my wife and I absolutely miss the people. My wife misses the work because when you're inside, it's all we had top secret. We had TS/SCI clearances at the time. I had a Cat 6, Cat 12, which makes me nuclear cleared. My wife had other privy clearances that allowed her to look into areas that were specialized. But there wasn't a headline that went out that we couldn't fact check for the tip of a few rifles. And she misses that. She loved that kind of.
Now you're just one of us living in a cloud of mystery, exactly knowing anything that's going on.
Exactly. But for me, I've always been the person who likes operating. And you know what you still get to do when you leave CIA? You still get to operate. Operating is just working with people. It's understanding how people think, predicting their actions, driving their direction of their thoughts, persuading them, winning negotiations. You still get to do that. You do that every day.
We can apply that. Well, let me ask you on that. You're a covert CIA intelligence officer for several years. Maybe can you tell me the story of how it began? How were you recruited, and what did the job entail? If you can speak about.
Feel free to direct me if I'm getting too boring or if it's
was leaving the United States Air Force in 2007. I was a lieutenant, getting ready to become captain. My 5 years was up, and I was a very bad fit for the U.S. Air Force. I was an Air Force Academy graduate, not by choice, but by lack of opportunity, like a lack of options otherwise. So I forced myself through the academy, barely graduated with a 2.4 GPA, and then went on. The Air Force taught me how to fly, and then the Air Force taught me about nuclear weapons, and ended up as a nuclear missile commander in Montana. And I chose to leave the Air Force because I didn't like shaving my face. I didn't like having short hair. It was simply didn't like shoes. And I did not want to be one of the people in charge of nuclear weapons. So when I found myself as a person in charge of 200 nuclear weapons, I knew that I was going down the wrong road.
I have questions about this, and more important questions about your hair. So you have short hair.
You have military regulations. You can't have hair long.
And this, the beautiful hair you have now, that came to be in the CIA or after?
This, so I discovered I had messy hair in CIA because I used to go mouge. I used to go mouge at the style, big curly beard and crazy wacky hair. Because an ambiguously brown guy with a big beard and long hair can go anywhere in the world without anyone even noticing. They either think that he was a janitor, or they think that he's like some forgotten part of history, but nobody ever thinks that that guy was a star. So it was the perfect, for me, it was one of my favorite disguises. So for me, it was a level 2 disguise. One of my favorite disguises to don was just dilapidated brown guy.
He actually would take another tangent. What's the next disguise? What are the different levels of disguise? What are the disguises?
Yeah, there's 3 levels of disguise by and large. Level 1 is what we also call light disguise. So that's essentially you put on sunglasses and a ball cap, and that's a disguise. You look different than you normally look. So it's just different enough that someone who's never seen you before, someone who literally has to see you just from a picture on the internet, they may not recognize you. Why do you see celebrities walk around with ball caps and oversized jackets and baseball hats? Because they just need to not look like they look at the tablet or not look like they look at TV. That's level 1. We're going to jump from level 1 to level 3. Level 3 is all of your prosthetics, all the stuff you see in mission hospitals. Fake ears, fake faces, your fat suits, your stilts inside your leg, your feet, all that's level 3. Whenever they make any kind of prosthetic disguise, that's a level 3 disguise because prosthetics are very damning if you are caught with a prosthetic. If you're caught wearing a sudden, wearing a baseball hat and sunglasses, nobody's going to say you're a spy. But when you're caught with a custom-made, nose prosthetic that changes the way your face looks, or when someone pops out a fake jaw and they see that your top teeth don't look like they did in this prosthetic, then all of a sudden you got some very difficult questions or taking answers. So level 3 is extremely dangerous. Level 1 is not dangerous. Level 2 is long-term disguise. Level 2 is all the things that you can do to permanently change the way you look for a long period of time, so that whether you're dressed in the street or whether someone breaks into your hotel room or whatever, it's real. So maybe that's maybe you get a tattoo, maybe you cut your hair short, maybe you grow your hair long, maybe you go bald, maybe you start wearing glasses. And glasses are technically a prosthetic, but if you have to build, if you gain 20 pounds, really gain 20 pounds or lose pounds, whatever you can do, all of that's considered level 2. It's designed for a long-term mission so that people believe you are who you say you are in that disguise.
A lot of that is physical characteristics. What about what actors do, which is the method acting, sort of developing a backstory in your mind, and then you start pretending that you podcast, and teach at university, and then you do research and so on. It's just that people can believe that you're not actually an agent. What is that part of the disguise?
So yes, disguise has to do with physical characteristics. That's what a disguise is. What you're talking about is known as a cover legend. When you go undercover, what you claim to be, who you claim to be, that's called your legend, your cover legend. Every disguise would theoretically have its own cover legend. even if it's just to describe why you're wearing what you're wearing. It's all cut. So the method acting, this is a fantastic point that I don't think Nico has right. The difference between CIA officers and real is that method actors try to become the character. They try to shed all vestiges of who they are and become the character. And that's part of what makes them so amazing. But it's also part of what makes them unstable. Part of their depression and anxiety, their personal issues, because they lose sight of who they are. Field officers don't get that luxury. We have to always remember we are a covert CIA intelligence officer collecting secrets. We have to remember. So we're taught a very specific skill to compartmentalize our true self separately, but make that true self the true identity. So then we can still live and act and effectively carry out our legend without ever losing sight, without ever losing that compass true north of who we actually are. And then we can compartmentalize and secure all the information that we need, retain it, remember it, but then return to our true self. We get back to the position.
Is it possible to do that? So I just have kind of anecdotal evidence for myself. I really try to be the exact same person in all conditions, which makes it very easy. Like if you're not lying, it makes it very easy to, first of all, to exist, but also to communicate kind of authenticity and genuineness, which I think is really important. And trust and integrity around trust is extremely important to me. It's the thing that opens doors and maintains relationships. And I tend to think, like, when I was in Ukraine, so many doors just opened to like very high security areas and everywhere else too. Like, incredible people without any kind of concerns. Who's this guy? Is he kind of spreading, all that kind of stuff. And I tend to believe that you're able to communicate trustworthiness somehow if you just are who you are. And I suppose method actors are trying to achieve that by becoming something. And I just feel like there's very subtle cues extremely difficult to fit. Like you really have to become that person, be that person. But you're saying, as a CIA agent, you have to remember that you are there to collect information. Do you think that gives you?
So one of the flaws in your argument is that you keep referring to how you feel. I feel this, I feel that, I feel this. That feeling is a predictable character trait of all human beings. It's a pink matter. We call it pink matter. It's a cognitive trait. You are not alone in trusting your feelings. All people trust your feelings. But because what CIA teaches us is how to systematically create artificial relationships where we're the one in control of the source that is giving us intelligence. And the core element to being able to control the relationship is understanding the pink matter truth of feeling. What all people feel becomes their point of view on what reality is. So when you understand and you learn how to manipulate what people feel, then you can essentially direct them to feel any way you want them to feel. So if you want them to feel like they can trust you, you can make them feel that way. You want them to feel like you're a good guy or a bad guy. You want them to feel like they should give you secrets even though the government tells them not to. You can do that. There are men who make women feel like they love them and just sort of sleep with them. There are women who make men feel like they love them just so men will give them their money. Manipulation is a core behavioral trait of all the human species because we all understand to some level how powerful feelings are. But feelings are not the same thing as logical, rational thought. They're two different sides of the brain. What CIA teaches us how to do is systematically tap into the right side, emotional side of the brain so that we can quickly get past all the stuff you were just saying, all of the don't you have to be convincing, and don't you have to really know your story, and don't you have to be able to defend it, don't you have to have authenticity, and don't you have to have genuine feelings. Yes, all of those things are true if you're having a genuine relationship. But in an artificial relationship, there's ways to bypass all that and get right to the heart of making someone feel comfortable and safe.
I guess the question I'm asking, and the thing I was implying, is that creating an artificial good I am at being me and creating a feeling in another person that I create. For you to do that artificially, that's got to be, you got, my sense is you got to be really damn good. I would venture to say, I mean, I don't know how to measure how difficult the thing is, but especially when you're communicating with people whose job depends on forming trusting relationships, you're going to smell bullshit. And to get past that bullshit, you got to tough skill.
Well, it's interesting. So I would say that,
Well, maybe I'm wrong actually on that.
I would say that once you understand the system stuff, it makes a lot of sense. But I would also say that to your exact point, you are right that people smell bullshit. People smell bullshit. But here's the thing: if you come in smelling like goat shit, you still smell like shit, but you don't smell like bullshit. So they don't count you out right away. And if you come in smelling like rotten tomatoes, or if you come in smelling like rotten, you come in smelling like vanilla, or if you come in without any smell at all that matters is that you don't smell like bullshit. Here's the thing that's one of the secret sauces of DIA. When you look and act like a spy, people think you're a spy. If you look and act in any other way, you know what they never ever think you are? A spy. They might think you're an idiot. They might think you're trailer trash. They might think that you're a migrant worker. But they never think you're a spy. And that lesson in everyday life is immensely powerful. You're trying to take your boss's job. As long as you don't ever look like the employee who's trying to take the boss's job, the boss is focused on all the employees who are trying to take it. Everybody's prioritizing who they know they're not. The goal is to just not be the one that they're targeting. Target them without getting them hurt.
So people just, when they meet you, they put you in a bin. And if you want to avoid being put in a particular bin, just don't act like the person that would be. And if you just show some kind of characteristics that bin you as a migrant.
Exactly right. You have to be in the bin. Just choose the bin. All right. So,
You knowing these methods, talking to people, especially, how do you know who's lying to you?
that gets to be more into the trained skill set. There's body cues, there's micro expressions. I'm not a big fan of. I don't believe that micro expressions are not. I also don't believe that micro expressions without affect the baseline do anything. So don't for a second think that all the people out there pitching that you can tell someone's lying to you just by looking at their face, it's all baloney. In my word, that's baloney.
The way you move your eyes,
Without knowing the baseline, without knowing that individual, and you actually don't know. And an individual's baseline is based on education, culture, life experience, you name it. It's huge. But when you combine facial expressions with body movements, body language, nonverbal cues, and you add on top of that effective participation techniques that you are in control of, now you have a more robust platform to tell some stories.
so there's like a set of like interrogation trajectories you can go down that can help you figure out a person.
Technically, they're interview. How is that correct? Because an interrogation is something very different. In the world of professionals, interrogation.
What's the difference? The nature of how relaxed that thing is.
So in an interrogation, there's a clear pattern of death. There's no also there's no escape. You are there until the interrogator is done. Right? Anybody who's ever been reprimanded by non-death knows what interrogation is. Anybody who's ever been told in principal's office, that's what interrogation is. You don't leave until the boss says you can. And you're there to say, to answer questions the boss asks. An interview is an equal experience. You are in control of this for sure. But if we were having coffee, I could take control if I wanted to take control. If I wanted to ask you personal questions, I would. I want to help you about your background, I'm not because the person in control is the person asking the question.
All I was thinking here, as you spoke about, my power here is I'm quiet enough to see.
You're exactly right. Guess where this conversation goes? You choose to take it because you're the one asking the question. Every time I answer a question, I'm creating a pattern of obedience to you, which subliminally, subconsciously, makes me that much more apt to answer your question.
Of course, you can always turn around and start asking me questions. You know, So you're saying that there's through this whole conversation called interviewing, you can start to see um, see cracks in the story of the person and the degree to which they exaggerate or lie or to see how much they can be trusted, that kind of stuff.
What I'm saying is that through a conversation we develop based on, right? Like even just in the first part of our conversation, I've been able to create some baseline elements. You've been able to create baseline elements. Maybe you could just from those baselines, now we can push through more intentional questions to test whether or not the person is being truthful because they're operating within the baseline. Or if you are triggering sensitivities outside of their baseline, and then you can start to see what's happening.
That's fascinating. Baseline, even like the tells, right? The eye contact. You probably already formed a baseline that I have trouble making eye contact. And so if you ask me difficult questions and I'm not making eye contact, maybe that's not a good signal to be lying or whatever. Because I hope it's not trouble making eye contact. Stuff like that. That's really fascinating.
The majority of your elements do right or right, now left, right? Which is usually someone who's, if you ask micro-expressionists, it's someone who's referencing facts. That's not necessarily what's happening for you because you're pulling concepts out of there. So it's also a place for reference, something other than that. It's a place for you to find creativity. So if I just thought that you were lying because you look at me right, I would be very jealous.
And a lot of it has to do with like habits that are formed and all those kinds of things. Or maybe some right hand, left hand type of situation.
Right eye down.
Yeah, right. Is this a science or not?
It's a bit of both. I would say that like all good art is taught from a foundation of skills. And the skills are played or taught in a very structured manner. And then the way that you use the skills after that, that's then what the artistic goes. So I've always called espionage. Spying is an art. Being able to hack human beings is an art. But it's all based in the foundation of science. You still have to learn how to mix the color palette and use certain brushes.
Do you think of that as a kind of the study of human psychology? Is that what psychology does or psychiatry? What from this process have you learned about human nature?
Human nature.
I mean, I suppose the answer to that could be a book, but it probably won't be a book. But is there things that are surprising about nature, surprising to us civilians that you can speak to?
Yes, one thing is extremely surprising, which is funny because that's not the answer I would have said. So I'm glad you clarified this specific question. The thing that's surprising about human nature is that a human being long, like in their soul, is like a painful longing to be with other people. And that's really surprising because we all want to pretend like we're strong, we all want to pretend like we're independent, we all want to pretend like we are the masters of our destiny. But what's truly consistent with all people is this longing to really with others in our lives. My more practical answer about whatever to be the truth is that human nature is predictable. And that predictability is what gives people an incredible advantage over other people. But that's not the surprising piece. Even when CIA taught me that human nature is predictable, it just made sense. I was like, oh yeah, it makes sense. But what I never, ever anticipated was, no matter where I've been in the world, no matter who I talk to, no matter what socioeconomic bracket, is that longing, man, it hurts. Loneliness sucks. And togetherness feels good. Even if you're together with someone who knows the right person, it still feels better to be with.
I mean, that's such a deep truth to speak to. I can talk about that for a long time. There is, through these conversations in general, whether it's employer or not, I hunger to discover the other person that I'm not strip away the other things and then share that connection. And I particularly also detected that in people from all walks of life, including people that others might identify as hard, as completely
reason why in World War One, World War Two, enemy combatants still shared cigarettes on the front lines during periods of holidays or bad weather or whatever else because of the true triumphs overall.
See, that's in part of what I refer to as a because I feel like if political leaders, people in conflict at the small scale and large scale, if people to tune into that, seek in each other that basic longing for human connection, a lot of problems can be solved. But of course, it's difficult because it's a game of chicken. Because if you open yourself up to reveal that longing or connection with others, people can hurt you.
I want to go a step farther, and I would say that taking the connection away, punishing, penalizing people by removing the connection is a powerful tool. And that's what we see. That's why we send people to jail. That's why we put economic sanctions on countries. That's why we ground our children and send them to the We are penalizing, whether we know it or not, using punitive damage by taking away that basic human connection of long for me.
What was your recruitment process, training process, and things you could speak to in the CIA?
As I was leaving the Air Force, all that I don't know what you were like at 27, but I was a total 27. I'm not much better now, 42. But, yeah, but I was like, I just wanted to be anything other than a military officer. So I was actually in the process of applying for Peace Corps through this thing called the internet, which was still fairly rudimentary in 2007. I had a computer lab that we went to, and it had 10 computers in it. It
What is that?
Anyways, I was filling out an online application to go work in the U.S. Peace Corps. I wanted to grow my hair out. I wanted to stop wearing shoes that were shiny. I wanted to be a hippie chick and have hippie babies while teaching Nigerian children how to read. So
Like Red Dead Redemption.
all my details. There came the page that popped up.
Well, install it, dude.
Stop here. You may qualify for education.
Okay, pick one of your games. You don't have to do it right now. But I want to watch you play that game. That's a game I would really like to watch.
So, again, 27-year-old dipshit. Sure. I put myself on hold if I might qualify for any government opportunities. And then about a day later, I got a phone call.
You don't have to do it right now, but in the upcoming days, do it, and I will watch that. That's fascinating. I'll tell you to kill guys. I'll tell you to steal horses. Hey, are there Native Americans in Red Dead Redemption?
Asking me about how many else qualify for a position in national security.
Not at all. They were really Native American. Old West. That's like half the people.
They said Langley.
So there are not Native Americans in the game?
How cool is this? Or maybe this is all. But either way.
Oh, there are?
Yes. Already have my phone number. So yes.
No, there aren't, or are there?
This is
There are no Native Americans in Red Dead Redemption 2.
Overnight delivery of promotional ticket. Reservation.
I want all that. But wait. So you can't like team up with Native Americans?
Which I found out later on. Just do the next thing.
There are none in the game?
Before I knew it, I was interviewing.
Oh, that's ridiculous. Are there any black people in the game?
The first name. Their position with you.
So there are black people but no Native Americans?
Think about it because it's small stuff along the
Are
way.
there Asian people?
And your personality is such that it's an adventure.
Are there railroads?
So see the negative consequences of the adventure. You don't think about it. You know that you're just stepping.
So they have African American people,
It's a lot like
but no Native American people?
Everything's the basic training. So they hated the first few days.
Are you fucking with me? Are there Native American people in Red Dead Redemption?
Just did what you were told. Told you when to eat. You made the decision what to
Wow, that's a big
do.
bonus.
When they told you March, shine shoes is what you shine. Human beings. What about
training
I gotta
process
find out why.
for becoming a coach.
Yeah, so the interview process is
The interview process. Was that how it works?
it was very good. That was where
Leave good.
everything up to the first interview was easy. There's 3 interviews, and some people are lucky enough to have 4 or 5 interviews. If something goes wrong or something goes wrong, the first 3 interviews. And again, this might be dated, but during the interview process is when they start. They do your psychological evaluations. They do personality assessments. They do skills assessments. They'll start sending you back to where you're living with assignments, not Intel assignments, but actual like homework assignments. Write an essay about 3 parts of the world that
Yeah, I made it
will be
American, but they're
most
not very
impactful in the
common.
next 3 to 5 years. Or prioritize the top 3 strategic priorities for the United States. Put it into
Yeah,
2
our son,
or 2,000
I
words, whatever else. Double space on the spot. Yeah. Super stuff, kind of stressful. But it's just like, oh, yeah. So you go through all of those apps, and then you submit the stuff to some PO box that doesn't have anybody that will respond to you, and then you hope. Just send it into the ether. You hope that you sent it right. You hope that you wrote right well enough. You hope that your assessment was right. Whatever else it might be. And then eventually you get another phone. Hey, we received your package. You can do next interview. And now we need to go to this other nondescript building, this other nondescript city. And then you start meeting. You start sitting in waiting rooms with other groups of people who are at the same place of interview, which were some of the coolest experiences that I've ever still. One of my best friends to this day, who I don't get to talk to, is a guy that we met. So he was really piece of I was
Immediately connected and liked the people.
close. More like we immediately judged each other because we're all on train. So he looked at me and he was like, brown dude, crazy hair. And I was wearing, I was dressed in a clubbing shirt. I don't know why I thought we could idea go to CIA in a clubbing shirt with my buttons on button down the heel. And he was like, yeah, you were after we got in. Yeah, you're always really cool to talk to. This is a way that I didn't take. And I remember looking at him and being like, dude, you're just another white guy in a black suit. You're not looking at you. But here you are. So it was just those kinds of things are so interesting. You're totally wrong about it with CIA. Until you're in, you have no idea what they're looking for. And you're just shooting with them.
Did they have you do a live test?
Yes, it's called a polygraph.
How effective, just interesting for a previous discussion, how effective are those?
Polygraphs are really interesting. So one of the things that people don't understand about polygraphs is that polygraphs aren't meant to detect a lie. Like they're called a lie detector, but they're not actually meant to detect a lie. They're built to detect variance from your physiological baseline. So they're essentially meant to identify sensitivities to certain types of questions. And then as they identify a sensitivity to a question, it gives the interviewer an additional piece of information that directs the next round of questions. So then from there, they can kind of see how sensitive you are to a certain question. And your sensitivity could be a sign of dishonesty, but it could also be a sign of vulnerability. So the interrogators themselves, the interviewers themselves, they're going to have the judgment call as to which one it is, which is why you might see multiple interviewers over the course of multiple polygraphs. But that's really what they're all about. So, I mean, outside of, they're extremely uncomfortable. Like, they're mentally uncomfortable, but then there's also, you sit in a pad, because the pad is supposed to be able to tell, like, your body movements, but also, like, your sphincter contractions or whatever. So you're sitting on this pad, you're plugged in, you're strapped in, you're tied up, and it takes so much time to get in there. And then they start asking you questions, baseline questions at first, and then other questions from there. And you're just answering the best you can. And you never know what they're seeing and don't know what they're doing. And it's really hard not to get anxious about it anyways.
And then the whole time monitoring the reading.
Yeah, from like they got multiple screens. It's all information superiority. They have information superiority. You're the idiot looking away from them or looking sideways and trying not to move because you're afraid that if you have gas or if you move a little bit, it's going to wear you from your base. And the whole time you're worried, your heart's racing and your blood pressure's increasing, which is a very interesting base. But yeah, I mean, it's an interesting part.
With your case, Maybe there's some people there just chilling. And that's their business.
Right.
But that's what they're doing. They're establishing this. I mean, I guess that means holograph is a skill that you develop.
Absolutely.
You well.
So when people talk about beating lie detectors, it's not that they're telling you effective. It's not hard. It's not hard to tell a lie to an interviewer. And the interviewer doesn't care if you're being honest or not honest about the topic. What they're looking for is sensitivity. If they see no sensitivity, that's a big sign for them. That's a big sign that you're probably a pathological liar. If you show sensitivity to many things, then that's a sign that you're probably an anxious person. And they can still reset their baseline because they can tell how your anxiety is increasing, in 15 minutes. It's a unique skill. I mean, really good liquor. It's immensely valuable. But it's the misnomers and misconceptions about polygraphs.
You also mentioned personality tests. That's really interesting. So how effective personality test? One for the hiring process, but also for understanding.
So personality is extremely important. I would say there's 1,000 different ways to look at personality. The only one that I count with any significance is the MBTI. And the MBTI is what all the leading scientists are looking at.
Well, that's kind of interesting to hear.
Oh, yeah.
So there's been criticisms of that kind of test.
There have been criticisms for a long time.
Yeah, and you think there's value.
Absolutely. And there's a few reasons why. Right? So first, MBTI makes the claim that your core personality doesn't change over time, and that's how it's calibrated. And one of the big arguments is that people say that your personality can't change. But in my experience, the MBTI is exactly correct. Your core personality does not change because your core personality is defined as your personality when all resources are removed. So essentially, your emergency mode, your dire condition, that is your core personality. We can all act a little more extroverted. We can all, be a little more empathetic when we have tons of time, money, and patience. When you strip away all that time, money, and patience, how empathetic are you? How much do you like being around other people? How much do you like being alone? Do you make judgments or do you analyze information? That's what's so powerful about MBTI is it's talking about what people like when you strip away resources. And then, because it's so consistent, it's also only 4 codes. It's super easy to be able to assess a human being through a dialogue, through a series of conversations, to be able to hone in with high accuracy what is their 4-letter code. There's only 16 options, and it becomes extremely valuable. Is it perfectly precise? Does everybody do it the same? And those things are answers to those. No, but is it operationally useful in a short period of time? I would say for design.
Yeah, I only know the first letter. It's introvert, extrovert, right? I've taken the test before, just like a crude version of the test, and that's the same problem we have with the IQ test. Is the right thorough and do you mind sharing your personality? Yes.
I'm an ENTP. It's an extrovert, intuitor, perceiver, thinker. ENT, thinker, P, perceiver. My wife is an ISFJ, which is the polar opposite of me. I'm extroverted, she's introverted. I'm an intuitor, she's a sensor. I'm a thinker, she's a feeler. I'm a perceiver, she's a judge.
Is there good science on long-term success in relationships in terms of the dynamics of that? The 16. I wonder if there's good data.
I don't think there's a lot of good data in personalities writ large because there's not a lot of money to be made in personality testing. But I would say that there's that with experience, with a good MBTI test, with a good paid test, 400, 500 question test, once you understand your own code, and then you're taught how to assess the code of others. With those two things kind of combined, because then you have experience and learning, it becomes very useful, and you can have high confidence in the conclusions that you reach about people's professions, about people's relationships with family, about people's relationships professionally, people's capabilities to deal with stress, how people will perform when pushed outside of their comfort zones. Really, really powerful, useful stuff in the corporate world and the SB.
In terms of compressed representation of another human being, you can't do much better than those 4 letters.
I don't believe it. My experience,
Yeah, it is kind of, it's difficult to realize that there's a corporation in here that agree that's true. It seems to be true. It's even more difficult to realize that there's a stable, as the sign says so, a stable, consistent intelligence, unfortunately. The G factor that they call. That if you do a garage IQ test, that's going to consistently represent that G factor well better than it can identify something. It's sad.
I don't see it as that because it's, for me, the faster you learn it, the faster you learn what your own sort of natural strengths and weaknesses are, the faster you get to stop wasting time on things that you're never going to be good at, and you get to double down on the things that you're already naturally skilled or interested in. So there's always a silver lining to the time. But I know now that I will never be a ballerina. I know that I'll never be an artist. I'll never be a musician. I'll never be any of those things. And when I was 18, that might have made me sad. But now at 42, I'm like, shit, awesome. I can go be something else good.
Why do you
always
think
being
you're not good?
because I'm not good at
And you've learned this
I've learned.
years.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, I don't know if there's an MBTI equivalent for grace movement.
I think it's called S. Sensor.
Oh,
yeah. Because a sensor is someone who's able to interact with the world around them through their 5 senses very effectively. You talk to dancers. Dancers can actually feel the grace in all of their muscles. They know what position their finger is. I don't know what position my feet are in. But look, actually feel it tomorrow.
right? Yeah. That's good to know. So I don't. I do have that.
You're a musician.
For the music, I
To
don't
be able to play the
think.
guitar.
Sure, yeah, that's true. That there was that as a big part. But I think deep, is there a technical aspect to that, which is like less about feel, but I do know jiu-jitsu, rapping. I don't. There's some people that comes in and drop stuff and run into stuff. I don't. First of all, I don't know how that happens. To me, I just have an awareness of stuff. Like there's a certain, yeah, like I know that there's a small object. I have to step over it. And I have a good sense of that. So it's so interesting. I'm interested.
My wife is brilliant, and she still wants me to do it. She'll walk in doorways, she'll bang her hand on the same wall that's been there for the last 50 years.
It's for some reason really hilarious. You've been asked, I think, on Reddit, under big secrets that you know that would land you, our country, in terrible trouble if you came out to the public. You answered yes. I wish I could look at that. Let me ask you just about secrecy in general. Are these secrets or just other secrets ones that the public will never know? Or will it come out in 10, 20, 50 years? I guess the deeper question is, what is the value of secrecy?
Yeah, so
Transparency.
the standard classification for all human intelligence operations is something called 25x2, 25 by 2. So 50 years, 25 years times 2, or times 2 roughly. So, in essence, anything that I've seen has the first chance of becoming public domain, declassified, after 50 years, unless there's some congressional requirement that they review and assess. So by then, I'll be 80-something years old, or potentially dead, which is, either way, that's when it can come out according to its typical classification. The value of secrets I have seen is that secrets create space. The secrets give opportunity for security, they give opportunity for thinking, they give space. And space is an incredibly advantageous thing to have. If you know something somebody else doesn't know, even if it's just 15 or 20 minutes different, you can change the course of fate. So I find secrets to be extremely valuable, extremely useful. even at the place where secrets are being kept from a large mass, part of what all Americans need to understand is that one of the trade-offs to building a system of government that allows us to be first world and wealthy and secure and successful, one of the trade-offs is that we have given up a great deal of personal freedom. And one of the personal freedoms that we give up is the freedom of knowing what we want to know. You get to know what the American tells you. You get to know what you need to know, what you learn yourself. But you don't get to know people who do get to know secrets. Know that for a reason. That's why it's called a difficult decision. It's surprising as technology. It's also surprising and difficult as our culture becomes one where people want variety. People want to be the person who breaks the secret. 25 years ago, 40 years ago, that wasn't the case. There was a time in the United States where if someone gave you a secret, it was a point of personal honor not to share the secret. Now we're in a place where someone tells you a secret, that could turn into a Twitter post that gets you a bunch of thumbs up and a bunch of likes or whatever on that opportunity. Right. So the value of secrets has changed. Now there's almost a greater value of exposing secrets than there is keeping secrets. That makes it difficult, especially with technology companies.
Yeah, where is the line? And by the way, I'm one of those people with the secrets. I think it's a karma thing. Again, back to the trust. I think in the short term, you can benefit by sharing the secret. But in the long term, people know they can trust you. Like the juicy is a secret, it's a test of sorts. If they know you can keep that secret, that means that you're somebody that can be trusted. And I believe that not just effectiveness in this life, but happiness in this life is an important circle of people you can trust.
Right. We're taught that secrets and lies are similar in that they have a limited shelf life. If you treat them like food, secrets and lies have a very limited shelf life. So if you cash in on them while they're still fresh, you eat them before they spoil. You take advantage of them before they spoil. However, trust has no limit to its shelf life. So it's almost like you're trading a short-term victory and losing a long-term. It's always better to keep the secret. It's always better to let the lie live because it will eventually come to light from somebody else. You, because it already has a limited shelf life. But what you win in exchange for not being able to cash in the secret is immense trust.
Let me ask you about lying and trust and so on. So I don't believe I've been contacted by or interacted with the CIA, the MI6, the FSB, Mossad, or any other intelligence agents. I'm kind of with that. Would I know if that works from your perspective?
No, you would not. For sure, you've been on the. Absolutely, you've got a file. You've got a dossier somewhere.
Why?
Because you're interested. It's not necessarily that you are interested to someone as a foreign asset or an intelligence collection source, but your network is extremely interesting. If someone correct, if someone had access to, if someone was able to come every time you cross a border, you go through some sort of security. If you've ever been pulled in the secondary and separated from the band, that's exactly when and how people clone computers, they clone phones. They make whatever photocopies of your old school planet, whatever it might be. But for sure, you are an intelligence target. It just may be that you're not suitable to be a person who reports for intelligence. You've got to understand that all people are potential sources of valuable to the national security infrastructure of our host country and any country that we visit. Someone like you, with your public footprint, with your notoriety, with your educational background, with your national identifications, becomes a viable and valuable target of information.
Yeah, to speak to that, I take security pretty seriously, but not to the degree that it runs my life. I'm very careful about it.
I'm glad you.
So the moment you start to think about germs, right? Like you start to freak out and you become sort of paralyzed by the stress. You have to balance those two things. If you think about all the things that can hurt you in this world and all the risks you can take, it can overrun your life. But that said, the cyber world is a weird world because it doesn't have the same. I know not to cross the street without looking each way because there's a physical intuition about it. I'm not sure. The science guys, I have some intuition. It's cyber world. It's really hard to build up an intuition for the safe or not. I've seen a lot of people, just logging out of their devices. Like, just like that physical access stuff is a lot of people don't take. You can just like walk into the offices of a lot of CEOs, and it's like wide open, everything is wide open for physical access of their systems, which is kind of incredible for somebody. It sounds really shady, but it's not. I've written key objects like things that recorded the type of mouse and like I did that for doing my PhD for another thing doing a device and doing your computer. And just like people sign up to this study, they really do this to understand behavior. I was trying to use machine learning to identify a lot based on different biometric and behavioral things, which allows me to study human behavior, which is uniquely identifiable. And the goal there is to remove the need for a password. But how easy it is to write a thing that logs everything you type, I was like, wait a minute. Like, I can probably get a lot of people in the world to run this for me. I can then get all of their passwords. I mean, you could do so much. I can run the entirety of the CIA just myself. I imagine there's a lot of hackers like that out there, much better than me. So I try to prevent myself from being all the different low-hanging fruit attack vectors in my life. I try to make it difficult to that. But then I'm also aware that there's probably people that are five steps ahead.
You're doing the right thing. But what I always ask is the low-hanging fruit is what keeps you from being a target of opportunity. Because you're half-assed hackers, lazy hackers, unskilled hackers, they're looking for low-hanging fruit. They're looking for the person who gets the Nigerian email about how you could be getting $5 million if you just give me your bank account. That's what they're looking for. The thing that's scary is that if you're not the target of opportunity, if you become a intentional target, then there's almost nothing you can do. Because once you become an intentional target, then your security apparatus, they will create a dedicated, customized way vector of attacking your specific security apparatus. And because security is always active, but there's a leading advantage and a trailing advantage. When it comes to attacks, the leader always has that advantage because they have to create the attack before anybody else can create a protect against it. So the attack always comes first. That means they always have the advantage. You are always stuck just leaning on this is the best security that I know of. Meanwhile, there's always somebody who can create a way of attacking the best security out there. And once they win, they have a monopoly. All that time until a new defensive countermeasure is.
Yeah, I tend to think exactly as you said that the one hanging fruit protects against like that crimes about that. And then I assume that people can just hack in if they really want.
Think about how much anxiety you would be on someone who would just accepted that.
Well, there's several things you can do. First of all, to be honest, it just keeps me honest. Not to be a douchebag, or like, not, yeah, to assume everything to be public, and to sort of don't trade information that could hurt people for being public. But I try to do that, and the thing I try to make sure is a Korean style. I really would like to know if I was right. So I try to assume that I will be and detect it. Yeah. not paranoid. I just like I think that's probably the future of life on this earth is to go that everybody of interest is going to go. That hopefully this virus. Now this is outside of public rules of these individuals. I mean, there's of course if you're actually operating. Like I'm just a scientist person, um, podcasting person. So if I was actually running a company or was an integral part of some kind of military operation, then you probably have an entire team that's not doing that battle of like being trying to be ahead of like the best actors in the world that are attacking. But that requires a team that like full time is their focus. Even then you still get in trouble.
Correct. Yeah. So what I've seen as the norm, what I've seen as the cutting edge standard for corporations of the ultra wealthy, and even intelligence organizations, is that we have triple office. It's better if you can't prevent from being hacked. The next best thing is to know as soon as you get hacked, because then you can essentially terminate all the information. If you know it fast enough, you can just destroy the information. This is what the ultra want. They have multiple phones, but as soon as one phone gets hacked, the tripwire goes off. The operating system is probably deleted along with that phone, and a second phone is turned on with a whole new separate set of metadata. And now for them, there's no break in service. It's just, this phone went black. It's got a warning on it that says it was hacked. So trash it, because they don't care about the rest of the phone, pick up the next phone, and move on. That's the best thing that you can do, essentially, outside of trying to out-hack the hackers. And then even in your intelligence and military world, where cyber warfare is active, the people who are aggressing are not trying to create aggression that beats security. They're trying to find aggressive techniques, offensive techniques that have no security built around them. Because it's too cost and time intensive to protect against what you know is coming. It's so much more efficient and cost effective to go after new vectors. So it just becomes like, it becomes almost a silly game of your neighbor gets a guard dog, so you get a bigger guard dog. Then your neighbor gets fence, so you just constantly do it. It's called the security program. People just one up each other because it's never worked. It just gets the same level. You're always trying to help each other.
Yeah, and then maybe like banks have to fight that fight, but yeah, no. So you're saying I operated at the state of the art with the tripwires. This is good to know.
Absolutely.
And also just not using anybody else's services, doing everything myself. So that's harder to figure out what the heck this person is doing. Because if I'm using somebody else's service, like I did with QNAP. I have QNAP NAS I use for cold storage of unimportant things but at large videos. I don't know if you know, but QNAP is a company that does storage for us. And they got hacked. And everybody that didn't update as of a week ago from the point of the 0-day hack, everybody got hacked. It's so across machines, and they asked, you can get your data back if you pay. I forget what it was, but it was about $1,000. And QNAP can get all the data back from the customers if they pay. But that came from me relying on the systems of others for security. I assumed this company would have their security handled. That was a very valuable lesson to me. I now have layers of security and also an understanding which data is really important, which is somewhat important, which is not that important. Layering that all together.
So just so you know, the U.S. government, the military, will cover that exact same thing. It's still very good. They were sourcing night vision goggles. They were sourcing components and engineering blueprints for night vision goggles from 3, 4, 5 different subcontractors all over the country, but they never asked themselves what the security status was of those subcontractors. So, fast forward a few years, and all of a sudden they start getting faulty components. They start having night vision goggles that don't work. They start having supply chain issues where they have to change their provider, and the Army doesn't know that the provider is changing. This is a strategy. The idea of going through third-party systems is identifying the vulnerability in the supply chain. It's a savvy offensive practice for more than just cyber hacking.
Let me ask you about physical hacking. So I'm now an introvert about all social interaction, but how much truth is there? Is kind of a funny question. How suspicious should I be when I'm traveling to the world when the attractive female walks up to me and shows any kind of attention? Is that like this kind of James Bond spy movie stuff, or is that kind of stuff used by intelligence agencies?
I don't think it's absolutely. It's called sex espionage. That's the term that we jokingly call it, sex espionage. But yeah, the art of attraction, appeal, the manifestation of feelings through sexual manipulation, all of that is super powerful tool. The Chinese use it extremely well. The Russians use it extremely well. In the United States, we actively train our officers not to use it because, in the end, it leads to complications in any profession or case. So we train our officers not to use it. However, we can't control other people's things. So if you're an attractive male or attractive female officer, you're trying to talk to an older general who just happens to be gay or happens to be straight and is attracted to you, of course they're going to be that much more willing to talk to an American who is also attractive. Right?
It's attractive in all definitions, so it could be all the elements of charisma. That's so, attractiveness in the dynamic sense of the word. So visual attractiveness, but the smile, the humor, the wit, the flirting, all that kind of stuff that can be used to the art of conversation.
There's also elements of sexuality that people underestimate. So physical sexuality, physical attraction, one that really talks about things like that. But then there's also sapiosexuality, which is being sexually attracted to thoughts, to intelligence. And then you got all the various varieties of personal preferences. Some people like people with a certain color skin, or they like big noses, they like small noses, they like big butts, they like small butts, they like tall guys, they like bald guys, whatever it may be. You can't ever predict what someone's preferences, sexual arousal preferences are going to be. But then you end up walking into a situation where then you discover. Just imagine being an unattractive, overweight, married guy, and you're walking into asset target meeting with like a middle-aged female who is also not very attractive and also married. And it turns out that person is sapiosexual and is extremely turned on by intelligent conversation. That's exactly what you're there to do. Your mission is to have intelligent conversation with this person, find out if they have access to secrets. And by virtue of you carrying out your mission, they become extremely aroused and attracted to you. That is a very complicated thing.
It's hard to know the trust. Like, how do you know your wife? How does your wife know that you're not a double agent in Russia?
There's a large element of experience and time that goes into that. She's also trained. And I think my wife and I also have the benefit of being recruited young and together, where
so over time you can start to figure out things that are really difficult. So you form the baseline, you start to understand the person's ability.
The most difficult thing in the world is consistency. It's the most difficult thing. Some people say discipline or self-discipline. What they're really talking about is consistency. When you have someone who performs consistently over long periods of time under various levels of stress, you have high confidence that that is the person you can trust. You can trust, again, you can trust them to behave within a certain pattern. You can trust an asshole to be an asshole without trusting the asshole to take care of your things. Right? So I don't ever want to mix up the idea of personal trust versus trusting the outcome. You can always trust the person to operate within their pattern. It just takes time for you to get consistent feedback to what that baseline is.
To form a good model, predictive model.
Right? And it's fascinating. The challenge is building that model quickly. So technology is one of those tools that will be able in the future to very quickly create a model of behavior, because technology can pull in multiple data points in a very short period of time that the human brain simply can't pull in the same place at the same space.
Well, that's actually what I did. PhD on I did Google is forming good representation, unique representation across the entire world based on the behavior of the person. The specific task there is so that you don't have to type in the password. The idea was to replace the password. But it also allows you to actually study human behavior. What is the unique representation of the person? How, because we have very specific patterns. Mm-hmm. A lot of humans are very similar in their patterns. What are the unique identifiers of behavior? And that, I think that's, from a psychology perspective, a super fascinating question. And from a machine learning perspective, it's something that you can, as the systems get better and better and better, and as we get more and more digital data about each individual, you start to be able to do that kind of thing effectively.
And it's, I mean, when I think of the fact that you could create a dossier on somebody in 24 to 48 hours, if you can wire them for 2 days, right? Internet of Things style, you put it in their underwear, right? Some chip that just reads everything. How heavy are they walking? How much time do they sleep? How many times do they open the refrigerator? When they log into their computer, how do they do it? Which hand do they use when they log in? What's their most common site? What's the most visited website? You could collect an enormous amount of normative data in a short period of time, where otherwise we're stuck the way that we do it now. Once or twice a week, we go out for a coffee for 2 hours. 2 hours at a time, for 6 to 8 weeks, 12 weeks. You're coming up with a 50% assessment on time versus just that time savings.
Something you've also spoken about is private intelligence, the power and the reach and the scale and the importance of private intelligence versus government intelligence. Can you elaborate on the role of what is private intelligence and what's the role of private intelligence in the scope of intelligence that is gathered and used in the United States?
Yeah, absolutely. It's something that so few people know about. And it became a more mainstream topic with the Trump administration, because Trump made it no secret that he was going to hire private intelligence organizations to run his intelligence and fund it. So that really brought it back. But going all the way back to 9/11, going all the way back to 2001, when the 9/11 attacks happened, there was a commission that was formed to determine the reasons it happened. And among the lists that they determined, of course, they found out that the intelligence community wasn't coordinating well with each other. There were fiefdoms and there was infighting, and there wasn't good intentions. But more than that, they identified that we were operating at Cold War levels, even though we were living in a time when terrorism was the new biggest threat to national security. So the big recommendation coming out of the 9/11 Commission was that the intelligence organizations, the intelligence community, significantly increased the presence of intelligence overseas and in terms of analytical capacity here in the United States. When they made that decision, it completely destroyed, totally was incongruent with the existing hiring process, because the existing hiring process for CIA and NSA is a 6 to 9 month process. And the only way they could plus up their sizes fast enough was to bypass their hiring, instead go direct to private organizations. So naturally, the government contracted with the companies that they already had secure contracts with. Boeing, Raytheon, Northrop Grumman, Khaki, you name it. And then over time, from 2001 to now, or I guess that started with in 2004, with a significant increase in the presence of private intelligence. From then until now, it's become a budgetary thing. It's become a continuity of operations thing, and now the reason Northern Virginia has become one of the wealthiest zip codes in America is because of the incredible concentration of private intelligence that is supporting CIA, NSA, DIA, all this.
By the way, this Palantir,
Palantir is one of those organizations that was trying to pitch their product to an intelligence community, because it's a fantastic product on paper. But the challenge was the proprietary services, the proprietary systems that we used in CIA prior to Palantir continue to outperform health too. So just like any other business decision, if you got homegrown systems that outperform external systems, then it's not worth to share the income.
Got it. So what the whole connection to Peter Thiel and Donald Trump, did that have a role to play in Donald Trump's leverage and private intelligence was like the destroyed?
I think that they're related, but only circumstantial. Because remember, Donald Trump wasn't really the best CEO. So the last thing he wanted to do was spend his network, Moscow is Trump didn't want to lose his Moscow, putting Thiel into CIA, only to lose Thiel's contract with Trump. But instead, it was more valuable to put him in Thiel's tool to use his private intelligence. And then, of course, they became nominated for Thiel to be his Secretary of Defense, Secretary of State. At some point in time, he tried to presidentially appoint Peter Thiel into a position of government authority.
What do you think of figures like Peter Thiel? Did they really, and I'm sure there's like figures similar scale and reach, power, and private intelligence. When you think about the role of power in this world without public accountability,
Yes.
that you would think directors would say, hey, perhaps not.
So this is where private intelligence has both a strength and a weakness. The ultimate law overriding, overseeing private intelligence is not government legislation. It's the law of economics. If they produce a superior product, then they will have a buyer. If they do not produce a superior product, they will not have a buyer. And that's a very simple business principle. Whereas in the current national security infrastructure, you can create a crap product, but the taxpayer dollars are always going to spend. So it's really thrown things for a loop, especially during the Trump administration. And this is one of the things that I would always say I don't like Trump administration. It put a big blazing bright light on all the flaws within the system. One of those flaws being this executive power over the intelligence organizations and the lack of accountability for intelligence organizations to produce a superior product. When that light got shown down, that's when you also saw Trump start to go after. If you remember, there was a period where he was taking security clearances away from retiring officers. That became a big hot issue. That became something that people were very, very opposed to when they didn't realize that process of taking security clearances away, that incentivized seasoned senior officers to stay in service. Because with private intelligence paying premium during the Trump administration, because Trump was paying premium to private intelligence, when senior officers found it was more profitable to retire early, keep their clearance, and go work for Raytheon, Trump saw that as bypassing service in people. You've made a career in CIA, you've made a career in NSA, and you should stay there. If you leave, you lose your clearance because you no longer have any else. He upset the apple cart with that. And unfortunately, the narrative that came out in many ways was a negative narrative against Trump, when in fact, he was actually doing quite a service to the American people, trying to take away the incentive of senior officials leaving their service in order to just volunteer in the parliament.
So in that way, he was kind of supporting the CIA in making sure that confident people and experienced people stay, say, incentivized to stay.
Correct. I think that there was definitely, he understood incentives. And Donald Trump understood incentives. But he was trying to incentivize them to stay. But I think he was also playing a safety card because he didn't want former CIA officials who would not listen to him to then move into private intel organizations that he may be hiring, only to then have him undermine him from both sides. So there was a little bit of offensive calculation as well.
Into the dynamics and the effectiveness of economics that you referred to, that the private intelligence operates under, is that more or less ethical than the forces that maybe government agencies operate under? What's your intuition? Does capitalism lead mentioned it leads to maximizations of efficiency and performance. Is that correlated with ethical behavior? When we're talking about such hairy activities like collection of
The question of ethics is a great question. So let me start this whole thing out by saying CIA hires people on a spectrum of our ability to be morally flexible, ethically flexible. All people at their heart are ethically flexible. I would never punch somebody in the face. Right? Some people out there say, I would never hurt another human being. But as soon as a human being poses a direct threat to their daughter or their son or their mother, now all of a sudden they need to change their ethical stance. It's self-defense. Right? But at the end of the day, it's still hurting the person. So what CIA looks for is people who are able to swing across that spectrum for lesser offenses, right? More flexibility. I do not believe that private intelligence and laws and economics lend themselves to increased ethics or increased ethical behavior in the short term. But what ends up happening is that in the long term, in order to scale economic benefits, you are forced to act within norms of your customer base. So as the norms of that customer base dictate certain requirements, the company has to adapt to those requirements in order to continue to scale. So if a company tries to ostracize LGBTQ, or if they try to ostracize men or ostracize women, they're limiting their ability to grow economically. They have to adapt to whatever is the prevailing ethical requirement on their customer base.
That's an interesting question. You look at big pharma and pharmaceutical companies, and they have a quite poor reputation in the public eye, and some of it, maybe much of it, is always historically speaking. And so you start to wonder, well, the intelligence agencies use some of the same technique to manipulate the public, like what they believe about those agencies, in order to maximize profit. Well, sort of finding shortcuts or unethical paths that allow you to not be ultimately responsible to the customer.
Absolutely. And I would go a step further to say that the covert nature of intelligence operations is really attractive when it comes to the private sector. Because now they have all the same money with none of the oversight. And all they have to do is deliver. So without the oversight, what's the thing? And in a lot of, for anybody who's ever run a business, anybody who's ever started or tried to make something succeed, we all know that there come those times where you have to skirt the boundaries of propriety or morality or commitments or promises to other people, because at the end of the day, if your business fails, it's on you. So if you promise to deliver something to a client, you've got to deliver it to the client, even if that means you stay up late or if you lie on your taxes, whatever it might be. There's a certain help to do with that.
Yeah, I personally have this optimistic view that ultimately the best way is to stay within ethical bounds, kind of like what you suggested. If you want to be a company that's extremely successful, is win with confidence, not with cheating, because cheating won't, I believe, win in the long term. But in terms of being publicly responsible to your decisions, I mean, I've already been supposed to talk to Peter Thiel twice. That's just complicated. If I were to put myself into the shoes, why would my guess? The risk is too high to be a public person at all. And so I totally understand it. At the same time, I think if you're doing things by the book and you're the best in the world at your job, the and you can advertise that, and you help recruit. And that's the work of capitalism. You want to advertise that this is the place where the best people in the world is being.
I would also say that there, the complexities of what makes somebody make a decision can only really be properly calculated with a baseline. But because there is no baseline that you or I have a big deal, it's difficult to really ascertain why he does or doesn't accept advice or why he just doesn't appear.
Well, let me ask your opinion. The NSA, and then maybe we can mention about the bulk collection in general in this day. But let's look at some history. The NSA and Snowden. What's your opinion of the mass surveillance that is reported to have been conducted by the NSA? We talk about ethics. Are you troubled by from a public perception, the unethical nature of mass surveillance, especially American citizens?
This is a topic that I never get to talk about, but it's very rare that anyone ever really reviews it. Just so.
So I see where I think there's a nuance from here.
The truth is that the American experience after 9/11 is nothing like the American experience now. So all the terminology, all this talk about privacy and privacy laws, mass surveillance, and all this other stuff, it was a completely different time then. And that's not to say it was an excuse, because to this day I will still say mass collection, bulk collection of data that allows for an expedient identification of a threat to national security benefits all of us. But people don't understand what they want, and people don't understand what the value of their own privacy is. First of all, the fact that people think they have personal privacy is laughable. You have no privacy. The cell phone that you carry in your pocket, you're giving permission to those apps constantly. You're giving commercial organizations, who you and I have already said are less tied to ethical responsibility. You're giving them permission to collect enormous amounts of private data from you all the time. And do you know what happens if AT&T or Verizon sees some nefarious activity on your account? They do nothing. They might send a note to FBI because they have to according to some checklist. But when NSA was collecting intelligence on metadata from around the United States, they were very specifically looking for terrorist threats that would harm American lives. NSA can clone my phone. I will give them my children's phone. I will give them the passwords to every one of my accounts if it means that there's a likelihood that my family will be safer from a nefarious actor who's intent on hurting us. NSA doesn't care about your family. NSA doesn't care if you're cheating on your taxes. NSA doesn't care if you talk shit about your boss or if you hate the U.S. president. Nobody cares about that. Your intelligence community is there to find threats to national security. That's what they're there to do. What Snowden did when he outed that whole program, the fact that the justice system, the civilian justice system, went back and essentially overruled the ruling of the intelligence courts before that, just goes to show how the general mass community really shouldn't have a say in what happens in the intelligence community. They really shouldn't. You have politicians and you have the opportunity to elect people to a position, and then you trust them. That's what a representative republic is. You vote the people in, you trust them to work on your behalf. They make decisions without running them by you. They make decisions that they believe are in the best interest of their constituency. And that's how our form of democracy works. It worked. We were safer. Now that we don't have that information, and now that there's this giant looming question of whether or not NSA is there to serve people or is collecting mass surveillance against all American people, that's not really a true accurate representation of what they were ever doing. They were looking for the needle in the haystack of the series of transactions in metadata that was going to lead to American deaths. We are now less secure because they can't do that. And that bothers me.
So you said a few really interesting things there. So because you are kind of an insider, you are a kind of insider, meaning you were able to build up the intuition about the good, the bad, the ugly of these institutions. Specifically the good. A lot of people don't have a good sense of the good. They know the bad and the ugly. They can infer the bad and the ugly. you mentioned that the one with little thing there at the end, saying the NSA doesn't care whether you hate the president. Now that's what people really worry about is they're not sure they can trust the government to not go into full dictatorial mode. And basing your political preference, your oppositions, your basically one of the essential powers um, the freedom of speech in the United States is the ability to criticize your government. That then you worry, well, can't the government get a hold of the NSA? That asks the basic question, well, you give me a list of people that are criticizing the government.
So let's just walk through that test, right? Because it's a preponderance. It's a preponderance field. It's a ridiculous field. Because you would have to tap on multiple elements of government for anything to happen. So, for example, let's just say that somebody goes to the United States and says, can you give us a readout of all the people who are tweeting terrible things about us? Okay, cool. Here's your 100 million people, whatever it is. Right? Here's all the people saying negative things about the government. So now they have a list. What do they do next? Well, let's just make it simple. They stay with NSA. Surveil them, keep them, tap their phone, tap their computers. I don't know. And then they get this preponderance of evidence. What do you do with evidence? You take it to a court. Well, guess what? No court is going to support anything that goes against the freedom of speech. So the court is not going to support what the executive is asking you to do. Even before you take somebody to court, you have to involve law. Essentially, you have to send some sort of police force to go apprehend the individual who's in question. Well, guess what doesn't meet criteria for any police force anywhere in the United States? Arresting people who have risks who say negative things about the president. Now, if somebody poses a threat to the life of a public figure or a threat to the life of a politician, that's a completely different case, which means the standards of evidence are much higher for them to arrest that person. So unless you create a secret police force, then your actual public police force is never going to take action. So all these people who are afraid of this exact situation that you're outlining, they need the creation of a secret police force, the creation of a secret court that operates outside the judicial system, the creation of a secret intelligence service that operates outside of foreign intelligence collection, all so that a handful of people who don't like the president get what? Whisked away, assassinated, put in prison? Who knows what? Think about the resources that would be, the amount of money and time, and how hard would it be to keep that secret, to have all of these things in motion. The reason it worked in Russia, Soviet Germany, or Russia and Communist Germany, was because everybody knew there was a secret police. Everybody knew that there was a threat to speaking out against the government. It's completely different.
Well, so there's a lot to say. So one is, yes, if I was a dictator, I wanted to slip into history. But I think one of the more effective ways is, read these events. You could pick out a random person and in a public display, semi-public display, basically put them in jail for opposing the government, whether they oppose it or not. And fear that sends a message from them.
That's exactly what you see happening in China. That's what you just laid out. It's genius, and that is the standard on the support.
But that said, if you did do the surveillance, so that's the support, but the incentives aren't good. It's a lot of work to do for what you can do without this work. But, yes, the courts would, if you were to be able to get a list of people, which I think that part you could do, that oppose the government. You could do that, just like you said, on Twitter publicly. You could make a list. And with that, you could start to, especially if you have a lot of data on people, find ways in which they did violate the law. Not because they opposed the government, but because it's some other way. That party tickets didn't pay taxes, probably common, screwed up something about the taxes. Not just Russia and Ukraine, they're very good at this kind of stuff. Knowing how the citizens screw everything up, because especially in those countries, everybody's breaking the law. Because the nation would have to number of people that pay taxes fully in contributions is just very low. Not zero. So they then use that breaking of the law to come up with an excuse to actually put you in jail based on that. Yeah, so it's possible to imagine. But yes, I think that's the ugly part of surveillance. But I do think, just like you said, everything you said is correct. Like you really don't need to get all of the secret police, all of these kinds of organizations working. They do have a charismatic, powerful leader that can come out and able to control a lot of organizations to a level of authoritarianism in a government. They're just able to do the usual thing: run a propaganda machine to tell narratives, to pick out, people that they can put in jail for opposing the state, and maybe loud members of the press start silencing the press. There's like a playbook to this thing, right? It doesn't require the surveillance. The surveillance, what useful for the surveillance is the thing you mentioned in China, which is encourage everybody, citizens, watch each other. See, there's enemies of the state everywhere. When you start having children reporting parents, again, you don't need a surveillance state for that. Now, the good of the surveillance system, if it's operating within ethical balance, then yes, it can protect. You're saying like the good, given your understanding of these institutions, the good outweighs the bad.
Absolutely. So let me give you a story. So people don't realize there's multiple surveillance states there. There are surveillance states that are close allies of the United States. One of those surveillance states is the United Arab Emirates, the UAE. Now, I lived in the UAE from 2019 to 2019. Came back on a repatriation flight after COVID broke out, but we were there for a full year. We were residents. We had IDs. We had everything. Now, when you get your national ID in India, you get a chip, and that chip connects you to everything. It connects you to cameras. It connects you to license plate in the car, to passport, to credit card, everything. Everything is intertwined. Everything is in the car. When you drive, there are no police. There are no police on the road. Every 50 to 100 meters, you cross a camera that reads your license plate, measures your speed, and if you're breaking the speed limit, it just immediately charges your credit card because it's all tied together. Totally surveillance. That technology was invented by the Israelis, who use it in Israel. When I was in Abu Dhabi, and I was rear-ended high speed by what turned out to be an Emirati official, a senior ranking official of one of the. It was caught on camera. His ID was registered. My ID was registered. Everything was tied back to our IDs. The proof and the evidence was crystal clear. Even still, he was Emirati. I was not. So when I went to the police station to file a complaint, it was something that nobody was comfortable with because, generally speaking, Emiratis don't accept legal claims against their own foreigners. But the difference was that I was American and I was there on a contract supporting the American government. So I had these different variances, right? Long story short, in the end, a surveillance state is what made sure that justice was played because the proof was incontrovertible. There was so much evidence collected because of the surveillance nature of the state. Now, why do they have a surveillance state? It's not the people that leave. It's because they're constantly afraid of extremist terrorist activity happening inside Abu Dhabi or inside the UAE because they're under constant threat from Islam and from extremists and they're under constant threat from Iran. So that's what drives the people to want a police state, to want a surveillance state. For them, their survival is paramount, and they need a surveillance to have that survival. For us, we haven't tasted that level of desperation and fear yet, or hopefully never. But that's what makes us feel like there's something wrong with surveillance. Surveillance is all about the purpose, it's all about the intent.
Well, and like you said, companies do significant amount of surveillance to provide us with services that we to provide. For example, just one of the things give props to the digital efforts of the Zelensky administration in Ukraine, and you're aware that they have this digital transformation efforts where like there's people to say in the United States, but they actually did a really good job by having a government app that has your passport on it, all the digital information, you know, your doctor. It's like everything that you would think America would be doing, you know, like licensing, all that kind of stuff. It's in the app. You can pay each other, these payments to each other, and that's all. I mean, they call it contractors and all connected to the thing. That's like under the flag of government. So that's an incredible technology, and I didn't just hear anybody talk about surveillance in that context, even though it is, but they all love it. It's super easy. Frankly, already, it's so easy and convenient that we've already taken for granted that, of course, this is what you do. Of course, your passport is on your phone.
Yeah, for everybody to have house on a server that you have no idea what that could be hacked at any time by a third party.
They don't ask these kinds of questions because it's so convenient, as we do for Google, Facebook, Twitter, Apple, Microsoft.
Security and convenience are two opposite sides of another spectrum. The more convenient something is, the less secure. And the more secure something is, the less convenient. That's a battle that we're always working with as individuals, and then we're trying to outsource that battle to our politicians, and our politicians are frankly just 100% politicians.
Yeah, that said, I mean, people are powerless and giving any one institution a large amount of power, especially when it's a federal government institution, given some history. First of all, just history of the corruption, how they're corrupting individuals and institutions, and second of all, myth or reality of certain institutions like the CIA misbehaving. Well, let me actually ask you about Edward Snowden. So you, outside the utility that might be for the NSA surveillance, do you think Edward Snowden is a criminal or a hero?
In terms, in the eyes of the law, he's a criminal. He broke the law, he broke his security reputation, and then when he ran away to all of the worst villains in the world from the U.S. perspective to basically seek protection. That's how you act in the face of accusation is in essence part of the case that you build for yourself. Running away to China, Russia, Cuba, Ecuador, I think. That just paints a very negative picture. It does not suggest that you are doing anything that was ethically right in favor of the American people to be willing to American enemies to support yourself. So for sure, in the eyes of the law, in the eyes of a group of people who are largely ignorant to what they've lost, for them, he's a hero. To me, he's just kind of a sad case. I personally look at Snowden as a sad, unfortunate case. His life is ruined. His family name is tarnished. He's forever going to be a desperate pawn. And that's all because of the decisions that he made and the order that he made.
I'm not sure his name is tarnished. I think the case you're making is a difficult case to make. And so I think his name represents fighting one man. It's like Tiananmen Square instead of a tank. It's like one man fighting the government. And I think that there is some aspect to which, taking that side case aside, that is the American spirit, which is hold the powerful accountable. But whenever there's somebody in power, one individual can change, can
make a difference.
Make a difference. Yeah,
Very nice.
I mean that's the American individual. So he represents that, and I think there's a huge skepticism against large federal institutions. And I think if you look at the long arc of history, that actually is a forcing function for the institutions to behave their best. So basically hold them accountable.
If what's nice about this is that we can agree to disagree, and history will be the one that decides. But once, like, there's a reason that Edward Snowden needs to do something new every 16 or 18 months to remain relevant, right? Because if he didn't, he would just be forgotten. Because he was not a maverick who changed history for the better. He was a man who broke the law, and now he's on the run. And to some people, he is a hero. To other people, he is a criminal. But to the vast majority, he's just a blip on a radar of everyday life that really makes the difference in their head.
So actually, let's linger on that. So just to clarify, do you think, are you making the difficult case that the NSA mass surveillance program was one ethical and two made a better world?
I am making the case that at the time it was exactly what we needed to feel safe in our own homes.
What about to be safe? Actually be safe.
This is what's difficult because any proof that they collected that actually prevented an attack from happening is proof we'll never know. This is the really unfortunate side of intelligence operations. And I've been at the front end of this. You work your ass off. You take personal risk. You make personal sacrifice to make sure that something terrible doesn't happen. Nobody knows that ever happens.
Does it have to be that way? Does it have to remain secret every time the NSA or the CIA says the last?
It does, for two reasons. First, and mythos. The same thing we're talking about with General Trump. You can't brag about your victories if you want to let the myth shape itself. You can't do it. The second thing is, it's once a victory is claimed, the danger comes from letting an enemy know you claimed the victory. Because they can reverse engineer and they can start to change how they did things. If a terrorist cell tries to execute an operation, the operation fails. From their point of view, they don't know why it failed. They just know why it failed. But then if the U.S. or if the American government comes in and says, we took apart this amazing attack, now they have more information. Right? The whole power of secrets, like we talked about before, the power of secrets is in knowing that not everybody has them. There's only a shelf life. So take advantage of the shelf life. You get space. So you got to keep it a secret. There's no tactical advantage from sharing a secret unless you are specifically trying to achieve a certain tactical advantage for sharing a secret, which is what we've seen so much of with U.S. intentionally with Ukraine. There's a tactical advantage for sharing a secret about Russian military movements or weaknesses in tanks or supply chain challenges, whatever.
Well, let me argue that there might be an advantage to share information with the American public when a terrorist attack is averted or the lives of Americans are saved. Because what that does
is make every American think that they're not that safe. There's no tactical advantage.
You think so?
Absolutely. If the Austin PD started telling you every day about these crazy crimes that they're doing, would that make you feel more safe? It would make you feel like they're doing their job.
That obviously would make us feel less safe because if we see competence, that there is extremely competent defenders of this territory, of these people, with that,
the human nature is not to sign. So empirically, humans overvalue losses and undervalue gains. That's something that we've seen from finance to betting and health. If the Austin Police Department starts telling you about all these heinous crimes that were avoided because of their hard work, the way that your brain is actually going to process the information is you are going to say, if this is all the stuff that didn't stop, how bad must this place be?
Yeah.
How much more haven't they stopped?
I take your point, powerful psychological point, but looking at the other picture of it, looking at the police force, looking at the CIA, the NSA, those people, now with the police, they're seeing there's such a negative feeling amongst Americans towards these institutions. Who the hell wants to work for the CIA now, the police force? Like, you're going to be criticized. That's really bad for the CIA. It's terrible. like as opposed to being seen as a hero. Like for example, currently, soldiers, for the most part, seen as heroes that are protecting this nation. Uh, that's not the case for the CIA.
Soldiers weren't seen as heroes, right? You got to remember that when you, so first of all, public service is a sacrifice. We oftentimes forget that. We start to think, oh, government jobs are cushy, easy, and it must be so easy to be the president because then you're basically slavery overnight. Public service is sacrifice. It's a grind. For all of the the submariners, the missileers, the police officers, intelligence specialists, they all know what it's like to keep things up, to serve a public that can turn its opinion at any given time. And history is what defines it. The more important thing is to understand that if you want a true, open, and fair democracy, you cannot control narrative. And starting to share all of your victories, or starting to share your biggest victories, with the intent of shaping public opinion to be supportive of the police force, or supportive of CIA, or supportive of you name it, is shaping a narrative. That is intentional operational use of influence to drive public opinion. That is something nobody wants to get into. It is much more professional to be a silent sentinel, a silent servant, humbly carrying the burden of public service in the United States, where we are a fair and open democracy.
Why not celebrate killing of Bin Laden?
We did.
Search, discovery, and capture, and killing of Bin Laden. Wasn't that actually the details of that? How much of the details of that? How it was discovered? I think some. Why not do that? Doesn't that make heroes out of people that are government? Or do people who serve, who do service for this nation, do they always have to operate in a thankless manner in the shadows?
I think that's a very good question. The folks who I left behind when I left CIA, who continue to serve as faceless, nameless heroes every day, I am grateful. The truth is that if they were motivated by something else, they wouldn't be as good as they are. I see your point about shouldn't we be celebrating our victories? But when celebrating our victories runs the risk of performing our enemies how we operate, giving away our informational advantage, giving away our tactical battlefield, and running the risk of shaping a narrative intentionally among our own people, now all of a sudden we're turning into exactly the thing that the American people trust us not to become.
Yeah, then you operate in secrecy, and there's corrupt and douchebag people everywhere. Sometimes even inside the CIA, criminals inside the CIA. There's criminals in all organizations, in all walks of life. Human nature is such that this is always the case. And then it breeds conspiracy theories.
And sometimes those conspiracy theories turn out to be true, but most times they don't. That's just part of the risk of being myth.
Can you speak to some of these? So MK Ultra. So not a myth. So this is a fascinating human experimentation program undertaken by the CIA to develop procedures for using drugs like LSD to interrogate people who, let's say, psychological manipulation and maybe torture. The scale of the program is perhaps not known. And it makes sense that this program existed.
Again, you got to look through the lens of time. You got to look at where we were historically at that time. It was the peak of the Cold War. Our enemies were doing the same kind of experimentation. It was essentially another space race. What if they broke through a new weapon technology faster than we did? What would that mean for the safety and security of the American people? So, right decision or wrong decision, it was guided by and informed by national security priorities. So from this program that was designed to use drugs to drive interrogation and torture people, was born something very productive, Operation Stargate, which was a chance to use remote viewing and metaphysics to try to collect intelligence. Now, even though in the end, the outcome of MK Ultra and the outcome of Stargate was mixed, nobody really knows if they did and didn't do what they were supposed to do, we still know that to this day, there's still a demand in the US government, in CIA, for people who have sensitivities to ethereal energies.
By the way, is there any proof that that kind of stuff works? Or it just shows that there's interest. It shows that there's openness to consider this kind of things. But is there any evidence that that kind of stuff works?
If there's evidence, I haven't seen it. Speaking from a science-based point of view only, if energy and matter can always be exchanged, then a person who can understand and become sensitive to energy is a person who could become sensitive to what doesn't know.
Yeah, I mean, the basics of the physics might be there, but a lot of people probably are skeptical.
I'm skeptical too. I'm just
But you should be open-minded. That's actually that's what science is about. Is you remain open-minded even for the things that are long shots, because those are the things that actually define scientific revolutions. What about Operation Mercury? It was a proposed 1962 false flag operation by the DoD and the CIA to be carried out by the CIA to commit acts of terrorism on America and blame them on Cuba. So JFK, the president, rejected the proposal. What do you make that this was on the table, Operation Mercury?
So it's interesting. First, I'm glad that JFK rejected. So that's a good sign. So we have to understand that good ideas are oftentimes born from bad. I had a really good friend of mine who actually went on to become a pastor. And he used to say all the time that he wanted all the bad ideas on the table. Give me all your bad ideas every time we had any kind of conversation. And I was always one of those who was like, isn't a bad idea just a waste of time? And he was like, no, this is the best ideas are come from bad ideas. So again, Cuban Missile Crisis, mass hysteria in the United States about nuclear war. Cuba, missiles blowing up American cities faster than we could even see. It makes sense to me that a president would go to, especially the part of CIA, which is the Special Activities Division. It makes perfect sense to me that the president would go to a division called Special Activities, whose job it is to create crazy ideas that have presidential approval, but nobody knows they exist. So it makes sense that you would challenge a group like that to come up with any wacky idea. Right? Come up with anything. Just, let's start with something. We can't bring nothing to the table. We have to do something about this Cuban issue. And then that's how an operation like that can reasonably be born. Not because anybody wants to do it, but because they were tasked by the president to come up with 5 ideas, and it was one of the ideas. That still happens to this day. The president will still come in, but he'll basically send out a notice to his covert action plan. And he will say, I need this, and I need it on Wednesday. And he'll have to come back with options to the thing he asked for. A finding. He will issue a presidential finding, and then his covert action will have to come back and say, here's how we would do this.
How gangster is it in JFK to reject it, though?
It's baller, right? that is my trust right there. Nope, not doing that.
So,
yep, doing that.
You know, a thing that crosses an ethical line, even in a time where the entire human civilization hangs in balance, still forfeit that power. It's a beautiful thing happening right now. It's a few times throughout the history that this happened, including with our first president, George Washington. Well, we ask about JFK.
25 times 2, and they still keep that stuff classified.
So, do you think the CIA had a hand in this?
I cannot imagine, in any reasonable point of view, that the organization of CIA had a hand.
It's not possible to infiltrate CIA, a small part of the CIA, in order to attain political or criminal gains.
I think, yeah, absolutely it's possible to infiltrate CIA. There's a long history of foreign intelligence services infiltrate the CIA, from Walter Gaines to Jerry Lee recently. So we know the CIA can, even if they are infiltrated, and even if that interlocutor executes on their own agenda, or the agenda as directed by their foreign adversary, their foreign handler, that's different than organizational support for intervention. So I do think it's possible they could have been infiltrated at the time, especially. It was a massive, major priority for the Cubans and the Russians to infiltrate some aspect of U.S. intelligence. Multiple moles were caught in the years following. So it's not surprising that there would be a priority. But to say that the organization of CIA was somehow in cahoots with to independently assassinate their own executive, that's a significant stretch. I've seen no evidence to support that, and it goes contrary to everything I learned from
Well, let me ask you, do you think they played a part in enabling drug cartels and drug trafficking, which is another big kind of shadow that hangs over the CIA?
At the beginning of the drug war, I would imagine the CIA has done a division that's dedicated to fighting and preventing narcotics from coming into the United States. So when you paint the picture for me, like, do you think the CIA was complicit in helping drug trafficking or drug use? When I say yes, my
Want some
assumption
baby battle girl?
for Americans is that hey, if the CIA basically set it up so that two different drug cartels shoot each other by assisting
Want
in
some baby
the
battle girl?
transaction sale to a third country, and then leaking that sale happened to a competing cartel, that's just letting cartels do what they do, and doing different goals. So especially at the beginning of the drug war, there was tons of space, lots of room for CIA to get involved in the economics of drugs, and then let the inevitable happen. And it was way more efficient, way more productive than us trying to send our own troops in to kill cartel warlords. So that makes a ton of sense. This seems efficient, seems very practical. Do not believe that CIA will that. I don't think all the accusations that will either buy drugs and sell drugs and somehow make money on the side from it. That's not how it works.
So do you think there's on that point a connection to Barry Seal, the great governor, and then President Bill Clinton out in the North, and Vice President former CIA Director George W. Bush in a little town, a little airport called Reno, Arkansas?
So I am out of my element now. This is what I haven't heard anything else.
So your sense is any of the drug trafficking has to do with criminal operations outside the United States, and the CIA just leveraging that to achieve its ends, but nothing to do with American citizens and American politicians.
With American citizens, again, speaking organization. That would be my sense.
Let me ask you about so back to Operation Northwoods, because it's such a powerful tool, sadly powerful tool used by dictators throughout history for false flag operations. So I think there's, and you said the terrorist attacks in the American war changed a lot for us, for the United States, for Americans, changed the way we see the world. They woke us up to the harshness of the world. I think there's, to my eyes at least, there's nothing that shows evidence that 9/11 was an inside job. But is the CIA or the intelligence agencies or the U.S. government capable? That's the question. So there's a bunch of shadiness about how it's reported on. I just can't. And that's the thing I struggle with. While there's no evidence that there's an inside job, it raises the question to me, well, could something like this be an inside job? Sure as heck, now looking back 20 years, the amount of money that was spent on these wars, the military-industrial complex, the amount of interest, power, and money involved, organizationally can something like that happen?
You know Occam's razor. So Heron's razor is that you can never prescribe to conspiracy what could be explained through incompetence. Right? That is one of those are two fundamental guidelines that we follow all the time. Right? The simplest answer is oftentimes the best, and never prescribe to conspiracy that can be explained through incompetence.
Can you elaborate what you mean by
We as
beings?
intelligence professionals,
Do you think there's a deep truth to that reason?
there is more than there's ages of experience for me and for others. And
In general, people are incompetent. Left to their own means, they're more incompetent than they are malevolent at a large organizational scale.
People are more incompetent of executing a conspiracy than they are of competently, than they are competently executing. That's really what it means, is that it's so difficult to carry out a complex lie. And most people don't have the competency to do it. So it doesn't make any sense to lead thinking of conspiracy. It makes more sense to lead assuming incompetence. When you look at all of the outcomes, all the findings from that, it speaks to incompetence. It speaks rationally and openly to incompetence. And nobody likes talking about it. FBI and CIA to this day hate hearing about it. The 9/11 Commission is going to go down in history as this painful example of the incompetence of the American intelligence community. And it's going to come back again and again. Every time there's an incident, what are we seeing even right now? We miss the U.S. intelligence infrastructure, misjudged Afghanistan, misjudged Hong Kong, misjudged Ukraine's and Russia's invasion of Ukraine. Those were three massive misjudgments in a few years.
That's embarrassing to me.
Exactly right.
So all the sort of cover-up looking things around 9/11 was just people being embarrassed. Right?
If they're taking steps to cover anything up, it's just their own. It's a painful reminder of their lack of competency at the time. Now, I understand that conspiracy theorists want to take inklings of information and put them together in a way that is the most damning, but that goes back to our point about overvaluing losses and undervaluing gain. It's just predictable.
Let me ask you about this because it comes up often. So I'm from MIT, and there was a guy by the name of Jeffrey Epstein that still troubles me to this day. That some of the people I respect were interacting with this individual and fell into his influence, charm, charisma, whatever the hell he used to delude these people. He did so successfully. I'm very minded about this thing. I would love to learn more, but a lot of people, respect that there's intelligence agencies behind this individual, so they were using Jeffrey Epstein for giving access to powerful people, for them to control and manipulate those powerful people. The CIA, I believe, is not brought up as often as Mossad. So this goes back to the original aspect of our conversation: is how much each individual intelligence agencies is willing to go to control, to manipulate, to achieve its needs. Do you think there's? Can you educate me? If, obviously, you don't know, but you can bet. What are the chances that intelligence agencies are involved with the character of Jeffrey Epstein?
In some way, shape, or form, the character of Epstein is 100% guaranteed. That some intelligence organization was involved. Let's talk about why. Let's talk about why. Okay. There's multiple types of intelligence assets that we were talking about earlier. There's foreign intelligence reporting assets. There's access agents, and then there's agents of influence. Three different categories of intelligence, right? One is when we talk about foreign intelligence reporters, these are people who have access to secrets, and their job is to give you their secrets in exchange for gold or money or alcohol or prostitution. Right? Their job is to give you secrets, and then you pay them. Access agents, their job is to give you physical access or digital access to something of interest to you. Or maybe they're the ones that open the door that should have been locked and let you come in and stick your thumb right in the computer. Or maybe they're the ones that share a phone number with somebody and then they're just like, just don't tell them you got the phone number. Their job is to give you access. Then you have these agents of influence. An agent of influence's job is to be part of your effort to influence the outcomes in some way that benefits your intelligence. Right? Of these three types of people, the least scrupulous and the most shady is your agent of influence. Because your agent of influence understands exactly what they're doing. They know they're working with money, and they know they're using the influence to manipulate some other guy. When it comes to powerful people, especially wealthy, powerful people, the only thing that interests them is power. Money is not challenging anymore. Prestige, notoriety, none of those things are challenging. The rest of us, we're busy trying to make money. We're busy trying to build a reputation. We're busy trying to build a fortune, family. At the highest levels, they're for real. They don't need anything. The only thing that they care about is being able to be a power. So a character like Jeffrey Epstein is exactly the kind of character that the Chinese would want, the Russians would want, Mossad would want, the French would want. It's too easy because the man had access to a wide range of American influence. For espionage reasons, for economic espionage reasons, or national security espionage reasons, it doesn't make any sense. But a person like that would be targeted.
But the question is, and whether I think the really important distinction here is this person, Jeff Epstein created, once he's achieved, built his network. So then that's a really sort of which stage you start to notice maybe they're effective at building a network, and you start to building a relationship where at some point there's a job that you create, or do you really create a person?
Yeah, so intelligence organizations have different strategies. In the United States, we never create. We don't have a budget cycle that allows us to create. And the maximum budget cycle in the United States is 5 years. So even if you were to try to invest in some seed operation, create some character influence, essentially every year you have to justify why you spend money. And that becomes very difficult and it's difficult to see. However, Russia and China are extremely adept seed operations, long-term operations. They are willing to invest and develop and create an agent that serves their purposes. Now, to create someone from scratch, like Jeffrey Epstein, the probabilities are extremely low. They would have had to start with 1,000 different targets and try to grow 1,000 different, if you will, influences, and then hope that one of them hits, kind of like a venture capital firm, right? Invest in many, hope that you hit. More likely, they observed him at some point in his own natural rise. They identified his personal vulnerability, very classic espionage technique, and then they stepped in, introduced themselves mid-career, and said, hey, we know you have this thing that you know is kind of frowned upon by your own people, but we don't frown upon it. We can help you both succeed and have a demystify his vulnerability.
I recently talked to Rabbi, who's my careers, who's a fighter jet pilot, about many things. He also does work on a lot of these weapon systems, drones, that kind of thing, including quantum computing. But he also happens to be one of the very few pilots that were willing to go on record and talk about UFO sightings. Does the CIA and the federal government have an interest in those?
In my experience at CIA, that is an area that remains very archaic. That could be one of two reasons. It could be because there is significant interest in that department. Or it could be because it's an area that's it's just not important. It's a distraction. So they compartment so it doesn't distract from other operations. One of the areas that I've been quite interested in and where I've done a lot of research and I've done some work in private intelligence, private investigation side, is with UFOs. The place where UFOs really connect with the federal government is when it comes to aviation safety and predominance of power. So FAA and the U.S. Air Force and the U.S. military are very invested in knowing what's happening in the skies above the United States. And that's primary interesting. When they can rule out the direct threat to national security of UFOs, then they become less interesting. That said, when you have unexplained aerial phenomenon that are unexplained, that can't directly be tied to anything that is known of the terrestrial world, then they're left without an answer to their question. They don't know if it's a threat or not. But the scarier concern for the U.S. national government, the scarier concern that nobody talks about is what if the UFO isn't alien? What if it is actually a cutting-edge war machine that we are eons behind after being able to do?
Or the other concern is that it's a system, it's a machine from a foreign power that's doing intelligence collection.
Correct.
So it's not just military purposes, it's actually collecting data.
Well, they fall, a lot of times the federal government speaks to it's a hostile tool from a foreign government.
So collection of information is a hostile act.
Absolutely. That's why the espionage act exists. That's why it's a criminal offense if you're committing espionage in the United States as a U.S. citizen or foreign citizen.
So I guess they keep digging until they can confirm it's not a threat. But it just, and you're saying that there's not, from your understanding, much evidence that they're doing so, it could be because they're compartmentalized. But you're saying private intelligence institutions are trying to make progress on this. Yeah, it's really difficult to know.
There's an economic interest in the private intelligence because, for example, if you understand why certain aerial phenomena are happening over a location, then you can use that to inform investment, whether to invest in that location or avoid investment in that location. But that's not a national security concern, so that doesn't matter to the government.
If these UFOs behind, now I'm going into a territory of you as a human being, wondering what all the alien civilizations that are out there. The humbling question.
We are not alone.
You think we're not?
It's an improbability that we are alone. If by virtue of the fact that sentient human life exists, intelligent human life exists, all the probabilities that would have to be destroyed for that to be true, simply speak, over the galaxies that exist, and there's no possible life on life. It's a mathematical equation. It's a 1 or a 0, right? And for me, it has to exist. It's impossible otherwise, rationally, for me to think that we're truly the only intelligent life form in all of the universe. But to think that an alien life form is anything like us at all is equally as inconceivable. To think that they're carbon-based, bipedal, humanoid, alien species that just happen to fly around in no machines and visit alien planets in a way that they become observed is it's just silly. It's the world of sci-fi.
Well,
every good scientist, you always assume that there's superior class intelligence. When any scientist carries out an experiment, the whole objective of the experiment is to observe without being disclosed or being discovered. So why on earth would you think that the superior species makes the mistake of being discovered over and over?
So to push back on that idea, if we were to think about us humans trying to communicate with ants, first we observe for a while. There'll be a bunch of PhDs written, a bunch of people just sort of collecting data, taking notes, trying to understand that this thing that you detected that seems to be a living thing, which is a very difficult thing to define from an alien perspective, or from our perspective, we find life on Mars or something like that. Okay, so you observe, but then if you want to actually interact with it, how would you interact with the ants? If I were to interact with the ants, I would try to infiltrate. I would try to figure out what is the language they use to communicate with each other. I would try to operate at their physical scale, like in terms of the physics of the interaction, in terms of the information methods, mediums of information exchange, pheromones or whatever. I would try to mimic that in some way. So in that sense, it makes sense that the object we would see, you mentioned by Peter, yes, of course it's ridiculous that aliens would be very similar to us, but maybe they created forms to like here, the humans will understand it, and this needs to be sufficiently different from humans to probably this would be weird. I don't know. I think it's actually an incredibly difficult problem to figure out how to communicate with a thing you've already dealt with. And people assume like if you're smart, it's easier to talk to the dumb thing. But I think it's actually extremely difficult when the gap in intelligence is just orders of magnitude. And so of course you can observe, but once you notice the thing is sufficiently interesting, how do you communicate?
But this is where one of the things I always try to highlight is how conspiracies are born. Because many people don't understand how easy it is to fall into the conspiratorial cycle. So the first step to a conspiracy being born is to have a piece of evidence that is true. And then immediately following the true evidence is a gap of information. And then to fill in the gap of information, people create an idea, and then the next logical outcome is based on the idea that they just created, which is an idea that's based on something that was imaginary in the first place. So the idea, the factual thing is now 2 steps away, and then 3 steps away, 4 steps away, as the things go on. And then all of a sudden you have this kernel of truth that turns into this wild conspiracy. So in our example, you talk about humans trying to communicate with ants. Ants are not intelligent. There's no ants are not intelligent species. They're drone species that's somehow commanded through whatever technology, whatever
like a typical human, yes.
whatever biological thing is in the brain, right? But they're not. It's not a fair fit. Let's look at gorillas. Let's look at something in the right? We're largely we agree that there is some sort of intelligence for dolphins, some sort of intelligence, right? It is a human thing to want to observe and then communicate and integrate. That's a human thing, not an intelligent life form. So for us to even think that a foreign, intelligent alien species would want to engage and communicate at all is an extremely human assumption. And then from that assumption, then we start going to all the different steps. If they wanted to communicate, wouldn't they want to limit? If they wanted to limit, wouldn't they create devices like ours? So now we're 3 steps removed from the true fact of there's something unexplainable in the skies.
Yeah, so the fact is there's something that's going on in the skies, and then we're filling in the gaps with our basic human biases and assumptions. But the thing is,
now we're getting right back to Project Morpheus. We need some plan. I don't care how crazy the idea is, guys. Give me some plan. But that's where maybe it's an alien species trying to communicate. Maybe it's an alien, a hostile threat that's trying to take over the world. Maybe it's,
but you have to somehow construct hypotheses and theories for anomalies, and then from that, from this giant pile of the ridiculous emerges perhaps a deeper truth over a period of decades, and at first that truth is ridiculed. So, that process.
Revolving around the sun.
Revolving around the sun. Me, it's interesting because us looking out there, sadly, just looking for living life, is forcing us to really ask questions about ourselves, about what is life, how special. First of all, what is intelligence? How special is intelligence in the cosmos? And I think it's inspiring and challenging to us as human beings, both at a scientific and engineering level, but also on a philosophical level. All of these questions are laid before us, and you start to think about it.
So you interviewed Joe Rogan, and he said something that I thought was really, really brilliant. said that
He's gonna love you. Go ahead, sir.
but he said that he realized at some point that the turn in his opinion about UFOs happened when he realized how desperately he wanted it to be true. This is the human condition. Our pink matter works the same way as everybody's pink matter. One of the ways that our pink matter works is with this cognitive bias. It's a mental shortcut. Essentially, your brain doesn't want to process new facts. Instead, it wants to assume certain facts are in place and just jump right to the conclusion. It saves energy, it saves megabytes. So what Joe or Joe Rogan, what Joe identified on his own, what Mr. Rogan identified on his own was his own cognitive loop. And then he immediately grew suspicious of that loop. That is a super powerful tool. That is something that most people never become self-actualized enough to realize, that they have a cognitive loop, let alone questioning their own cognitive loop. So that was, when it came to this topic specifically, that was just a big benefit. Really powerful. Because you learned to not trust
Just for the record, after drinks one whiskey, all that goes out. I think that was just in that moment of time. I'm going to put it because I think he's still.
I'm going to be on the AFK again. I'm going back to sleep, my man.
He's definitely one of the things that inspires me about Joe is how curious he is. He refuses to let go.
Enjoy. Check me out tonight. We'll talk. Take care, baby.
Kind of this curiosity. That's the one thing. Like the whole entirely possible. I think that's a beautiful thing. And actually represents what the best of science is, the childlike curiosity. But so it's good to sort of balance those things, but then you have to wake up to it. Like, is there a chance this is true, or do I just really want it to be true? And that for a brief moment. There's actually a deeper explanation for it that I'll tell you off the mic. That perhaps a lot of people can figure out. Anyway,
just to take it one step further, because I love this stuff. Personally, I love pink matter stuff. In your interview with Jack Barsky, Jack's a good friend of mine, a good dude. Yeah. In your conversation with Jack Barsky, he started talking to you about how his recruiters were feeding back to him his own opinions about himself, how smart he was, how good he was, how uniquely qualified he was. That's all pink matter manipulation. Feeding right back to the person what they already think of themselves is a way to get them to invest and trust you faster. Because obviously you value them for all the right reasons, because that's how they see themselves. So that loop that the KGB was using with Jack did not wake up to that loop at the time. He woke up complaining. So it's happens to all of us. We're all in the loop. It's just whether it's about oat milk, whether it's about aliens, or whether it's about the Democrats trying to take your guns, whatever it is, everybody's in a loop. And we've got to wake up to ask ourselves, just like you said, is it true? Do we just really want it? Until you ask yourself that question, you're just one of the masses trying to.
Yeah, that's really the nature is into the abyss. The dangerous thing is that's the path to insanity is to ask that question. You want to be doing it carefully, but it's also the place where you can truly discover something fundamental about this world that people don't understand. That lay the groundwork for products, scientific, cultural, all that kind of stuff. What is one spy trick? What's one spy trick? You're full of a million spy tricks. People should follow you. Your music podcast. You're just an amazing person. What is the one spy trick you would teach everyone that they can use to improve their life instantly? Now, you already mentioned quite a few, but what else could you do?
My go-to answer for this is not really changed much over the last few years. So the first and most important spy trick to change everything immediately is something called perception versus perspective. We all look at the world through our own perception. My dad used to tell me, my stepdad used to tell me that perception is reality. I was arguing this with him when I was 14 years old. I told you so, Dad. You're still wrong. But perception is your interpretation of the world around you. But it's unique only to you. There's no advantage in your perception. That's why so many people find themselves arguing all the time, trying to convince other people of their own perception. The way that you win any argument, the way that you get ahead in your career, the way that you outsell or outrace anybody is when you move off of perception and move into perspective. Perspective is the act or the art of observing the world from outside of yourself. Whether that's outside of yourself as like an entity just observing from a different point of view, or even more powerful, you sit in the shoes, you sit in the seat of the person opposite you, and you think to yourself, what is their life like? What do they feel right now? Are they comfortable? Are they uncomfortable? Are they afraid? Are they scared? What's the stressor that they woke up to this morning? What's the stressor that they're going to go to sleep with tonight? When you shift places and get out of your own perception and into someone else's perspective, now you're thinking like them, which is giving you an information advantage. But you know what they're all doing? Everyone else out there is trapped in not thinking about a different perspective. So immediately you have superior information, superior position, you have an advantage that they don't have. And if you do that to your boss, it's going to change your life. If you do that to your spouse, it's going to change your marriage. If you do that to your kids, it's going to change your family legacy. Because nobody else out there is just you.
It's so interesting how difficult empathy is for people and how powerful it is, especially for like you said, for spouse, like intimacy.
Yeah.
Like stepping outside of yourself and really putting yourself in the shoes of the other person, considering how they see the world. And that's I really enjoy that. How does that exactly lead to connection? And I think when you start to understand the way the other person sees the world, you start to enjoy the world through their eyes, and you start to be able to share in terms of intimacy, share the beauty that they see together, because you understand their perspective, and somehow you converge as well. Of course, that allows you to get information better, and like that allows you to work together better to share all different ways, and also for actually like people you really disagree with, people on the internet you disagree with. So I find empathy is such a powerful way to resolve any tensions there. Even like people like trolls and all that kind of stuff, I don't deride them and just kind of put myself in their shoes, and it becomes like an enjoyable camaraderie with that.
So I want to draw a pretty bright line between the perspective and empathy. Because empathy is, frankly, an overused term. By people who don't really know what they're saying. I think you know what you're saying, but the vast majority of people listening probably don't say that. Because as soon as you say empathy, they're going to just be like, oh, yeah, I know, I've heard this 1,000 times. Empathy is about feeling what other people feel. And it's understanding.
Would you say?
Yeah, it's about feeling. It's about understanding something. Feeling, it's not the same as sympathy when you feel it. Empathy is about recognizing that you have things, recognizing. Perspective is more than just. It's about brain, it's about deep matter on the left side and the right side. Yes, I care about feelings. And this goes directly to the point about connection. Yes, I care about feelings. I also care about objectives. What is your life? What is your aspiration for it? What was it like to grow up as you? What was it like to experience this, and how did this shape your opinion on that? And what is it that you're going to do next? More than just feelings, actual tactical actions. And that becomes extremely valuable in the operation. Because if you can get into someone's head, brain and brain, feelings and logic, you can start anticipating what actions they're going to take next. You can direct the actions that they're going to take next, because you're basically telling them the story that's in their head. When it comes to relationships and personal connection, we talked about it earlier. The thing that people want the most is community. They want someone else who understands them. They want to be with people. They don't want to be alone. The more you practice perspective, empathy or no empathy. The more you just validate that a person is there, like in this time and space with you, and feelings aside, right? That is powerful. That is intimate. Whether you're talking about lovers, or you're talking about business exchange, or whether you're talking about collaborators in crime, I'm here with you right now. Let's do it. Right? That's powerful.
How much of what you learned in your role at CIA transfer over to relationships, to business relationships, to other aspects of life? This is something you will closely involve with people to help them out. But what have you learned in the commonalities?
Man, I would say about a solid 95% of what I learned at CIA in terms of business. That 5% that doesn't is that they would carry you in a disaster. Just knowing how to shoot on target with my non-violent thing really only has one purpose. It's not going to happen day to day. Right? Knowing how to do a dead drop that isn't discoverable by the local police force isn't going to be useful right now, but it could be useful in disaster. But the 95% stuff is useful. It's all tied to the human condition. It's all tied to being able to understand what someone's thinking, understand what someone's feeling, direct their thoughts, direct their emotions, direct their thought process, win their attention, win their loyalty, win influence, grow your network, grow your own circle of influence. I mean, all of that is immensely valuable. As an example, disguise. The disguise thing that we talked about earlier. Disguise in and of itself has mixed utility. If you're Brad Pitt, you know anybody knows Brad Pitt from level 1 disguise. Or maybe you call me and I walk you through the level 2 disguise so that you can cover the room. Nobody's the whatever it is. But even there, with the 5% that doesn't apply to other life, there's still elements that do. For example, when a person looks at a human being's face, the first place they look is the same part of the face as if they were reading history. So in English, we start from top left and left to right top. So when an English-speaking person interacts with another person, the first thing they look at isn't their eyes. It's the upper left, from their point of view, corner of their face. Right? They look there, and that's it. The information they get is hair color, hair pattern, skin color. Right? That's it. Before they know anything else about the face. This is one of the reasons why somebody can look at you and you ask them what color of my eyes. Because the way they read the face, right, top to bottom. So they're paying a lot of attention to the first few things they see, and then they're paying less attention as they go down the face. The same scrolling of behavior that you see on the internet, right? So when you understand that through the lens of disguise, it allows you to go back to disguise. The most important part of your disguise is up here if you're English speaking, up here if you're speaking some foreign language that read left to left. If it's Chinese, you know how to go either down because they read left down.
So it's so interesting. So yeah, knowing that really helps us to think of the things in terms of physical appearance.
Correct. So when it comes to how to make a disguise, not so useful for the ultra usually. But when it comes to how to read the face, or more importantly, how people are going to read your face, it's extremely important. Because now you know where to find the first signs of deception and baseline.
You mentioned that idea of having privacy is one that we think we can, but really don't. Is it possible for maybe somebody like me or a regular person to disappear?
Absolutely. Yeah, and it's not as hard as you might think. It's not convenient. Again, convenience and security. You can disappear tomorrow. I can walk you through 2 steps right now. But none of them are convenient. They're all extremely secure. The first thing you do is every piece of digital technology you have that is connected to you in any way is now dead. Just let the battery run.
Right.
Correct. Never touch it again. Starting this morning. What you have to do is go out and acquire a new one. Realistically, you will not be able to acquire a new one in the United States by buying it. Because to do so, you would tie it to your credit card, you would tie it to a location, a time, place, or registry, or whatever else. So you would have to acquire it essentially by theft or through the black market. So you would want something because you're going to need the advantage of technology without it being So you go out and you steal a phone, you steal a laptop, do whatever you have to do to make sure that you can get in the password or whatever else that might be. As dirty or as clean as you want that to be, or as flexible. But now you have a technological device that you can work with. And then from there on, you're just doing whatever you have to do, whether you're stealing every step of the way or whether you run a massive con. Keep in mind that we often talk about con and cons. You know the word that con is a root word, right? Confidence. That's what a con man is. Con man is a confidence man. Just somebody who is so brazenly confident that the people around them, living in their own perception, not perspective. In their perception, they're like, he's talking about, so do what he says. So you can run a massive con, and that can take care of your finances, that can take care of your passion, whatever else it is. You are whoever you present yourself to be. So if you want to be Bill in the afternoon, just go tell people your name is Bill.
So the intelligence, natural web intelligence gathering systems we have in the United States and in the world, are they going to believe so long as they go? Are they,
until you do something otherwise. If you are consistent, we talked about consistency being super. If you are consistent, they will think you go for it.
how difficult is it to do?
It's not convenient. It's quite difficult.
Does that like require training?
It does require training.
Because why do criminals always get caught?
Because they accept it. Criminals, I never hesitate to admit this, but people tell me I should admit this. Now I hesitate because of the guidance I've gotten to hesitate, right? Yeah. I like criminals. I'm friends with a number of criminals. Because the only people who get me, right away, are criminals. Because we know what it's like to basically abandon all rules, do our own thing our own way, and we'll just keep turning. Most people are so stuck in the trap of normal thought and behavior that when I tell them, they just go tell people your name is Bill. Most people are going to say, that's not how we work. But a criminal gets, oh yeah, I did that. Yeah. I just told everybody my name is Nancy. And dude, I still believe me. Yeah. Criminals just get it, right? So what happens with criminals is they go to the school of hard knocks. They learn criminal behavior and their job. Spies go to school. We go to the best spy school in the world. We go to Langley's, the farm, right? It's not field trade practice, FTC. Covert location for covert period of time, covert. Some people can see I was watching, not breaking any rules. It's all on Wikipedia, but it's not coming from me.
Yeah.
But we do, that's how we do it. They train us from 100 years of experience in the best ways to carry out covert operations, which are all just criminal activity overseas. We learn how to do it the right way, so that we don't get caught. We learn how to be consistent. More importantly, we learn how to create an operation that has a limited potential. Because the longer it lives, the more at risk you are. So you want operations to be short, concise, on the X, off the X, limit your room for mistakes. Criminals they default to wanting these long-term operations because they don't want to have to recreate a new way to make money every 15 days.
You mentioned anybody from the CIA is watching, so I've seen you talk about the fact that for the people that are currently working at the CIA, that kind of linked on the people who've left the CIA, and they ride down, especially if you go public, especially if things are book and all that kind of stuff. Do you feel the pressure of that to be quiet, to not do something like this conversation we're doing today?
I feel the silent judgment. That's very real. I feel it for myself and I feel it for my wife. It isn't clear on camera what I think, but there's also from the CIA. We both feel the judgment. We know that right now, 3 days after this is released, somebody's going to send an email to a closed network system inside CIA headquarters, and there's a bunch of people who are going to laugh at it. A bunch of people who are going to say that, who knows what, it's not
A bunch of people you respect.
A bunch of people who I'm trying to bring honest. Whether I know them or respect them as a relative. These are people who are out there doing the deal every day. And I want to bring them honor. And I want to do that in a way that I get to share what they can't share and what they won't share when they leave because they will also feel the silent pressure, the pressure to shame or judgment, right? But the truth is that I've done this now long enough. The first few times that I spoke out publicly, the response to being a positive voice to what the sacrifices that people are making. It's so refreshing to be an honest voice that people don't normally hear. That it's too important. One day I'm going to be gone, and kids are going to look back on all this, and they're going to see their dad trying to do the right thing for the right reasons. And even if my son or daughter ends up at CIA, and even if they get ridiculed for being, oh, you're the Bruce Galante kid, your dad's a super sellout. I want them to know he was doing what he could to bring honor to the organization, even when he couldn't stay in
You said when you were 27, I think you know how we done. So now that you're a few years older and wiser, let me ask you to put on your wise sage hat and give advice to other 27-year-olds or even younger 17, 18-year-olds that are just out of high school, maybe doing college, trying to figure out this life, this career thing that they're on. What advice would you give them about how to have a career or how to have a life?
It's a powerful question.
Anything about it?
I think I'm a grand total of 7 days smarter than most. Not a good average.
There's still time.
So for all the young people out there deciding what to do, I would just say the same thing I would say, that I do say, and I will say it again. You only have one. You only have one chance. If you spend it doing what other people expect you to do, you will wake up to your regret at some point. I woke up when I was 38 years old. My wife, in many ways, is still waking up to it as she watches her grandparents pass, and the older generation pass away. The folks that really have enough life, the people who live early on, live their own rules, live their own way, and live every day as if it's the last day. Not necessarily to waste it, being wasteful or silly, but to recognize that today is a day to be productive and constructive for yourself. If you don't want a career, today's not the day to start pursuing a career just because someone else told you to do it. If you want to learn a language, today's the day to find a way to buy a ticket to another country and learn through immersion. If you want a date, if you want to get married, if you want a business, today is the day to just go out and take one step in that direction. And as long as you, every day, just make one new step, just like CIA recruited me, just do the next thing. If the step seems like it's too big, then there's probably 2 other steps that you can do before that. Just make constant progress, build momentum, move forward, live on your own terms. That way you don't ever wake up.
Maybe all work before you know.
Whether you regret it or not.
What do you think is that?
Self-respect. That's a fast answer. There's a story behind it if you want the story. There's a covert training base in Alabama, in the south, far south, where elite tier 1 operators go to learn human intelligence stuff. And there's a bar inside the base. And on the wall is just it's scribbles of opinions. The question in the middle of the wall says, what's the meaning of life? All these elite operators over the last 25 or 30 years, they all go, get drunk, and they scribble their answer, circle their shark, right? Love, family, America, freedom, right? And then the only thing they have to do, if they're going to write something on, they have to connect it with something else important. At least one of the things. So if they write love, they can't just leave it floating there. They have to write love in a little bubble and connect it to something. When you look at that wall, the word self-respect is on it. And it's got a circle, and then you can't see any other word with all the things that connect to self-respect. Just dozens of people have written over, have written their words down and been drawn and scribbled over because of all the lines that come up with self-respect. So what's the meaning of life? From my point of view, I've never seen a better answer. It's all self-respect. If you don't respect yourself, how can you do anything? How can you love someone else if you don't have self-respect? How can you build a business you're proud of if you don't have self-respect? How can you raise kids? How can you make a difference? How can you pioneer anything? How can you just wake up and have a good day? You don't have self-respect.
Power of the individual. That's what makes this country great. I have to say, after traveling quite a bit in Europe, especially in the place of war, coming back to the United States, we really appreciate that the better angels of this nation that deals with things for the citizens. And I'd like to thank you for serving this nation for a time, and humanity for a time, and for being brave enough and bold enough to step up, to inspire others, to educate others, for having many amazing conversations. Honoring you in this conversation today. You're an amazing human. Thanks so much for talking with me.
Lex, I appreciate the invite.
Thanks for listening to this conversation. Support this podcast. Please check out our sponsors in the description. Now, let me leave you with some words of Sun Tzu in the art of war. Let your plans be dark and impenetrable as night. When you move, fall like a thunderbolt. Thank you for listening. I hope this video makes sense.
I remember the reaction. He had drawn these characters and he was slowly moving around. And people had no experience with 3D navigation. It was all still keyboard. We didn't even have mice set up at that time. But slowly moving, going up, picked up the key, go to a wall. The wall disappears in a little animation. There's a monster right there. He practically fell out of his chair. It was just like, ah! And games just didn't do that. You know, the games were the God's eye view. You were a little invested in your little guy. You were sad when things happened, but you just did not get that kind of startled reaction.
We weren't inside
of your face, something in the back of your brain, some reptile brain thing is just going, oh shit, something just happened. And that was one of those early points where it's like, yeah, this is going to make a difference. This is going to be powerful, and it's going to matter.
Following this conversation with John Connor, widely considered to be one of the greatest programmers ever. He was the co-founder of id Software and the lead programmer on several games that revolutionized technology, the experience, and the role of gaming in our society, including Commander Keen, Wolfenstein 3D, Doom. He spent many years as the CTO of Oculus VR, helping to create portals to virtual worlds to define the technological path to the metaverse and better. Now, he has been shifting some of his attention to the problem of artificial general intelligence. This was the longest conversation on this podcast at over 5 hours, and still I can talk to John many, many more times. We hope to do just that. This is the Lex Weekend Podcast. To support it, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, dear friends, here's John. Come back. What was the first program you wrote?
Yeah, I do. So I remember being in a Radio Shack, going up to the TRS-80 computers and learning just enough to be able to do 10 print John Carmack. And it's kind of interesting how, of course, Carnegie and Ritchie with standardized Hello World was the first thing that you do in every computer programming language and every computer, but not having any interaction with the cultures of Unix or any other standardized things, it was just, well, what am I going to say? I'm going to say my name. And then you learn how to do go to 10 and have it scroll all off the screen. It was definitely the first thing that
To ask you programming advice, I was always told in the beginning that you're not allowed to use go-to statements. That's really bad program. Is this correct or not? Can we look at the philosophy and the technical aspects of the go-to statement that seems so convenient?
So
then, which were 1,000-line basic programs or really big programs, they did tend to sort of degenerate into madness. You didn't have good editors, code exploration tools, so you would wind up fixing things in one place, add a little patch. And there's reasons why structured programming generally helps understand them, but go-tos aren't always. Sometimes they're the right thing to do. Usually it's because there's a language feature missing, like nested breaks or something. It can sometimes be better to do a go-to cleanup or go-to error rather than having multiple flags, multiple if statements littered throughout things. But it is rare. If you rep through all of my code right now, I don't think any of my current code bases would actually have a go-to, but deep within sort of the technical underpinnings of a major game engine, you're going to have some go-to.
Yeah, the infrastructure on top of like the closer you get to machine code, the more go-tos you get to see, the more of these like hacks you get to see, because the set of features available to you in all other programming languages is not is limited. So, Prince John Carmack, when is the first time that we could talk about love that you felt love? You said like this is really something.
It really was something that was one of those first sight things where just really from the time that I understood what a computer was, even, I remember looking through old encyclopedias of black and white photos of the IBM mainframes with the reel-to-reel tape decks, and for people nowadays, it can be a little hard to understand what the world was like then for information gathering. I would go to the libraries and there would be a couple books on the shelf about computers, and they would be very out of date even at that point. Just not a lot of information, but I would grab everything that I could find, devour everything. Whenever Time or Newsweek had some article about computers, and put it out with scissors and put it somewhere. It felt like this magical thing, this idea that the computer would just do exactly what you told it to. And there's a little bit of the genie monkey's paw sort of issues there where you better be really, really careful with what you're telling it to do. But it wasn't going to backtalk you. It wasn't going to have a different point of view. It was going to carry out what you told it to do. And if you had the right commands, you could make it do these pretty magical things.
And so what kind of programs did you write first? The Beyond John Carmack.
So I can remember as going through the learning process where you find at the start you're just learning how to do the most basic possible things. And I can remember stuff like Superman comic that Radio Shack commissioned to have Superman had lost some of his super brain and kids had to use Radio Shack TRS-80 computers to do calculations to help him complete his heroics. And I find little things like that and then get a few basic books to be able to kind of work my way up. And it was so precious back then. I had a couple books that would teach me important things about it. One book that I could start to learn a little bit of assembly language from. I have a few books on BASIC and some things that I could get from the libraries. But my goals in the early days was almost always to make games of various kinds. I loved the arcade games and the early Atari 2600 games, and being able to do some of those things myself on the computers was very much what I aspired to. And it was a whole journey. If you learn normal BASIC, you can't do any kind of an action game. You can write adventure games. You can write things where you say, what do you do here? Get sword, attack, troll, that type of thing. And that can be done in the context of BASIC. But to do things that had moving graphics, they were one of the most limited things you could possibly do. You could maybe do Breakout or Pong or that sort of thing, low resolution graphics. And in fact, one of my first sort of major technical hacks that I was kind of fond of was on the Apple II computers. They had a mode called low resolution graphics, where of course all graphics were low resolution back then, but regular low resolution graphics was a grid of 40 by 40 pixels. You could have 16 different colors. And I wanted to make a game kind of like the arcade game Vanguard, just a scrolling game. I wanted to just kind of have it scroll vertically up. And I could move a little ship around and you could manage to do that in BASIC. There's no way you could redraw the whole screen. And I remember at the time just coming up with what felt like a brainstorm to me where I knew enough about the way the hardware was controlled where the text screen and the low resolution graphics screen were basically the same thing. And all those computers could scroll their text screen reasonably. They could do listing and scroll things up. and I figured out that I could kind of tweak just a couple of things that I barely understood, put it into a graphics mode, I could draw graphics, and then I could just do a line feed at the very bottom of the screen, and then the system would scroll it all up using an assembly language routine that I didn't know how to write back. So that was like this first great hack that sort of had analogs later on in my career for a lot of different things. So I found out that I could draw a screen, I could do a line feed at the bottom, we could scroll it up once, I could draw a couple more lines of stuff at the bottom, and that was my first way to scroll the screen, which was interesting, and that played a big part in it.
To do efficient drawing where you don't have to draw the whole screen, where you draw from the bottom using the thing that was designed in the hardware for text.
Yeah, so much of, until recently, game design was limited by what you could actually get the computer to do. Where it's easy to say, okay, I want to scroll the screen, just redraw the entire screen at a slight offset. And nowadays, that works just fine. Computers are ludicrously fast. But up until a decade ago or so, there were all these things everybody wanted to do, but if they knew enough programming to be able to make it happen, it would happen too slow to be a good experience. Either just ridiculously slow or just slow enough that it wasn't fun to experience it. So much of the first couple of decades of the programming work that I did was largely figuring out how to do something. Everybody knows how they want it to happen. It just has to happen 2 to 10 times faster than sort of the straightforward way of doing things would make it happen. And it's different now because at this point, lots of things you can just do in the most naive possible way and it still works out. You don't have nearly the creative limitations or the incentives for optimizing on that level. There's a lot of pros and cons to it, but I do generally, I'm not going to do the angry old man shaking my fist at the clouds bit where back in my day programmers had to do real programming. It's amazing that you can just kind of pick an idea and go do it right now. You don't have to be some assembly language wizard or deep GPU arcanist to be able to figure out how to make the wishes happen.
But there's still, that's true. But let me put on my own man and say that probably the thing that will define the future still requires you to operate at the limits of the current system. So we'll probably talk about this, but if you talk about building the metaverse and building a VR experience that's compelling, it probably requires you to go to assembly, or maybe not literally, but sort of spiritually, to go to the limits of what the system is capable of.
And that really was why virtual reality was specifically interesting to me. It had all the ties to, you could say that even back in the early days, I have some old magazine articles that's talking about Doom as a virtual reality experience back when just seeing anything in 3D. So you could say that we've been trying to build those virtual experiences from the very beginning. In the modern era of virtual reality, especially on the mobile side of things, when it's standalone and you're basically using a cell phone chip to be able to produce these very immersive experiences, it does require work. It's not at the level of what an old school console game programmer would have operated at, where you're looking at hardware registers and you're scheduling all the DMA accesses. But it is still definitely a different level than what a web developer or even a PC Steam game developer usually has to work at. And again, it's great. There's opportunities for people that want to operate either end of that spectrum there and still provide that.
Let me ask you sort of a big question about preference. What would you say is the best program? Your favorite, but also the best. You've seen throughout your career, what you say by many to be the greatest programmer ever. I mean, it's so difficult to place that label on anyone, but if you put on anyone, it's you. So let me ask you these kind of ridiculous questions. What's the best band of all time? But in your case, what's the best program?
Everything has all the caveats about it. So what I use, so nowadays, I do program a reasonable amount of Python for AI, ML sorts of work. I'm not a native Python programmer. It's something I came to very late in my career. I understand what it's good for.
But you don't dream of Python.
I do not. And it has some of those things where there's some amazing stats, what you say. You just start, if you make a loop, a perfectly nested loop and start doing operations in Python, you can be thousands to potentially a million times slower than a proper GPU tensor operation. And these are staggering numbers. You could be as much slower as we've almost gotten faster in our pace of progress and all this miraculous stuff.
So your intuitions about inefficiencies within the Python. So
it keeps hitting me upside the face where it's gotten to the point now I understand. It's like, okay, you just can't do a loop if you care about performance in Python. You have to figure out how you can reformat this into some big vector operation or something that's going to be done completely within a C++ library. On the other hand, it's amazingly convenient, and you just see stuff that people are able to cobble together. You just import a few different things, and you can do stuff that nobody on earth could do 10 years ago. You can do it in a little cookbook thing that you copy paste it out of the website. So that is really great. When I'm sitting down to do what I consider serious programming, it's still in C++, and it's really kind of a C-flavored C++ at that, where I'm not big into the modern template meta programming sorts of things. I see a lot of train wrecks coming from some of that over abstraction. I spent a few years really going kind of deep into the historical Lisp work and Haskell and some functional programming sides of things. And there is a lot of value there in the way you think about things, and I changed a lot of the way I write my C and C++ code based on what I learned about the value that comes out of not having this random mutable state that you kind of lose track of. Because something that many people don't really appreciate the way they've been at it for a long time is that it's not the writing of the program initially, it's the whole lifespan of the program, and that's when it's not necessarily just how fast you wrote it or how fast it operates, but it's how can it bend and adapt as situations change. And then the thing that I've really been learning in my time in Meta with the Oculus and VR work is it's also how well it hands off between the continuous revolving door programmers taking over maintenance and different things, and how you get people up to speed in different areas, all these other different aspects of it. So
is C++ good language for handover between engineers?
probably not the best. And there's some really interesting aspects to this where in some cases languages that are not generally thought well of for many reasons, like C is divided pretty broadly, that yes, obviously all of these security flaws that happen with memory and unsafeness and buffer overruns, things that you've got there. But there is this underappreciated aspect to the language is so simple, anyone can go and, if you know C, you can generally jump in someplace and not have to learn what paradigms they're using because there just aren't that many available. I think there's some really, really well-written C code. I find it great that if I'm messing around with something in OpenBSDs, I can be walking around in the kernel. I understand everything that's going on here. It's not hard for me to figure out what I need to do to make whatever change that I need to. While you can have more significant language, the downside of Lisp, where I don't regret the time that I spent with Lisp. I think that it did help my thinking about programming in some ways. But the people that are biggest defenders of Lisp are saying how valuable of a language it is, that if you write a huge Lisp program, you basically invented your own kind of language and structure, because it's not the primitives of the language you're using very much, it's all of the things you built on top of that. And then a language like Racket, kind of one of the more modern Lisp versions, it's essentially touted as a language for building other languages. And I understand the value of that for a tiny little project, but the idea of that for one of these long-term supported by lots of people kind of horrifies me, where all of those abstractions that you're like, okay, you can't touch this code till you educate yourself on all of these things that we built on top of that. And it was interesting to see how when Google made Go, a lot of criticisms of that are, it's like, wow, this is not a state-of-the-art language. This language is just so simple, almost crude, and you could see the programming language people just looking down at it. But it does seem to be quite popular as basically saying, this is the good things about C. Everybody can just jump right in and use it. You don't need to restructure your brain to write good code. So I wish that I had more opportunity for doing some work in Go. Rust is the other modern language that everybody talks about that I'm not fit past judgment on. I've done a little bit beyond Hello World. I wrote some video decompression work in Rust just as an exercise. But if you really used it since. The best programming language is the one that works generally that we currently use. Because that's another trap is in almost every case I've seen when people mix languages on a project, that's a mistake. I would rather stay just in one language so everybody can work across the entire thing. And we have, like at Meta, we have a lot of projects that use React frameworks. So we've got JavaScript here, and then you have C++ for real work, and then you may have Java interfacing with some other part of the Android system. And those are all kind of horrible things. And that was one thing that I remember talking with Boz at Facebook about it, where I wish we could have just said we're only hiring C++ programmers, and he just thought from the Facebook Meta perspective, well, we just wouldn't be able to find it. With the thousands of programmers that got there, it is not necessarily a dying breed, but you can sure find a lot more Java or JavaScript programmers. And I kind of mentioned that to Elon one time, and he was kind of flabbergasted about that. Like, you go out and you find those programmers, and you don't hire the other programmers that don't do languages that you want to use. But right now, I guess, yeah, they're using JavaScript on a bunch of the SpaceX work for the UI side of things. Find UI programmers for JavaScript programmers.
I wonder if that's because there's a lot of JavaScript programmers. Because I do think that great programmers rare. That it's not, if you just look at statistics of how many people are using different programming languages, that doesn't tell you the story of what the great programmers are using. And so you have to really look at what you are speaking to, just determine what is the language, what does it encourage, how does it encourage you to think, what kind of systems does it encourage you to build. There is something about C++ that has elements of creativity, but forces you to be an adult about your programming, which expects you to be an adult. And so it brings out people that are willing to be creative in terms of building large systems and interesting solutions, but at the same time have the sort of the good software engineering practices that amend themselves to real world systems. Let me ask you about this. So if we, aliens visit in thousands of years and humans are long gone, something tells me that most of the systems in time do not. I kind of think that if we're living a simulation to insert in JavaScript, for the longest time, even still, JavaScript can be expected, and yet it runs so much of the increasing. Is it possible that everything will be written in JavaScript?
So the engineering under JavaScript is really pretty phenomenal. The systems that make JavaScript run as fast as it does right now are the miracles of modern engineering. It does feel like it is not an optimal language for all the things that it's being used for, or an optimal distribution system to build huge apps in something like this without type systems and so on. But I think for a lot of people, it does reasonably the necessary things. It's still a C-flavored language. It's still braces and semicolon language. It's not hard for people to be trained in JavaScript and then understand the roots of where it came from. I think garbage collection is unequivocally a good thing for most programs to be written. It's funny that just this morning, I was seeing a Twitter thread of a bunch of really senior game dev people arguing about the virtues and costs of garbage collection. You run into some people that are top-notch programmers that just say, no, this is literally not a good thing.
Because it makes you lazy?
Yes, that it makes you not think about things. And I do disagree. I think that there is so much objective data on the vulnerabilities that have happened in C and C++ programs, sometimes written by the best programmers in the world. It's like nobody is good enough to avoid ever shooting themselves in the foot with that. Write enough C code, you're going to shoot yourself in the foot. And garbage collection is a very great thing for the vast majority of programs. It's only when you get into the tightest of real-time things that you start saying it's like the garbage collection has more costs than it has benefits maybe there, but that's not 99+% of stuff. So JavaScript is not terrible in those ways, and so much much of programming is not the language itself; it's the infrastructure around everything that surrounds all the libraries that you can get, and different stuff, and ways you can deploy it, the portability that it gives you. And JavaScript is really strong on a lot of those things, where for a long time, and it still does if I look at it, but the web stack about everything that has to go when you do something really trivial in JavaScript and it shows up on a web browser, to kind of x-ray through that and see everything that has to happen for your one little JavaScript statement to turn into something visible in your web browser. It's very, very disquieting, just the depth of that stack and the fact that so few people can even comprehend all of the levels that are going on there. But it's, again, I have to caution myself to not be the good old days old man about it, because clearly there's enormous value. The world does run on JavaScript, pretty good approximation there, and it's not falling apart. There's a bunch of scary stuff where you look at console logs and you just see all of these bad things that are happening, but it's still kind of limping along and nobody really notices. But so much of my systems design and systems analysis goes around, you should understand what the speed of light is, like what would be the best you could possibly do here. And it sounds horrible, but in a lot of cases, you could be 1,000 times off your speed of light velocity for something, and it still be okay. And in fact, it can even sometimes still be the optimal thing in a larger system standpoint, where there's a lot of things that you don't want to have to parachute in someone like me to go in and say, make this web page run 1,000 times faster, make this web app into a hardcore native application that starts up in 37 milliseconds and everything responds in less than 1 frame latency. That's just not necessary. And if somebody wants to go pay me millions of dollars to do software like that, where they can take somebody right out of a boot camp and say, spin up an application for this, often being efficient is not really the best method. Like, that applies in a lot of areas where it's kind of interesting how a lot of our appliances and everything are all built around energy efficiency, sometimes at the expense of robustness in some other ways, or higher cost in other ways, where there's interesting things where energy or electricity could become much cheaper in a future, and that could change our engineering trade-offs for the way we build certain things, where you could throw away efficiency and actually get more benefits that actually matter. That's one of the directions I was considering swerving into was nuclear energy. I was kind of like, what do I want to do next? It was either going to be cost-effective nuclear fission or artificial general intelligence. And one of my pet ideas there is that, people don't understand how cheap nuclear fuel is, and there would be ways that you could be a quarter the efficiency or less, but if it wound up making your plant 10 times cheaper, that could be a radical innovation in something like that. So there's some of these thoughts around direct fission energy conversion, fission fragment conversion, that maybe you build something that doesn't require all the steam turbines and everything, even if it winds up being less efficient. So that applies a lot in programming, where it's always good to know what you could do if you really sat down and took it thought. Because sometimes there's discontinuities, like around user reaction times. There are some points where the difference between operating in 1 second and 750 milliseconds, not that huge. You'll see it in web page statistics, but most usability stuff, not that great. But if you get down to 50 milliseconds, then all of a sudden this just feels amazing. It's just like doing your bidding instantly rather than you're giving it a command, twiddling your thumbs, waiting for it to respond. So sometimes it's important to really crunch hard to get over some pressure. But there are broad bases in the value metric for lots of work where it just doesn't pay to even go that extra mile. And there are craftsmen that they just don't want to buy that. And more power to them. Somebody just wants to say, no, I'm going to be, my pride is in my work. I'm never going to do something that's not as good as I could possibly make it. I respect that, and sometimes I am that person, but I try to focus more on the larger value picture, and you do pick your battles, and you deploy your resources into play. It's going to give you sort of the best user value in the end.
Well, if you look at the evolution of life on Earth, it's a kind of programming effort. It seems like systems that are being optimized. Like natural selection is very inefficient, but it kind of adapts and through the process of adaptation is building more and more complex systems that are more and more intelligent. The final result is kind of pretty interesting. And so I think of JavaScript the same. It's like this giant mess that things naturally die off if they don't work, and if they become useful to people, they kind of naturally live. We built this community, large community of people that are generating code, and some code is sticky, some is not. Nobody knows the inefficiencies or the efficiencies or the breaking points of how reliable this code is, and you kind of just run it, assume it works, and then get unpleasantly surprised, and then that's kind of the evolutionary process.
So that's a really good analogy, and we can go a lot of places with that, where in the earliest days of programming, when you had finite, you could count the bytes that you had to work on this. You had all the kind of hackers playing code golf to be one less instruction than the other person's multiply routine to kind of get through, and it was so perfectly crafted. It was a crystal piece of art when you had a program, because there just were not that many. You couldn't afford to be lazy in different ways. And in many ways, I see that as akin to the symbolic AI, where again, if you did not have the resources to just say, well, we're going to do billions and billions of programmable weights here, you have to turn it down into something that is symbolic and crafted. But that's definitely not the way DNA and life and biological evolution things work. On the one hand, it's almost humbling how little programming code is in our bodies. We've got a couple billion base pairs, and it's all fits on a thumb drive for years now. And then our brains are even a smaller section of that, 50 megabytes. And this is not like Shannon limit perfectly information dense conveyances here. Like, these are messy codes, broken up into amino acids. A lot of them don't do important things, or they do things in very awkward ways. But it is this process of just accumulation on top of things, and you need scale. Both you need scale for sort of population for that to work out. And in the early days, in the 50s and 60s, the kind of ancient era of computers, where you could count, when they say, like when the internet started, even in the 70s, there were 18 hosts or something on it. It was this small finite number, and you were still optimizing everything to be as good as you possibly could be. But now it's billions and billions of devices and everything going on, and you can have this very much natural evolution going on, where lots of things are tried, lots of things are blowing up, venture capitalists lose their money on when a startup invested in the wrong tech stack and things completely fail to scale. But good things do come out of it, and it's interesting to see that the mimetic evolution of the way different things happen. I mentioned Hello World at the beginning. It's funny how some little thing like that, where every programmer knows Hello World now, and that was a completely arbitrary sort of decision. It just came out of the dominance of Unix and C and early examples of things like that. So millions of experiments are going on all the time, but some things do kind of rise to the top and win the fitness report, whether it's Mindspace or programming techniques or anything.
Like there's a site on Stack Exchange called Code Golf where people compete to write the shortest possible program for a particular task in all the different kinds of languages. And it's really interesting to see folks kind of that are masters of their craft really play the limits of programming languages. It's really beautiful to see. And across all the different programming languages, you get to see some of these weird programming languages, the mainstream ones, Python different between Python 2 and 3, you can see C++, Java, you get to see JavaScript, all of that. It's kind of inspiring to see how much depth possibility there is in programming languages that Code Golf kind of tasks reveal. Most of us, if we're doing kind of programming, we kind of do boring, kind of very vanilla type of code. That's the way to build a lot of systems, but it's nice to see the possibility of creative genius still within those languages. It's linear languages. So given that you are once again one of the greatest programmers ever, what do you think makes a good program? Maybe a good modern program?
So I just gave a long rant/lecture at Meta to the TPM organization, and my biggest point was everything that we're doing really should flow from user value. All the good things that we're doing, it's like we're not technical people. It's like you shouldn't be taking pride just in a specific thing. Like Codeball is the sort of thing. It's a fun puzzle game, but that really should not be a major motivator. It's like we're solving problems for people, or we're providing entertainment to people. We're doing something of value to people that's displacing something else in their lives. So we want to be providing a net value over what they could be doing instead they're choosing to use our products. And that's where, it sounds trite or corny, but I fundamentally do think that's how you make the world a better place. If you have given more value to people than it took you and your team to create, then the world's a better place. People have, they've gone from something of lesser value to use your product, and their life feels better for that. And if you produce that economically, that's a really good thing. On the other hand, if you spend ridiculous amounts of money, you've just kind of shoveled a lot of cash into a wood chipper, and you should maybe not feel so good about what you're doing. So being proud about like a specific architecture or specific technology or a specific code sequence that you've done, it's great to get a little smile, like a tiny little dopamine hit for that, but the top level metric should be that you're building things of value. Now, you can get into the argument about how what is user value, how you actually quantify that, and there can be big arguments about that, but it's easy to be able to say, okay, this pissed off user there is not getting value for what you're doing. This user over there with a big smile on their face, a moment of delight when something happened, there's a value that's happened there. You have to at least accept that there is a concept of user value. If you have trouble exactly quantifying it, you can usually make relative arguments about it. Well, this was better than this. We've improved things. So, being a servant to the user is your job when you're a developer. You want to be producing something that other people are going to find valuable. And if you are technically inclined, then finding the right levers to be able to pull, to be able to make a design that's going to produce the most value for the least amount of effort. And it always has to be kind of divided. There's a ratio thing where it's a problem at the big tech companies, whether it's Meta, Google, Apple, Microsoft, Amazon, companies that have almost infinite money. I know their CFO will complain that it's not infinite money, but from most developer standpoints, it really does feel like it. And it's almost counterintuitive that if you're working hard as a developer on something, there's always this thought, if only I had more resources, more people, more RAM, more megahertz, then my product will be better. And that sense that at certain points, it's certainly true that if you are really hamstrung by this, removing an obstacle will make a better product, make more value. But if you're not making your core design decisions in this fiercely competitive way, where you're saying feature A or feature B, you can't just say, let's do both, because then you're not making a value judgment. You're just saying, well, they both seem good. I don't want to necessarily have to pick out which one is better or how much better and tell Team B that, sorry, we're not going to do this because A is more important. But that notion of always having to really critically value what you're doing, your time, the resources you expend, even the opportunity cost of doing something else, that's super important.
Let me ask you about this debate for your measure of measure value. Is it possible to measure it kind of numerically, or can you do this sort of Johnny Ive, the designer route of imagining sort of somebody using the thing and imagining its power, just imagine the experience of love and joy. That's from the design perspective, or if you're building a low level thing from Linux, you imagine the developer that might come across this and use it and become happy and better off because of it. So where do you land on those things? Is it measurable? So I imagine it's like Meta and Google will probably try to measure it, try to optimize engagement or something. That's measuring engagement. Then I think there is a kind of, I admire the designer ethic of like, think of a future. It's it's immeasurable. And you try to make somebody in that future as different from
So I do usually favor, if you can get any kind of a metric that's good, by all means listen to the data. But you can go too far. We've had problems where, hey, we had a performance regression because our fancy new telemetry system was doing bazillion file writes to kind of archive this stuff because we needed to collect information to determine if we were doing, if our plans were good. So when information is available, you should never ignore it.
from actual users using the thing, human beings using the thing, a large number of human beings, and you get to see some potential.
So there's zero to one problem, but when you're doing something really new, you do kind of have to make a guess. But one of the points that I've been making at Meta is we have more than enough users now. Anything somebody wants to try in VR, we have users that will be interested in that. We do not get to make a completely greenfield, blue sky pitch and say, I'm going to do this because I think it might be interesting. I challenge everyone. There are going to be people, whether it's working in VR on your like on your desktop replacement, or communicating with people in different ways, or playing the games. There are going to be probably millions of people, or at least if you pick some tiny niche that we're not in right now, there's still going to be thousands of people out there have the headsets that would be your target market. And I tell people, pay attention to them. Don't invent fictional users. Don't make an Alice, Bob, Charlie that fits whatever matrix of tendencies that you want to break the market down to, because it's a mistake to think about imaginary users when you've got real users that you could be working with. But on the other hand, there is value to having a coldness of vision for a product, and companies like Meta have. They understand the trade-offs. Where you can have a company like SpaceX or Apple in the Steve Jobs era, where you have a very powerful leading personality that they can micromanage at a very low level and say it's like, no, that handle needs to be different, and that icon needs to change the tint there. And they clearly get a lot of value out of it. They also burn through a lot of employees that have horror stories to tell about working there afterwards. My position is that you're at your best when you've got a leader that is at their limit of what they can kind of comprehend of everything below them, and they can't have an informed opinion about everything that's going on. And you take somebody, you've got to believe that somebody that has 30, 40 years of experience, you would hope that they've got wisdom that the just out of boot camp person contributing doesn't have, and that if they're like, well, that's wrong there, you probably shouldn't do it that way, or even just don't do it that way, do it another way. So there's value there, but it can't go beyond a certain level. I have Steve Jobs stories of him saying things that are just wrong right in front of me about technical things because he was not operating at that level. But when it does work and you do get that passionate leader that's thinking about the entire product and just really deeply cares about not letting anything slip through the cracks, I think that's got a lot of value. But the other side of that is the people saying that, well, we want to have these independent teams that are bubbling up the ideas because, it's anti-capitalist or anti-free market to say it's like I want my great leader to go ahead and dictate all these points. Clearly, free markets bring up things that we don't expect. In VR, we saw a bunch of things like it didn't turn out at all the way the early people thought were going to be the key applications, and things that would not have been approved by the dark cabal making the decisions about what gets into the store turn out to, in some cases, be extremely successful. So I definitely kind of wanted to be. There was a point where I did make a pitch. It's like, hey, make me VR dictator, and I'll go in and get shit done. That's just, it's not in the culture. They understand the trade-offs. And that's just not the way. That's not the company that they want to choose.
It's fascinating because VR, and we talk about it, it's still unclear to me in what way VR will change the world, because it does seem clear that VR will somehow fundamentally transform this world, and it's unclear to me how. Yeah. And it's
when you want to get in.
We'll hold on a second. Yeah. So, to stick to the youth being the best programmer ever. Okay, in the early days, when we didn't have the self-responsibilities of leading teams and all that, but when you can focus on just productive day in the life of John Conway? How many hours at the keyboard? How much sleep? What was the source of calories that fueled the brain? What was it? What time did you wake up?
So I was able to be remarkably consistent about what was good working conditions for me for a very long time. I was never one of the programmers that would do all-nighters going through work for 20 hours straight. It's like my brain generally starts turning to mush after 12 hours or so. But the hard work is really important. I would work for decades. I would work 60 hours a week. I would work a 10-hour day, 6 days a week, and try to be productive at that. Now, my schedule shifted around a fair amount when I was young without any kids and any other responsibilities. I was on one of those cycling schedules where I get in an hour later each day and roll around through the entire time. And I wind up pulling in at 2 or 3 in the afternoon sometimes and then working again past midnight or 2 in the morning. And that was when it was just me trying to make things happen. I was usually isolated off in my office. People generally didn't bother me much, and I could get a lot of programming work done that way. I did settle into a more normal schedule, taking kids to school and things like that.
So kids were the forcing function that got you wake up at the same time.
It's not clear to me that there was much of a difference in the productivity with that, where I kind of feel if I just get up when I feel like it, it's usually a little later each day, but I just recently made the focusing decision to try to push my schedule back a little bit earlier to getting up at 8 in the morning and trying to shift things around. Like I'm often doing experiments with myself about what should I be doing to be more productive. And one of the things that I did realize was happening in recent months where I would go for a walk or a run. I cover like 4 miles a day, and I would usually do that just as the sun's going down. Here in Texas now, and it's still really damn hot. But I'd go out at 8:30 or something, cover the time there, and then the showering, and it was putting a hold on my day where I would have still a couple of hours after that. Sometimes my best hours were at night when nobody else is around, nobody's bothering me. But that hole in the day was a problem. So just a couple of weeks ago, I made the change to go ahead and say, all right, get up a little earlier, do a walk or get out there first, so I can have more uninterrupted time. So I'm still playing with factors like this as I kind of optimize my work efforts. But it's always been, it was 60 hours a week for a very long time. To some degree, I had a little thing in the back of my head where I was almost jealous of some of the programmers that would do these marathon sessions. And I had like Dave Taylor, one of the guys that he would be one of those people that would fall asleep under his desk sometimes. All the kind of classic hacker tropes about things. And a part of me was like always a little bothered that wasn't that I would go program 20 hours straight because I'm falling apart and not being very effective after 12 hours. Yeah, 12-hour programming, that's fine when you're doing that, but you're not doing smart work much after, at least I'm not. But there's a range of people. That's something that a lot of people don't really get in their gut. Where there are people that work on 4 hours of sleep and are smart and can continue to do good work. Then there's a lot of people that just fall apart. So I do tell people that I always try to get 8 hours of sleep. It's not this, push yourself harder, get up earlier. I just do worse work where you can work 100 hours a week and still get 8 hours of sleep if you just prioritize things correctly. But I do believe in working hard, working a lot. There was a comment that Game Dev made that I know there's a backlash against really hard work in a lot of cases, and I get into all my arguments about this all the time. But he was basically saying, yeah, 40 hours a week, that's kind of a part-time job. And if you are really in it and doing what you think is important, what you're passionate about, working more gets more done. And it's just really not possible to argue with that if you've been around the people that work with that level of intensity and just say, it's like, no, they should just stop. And we kind of came back around to that a couple of years ago where I was using the fictional example of, all right, some people they'll say with a straight face that no, you are less productive if you work more than 40 hours a week. And they're generally misinterpreting things where your marginal productivity per hour after 8 hours is less than your normal peak hours, but you're not literally getting less done. There's a point where you start breaking things and getting worse behavior and everything out of it, where you're literally going backwards, but it's not an 8 or 10 or 12 hours. And the fictional example I would use was, imagine there's an asteroid coming to impact the Earth, to crash into Earth, destroy all of human life. Do you want Elon Musk or the people working at SpaceX that are building the interceptor that's going to deflect the asteroid? You want them to clock out at 5 because, damn it, they're just going to go do worse work if they work another couple hours. And it seems absurd. And that's a hypothetical, though, and everyone can dismiss that. But then when coronavirus was hitting, and you have all of these medical personnel that are clearly pushing themselves really, really hard, and I'd say it's like, okay, do you want all of these scientists working on treatments and vaccines and caring for all of these people? Are they really screwing everything up by working more than 8 hours a day? And of course, people say I'm just an asshole to say something like that, but it's the truth. Working longer gets more.
But so that's kind of the layer one. But I'd like to also say that, at least I believe, depending on the person, depending on the task, working more and harder will make you better for the next week in those peak hours. And there's something about a deep dedication to the thing that kind of gets deep in you, so to speak. But the hard work isn't just about the raw hours of productivity. It's the thing it does to you in the weeks and months after too.
The temporary in some ways.
And I think, it's like the Jiro dreams of sushi. If you really dedicate yourself completely to making the sushi, like you're really putting in the long hours, day after day after day, you become true craftsmen of the thing you're doing. Now, there's of course discussions about, are you sacrificing a lot of personal relationships? Are you sacrificing a lot of other possible things you could do with that time? But if you're talking about purely being a master or a craftsman of your art, that more hours isn't just about doing more, it's about becoming better at the thing you're doing.
Yeah, I don't gainsay anybody that wants to work the minimum amount. They've got other priorities in their life. My only argument that I'm making is not that everybody should work hard. It's that if you want to accomplish something, working longer and harder is the path to getting it accomplished.
Well, let me ask you about this then. Mythical work-life balance. For an engineer, it seems like that's one of the professions in the program where working hard does lead to greater productivity. But it also raises the question of the personal relationships and all that kind of stuff, family. And how were you able to find? Is there advice you can give, like even outside of yourself? Have you been able to arrive at any wisdom on this?
So I do think that there's a wide range of people where different people have different needs. It's not a one-size-fits-all. Certainly what works for me. I can tell enough that I'm different than a typical average person in the way things impact me, the things that I want to do. My goals are different, and the levers to impact things are different. Where I have literally never felt burnout, and I know there's lots of really smart people that do world-leading work that get burned out, and it's never hit me. I've never been at a point where I'm like, I just don't care about this. I don't want to do this anymore. But I've always had the flexibility to work on lots of interesting things. I can always just turn my gaze to something else and have a great time working on that. And so much of the ability to actually work hard is the ability to have multiple things to choose from and to use your time on the most appropriate thing. There are time periods where it's the best time for me to read a new research paper that I need to really be thinking hard about it. Then there's a time that maybe I should just scan and organize my own notes because I'm just not on top of things. And then there's the time that, all right, let's go bang out a few hundred lines of code for something. So switching between them has been real valuable.
You always have kind of joy in your heart for all the things you're doing, and that is the kind of work-life balance as the first sort of step. So you're always happy.
I do. Happy. Yeah, that's like a lot of people would say, often I look like kind of a in person, with just sitting there with a neutral expression or even like knitted brows and a frown on my face as I'm staring at something.
That's what happens. What's stuck for you?
Yeah, it's kind of true. And that like, okay, I'm pushing through this. I'm making progress here. I, I know that doesn't work. I know it doesn't work for most people. But what I am always trying to do in those cases is I don't want to let somebody that might be a person like that be told by someone else that no, don't even try that out as an option. Where work-life balance versus your life's work, where there is a small subset of the people that can be very happy being obsessive about this, and obsession can often get things done that just practical, prudent, pedestrian work won't, or at least won't for very long.
There's legends on your nutritional intake in the early days. What can you say about as a being a programmer as a kind of athlete? What was the nutrition of
So I have never been that great on really paying attention to it, where I'm good enough that I don't eat a lot. I've never been a big heavy guy, but it was interesting where one of the things that I can remember being an unhappy teenager, not having enough money, and like one of the things that bothered me about not having enough money is I couldn't buy pizza whenever I wanted to. So I got rich, and then I bought a whole lot of pizza.
So that was just defining, like that's what being rich.
There was
like
a lot of little things, like I could buy all the pizza and comic books and video games that I wanted to, and it really didn't take that much. But the pizza was one of those things that it's absolutely true that for a long time I did software, I had a pizza delivered every single day. The delivery guy would be my name, and I didn't find out until years later that apparently I was such a good customer that they just never raised the price on me. I was using this 6-year-old price for the pizzas that they were still kind of sending my way every day.
So you were doing eating once a day? Or were you?
It would be spread out. You have a few pieces of pizza and you have some more later on. And I'd maybe have something at home. It was one of the nice things that Facebook Meta is they feed you quite well. You get a different, now it's DoorDash sorts of things delivered, but they take care of making sure that everybody does get well fed. I probably had better food those 6 years that I was working in the Meta office there than I used to before. But it's worked out okay for me. My health has always been good. I get a pretty good amount of exercise, and I don't eat to excess, and I do a lot of other kind of not so good for you things. So I'm still doing quite well at my age.
Did you have a kind of spiritual experience with food or coffee or any of that kind of stuff? I mean, the programming experience, with music or like obviously environment was important, or creating an environment and the things you take into your body, just everything you construct can become a kind of ritual that empowers the whole process. Did you have that relationship with pizza or?
It would really be with my there still is that sense of, drop the can down, crack open the can of Diet Coke, all right, now I'm in business, we're getting to work here.
Still, to this day,
yeah.
This Diet Coke is still fun.
Yeah, probably 8 or 9 a day.
Nice. Okay, what about set? How many screens? What kind of keyboard? Is there something interesting? What kind of IDE? Emacs Vim or something modern? Linux, what operating system, laptop? Any interesting things that we can feature?
So I kind of migrated cultures where early on through all of game dev, there was sort of one culture there, which was really quite distinct from the more Silicon Valley venture culture for things. They're different groups and they have pretty different worries in the way they think about things. And I still do think a lot of the big companies can learn things from the hardcore game development side of things. Where it still boggles my mind how hostile to debuggers and IDEs that so much of the kind of big money, get billions of dollars, Silicon Valley venture-backed funds are.
And that's interesting. Sorry, so you're saying like big companies like Google and Meta are hostile to?
They are not big on debuggers and IDEs. Like so much of it is like Emacs Vim for things, and we just assume that debuggers don't work most of the time for the systems. And a lot of this comes from a sort of Linux bias on a lot of things. Where I did come up through the personal computers and the DOS and then Windows, and Borland tools and then Visual Studio, and
Do you appreciate the buttons?
very much so. I mean, a debugger is how you get a view into a system that's too complicated to understand. I mean, anybody that thinks just read the code and think about it, that's an insane statement. And you can't even read all the code on a big system. You have to do experiments on the system. And doing that by adding long statements, recompiling, and rerunning it is an incredibly inefficient way of doing it. I mean, yes, you can always get things done even if you're working with stone knives and hair things. That is the mark of a good programmer, is that given any tools, you will figure out a way to get it done. But it's amazing what you can do with sometimes much, much better tools, where instead of just going through this iterative compile, run, debug cycle, you have the old Lisp direction of like you've got a repo and you're working interactively, doing amazing things there. But in many cases, a debugger has a very powerful user interface that can stop, examine all different things in your program, set all these different breakpoints. And of course, you can do that with GDB or whatever there. But this is one of the user interface fundamental principles where when something is complicated to do, you won't use it very often. There's people that will break out GDB when they're at their wits' end and they just have beat their head against a problem for so long. But for somebody that grew up with game dev, it's like they were running into the debugger anyways before they even knew there was a problem. And you would just stop and see, what was happening. And sometimes you could fix things even before you did one compile cycle. You could be in the debugger and you'd say, well, I'm just going to change this right here. And yep, that did the job. Fix it for a while.
And for people who don't know, GDB is a popular, I guess, Linux debugger, primarily for C++.
And they handle most languages, but it's based on C as the original language.
And it's kind of like command line. It's not user friendly. It doesn't allow for clean visualizations. And you're exactly right. So you're using this kind of debugger usually when you're at wit's end and there's a problem. You can figure out why by just looking at the code. That's how I guess normal programmers use it. But you're saying there should be tools that kind of visualize and help you as part of the programming process, just a normal programming process, but to understand the code deeper.
When I'm working on the C++ code, I'm always running it from the debugger. I type in the code, I run it. Many times the first thing I do after writing code is set a breakpoint and step through the function. And other people will say, oh, I do that in my head. Well, your head is a faulty interpreter of all those things there. And I've written branded code. I want to step in there and single step through that, examine lots of things, and see if it's actually doing what I expected it to.
It is a kind of companion, the debugger. Like you're not coding interactive with another being. The debugger is a kind of dumb being, but it's a reliable being. But that is an interesting question for this AI thing. The codecs and this kind of ability to generate code. Might be you might start having tools that understand the code in interesting, deep ways that can work with you.
There's a whole spectrum there from static code analyzers and various kind of dynamic tools there up to AI that can conceivably block these programs that literally no human can understand. Too big, too intertwined, too interconnected. But it's not beyond the possibility of understanding. It's just beyond what we can hold in our heads as a mutable state while we're working on things. And I'm a big proponent, again, of things like static analyzers and some of that stuff where you'll find some people that don't like being scolded by a program for how they've written something. Oh, I know better. Sometimes you do, but that was something that it was very, very valuable for me. Not too many people get an opportunity like this to have. This is almost one of those spiritual experiences as a programmer, an awakening to the software code bases were a couple million lines of code. And at one point, I used a few of the different analysis tools, but I made a point to really go through and scrub the code base using every tool that I could find. And it was eye-opening. We had a reputation for having some of the most robust, strongest code. There were some great things that I remember hearing from Microsoft telling us about crashes on Xbox, that we had this tiny number that they said were probably literally hardware errors. And then you have other significant titles that just have millions of faults that are getting reported all the time. So I was proud of our code on a lot of levels, but when I took this code analysis squeegee through everything, it was it was shocking how many errors there were in there. Things that you could say, okay, this was a copy paste, not changing something right here. Lots of things that were the most common problem was something in a printf format string was the wrong data type that could cause crashes there. And you really want the warnings for things like that. Next most common was missing a check for null that could actually happen, that could blow things up. Those are obviously like top C++ things. Everybody has those problems. But the long tail of all of the different little things that could go wrong there, we had good programmers. And my own code, stuff that I've been looking at, it's like, I wrote that code, that's definitely wrong. We've been using this for a year, and it's this submarine, this mine sitting there waiting for us to step on. And it was humbling. It was, and I reached the conclusion that anything that can be syntactically allowed in your language, if it's going to show up eventually in a large enough code base. You're not going to, good intentions aren't going to keep it from happening. You need automated tools and guardrails for things. And those start with things like static types, type hints and more dynamic languages. But the people that rebel against that basically say that slows me down doing that, there's something to that. I get that. I've written, I've cobbled things together in a notebook. I'm like, wow, this is great that it just happened. But yeah, that's kind of sketchy, but it's working fine. I don't care. It does come back to that value analysis where sometimes it's right to not care. But when you do care, if it's going to be something that's going to live for years and it's going to have other people working on it, and it's going to be deployed to millions of people, then you want to use all of these tools. You want to be told, it's like, look, you screwed up here, and here. And that does require kind of an ego check, where you have to be open to the fact that everything you're doing is just littered with flaws. It's not that, oh, you occasionally have a bad day. It's just whatever stream of code you output, there's going to be a statistical regularity of things that you just make mistakes. And I do think there's a whole argument about test-driven design and unit testing versus kind of analysis and different things. I am more in favor of the analysis and the stuff that just like you can't run your program until you fix this, rather than you could run it and hopefully a unit test will catch it.
Yeah, in my private code, I have asserts everywhere.
Yeah.
There's something pleasurable to me about sort of the dictatorial rule of like, this should be true at this point. And too many times, I've made mistakes that shouldn't have been made. And I would assume I wouldn't be the kind of person who would make that mistake, but I keep making that mistake. Therefore, an assert really catches me, really helps all the time. So I would say like 10 to 20% of my private code, just for personal use, is probably assert.
It's an active thought. It's one of those things that in theory, they don't make any difference to the program, and if it was all operating the way you expected it would be, then they will never fire. But even if you have it right and you wrote the code right initially, then circumstances change. The world outside your program changes. And in fact, that's one of the things where I'm kind of fond in a lot of cases of static array size declaration, where I went through this period where it's like, okay, now we have general collection classes, we should just make everything variable. Because I had this history of, in the early days, you get Doom, which had some fixed limits on it, then everybody started making crazier and crazier things, and they kept bumping up to different limits, this many lines, this many sectors, and it seemed like a good idea. Well, we should just make this completely generic and kind of go up to whatever. And there's cases where that's the right thing to do, but it also, the other aspect of the world changing around you is it's good to be informed when the world has changed more than you thought it would. And if you've got a continuously growing collection, you're never going to find out. You might have this quadratic slowdown on something where you thought, oh, I'm only ever going to have a handful of these. But something changes and there's a new design style, and all of a sudden you've got 10,000. So I kind of like, in many cases, picking a number, a round power of 2 number, and setting it up in there and having an assert saying, like, hey, you hit this limit. You should probably think, are the choices that you made around all of this still relevant if somebody's using 10 times more than you thought?
Yeah, this code was originally written with this kind of worldview, with this kind of setup constraints. You're thinking of the world in this way. If something breaks, that means you got to rethink the initial stuff. and it's nice for it to do that. Is there any stuff like keyboard or monitor?
I'm fairly pedestrian on a lot of that, where I did move to triple monitors like several years ago. I had been dual monitor for a very long time, and it was one of those things where probably years later when I should have, it was like, oh, the video cards now generally have 3 output ports, so I should just put the third monitor up there. That's been a period. I've been very happy with that. But no, I don't have fancy keyboard or mouse.
The key things is an IDE that has helpful debuggers, that helpful tools. It's not and then
But I did spend, I spent one of my week-long retreats where I'm like, okay, I'm going to make myself use, it was actually classic BI, which I know people would say you should never have done that, you should just use BIM directly. But, I gave it the good try. It's like, okay, I'm being in kind of classic Unix developer mode here, and I worked for a week on it. I had used Anki to teach myself the different little key combinations for things like that. And the was just like, all right, this was kind of like my Civil War reenactment things. It's like I'm going out there doing it like they used to in the old days. It was kind of fun in that regard.
So many people right now.
But it was
screaming as they're listening to this.
Look at the out is this was not modern film, but still, yes, I was very happy to get back to Visual Studio.
Yeah, I struggle with this a lot because I use a Kinesis keyboard and using and I feel like I can do exactly as you said. I can understand the code, I can navigate the code, there's a lot of stuff to build. And then Emacs, we can use the list, we can customize a lot of things for yourself to help you introspect the code, help you understand the code and visualize it. Or you can run debuggers, but it's work. And the world moves past you. And better and better ideas constantly being built. That puts a kind of, I need to take the same kind of retreat as you're talking about, but now I'm still fighting the Civil War. I need to kind of move into the 21st century.
And it does seem like the world is, a large chunk of the world is moving towards Visual Studio Code, which is kind of interesting to me. Against the JavaScript ecosystem on the one hand, and IDEs are one of those things that you want to be infinitely fast. You want them to just kind of immediately respond. And heck, I've got, there's someone I know, an old school game dev guy that still uses Visual Studio 6. And on a modern computer, everything is just absolutely instant on something like that because it was made to work on a computer that's 10,000 or 100,000 times slower. So just everything happens immediately. And all the modern systems just feel, they feel so crafty when, oh, why is this refreshing the screen and moving around and updating over here and something blinks down there and we should update this. And there's, there are things that we've lost with that incredible flexibility, but lots of people get tons of value from it, and I am super happy that seems to be winning over even a lot of the old Vim and Emacs people. And they're kind of like, hey, Visual Studio Code's maybe not so bad. That may be the final peacekeeping solution where everybody is reasonably happy with something like that.
So, can you explain what a dot plan file is? What role that played in your life? It's still continue to play a role.
Back in the early days of its one of our big things that was unique with what we did is I had adopted next stations or next step systems from Steve Jobs' the Outlook Good School from Apple. And they were basically, it was kind of interesting because I did not really have a background with the Linux system. So many of the people that get immersed in that in college, and and that sets a lot of cultural expectations for me. And I didn't have any of that, but I knew that my background was I was a huge Apple II fanboy. I was always a little suspicious of the Mac. I was not really what kind of I wanted to go with. But when Steve Jobs left Apple and started Next, this computer did just seem like one of those amazing things from the future, where it had all of this cool stuff in it. And we were still, back in those days, working on DOS. Everything blew up. You had reset buttons because your computer would just freeze. If you're doing development, literally dozens of times a day, the computer was just rebooting constantly. And so this idea of, yes, any of the Unix workstations would have given a stable development platform where you don't crash and reboot all the time. But Next also had this really amazing graphical interface, and it was great for building tools. It used Objective-C as the interesting. Yeah,
so Next was Unix based. It's had Objective-C. So it had a lot of the elements
that became Mac. I mean, the kind of reverse acquisition of Apple by Next, where that took over and became what the modern Mac system is.
and define some of the level for like the tools and the community.
Yeah, you've still got, if you're programming on Apple stuff now, there's still all these NS somethings, which was originally Next Step objects that different kinds of things. But one of the aspects of those Unix systems was they had this notion of a dot plan file, where a dot file is an invisible file, usually your home directory or something, and there was a trivial server running on most Unix systems at the time that when somebody ran a trivial little command, you could do finger and then somebody's address, it could be anywhere on the internet. Then all that server would do was read the dot plan file in that user's home directory and then just spit it out. And originally the idea was that could be when you're on vacation, what your current project was, it's supposed to be a plan of what you're doing. And people would use it for various purposes, but all it did was dump that file over to the terminal of whoever issued the finger command. And at one point I started just keeping a list of what I was doing, which would be what I was working on in the day, and I have this little syntax I got to myself about here's something I'm working on, I put a star when I finish it, I have a few other little bits of punctuation. And at the time it started off as being just like my to-do list. It would be these trivial, obscure little things like I fixed something with collision detection code, made Fireball do something different, and just little one-liners that people that were following the games would kind of decipher. But I did wind up starting to write much more in-depth as I would have little notes of thoughts and insights, and then I would eventually start having little essays I would sometimes dump into the plan files, interspersed with the work logs of things that I was doing. So in some ways it was a super early proto-blog where I was just dumping out what I was working on, but it was interesting enough that there were a lot of people that were interested in this. So most of the people didn't have Unix workstations, so there were the websites back in the day that would follow the Doom and Quake development that would basically make a little service that would go grab all the changes that you could just get with a web browser. And there was a period where all of the little kind of Dallas gaming diaspora of people that were all in that orbit, there were a couple dozen plan files going on, which was, this was some years before blogging really became kind of a thing. And it was kind of a premonition of sort of the way things would go. And there was it's all been collected, it's available online in different places, and it's kind of fun to go back and look through what I was thinking, what I was doing in different areas.
Have you had a chance to look back? There's some interesting, very low level specific to-do items, maybe things you've never completed, all that kind of stuff, and high level philosophical essay type of stuff.
There's some good stuff on both where a lot of it was low level details about game dev, and I've learned enough things where there's no project that I worked on that I couldn't go back and do a better job at. You learn things, hopefully, if you're doing it right, you learn things as you get older, and you should be able to do a better job at all of the early things. There's stuff in Wolfenstein, Doom, Quake. So clearly, I could go back and do a better job at this, whether it's something on the rendering engine side or how I implemented the monster behaviors, manage the resources.
Do you see the flaws in your thinking now? Looking back?
Yeah, I do. I mean, sometimes I'll get I'll look at it and say, yeah, I had a pretty clear view of I was doing good work there. And I haven't really hit the point where there was another programmer, Graham Devine, he worked at id, set of guests. And he made some comment one time where he said he looked back at some of his old notes and was like, wow, I was really smart back then. And I don't hit that so much where, I look at it and I always know that, yeah, there's all the agent can get certain changes in how you were able to work problems, but all of the problems that I've worked, I'm sure that I could do a better job on all of them.
You could still step right in to try to find some time and talk to that guy. You can teach him a few things.
Yeah.
That's awesome. What about the high level philosophical stuff? Is there some insights that you would?
There's things that I was understanding about development and the industry and so on that were in a more primitive stage where I I definitely learned a lot more in the later years about business, organization, and team structure. There were, there were definitely things that I was not the best person or even a very good person about managing, like how a team should operate internally, how people should work together. I was just get out of my way and let me work on the code and do this. And more and more I learned how, in the larger scheme of things, how sometimes relatively unimportant some of those things are. Where there's this user value generation that's the overarching importance for all of that. And I didn't necessarily have my eye on that ball correctly through a lot of my earlier years. And there's things that I could have gotten more out of people handling things in different ways. I could have made, in some ways, more successful products by following things in different ways. There's mistakes that we made that we couldn't really have known how things would have worked out, but it was interesting to see in later years companies like Activision show, hey, you really can just do the same game, make it better every year. And you can look at that from a negative standpoint and say, oh, that's just being derivative and all that. But if you step back again and say, it's like, no, are the people buying it still enjoying it? Are they enjoying it more than what they might have bought otherwise? And you can say, no, that's actually a great value creation engine to do that if you're in a position where you can. Don't be forced into reinventing everything just because you think that you need it to work. Lots of things about business and team stuff that could be done better. But the technical work, the kind of technical visionary type stuff that I laid out, I still feel pretty good about. There are some classic old ones about my defending of OpenGL versus D3D, which turned out to be one of the more probably important momentous things where it was always a rear guard action on Windows where Microsoft was just not going to let that win. But when I look back on it now, that fight to keep OpenGL relevant for a number of years there meant that OpenGL was there when mobile started happening, and OpenGL ES was the thing that drove all of the acceleration for the industry. And it's really only in the last few years, as Apple's moved to Metal and some of the other companies have moved to Vulkan, that's moved away. But really stepping back and looking at it, it's like, yeah, I sold tens of millions of games for different things, but billions and billions of devices wound up with an appropriate, capable graphics API due in no small part to me thinking that was really important that we not just give up and use Microsoft's at that time really terrible API. The thing about Microsoft is the APIs don't stay terrible. They were terrible at the start, but a few versions on, they were actually quite good. And there was a completely fair argument to be made that by the time DX9 was out, it was probably a better programming environment than OpenGL, but it was still a wonderful, good thing that we had an open standard that could show up on Linux and Android, iOS, evenally WebGL still to this day. So that would be on my greatest hits list of things that I
the impact it had on billions of devices, yes. So let's talk about it. Can you tell the origin story of id Software? Again, one of the greatest game developer companies ever created. Rothschild, Big D, games that defined my life also in many ways. As a thing that made me realize what computers are capable of, in terms of graphics, in terms of performance, it just unlocked something deep in me and understanding what these machines are, what games can do. So Rothschild, Big D, Dual, Quake, and just all the incredible engineering innovations. So how do it all start?
So I'll caveat up front that I usually don't consider myself the historian of the software side of things. I usually do kind of point people at John Romero for stories about the early days where I've never been, like I've commented that I'm a remarkably unsentimental person in some ways, where I don't really spend a lot of time unless I'm explicitly prodded to go back and think about the early days of things. And I didn't, I didn't necessarily make the effort to archive everything exactly in my brain. The more that I work on machine learning and AI, the aspects of memory, how you go back and polish certain things, it's not necessarily exactly the way it happened. But having said all of that, from my view, the way everything happened that led up to that was after I was an adult, kind of taking a few college classes, deciding to drop out, I was hard scrabble contract programming, really struggling to kind of keep groceries and pay my rent. And the company that I was doing the most work for was a company called Soft Disk Publishing, which had the sounds bizarre now business model of monthly subscription software. Before there was an internet that people could connect to and get software, you would pay a certain amount every month. They would send you a disk that had some random software. And people that were into computers thought this was kind of cool. And they had different ones for the Apple II, the 2GS, the PC, the Mac, the Amiga, lots of different things. So quirky little business, but I was doing a lot of contract programming for them, write tiny little games and sell them for $300 and $500. And one of the things that I was doing to keep my head above water here was I decided that I could make one program and I could port it to multiple systems. I would write a game like Dark Design or Catacombs, and I would develop it on the Apple II, the 2GS, and the IBM PC, which apparently was the thing that really kind of piqued the attention of the people working there. Jay Wilbur was my primary editor, and Tom Hall was a secondary editor. And they kept asking me, hey, you should come down and work for us. And I pushed it off a couple times because I was really enjoying being off on my own, even if I was barely getting by. I was doing nothing but programming all day. But I did have enough close scrapes with, like, I'm just really out of money that maybe I should get an actual job rather than contracting these one at a time things. And James Wilford was great. He was like FedExing me the checks when I would need them to kind of get over whatever hump I was at. So I finally took them up on their offer to come down to Shreveport, Louisiana. I was in Kansas City. Drove down through the Ozarks and everything down to Louisiana and saw the Soft Disk offices, went through, talked to a bunch of people, met the people I had been working with remotely at that time. But the most important thing for me was I met two programmers there, John Romero and Lane Roth, that first time ever I had met programmers that knew more cool stuff than I did, where the world was just different back then. I was in Kansas City. It was one of those smartest kid in the school, does all the computer stuff. The teachers don't have anything to teach him. But all I had to learn from was these few books at the library. It was not much at all. And there were some aspects of programming that were kind of black magic to me. It's like, oh, he knows how to format a track on a low-level drive programming. And I was still not at all sure I was going to take the job, but I met these awesome programmers that were doing cool stuff. Romero had worked in Origin Systems and they'd done so many different games ahead of time that I did kind of quickly decide that I'll go take the job down there. And I settled down there, moved in, and started working on 4 little projects. And the first kind of big change that happened down there was the company wanted to make a gaming-focused, PC gaming-focused subscription. Just like all their others, the same formula that they use for everything. Pay a monthly fee and you'll get a disc with 1 or 2 games just every month. No choice in what you get, but we think it'll be fun. And that was the model they were comfortable with. They said, all right, we're going to start this Gamer's Edge department. And all of us that were interested in that, being Romero, Tom Hall was helping us from his side of things. Jay would peek in, and we had a few other programmers working with us at the time. And we were going to just start making games, just the same model. And we dived in, and it was fantastic.
You have to make new games
every
month.
Yeah. And this, in retrospect, looking back at it, that sense that I had done all this contract programming, John Romero had done far more of this, where he had done one of his teaching himself efforts was he made a game for every letter of the alphabet. That sense of I'm just going to go make 26 different games, give them a different theme, and you learn so much when you go through and crank these things out. bi-weekly, monthly basis.
From start to finish. It's not like just an idea. It's not from the very beginning to the very end. It's done. It has to be done. There's no delay. It's done.
Yeah. And that kind of rapid iteration pressure cooker environment was super important for all of us developing the skills that brought us to where we eventually went to. I mean, people would say, like in the history of the Beatles, like it wasn't them being the Beatles, it was them playing all of these other early works, that opportunity to craft all of those skills before they were famous, that was very critical to their later successes. I think there's a lot of that here where we did these games that nobody remembers, lots of little things that contributed to building up the skill set for the things that eventually did make us famous.
And Dostoevsky wrote The Gambler. I had to write it in a month just to make money. And nobody remembers that part because he had to figure out, he literally didn't have enough time to write it fast enough, so he had to come up with hacks.
It comes down to that point where pressure and limitation of resources is surprisingly important. And it's counterintuitive in a lot of ways, where you just think that if you've got all the time in the world and you've got all the resources in the world, of course you're going to get something better. But sometimes it really does work out that the innovations are a necessity, and resource constraints, you have to do things where you don't have a choice. It's surprising what you can do.
Is there any good games written in that time? Would you say
some of them are still fun to go back and play, where you get they were all about kind of the more modern terms game feel, about how just the exact feel of things. It's not the grand strategy of the design, but how running and jumping and shooting and those things feel in the moment. And some of those are still, you sat down on them, you kind of go, it's a little bit different, it doesn't have the same movement feel, but you move over, you're like, bang, jump, bang. Hey, that's kind of cool.
You can get lost in the rhythm of the game? Like, is that what you mean by feel? It's just like there's something about it that pulls you in.
Nowadays, again, people talk about compulsion loops and things, where it's that sense of exactly what you're doing, what your fingers are doing on the keyboard, what your eyes are seeing, and there are going to be these sequences of things: grab the loot, shoot the monster, jump over the obstacle, get to the end of the level. These are eternal aspects of game design in a lot of ways, but there are better and worse ways to do all of them. And we did so many of these games that it was we got a lot of practice. So one of the kind of weird things that was happening at this time is John Romero was getting some strange fan mail. So back in the days, this was before email, so we literally got letters sometimes telling him, it's like, oh, I want to talk to you about your games, and I want to reach out, different things. And eventually it turned out that these were all coming from Scott Miller at Apogee Software, and he was reaching out through, he didn't think he could contact John directly, that he'd get intercepted, so he was trying to get him to contact him through like back channel fan mail, because he basically was saying, hey, I'm making all this money on shareware games. I want you to make shareware games, because he had seen some of the games that Romero had gotten. And, we looked at Scott Miller's games, and we didn't think they were very good. We were like, that can't be making the kind of money that he's saying he's making 10 grand or something off of this game. And we really thought that it was full of shit, that it was a lie trying to get him into this. But so that was kind of going on at one level. And it was funny the moment when Romero realized that he had some of these letters pinned up on his wall, like all of his fans, and we noticed that they all had the same return address with different names on them, which was a little bit of a two-edged sword there.
Trying to figure out the puzzle they locked out before.
Yeah, what happened after kind of coincident with that was I was working on a lot of the new technology, where I was now full on the IBM PC for the first time. Where I was really a long holdout on Apple II forever, and I wrote my Apple II. It was the computer I wished I had when I was growing up, and when I finally did have one, I was kind of clinging on to that well past its sort of good use.
Is it the best computer ever made, would you say?
I wouldn't make judgments like that about it, but it was positioned in such a way, especially in school systems, that it impacted a whole lot of American programmers in this, where there was programs that the Apple IIs got into the schools, and they had enough capability and lots of interesting things happened with it. In Europe, it was different. You had your Amigas and Ataris, and Acorns in the UK and things that had different things. But in the United States, it was probably the Apple II made the most impact for a lot of programmers of my generation. But so I was really digging into the IBM, and this was even more so with the total focus because I moved to another city. I didn't know anybody that I wasn't working with. I had a little apartment, and then at SoftDisk, again, the things that drew me to it, I had a couple programmers that knew more than I did, and they had a library. They had a set of books, a set of magazines. They had a couple of years of magazines, Dr. Dobbs Journal, and all of these magazines that had information about things. And so I was just in total immersion. It was eat, breathe, sleep, computer programming, particularly the IBM, everything that I was doing. And I was digging into a lot of these low-level hardware details that people weren't usually paying attention to, the way that the IBM EGA cards worked, which was fun for me. I hadn't had experience with things at that level, and back then, you could get hardware documentation just down at the register levels. This is where the CRTC register is, this is how the color registers work, and how different things are applied. And they were designed for a certain reason. They were designed for an application. They had an intended use in mind. But I was starting to look at other ways that they could perhaps be exploited that they weren't initially intended for.
Did you comment on like what operating system was there? What instruction set was it? Like what did they? What were we talking?
So this was DOS x86, 16-bit 8086. The 286s were there. 386s existed. They were rare. We had a couple for our development systems, but we were still targeting more broad. It was all DOS 16-bit. None of this was kind of DOS extenders and things.
How different is it from the systems of today? Is it kind of the precursor that's similar?
Very little. If you open up command.exe on Windows, you see some of the remnants of all of that, but it was a different world. It was the 640K is enough world, and nothing was protected. It crashed all the time. You had TSRs or terminate and stay resident hacks on top of things that would cause configuration problems. All the hardware was manually configured, 100%. So it was a very different world. But
the code is still the same, similar.
You could still write it. My earliest code there was written in Pascal. It was what I had learned.
Pascal. So between BASIC and C++, where's Pascal?
So basic assembly language. Some of my intermediate stuff was, well, you had to performance. BASIC was just too slow. So most of the work that I was doing as a contract programmer in my teenage years was assembly language.
Wait, you wrote?
Yeah, complete games in language. Thousands and thousands of lines of three-letter acronyms for the instructions.
But you don't earn the once to get greatest programmer ever label about you for the assembly. Okay.
Let's get everybody right there. Everybody serious with it. It was kind of a
serious. See what he said?
Yeah.
Everybody's serious. Yeah.
It was an outlier to use Pascal a little bit, where there was one famous program called Wizard. It was one of the great early role-playing games that was written in Pascal, but it was almost nothing to use Pascal. But I did learn Pascal, and I remember doing all of my, like to this day, I sketch in data structures. When I'm thinking about something, I'll open up a file and I'll start writing struct definitions for how data is going to be laid out. And Pascal was kind of formative to that because I remember designing my RPGs in Pascal record structures and things like that. And so I had got the Pascal compiler for the Apple IIgs that I could work on. And the first IBM game that I developed, I did in Pascal. And that's actually kind of an interesting story, again, talking about the constraints of resources, where I had an Apple IIgs. I didn't have an IBM PC. I wanted to port my applications to IBM because I thought I could make more money on it. So what I wound up doing is I rented a PC for a week and bought a copy of Turbo Pascal. And so I had a hard 1 week, and this was cutting into a minimal profit margin I had. I had this computer for a week. I had to get my program ported before I had to return the PC. And that was kind of the first thing that I had done on the IBM PC and what led me to taking the job at SoftDisk.
And Turbo Pascal, how's it different from regular Pascal? Is it different from Pilot?
So it was a product of Portland, which before Microsoft kind of killed them. They were the hot stuff developer tools company. You had Turbo Pascal, Turbo C, and Prolog. I mean, all the different things. But what they did was they took a strictly pragmatic approach of making something useful. It was one of these great examples where Pascal was an academic language. You had things like the UTF-DP system that Wizardry was actually written in, that they did manage to make a game with that, but it was not a super practical system. Well, Turbo Pascal was called Turbo because it was blazingly faster than Pascal, really ridiculously 10 to 20 times faster than most other compilers at the time. But it also had very pragmatic access to, look, you can just poke at the hardware in these different ways. We have libraries that let you do things. And it was a perfectly good way to write games. And this is one of those things where people have talked about different paths that computer development could have taken, where C took over the world for reasons that came out of Unix and eventually Linux. And that was not a foregone conclusion at all. People can make real, reasoned, rational arguments that the world might have been better if it had gone a Pascal route. I'm somewhat agnostic on that, where I do know from experience it was perfectly good enough to do that. And it had some fundamental improvements, like it had range checked arrays as an option there, which could avoid many of C's real hazards that happen in the security space. But C1, they were basically operating about the same level of abstraction. It was a systems programming language.
But you said Pascal had an emphasis on data structure. Actually, in the tree of languages, did Pascal come before C?
They were pretty contemporaneous. So Pascal's lineage went to Modula 2, eventually Oberon, which was another Nicholas-Word kind of experimental language. But they were all good enough at that level. Now, some of the classic academic-oriented Pascals were just missing fundamental things like, oh, you can't access this core system thing because we're just using it to teach students. But Turbo Pascal showed that only modest changes to it really did make it a completely capable language. And it had some reasons why you could implement it as a single pass compiler, so it could be way, way faster, although less scope for optimizations if you do it that way. And it did have some range checking options. It had a little bit better typing capability, properly typed email sorts of things, and other stuff that C lacked. But C was also really good enough, and it wound up with a huge inertia from the Unix ecosystem.
And garbage collection?
No, it was not garbage collected. Same thing. So you can still have your use after freeze and all those other problems, but over just getting rid of array overruns, at least if you were compiled with that debugging option, certainly would have avoided a lot of problems and could have a lot of benefits. So anyways, that was the next thing. I had to learn C because C was where it seemed like most of the things were going. So I abandoned Pascal. I started working in C. Started hacking on these hardware things, dealing with the graphics controllers and VGA systems. And what we most wanted to do, so at that time we were sitting in our darkened office playing all the different console video games, and we were figuring out what what games do we want to make for a Gamer's Edge product. So we had one of the first Super Nintendos sitting there, we had an older Nintendo, looking at all those games. And the cool thing that those consoles did that you just didn't get on the PC games was this ability to have a massive scroll where most of the games that you would make on the PC, earlier personal computers, would be a static screen. You move little things around on it, and you interact like that. Maybe you go to additional screens as you move. But arcade games and consoles had this wonderful ability to just have a big world that you're slowly moving your window through. That was, for those types of games, that action, exploration, adventure games, that was a super, super important thing. And PC games just didn't do that. And what I had come across was a couple of different techniques for implementing that on the PC. And they're not hard, complicated things. When I play them now, they're pretty straightforward.
Yeah.
Nobody was doing
For someone like Einstein described it as 5 pages. It's pretty straightforward. I understand. But there are nevertheless resolutions. So side scrolling is a game changer. It's a genius invention.
And some of the consoles had different limitations about you could do one but not the other. And there were similar things going on as advancements even in the console space. So you have the original Mario game was just horizontal scrolling, and the later Mario games added vertical aspects to it, different things that you were doing to explore, kind of expand the capabilities. And so much of the early game design, the decades, was removing limitations, letting you do things that you envisioned as a designer, you wanted the player to experience, but the hardware hardware just couldn't really, or you didn't know how to make it happen. It felt impossible.
You can imagine you want to create this big world through which you can side scroll, through which you can walk. And then you ask yourself the question, how do I actually build that in a way that's the latency is low enough that the hardware can actually deliver that in such a way that
yeah, we knew what we wanted to do. We were playing all of these console games, playing all these Nintendo games. Clearly, there was a whole world of awesome things there that we just couldn't do on PC, at least initially. Because every programmer can tell, it's like if you want to scroll, you just redraw the whole screen. But then it turns out, well, you're going 5 frames per second. That's not an interactive fun experience. You want to go at 30 or 60 frames per second or something. And it just didn't feel like that was possible. It felt like the PCs had to get 5 times faster for you to make a playable game. And interestingly, I wound up with 2 completely different solutions for the scrolling problem. And this is a theme that runs through everything, where all of these big technical advancements, turns out there's always a couple different ways of doing it. And it's not like you found the one true way of doing it. And we'll see this as we go into 3D games and things later. But so the first set of scrolling tricks that I got was the hardware has this ability to, you could shift like inside the window of memory. The ETA cards at the time had 256 kilobytes of memory, and it was awkwardly set up in this planar format where instead of having 256 or 24 billion colors, you had 16 colors, which is 4 bits. So you had 4-bit plates, 64K. 64K is a nice round number, 16-bit addressing. So your graphics card had a 16-bit window that you could look at, and you could tell it to start the video scan anywhere inside there. So there were a couple games that had taken this approach of you could make a 2x2 screen or a 1x4 screen, and you could do scrolling really easily like that. You could just lay it all out and just pan around, but you just couldn't make it bigger because that's all the memory was there. The first insight to the scrolling that I had was, well, if we make a screen that's just one tile large, we usually had tiles that were 16 pixels by 16 pixels, a little classic Mario block that you run into, lots of art was drawn, and your screen is a certain number of tiles. But if you had one little buffer region outside of that, you could easily pan around inside that 16 pixel region. That could be perfectly smooth. But then what happens if you get to the edge and you want to keep going? The first way we did scrolling was what I call adaptive tile, which was really just a matter of you get to the edge and then you go back to the original point and then only change the tiles that are different between where it was. In most of the games at the time, if you think about sort of your classic Super Mario Brothers game, you've got big fields of blue sky, long rows of the same brick texture, and there's a lot of commonality. It's kind of like a data compression. You take the screen and you set it down on top of each other. In general, only about 10% of the tiles were actually different. So this was a way to go ahead and say, well, I'm going to move it back, and I'm only going to change those 10, 20, whatever percent tiles there. And that meant that it was essentially 5 times faster if you were redrawing all the tiles. And that worked well enough for us to do a bunch of these games for Gamer's Edge. We had a lot of these scrolling games like Snorlax and Shadow Dance and things like that we were cranking out at this high rate that had this scrolling effect. And it worked well enough. There were design challenges there where if you made, the worst case, you made a checkerboard over the entire screen. You scroll over one, and every single tile changes, and it's 5 frames per second because they had to redraw everything. So the designers had a little bit that they had to worry about. They had to make these relatively plain looking levels, but it was still pretty magical. It was something that we hadn't seen before. And the first thing that we wound up doing with that was I had just got this working. Tom Hall was sitting there with me, and we were looking over at our Super Nintendo on the side there, Super Mario 3. And we had technology, we had the tools set up there, and we stayed up all night. And we basically cloned the first level of Super Mario.
Performance-wise as well?
Yeah. And so and we had our little character running and jumping in there. It was close to pixel accurate as far as all the backgrounds and everything. But the gaming was just stuff that we cobbled together from previous games that I had written. I just kind of like really kit-bashed the whole thing together to make this demo. And that was one of the rare cases where I said I don't usually do these all-night programming things. There's probably only two memorable ones that I can think of. One was the all-nighter to go ahead and get our Dangerous Dave and copyright infringement is how we titled it, because we had a game called Dangerous Dave running around with a shotgun shooting things. And we were just taking a most beloved game at the time, Super Mario 3, and sort of sticking Dave inside that with this new scrolling technology that was going perfectly smooth for good as it ran. And Tom and I just kind of literally the next morning, kind of left the disc on desk for John Romero and Jay Wilbur to see, just said, run this. And we eventually made it back in later in the day, and it was, they grabbed us and pulled us into the room. That was the point where they were like, we got to do something with this. We're going to make a company. We're going to go make our own games. This was something that we were able to just kind of hit them with a hammer of an experience. Like, wow, this is just like so much cooler than what we thought was possible. And initially, we tried to get Nintendo to let us make Super Mario 3 on the PC. That's really what we wanted to do. We're like, hey, we can finish this. It's line of sight. This will be great. And we said something to Nintendo. We heard that it did get looked at in Japan. And they just weren't interested in that. But that's another one of those. Life could have gone a very different way, where we could have been like Nintendo's house PC team, at that point.
And define the direction of, Wolfenstein and Doom and Quake could have been a Nintendo creation.
Yeah. So at the same time that we were just doing our first scrolling demos, I reached out to Scott Miller at Apogee and said, like, hey, we do want to make some games. These things that you think you want, those are nothing. What do you see what we can actually do? And he just like popped right up and sent a check to us. At that point, we still thought he might be a fraud, that he was just lying about all of this, but he was totally correct on how much money he was making with his shareware time. And this was his kind of real brainstorm about this, where shareware was this idea that software doesn't have a fixed price. If you use it, you send out goodness of your heart some money to the creator. And there were a couple of utilities that did make some significant success like that, but for the most part, it didn't really work. There wasn't much software in pure shareware model that was successful. The Apogee innovation was to take something, call it shareware, split it into three pieces. You always made a trilogy. And you would put the first piece out, but then you buy the whole trilogy for some shareware amount, which in reality meant that the first part was a demo, where you kind of like the demo went everywhere for free and paid money to get the whole set. But it was still played as shareware. We were happy to have the first one go everywhere. And it wasn't a crippled demo, where the first episode of all these trilogies, it was a real complete game. Probably 20 times as many people played that part of it, thought they had a great game, had fond memories of it, but never paid us a dime. But enough people were happy with that, where it was really quite successful. These early games that we didn't think very much of compared to commercial quality games, they were doing really good business. Some fairly crude things, and people, it was good business. People enjoyed it, and it wasn't like you were taking a crapshoot on what you were getting. You just played a third of the experience, and you loved it enough to handwrite out a check, put it in an envelope, and address it, and send it out to Apogee to get the rest of it. So it was a really pretty feel-good business prospect there, because everybody was happy. They knew what they were getting. When they sent it in, they would send it back. You go to the trouble of addressing a letter and putting out an envelope. You write something, and there were just the literal bags of fan mail for the shareware games. People loved it.
I should mention that for you, the definition of wealth is being able to have pizza whenever you want. For me, there was a dream that I would play shareware games all the time. It's free. Over and over. It's a very deeply fulfilling experience, but I dreamed of a time when I could actually afford the full experience. And this is kind of this dream that beyond the horizon. You can find out what else is there. In some sense, even just playing with Sharon was it's the limitation of that. You know, life is limited. Actually, will die. And that way, Sharon was somehow really fulfilling to have this kind of mysterious thing beyond what's free. It was there. It's kind of I don't know. That was maybe it's because of part of my childhood, like the Sharon. That was a really fulfilling experience. So interesting how that model still brought joy to so many people.
You know,
The 20x people that played it.
I felt very good about that. I would run into people that would say, "Oh, I loved that game that you had earlier on Commander Keen, whatever." And no, they meant just the first episode that they got to see it.
That's being opposed to the crap out of community.
That was
Sure.
all good.
Yeah.
But so we were in this position where Scott Miller was just running us cash and saying, "Yeah, make a game," but we did not properly pull the trigger and say, "All right, we're quitting our jobs." We were like, "We're going to do both. We're going to keep working at Softness, working on this, and then we're going to go ahead and make a new game for Apogee at the same time." And this eventually did lead to some legal problems that we had trouble. All got worked out in the end, but it was not a good call.
And your legal mind at the time was not stuff. You were not thinking
No, I definitely wasn't. None of us were. In hindsight, yes, like, I didn't think we were going to get away with using our work computers to write software for our breakaway new company. It was not a good plan.
uncommitted.
So the design process, we had some idea of what we wanted to do. We wanted to do a Mario-like game. It was going to be a side scroller. It was going to use the technology. We had some sense of what it would have to look like because of the limitations of this adaptive tile refresh technology. It had to have fields of relatively constant tiles. You couldn't just paint up a background and then move that around. The early design, all the design, and the team with Tom Hall, where he was kind of being creative mind for the early software stuff, where we had an interesting division of things, where Tom was all creative in design, I was all programming. John Romero was an interesting bridge, where he was both a very good programmer, also a very good designer and artist. But Commander Keen was very much Tom Hall's baby. And he came up with all the design and backstory for the different things. Kind of a mad scientist little kid with building a rocket ship and a zap gun and visiting alien worlds and doing all this, the background, we lay the game inside of. And there's not a whole lot to any of these things. The design for us was always just what we needed to do to make the game that was going to be so much fun to play. And we laid out our first trilogy of games. Sugar formula, it's going to be 3 pieces, 1, 2, and 3. And we just really started busting on all that work. And it went together really quickly. It was like 3 months or something. While we were still making games, for gamers, and we were sharing technology between them. Write a bunch of code for this, and just kind of use it for both. Again, not a particularly good idea, but it had consequences for us. But in 3 months, we got our first game out, and all of a sudden it was 3 times as successful as the most successful thing Apogee had $30,000 a month immediately from the Commander Keen stuff. And that was, again, a surprise to us. It was more than we thought it was going to make. And we said, well, we're going to certainly roll into another set of titles for this. And in that 3 months, I had come up with a much better way of doing the school technology, not the adaptive tile, which in some ways was even simpler. And these things, so many of the great ideas in technology are things that are back of the envelope designs. I make this comment about modern machine learning, where all the things that are really important practically in the last decade are, each of them fits on the back of an envelope. There are these simple little things. They're not super dense, hard to understand technologies. And so the second scrolling trick was just a matter of like, okay, we know we've got this 64K window, and the question was always like, well, you could make a 2x2, but you can't go off the edge. But I finally asked, well, what actually happens if you just go off the edge? If you take your start and you say, it's like, okay, I can move over, I'm scrolling, I can move over, I can move down, I'm scrolling. I get to what should be the bottom of the memory base. Well, what if I just keep going? I say I'm going to start at, what happens if I start at FFFE at the very end of the 64K block? And it turns out it just wraps back around to the top of the page. And I'm like, oh, well, this makes everything easy. You can just scroll the screen everywhere. All you have to draw is just one new line of tiles, whichever view you expose. It might be underlined on various parts of the screen memory, but it just works. That no longer had the problem of you had to have fields of the similar colors because it doesn't matter what you're doing. You can be having a completely unique world and you're just drawing the new script as it comes on.
It might be, it could be all over the place.
Yeah, it turns out it doesn't matter. We have two page-split screens as long as they didn't overlap the limited series through this two-dimensional window of graphics. And that was one of those like, this is so simple. This just works. It's faster. It seemed like there was no downside. Funny thing was, it turned out after we shipped titles with this, there were what they called super VGA cards, cards that would allow higher resolutions and different features that the standard ones didn't. And on some of those cards, this was a weird compatibility thing to get because nobody thought this was not what it was designed to do. And some of those cards had more memory. They had more than just 256K for planes. They had 512K or a megabyte. And on some of those cards, I scroll my window down, and then it goes into uninitialized memory that actually exists there, rather than wrapping back around to the customer. And then I was in the tough position of do I have to track every single one of these? And it was a madhouse back then. There were 20 different video card vendors with all slightly different implementations of the standard functionality. So either I needed to natively program all of the VGA cards or to map in that memory and keep scrolling down through all of that. Or I kind of punted and took the easy solution of when you finally did run to the edge of the screen, I accepted a hit and just copied the whole screen up. So on some of those cards, it was compatibility. And the normal ones all worked fine, everything was just beautifully smooth. But if you had one of those cards where it did not wrap the way I wanted it to, you'd be scrolling around, and then eventually you'd have a little hitch for 200 milliseconds or something that was not super smooth as it goes through.
And this was the binary thing, was a standard screen.
Yeah. So we would default to, and I think that was one of those that changed over the course of deployment. Early on, you would have a normal thing that you would enable the compatibility flag if your screen did this crazy flickery thing when you got to a certain point in the game. And then later, I think it probably got enabled by default. It's just more and more of the cards did not do exactly the right thing. And that's the two ways of doing unconventional things with technology, where you can find something that nobody thought about doing that kind of scrolling trick when they set up those cards. But the fact that nobody thought that was the primary reason when I was relying on that, then I wound up being broken on some of the cards.
Let me take a bit of a tangent, but ask you about the hacker ethic, because you mentioned shareware. It's an interesting world, the world of people that make money, business, and people that build systems, the engineers. And what is the hacker ethic? You've been a man of people, and you've embodied at least the parts of that ethic. What does it mean? What did it mean to you at the time? What does it mean?
So Stephen Levy's book Hackers was a really formative book for me as a teenager. I read it several times, and there was all of the great lore of the early MIT era of hackers, and ending up at the end with it kind of went through the early MIT hackers and the Silicon Valley hardware hackers, and then the game hackers in part 3. And at that time, as a teenager, I really was kind of bitter in some ways. Like, I thought I was born too late. I thought I missed the window there, and I really thought I belonged in that third section of that book with the game hackers. And they were talking about the Williams and Sierra and Origin Systems with Richard Garriott, and it's like, I really wanted to be there, and I knew that was now a few years in the past. It was not to be. But the early days, especially the early MIT hacker days, programmer, and it doesn't take it away from you. You then have somebody else doing something. And I also think that there's an aspect of it where it's this ability to take joy in other people's accomplishments, where it's not the cutthroat bit of like, I have to be first, I have to be recognized as the one that did this in some way, but being able to see somebody else do something and say, holy shit, that's amazing, and just taking joy in the ability of something amazing that somebody else does. And the big thing that I was able to do through id Software was this ability to eventually release the source code for all of our really seminal game titles. And that was it was a stepping stone process where we were kind of surprised early on where people were able to hack the existing games. And of course, I had experience with that. I remember hacking my copies of Ultima so I'd give myself, 9999 gold and raise my levels and break out the sector editor. And so I was familiar with all of that. So it was with a smile when I started to see people doing that in our games. Making level editors for Commander Keen or hacking up with Time 3D. But I made the pitch internally that we should actually release our own tools for what we did, what we used to create the games. And that was a little bit debatable about, will give people a leg up. It's always like, what's that going to mean for the competition? But the really hard pitch was to actually release the full source code for the games. And it was a balancing act with the other people inside the company where it's interesting how the programmers generally did get, certainly the people that I worked closely with, they did kind of get that hacker ethic bit where you wanted to share your code, you were proud of it, you wanted other people to take it, do cool things with it. But interestingly, the broader game industry is a little more hesitant to embrace that than like the group of people that we happen to have at id Software, where it was always a little interesting to me seeing how a lot of people in the game modding community were very possessive of their code. They did not want to share their code. They wanted it to be theirs. It was their claim to fame. And that was much more like what we tended to see with artists, where the artists understand something about credit and wanting it to be known as their work. A lot of the game programmers felt a little bit more like artists than like hacker programmers, in that it was about building something that maybe felt more like art to them than the more tool-based, exploration-based hacking culture side.
Yeah, it's so interesting with this kind of fear that credit will not be sufficiently attributed to you.
And that's one of the things that I do bump into a lot because I try not to go. I mean, it's easy for me to say because so much credit is heaped on me for the id Software side of things, but when people come up and they want to pick a fight and say, no, it's like that wasn't where first-person gaming came from. You can point to some of like things on obscure titles that I was never aware of, or like little Play-Doh systems, or each personal computer had something that was 3D-ish and moving around. And and I'm happy to say it's like, no, I mean, I saw thousands of Star Wars in the arcades. I had seen 3D graphics. I had seen all these things that were standing on the shoulders of lots of other people. But sometimes these examples they pull up, I didn't know that existed. I had never heard of that before. That didn't contribute to what I made, but there's plenty of stuff that did. And I think there's good cases to be made that obviously Doom and Quake and Wolfenstein were formative examples for what everything that came after that. But I don't feel the need to go fight and claim primacy or initial invention or anything like that. But a lot of people do.
I think when you fight with the credit that way, it does go against the ethic. You destroy something fundamental about the culture, about the community that builds new stuff. I think credit ultimately. So I had this. There's a famous freestyle wrestling club with my sergeant team, and he always preached that you should just focus on art, the wrestling, and let people write your story. All of it. The highest form of the art is just focus on art. And it's something that is something about the hacker ethic. It's just focus on building cool stuff, sharing it with other cool people, and credit will get assigned correctly in the long arc of history.
I generally think that's true. Like there's some things there's a graphics technique that got labeled Carmax Reverse. I clearly named it, and it turned out that I wasn't the first person to just figure that out. Like most scientific things or mathematical things, it's like, oh, this other person had actually done that somewhat before. And then there's things that get attributed to me, like the inverse square root pattern. I actually didn't do it. I flat out, that wasn't me. And it's like, it's weird how the kinetic power of the internet,
You're like the Mark Twain of program. It's everything gets attributed to you, even though you never saw that the credit of things. But part of the fact is humility behind that is what attracts the attribution. Let's talk about the game. To me, one of the greatest games I made, and you can talk about doing Quake and stuff, is we want to start 3D or something. It blew my mind. So, how did Wolfenstein 3D come to be? In terms of the program, in terms of design, in terms of some of the level technical challenges, and also actually just something you haven't mentioned. How did these ideas come to be inside your mind? The adaptive satisfying the solutions to these technical challenges.
So I usually can introspectively pull back pretty detailed accounts of how technology solutions and design choices on my part, where technically we had done 2 games, 3D games like that before, where Hover Tank was the first one, which had flat shaded walls but did have the scaled enemies inside. And then Catacombs 3D, which had textured walls, scaled enemies, and some more functionality, like the disappearing walls and some other stuff. But what's really interesting from the game development standpoint is those games, Catacombs 3D, Hover Tank, and Wolfenstein, they literally used the same code for a lot of the character behavior that the 2D game that I made earlier called Catacombs did, where it was an overhead view game, kind of like running around and open up doors, pick up items, basic game stuff. And the thought was that this exact same game experience, just presented in a different perspective. It could be literally the same game, just with a different view into it, would have a dramatically different impact.
So it wasn't a true 3D. You're saying that you can take it, you can scale enemies being visual farther away, smaller.
So from the game was a 2D. Like all of our games use the same tool for creation. We use the same map editor for creating Keen as Wolfenstein and Hover Tank and Catacombs, all this stuff. So the game was a 2D grid made out of blocks, and you could say these are walls, these are where the enemies start, and they start moving around. And these early games like Catacombs, you played it strictly in a 2D view. It was a scrolling 2D view that was kind of using an adaptive tile refresh at the time to be able to do something like that. And then the thought that these early games, all it did was take the same basic enemy logic, but instead of seeing it from the God's eye view on top, you were inside it and turning from side to side, drawing the view, moving forwards and backwards and side to side. And it's a striking thing where you always talk about wanting isolate factor changes in values, and this was one of those most pure cases where the rest of the game changed very little. So our normal kind of change the colors on something and draw a different picture for it, but kind of the same thing. But the perspective changed in a really fundamental way, and it was dramatically different. I can remember the reactions where the artist, Adrian, that had been drawing the pictures, we had a cool big troll from the Catacombs 3D, and we had these walls that you could get a key and you could make the blocks disappear. It's really simple stuff. Blocks were either there or not there. So our idea of a door was being able to make a set of blocks just disappear. And I remember the reaction where he had drawn these characters and was slowly moving around. Like, people had no experience with 3D navigation. It was all still keyboard. We didn't even have mice set up at that time. But slowly moving, going up, picked up a key, go to a wall. The wall disappears in a little animation. There's a monster like right there. He practically fell out of his chair. He's like, ah! And games just didn't do that. The games were the God's eye view. You were a little invested in your little were sad when things happened, but you just did not get that kind of startled reaction.
You weren't
Something
inside
in your
the game.
face, something in the back of your brain, some reptile brain things just going, oh shit, something just happened. And that was one of those early points where, yeah, this is going to make a difference. This is going to be powerful, and it's going to matter.
Were you able to imagine that in the idea stage? Or no?
So, not that exact thing. So again, we had cases like the arcade games Battlezone and Star Wars that you could kind of see a 3D world with things coming at you, and you get some sense of it, but nothing had done the kind of worlds that we were doing and the sort of action-based things. 3D at the time was really largely about the simulation. And this is something that really might have trended differently if not for the id Software approach in the games. You know, there were flight simulators, there were driving simulators, you had car driving, and Microsoft Flight Simulator, and these were doing 3D and general purpose 3D in ways that were more flexible than what we were doing with our games, but they were looked at as simulations. They weren't trying to necessarily be fast or responsive or letting you do kind of exciting maneuvers because they were trying to simulate reality and they were taking their cues from the big systems, the Evans and Sutherlands and the Swift graphics that were doing things. But we were taking our cues from the console arcade games. We wanted things that were sort of quarter eaters that were doing fast-paced things that would smack you around rather than just smoothly gliding you from place to place. So, and you know, the funny thing is, so much that built into us that Wolfenstein still had lives. You had like one of the biggest power-ups in all these games, like was an extra life because you start off with 3 lives and you lose your lives and then it's game over. And there weren't save games in most of this stuff. It was, and it sounds almost crazy to say this, but it was an innovation in Doom to not have lives. You know, you could just play Doom as long as you want. You just restart the level, and why not? This is like we aren't trying to take people's quarters. They've already paid for the entire game. We wanted to have a good time. You would have some, some old-timer purist that might think that there's something to the epic journey of making it to the end, having to restart all the way from the beginning after a certain number of tries. But no, more fun is had when you just let people kind of keep trying when they're stuck, rather than having to go all the way back and learn different things.
So you recommended the book Game Engine Black Book Wolfenstein 3D for technical exploration of the game. So looking back 30 years, what are some memorable technical innovations that made this perspective shift into this world that's so merciful scares you? What are some things you have to solve?
So one of the interesting things, back to the theme of deadlines and resource constraints, the game Catacombs 3D, we were supposed to be shipping this for Gamer's Edge on a monthly cadence, and I had slipped. I was actually, it slipped like 6 weeks, because this was texture map walls, doing stuff that I hadn't done before, and at the 6-week point, it was still kind of glitchy and bumpy. There were things that I knew that if you had a wall that was almost edge on, you could slide over to it, you could see some things freak out or vanish or not work, and I hated that. But I was up against the wall. I hadn't shipped the game. It was still a lot of fun to play. It was novel. Nobody had seen it. It gave you that startle reflex reaction. So it was worth shipping, but it had these things that I knew were kind of flaky and janky and not what I was really proud of. So one of the things that I did very differently in Wolfenstein was I went with Catacombs used almost a conventional thing where you had segments that were one-dimensional polygons basically that were clipped and back-based and done kind of like a very crude 3D engine of the professionals, but I wasn't getting it done right. I was not doing a good enough job. I didn't really have line of sight to fix it right. There's stuff that, of course, I look back, it's obvious how to do this, do the math right, do your equipment right, check all of this, how you handle the precision, but I did not know how to do that at that time.
Was that the first 3D engine you wrote that on 3D?
In Hovertank had been a little bit before that, but that had the flat shaded walls. So the texture mapping on the walls was what was bringing in some of these challenges that was hard for us. I couldn't solve it right at the time.
You discovered flat shading as a texture map.
So in the walls were solid color, one of 16 colors in Hovertank. So that's easy, it's fast, you just draw the solid color from texture mapping is what we all see today, where you have an image that is stretched into distorted onto the walls and surfaces that you're working on. And it was, it was a long time for me to just figure out how to do that without it distorting in the wrong ways. And I did not get it all exactly right. I had these flaws. So that was important enough for me that rather than continuing to bang my head on that, I wasn't positive I was going to get it. I went with a completely different approach for drawing and figuring out where the walls were, which was a ray casting approach, which I had done in Catacomb 3D. I had a bunch of C code trying to make this work, and it wasn't working for me. In Wolfenstein, I wound up going to a very small amount of assembly code. So in some ways, there should be a smaller way of doing it, but by making it a smaller amount of work, by more tightly optimized, it worked out. Wolfenstein 3D was just absolutely rock solid. It was, nothing glitched in there. The game just was pretty much flawless through all that. I was super proud of that. But eventually, like in the later games, I went back to the more span-based things where I could get more total efficiency once I really did figure out how to do it. So there were two sort of key technical things with Wolfenstein. One was this ray casting approach, which you still, to this day, you see people go and say, let's break the ray casting engine, because it's an understandable way of doing things. It lets you make games very much like that. So you see ray casters in JavaScript, ray casters in Python, people that are basically going and re-implementing that approach to taking a tiled world and casting out into it. It works pretty well, but it's not the fastest way of doing it.
Can you describe what ray casting is?
So you start off and you've got your screen, which is 320 pixels across at the time if you have it sized down the window for greater speed. And at every pixel, there's going to be an angle where you've got your position in the world, and you're going to just run along that angle and keep going until you get a flat. So up to 320 times across there, it's going to throw a cast array out into the world, wherever your origin is, until it runs into a wall, and then it can figure out exactly where in the wall it hits. The performance challenge of that is, as it's going out, every block it's crossing, it checks if this is a solid wall. So that means that in like the early Wolfenstein levels, you're in small jail cells or out in a small hallway, it's super efficient for that. You're only stepping across 3 or 4 blocks. But then if somebody makes a room that covers, that's limited to 64 by 64, if you made one room that was nothing but walls of a far space, it would go pretty slow because it would be stepping across 80 tile tests or something.
By the way, the physics of our universe seems to be computing this very thing. So this maps nicely to the actual physics of our world.
Yeah, you get, I follow a little bit of some like Stephen Wolfman's work on interconnected network information states of that, and it's beyond what I can have an informed opinion on it, but it's interesting that people are considering things like that and have things that can back it up. Yeah, there's whole different sets of interesting stuff.
So Wolfenstein 2D had ray casting.
Ray casting, and then the other kind of key aspect was what I call tiled scalars, where the idea of you saw this in the earlier classic arcade games like Space Harrier and stuff, where you would take a picture, which is normally drawn directly on the screen, and then if you have the ability to make it bigger or smaller, with chunky pixels or easily small drop sample pixels, that's the fundamental aspect of what our characters were doing in these 3D games. You would have, just like you might have drawn a tiny little character, but now we can be really big, if it's really small, move it around. That was the limited kind of 3D that we had for characters. To make a turn, there were literally 8 different views of them. We didn't actually have a 3D model that would rotate. We just had these cardboard cutouts. But that was good enough for that start and fight reaction, and it was what we had to do in the field. So a straightforward approach to do that, you could just write out your doubly nested loop of you've got your stretch factor, you've got a point, stretch by a little bit, might be on the same pixel, might be on the next pixel, skip the pixel. You can write that out, but it's not going to be fast. Especially you get a character for that right in your face, monster covering almost the entire screen. Doing that with a general purpose scaling routine would have just been much too slow. It would work when they're small characters, but then it would get slower and slower as they got closer to it. So right at the time we most care about having a fast reaction time, the game would be chunking down. So the fastest possible way to draw pixels at that time was to, instead of saying, I've got a general purpose version that can handle any scale. I used a program to make essentially 100 or more separate little programs that was optimized for. I would take an image and I would draw it 12 pixels tall. Take an image, I draw it 14 pixels tall. Up by every 2 pixels even looking for that. So you would have the most optimized curve so that in a normal case where most of the world is fairly large, like the pixels are big, we do not have a lot of memory. So in most cases, that meant that you would load a pixel color and then you would store it multiple times. So that was faster than copying an image in a normal conventional case, because most of the time the image is expanded. So instead of doing one read, one write for a simple copy, you might be doing one read and 3 or 4 writes, not really big. And that had the beneficial aspect of just where you needed the performance most, when things are covering the screen, it was giving you the most acceleration.
By the way, were you able to understand this through thinking about it, or were you testing at the right speed?
So this again comes back to, I can find the antecedents for things like this. So back in the Apple II days, the graphics were essentially single bits at a time, and if you wanted to make your little spaceship, if you wanted to make it smoothly go across the world, if you just took the image and drew it out of the next location, you would move by 7 pixels at a time. So chop, chop, chop. If you wanted to make it move smoothly, you actually had to make 7 versions of the shift that were pre-shifted. You could write a program that would shift it dynamically, but on a 1 megahertz processor, that's not what anyone does. So if you wanted to do a smooth-moving, fast-action game, you made separate versions for each of these sprites. Now, there are a few more tricks you could pull that if it still wasn't fast enough, you could make a compiled shape where instead of this program that normally copies an image, it says like, get this byte from here, store here, get this byte, store this byte. If you've got the memory space, you could say, I'm going to write a program that does nothing but draw this shape. It's going to be like, I'm going to load the immediate value 25, which is some bit passes, and then I'm going to store that at this location. Rather than loading something from memory that involves indexing registers and this other sort of stuff, you could go ahead and say, no, I'm going to hard code the exact values of all of the images right into the program. This was always a horrible trade-off because you didn't have much memory and you didn't have much speed. But if you had something that you wanted to go really fast, you could turn it into a program. And that was, knowing about that technique is what made me think about some of these unwinding it for the PC, where people that didn't come from that background were less likely to think about it.
I mean, there's deep parallel probably to human cognition as well. There's something about optimizing and compressing the processing of new information that requires you to predict the possible ways in which the game or the world will unroll. And you have something like compiled scalar is always there. So you have like like you have a prediction of how the world will unroll, and you have some kind of optimized data structure for that prediction, and then you can modify it. It turns out to be different from that fast.
As far as building out techniques, so much of the brain is about the associative context. Just when you learn something, it's in the context of something else. And you can have deep, tiny little hints of things. And I do think there are some deep things around sparse distributed memories and boosting that's like if you could just be slightly above the noise or having some hint of something, you can have things refined into pulling the memory back up. So having a programmer and having a toolbox of all of these things that I did in all of these previous lives and programming things, that still matters to me about how I'm able to pull up some of these things. In that case, it was something I did on the Apple II then being relevant for the PC. And I have still cases when I would work on mobile development. Okay, I did something like this back in the Doom days, but now it's a different environment. But I still have that pie. I can bring it in and I can transform it into what the world needs right now. And I do think that's actually one of the very core things with human cognition, brain-like function, is finding these ways. Your brain is kind of everything everywhere all at once. It is just a set of all of this stuff that is just fetched back by these queries that go into it, and they can just be slightly above the noise floor and the neuron synapses that are affecting exactly what gets pulled up.
So you're saying some of these very specific solutions for different games
was, it's kind of an endpoint of unrolling code, but that's one of those things that thinking about that and having that in your mind. I'm sure there are some programmers that hear about that, think about it a little bit, kind of mind blown a little bit. It's like, oh, you can just turn all of that data into code. And nowadays, you have instruction cache issues, and that's not necessarily the best idea, but there were different. It's an idea that has power and has probably relevance in some other areas. Maybe it's a hardware point of view. There's a way you approach building hardware that has that same. You don't even have to think about iterating. You just make everything all the way into one place.
What is the story of how you came to program Doom? What are some memorable technical challenges or innovations?
So the path that we went after Wolfenstein got out, we were on this crazy arc. Team 1 through 3, more success than we thought. Team 4 through 6, even more success. Wolfenstein, even more success. So we were on this crazy trajectory for things. So actually, our first commercial project was a Commander Keen game, but then Wolfenstein was going to have a game called Spear of Destiny, which was a commercial version, 60 new levels. So the rest of the team took the game engine pretty much as it was and started working on that. We got new monsters, but it's basically reskins and things. There's a really interesting aspect about that I didn't appreciate until much, much later, about how Wolfenstein clearly did tap out its limit about what you want to play, all the levels and some of their licensed things. There was a hard creative role that you did not really benefit much by continuing to be it. But a game like Doom and other more modern games, Minecraft or something, there's kind of a turn completeness level of design freedom that you get in games. Wolfenstein really sat on one side. All the creative people in the world could not go and do a masterpiece just with the technology that Wolfenstein had. Wolfenstein could do Wolfenstein, but you really couldn't do something crazy and different. But it didn't take that much more capability to get to Wolfenstein with the freeform lines and a little bit more artistic freedom to get to the point where people still announce new Doom levels today, all these years after, without having completely tapped out the creativity.
How did you put it? Turing complete?
And Turing design space.
Design space.
But we have that kind of computational universality on a lot of things.
For creativity.
But yeah, there's things where a box can be too small, but above a certain point, you kind of are at the point where you really have all this unbounded creative ability.
And Doom was the first time you crossed that line.
Yeah, where there were thousands of Doom levels created, and some of them still have something new and interesting to say to the world.
Is that line, in your introspect, what that line was? Is it design space? Is it something about the programming capabilities that you were able to have?
So the graphics fidelity was necessary for it, because the block limitations in Wolfenstein, what we had right there was not enough. The full-scale blocks, although Minecraft really did show that perhaps blocks stacked in 3D and at 1/4 the scale of that, 1/8 in volume, is then sufficient to have all of that. But the wall-sized blocks that we had in Wolfenstein was too much of a creative limitation. Licensed the technology to a few other teams. None of them made too much of a dent with that. It just wasn't enough creative ability. But a little bit more, whether it was the variable floors and ceilings and arbitrary angles in Doom, or the smaller voxel blocks in Minecraft, is then enough to open it up to just worlds of new capabilities.
What is binary space partitioning?
So
Which is one of the technologies.
Yeah, so jump around a little bit on the story path there.
Yes.
So while the team was working on Spear of Destiny with Wolfenstein, we had met another development team, Raven Software, while we were in Wisconsin, and they had RPG background, and I still kind of loved that. I offered to do a game engine for them. I could do a 3D rendered RPG instead of most RPG games were kind of hand drawn. They made it look kind of 3D, but it was done just all with artist work rather than a real engine. And after Wolfenstein, this was still a tile-based world, but I had floors and ceilings and some lighting and the ability to have some sloped floors in different areas. That was my intermediate step, the game called Shadow House. And it had slowed down enough. It was not fast enough to do our type of action things, so that they had the screen cropped down a little bit, so you couldn't go to full screen width like we were trying to do in inspiration for us to look at some of that stuff. But I had learned enough from that I had the plan for new, faster ways to do the lighting and shadowing. I wanted to do this freeform geometry. I wanted to break out of this tile-based 90-degree world limitations. So we had, that was when we got our next stations. We were working with these higher-powered systems. We built an editor that let us draw arbitrary line segments. I was working hard to try to make something that could render this fast enough. I was pushing myself pretty hard, and we were at a point where we could see some things that looked amazingly cool, but it wasn't really fast enough. The way I was doing it, with this flexibility, it was no longer. I couldn't just raycast into it. I had these very complex sets of lines. Simple little worlds were okay, but cool things that we wanted to do just weren't quite fast enough. And I wound up taking a break at that point, and I did the port. I did 2 ports of our games, Wolfenstein to the Super Nintendo. It was a crazy difficult thing to do, which was an even slower processor. It was 2.5, a couple megahertz processor, and it had been this whole thing where we had found out the work, and it wasn't going well. And I took it back over, and trying to make it go fast on there, where it really did not have much processing power. The pixels were stretched hugely, and it was pretty ugly when you looked at it, but in the end, it did come out fast enough to play. It still be kind of fun from that. But that was where I started using ESP trees, binary space partition trees. It was one of those things I had to make it faster there. It was a stepping stone where it was reasonably easy to understand with the grid world of Wolfenstein, where it was all still 90-degree angles. ESP trees were, I eased myself into it, and it was a big success. Then when I came back to working what I'm doing, I had this new tool in my toolbox. It was going to be a lot harder with the arbitrary angles of doing. This was where I really started grappling with epsilon problems, and just, up until that point, I hadn't really had to deal with the fact that so many numeric things. It's almost felt like a betrayal to me, where people had told me that I had mathematicians up on a bit of a pedestal, where people think I'm a math wizard. I'm not. Everything that I did was really done with a solid high school math understanding. Algebra 2, trigonometry, and that was what got me all the way through Doom and Quake and all of that. Just understanding the basics of matrices and knowing it well enough to do something.
What's the epsilon problems you ran into?
So when you wind up taking like a sloped line and you say, I'm going to intersect it with another sloped line, then you wind up with something that's not going to be on these nice grid boundaries. With the Wolfenstein tile maps, all you've got is horizontal and vertical lines looking at it from above, and if you cut one up, it's just obvious the other one gets cut exactly at that point. But when you have angled lines, you're doing a slope intercept problem, and you wind up with rational numbers, things that are not going to evenly land on an integer or even on any fixed point value that you've got. So everything winds up having to snap to some fixed point value. So the lines slightly change their angle. You wind up, if you cut something here, this one's going to bend a little this way, and it's not going to be completely straight. And then you come down to all these questions of, well, this one is a point on an angled line. You can't answer that in finite precision unless you're doing something with actual rational numbers. And later on, I did waste far too much time chasing things like how do you do precise arithmetic with rational numbers, and it all blows up eventually exponentially as you do.
So these kind of things are impossible for people to do.
They're possible. Again, there are paths to doing it, but you can't fit them conveniently in any of the numbers. You need to start using big nums and different factor trackings and different things.
So you have to, if you have any elements of OCD and you want to do something perfectly, you're screwed if you work with a floating point.
Yeah.
So you have to deal with this for the first time.
And there were lots of challenges there about, okay, they built this cool thing, and the way ESP trees work is it basically takes the walls and it carves other walls by those walls in this clever way. You can then take all of these fragments, and then you can for sure, from any given point, get an order of everything in the world. You can say this goes in front of this, goes in front of this, all the way back to the last thing. And that's super valuable for graphics, where kind of a classic graphics algorithm would be Painter's algorithm. Paint the furthest thing first, and then the next thing, and then the next thing, and then it comes up, it's all perfect. flip it around and draw the closest thing to you. And then if you're clever about it, you can figure out what you need to draw that's visible beyond.
And that's what these pictures allow you to do.
Yeah, so it's combined with a bunch of other things, but it gives you that order. It's a clever way to do it. And I remember I had learned this from one of my graphics Bible at the time, a book called Foley and Van Dam. It's a different world back then. It was a small integer number of books. And this book, this book that was a big fat college textbook that I'd read through many times. I didn't understand everything in this, but it wasn't useful to me. Like they had the little thing about finite orderings of draw a little T-shaped thing, and you could say you can make a fixed ahead of time order from this, and you can generalize this with the BSP trees. And I got a little bit more information about that. And it was kind of fun later while I was working on Quake. I got to meet Bruce Taylor, who was one of the original researchers that developed those technologies for academic literature. And that was kind of fun. But I was very much just finding a tool that helped me solve what I was doing. And I was using it in this very crude way, in a two-dimensional fashion, rather than the general 3D. The epsilon problem got much worse. Like in 3 dimensions, when things angular everything. But eventually I did sort out how to do it reliably on Doom. There were still a few edge cases in Doom that were not absolutely perfect, where they even got terminologies in the communities. Like when you got to something that was messed up, there was a hall of mirrors up there. Sweep by and draw something there, and you would just wind up with the leftover remnants as you flip between the 2 pages. But these new trees were important for me. But it's again worth noting that after we did Doom, our major competition came from Ken Silverman's Guild engine, which was used for Duke Nukem 3D and some of the other games for the 3D realms. And he was a completely different technology, nothing to do with BSP trees. So there's not just a one true way of doing it. There were critical things about to make any of those games fast. You had to separate your drawing into vertical lines and into horizontal lines, just changing exactly what you would draw. That was critical for the technologies at that time, and like all the games were kind of like that, how they're doing something similar. But there were still a bunch of other decisions that could be made, and we made good enough decisions on everything on Doom. We brought in multiplayer significantly, and it was our first game that was designed to be modified by the user community. We had this whole setup of our log files and keyboards and things that people could build with tools that we released to them, and they eventually rewrote to be better than what we released. But they could build things that you could add to your game without destructively modifying, which is what you had to do in all the early games. You literally have to edit the data files that were executed. Doom was set up in this flexible way so that you could just say, run the normal game with this added on top, and overlay just the things that you wanted to.
Would you say that Doom was kind of the first true 3D game you created?
So no, it's still, Doom would usually be called a 2.5D game, where it had 3-dimensional points on it. And this is another one of these kind of pedantic things that people love to argue about. It was the first 3D game. I still, like, every month probably I hear from somebody about, well, was Doom really a 3D game or something? And I give that point where characters had 3 coordinates. So you have like X, Y, and Z. The academic would be coming in very high and coming with up, down, points. The walls had 3 coordinates on them. So in some sense, it's a 3D game. But it was not a fully general 3D game. You could not build a pyramid because you couldn't build a smoke wall, which was slightly different. Where in that previous Shadowcast game, I couldn't have vertexes and have a slope floor there, but changes that I made for Doom to get higher speed and a different set of flexibility traded away from it. But you literally couldn't make it. You could not, you could make different heights of passages, but you could not make a bridge over another area. You could not go over it from it. So it still had some 2D limitations to it.
It's more about the building versus the actual experience. The experience.
It felt like things would come at you, but again, you couldn't look up either. You could only pitch. It was 4 degrees of freedom rather than 6 degrees of freedom. You did not have the ability to tilt your head this way or pitch from that.
That takes us to Quake. What was the leap there? What was some fascinating technical challenges and a lot, or not challenges, but innovations that you were coming up with?
So Quake was kind of the first something where I did have to kind of come face to face with my limitations. Where it was the first thing where I really did kind of give it my all and still come up a little, come up a little bit short in terms of what when I wanted to get it done. And the company had some serious stresses through the whole project, and we did a lot. So the things that we set out was it was going to be really a true 3D engine to do 6 degree of freedom, to have all the viewpoints. You could model anything. It had a really remarkable new lighting with the surface caching and things. That was one of those where it was starting to do some things that they weren't doing even on the very high. And it was going to be completely programmable in a lot of things, where the thing that you couldn't do, you could replace almost all of the media, but you couldn't really change the game. There were still some people that were doing the hex editing and the executable with the hack things where you could change a few things about rules, and people made some early capture flag type things like hacking the executable, but it wasn't really set up to do that. Quake was going to have its own programming language that the game was going to be implemented in. That would be able to be overwritten just like in the code was going to be data for that. You would be able to have expansion packs that changed fundamental things and mods and so on. And the multiplayer was going to be playable over the internet. It was going to support a client server over peer-to-peer. So we have the possibility of supporting larger numbers of players in disparate locations with this full flexibility of programming overrides, with full 6 degree of freedom, modeling and viewing, and with this fancy new white map and surface caching. It was a lot. This was one of those things that if I could go back and tell younger me to do something different, it would have been to split those innovations up into two phases, two separate games.
What would be phase 1 and phase 2?
So it probably would have been taking the Doom rendering engine and bringing in the TCP/IP, the client server, the multiplayer, and the Quake C, the Doom C programming language. And I would have put that into programming language and networking with the same Doom engine, rather than forcing everybody to go towards that Quake engine, which really meant independent. While it ran on a 486, it was not a great experience. We could have made more people happier, gotten 2 games done in 50% more time.
So speaking of people happier, mutual friend Joe Rogan, it seems like the most important moment of his life is essentially Quake. So it was a definitive part of his life. So would he agree with your thinking that they should split? So he, as a person who loves Quake, people who played Quake a lot, would he agree that he should have done with new engine, focus on multiple phase 1? Or in your looking back, is the 3D world that Quake created is also fundamental to the
I would say that what would have happened is you would have had a Doom looking but Quake feeling game 8 months earlier, and then maybe 6 months after Quake actually shipped, then there would have been the full running on a Pentium 6 degree of freedom graphics engine type things there. So it's not that it wouldn't have been there. It would have been something amazingly cool earlier, and then something even cooler somewhat later, where I would much rather have gone and done 2 one-year development efforts, cycle them through, be a little more pragmatic about that, rather than killing us ourselves and break development. But I say it's obviously things worked out well in the end. But looking back and saying, how would I optimize and do things differently? That did seem to be a clear case where going ahead and we had enormous momentum on Doom. We did Doom 2 as the kind of commercial box version after a show where success with the original. But we could have just made another Doom game, adding those new features in. It would have been huge. We would have learned all the same lessons but faster. And it would have given 6 degree of freedom and team class systems a little bit more time to get fixed. Because we did cut out a lot of people with the hardware requirements.
Was there any dark moments for you personally, psychologically, in having such harsh deadlines, having to solve so many difficult technical challenges?
So I've never really had really dark black places. I mean, I can't necessarily put myself in anyone else's shoes, but I understand a lot of people have significant challenges with their mental health and well-being. And I've been super stressed. I've been unhappy as a teenager in various ways, but I've never really gone to a very dark place. I just seem to be largely immune to what really wrecks me. I mean, I've had plenty of time very unhappy, miserable about something, but it's never hit me like I believe it winds up hitting some other people. I've grown up well under whatever stresses have kind of fallen on me, and I've always hoped best and all I need to do is usually just bear down my words. I pull myself out of whatever hole I might be slipping into by actually making progress. I mean, maybe if I was in a position where I was never able to make that progress, I could have slid down further. But I've always been in a place where okay, a little bit more work. Maybe I'm in a tough spot here, but I always know that if I just keep pushing, eventually I break through and make progress. Feel good about what I'm doing. And that's been enough for me so far.
Maybe see in the distance, ideas of depression or contemplating suicide. Have you seen those things far?
So it was interesting when I was a teenager. I was probably at some level of troubled youth. I was unhappy most of my teenage years. I wanted to be on my own, doing programming all the time. As soon as I was 18, 19, even though I was poor, I was doing exactly what I wanted. I was very happy. But high school was not a great time. I had a conversation with the school counselor. They're kind of running their script. Okay, it's kind of a weird kid here. Let's carefully probe around. It's like, do you ever think about ending it all? Like, no, of course not. It's never, not at all. This is temporary. Things are going to be that hurt time. And that's always been the case with me. Obviously, it's not that way for other people do.
What was your escape from the troubled youth? Like, music, video games, books. How did you escape the world that's and stuff?
I was not victim of cruelty and suffering. Like I was an unhappy, somewhat petulant youth, in my point where I'm not putting myself up with anybody else's suffering, but I was unhappy objectively, and the things that I did that very much characterized my childhood. I had books, comic books, Dungeons and Dragons, arcade games, video games. Like some of my fondest childhood memories are the convenience stores, the 7-Elevens and Quick Trips. They had a spinner rack of comic books, and they had a little side room with 2 or 3 video games, arcade games. And that was very much my happy place. I get my comic books, and then I could go to a library and go through those little 000 section where computer books were supposed to be, and there were a few Samuel books there, but still just being able to sit down and go through that. I read a ridiculous number of books, fiction and nonfiction, as a teenager. My rebelling in high school was just sitting there with my nose in a book and boring the class. Teachers had a range of reactions to that. Some were more accepting of it than others.
I'm with you on that. So let us return to Quake for a bit, the technical challenges. What everything together from the networking to the graphics? What are some things you remember that your innovations of
Yes, I remember much of that. Where, on the one hand, the idea that I built my own programming language, I try to tell people every high-level programmer, sometime in their career, goes through the inventor of language. It just seems to be a thing that's pretty broadly done. People will be like, I'm going to go write a computer programming language. And I don't regret having done it, but after that, I switched from Quake C, my quirky little pseudo object-oriented, entity-oriented language there. Quake 2 went back to using DLLs with C, and then Quake 3, I implemented my own C interpreter, which was much smarter thing to do than I should have done originally. was it allowed people to do magical things. You get into programming not because you love the BNF syntax of a language. It's because the language lets you do something that you cared about.
And here is very much you could do something the whole universally.
Yeah, and the idea and the fact that the code of the game is out there, you can say, I like the shotgun, but I want it to be more badass. You go in there and say, okay, now it does 200 points damage. You go around with a big grin on your face, blowing up monsters all over. So yeah, it is not what I would do today going back with that language, but that was a big part of it. Learning about the networking stuff. Because it's interesting where I learned these things by reading books. So I would get a book on networking, find something, and I read all about it. Okay, packets that can be out of order, lost, or duplicated. These are all the things that can theoretically happen to packets. So I wind up spending all this time thinking about how do we deal about it. And it turns out, of course, in the real world, those are things that, yes, theoretically can happen with multiple rounds, but they really aren't things that your 99.999% of your packets have to deal with. So there was learning experiences about lots of that, like why, when TCP is appropriate versus UDP, and how if you do things in UDP, you wind up reinventing TCP badly in almost all cases. So there's good arguments for using both different game technology, different parts of the game process, transition from level to level. But the graphics were the showcase of what Quake was all about. It was this graphics technology that nobody had seen around. And it was a while before there were competitive things out there. And it went a long time internally really not working, where we were even building levels where the game just was not at all shippable, with large fractions of the world disappearing, not being there, or being really slow in various parts of it. It was this act of faith. It's like, I think I'm going to be able to fix this. I think I'm going to be able to make this work. And lots of stuff changed where some designers would build something and have to throw it away as something fundamental of the kind of graphics or level technology change. And so there were two big things that contributed to making it possible at that time. Two new things. There was certainly hardcore optimized low-level assembly. This was where I had hired Michael A. Brash away from Microsoft. And he had been one of my early inspirations where back in the softest days, the library of magazines that they had, some of my most treasured ones were Michael A. Brash's articles in Dr. Bob's Journal. And it was amazing after all of our success at Duke, we were able to kind of hit him up and say, hey, we'd like you to come work at Insult. He was in the senior technical role at Microsoft. And he was on track for it. This was right when Microsoft was starting to take off. And I did eventually convince him that what we were doing was going to be really amazing. It was going to be something nobody had seen before. It had these aspects of what we were talking about. We had metaverse stuff back then too. We read Snow Crash and we knew about this. And Michael was big into the science fiction and we were talking about all that and it spin this tale. And it was some of the same conversations that we have today about the metaverse, how you could have different areas linked together by portals, and you could have user-generated content, and changing out all of these things.
Do you really want to create the metaverse?
We talked about things like it could be advertised as a virtual reality experience. And that was the first wave of virtual reality was in the late 80s and early 90s. You had like Number and Ruby, and you had Time and Newsweek. The early VPL headset, and of course that cratered so hard that people didn't want to look at virtual reality for decades afterwards. Where it was spoken mirrors. It was not real in the sense that you could actually do something real and valuable with it. But still, we had that kind of common set of talking points, and we were talking about what these games could become, how you'd like to see people building all of these creative things, because we were seeing an explosion of work during that. Where people were doing amazingly creative things. We saw older levels that we had built coming out of the user interface, and people finding ways to change the characters in different ways. And it was great. And we knew what we were doing at Quake was removing those last things. There was some quirky things with a couple of the data types that didn't work right for overriding. And then the core thing about the programming. And I was definitely going to hit all of those. But the graphics side of it was still, I knew what I wanted to do, and it was one of these hubris things where, well, so far I've been able to kind of kick everything that I set out to go do. With definitely a little bit more than could be comfortably chewed at that point. And but Michael was one of the strongest programmers, graphics programmers that I knew. He was one of the people that I trusted to write assembly code better than I could. And there's a few people that I can point to about things like this where I'm a world class applicator. I mean, I make things go fast, but I recognize there's a number of people that can write tighter assembly code, tighter SIMD code, tighter CUDA code that I can complete. My best strengths are a little bit more at the system level. I mean, I'm good at all of that, but the most leverage comes from making decisions that are a little bit higher, where you figure out how to change your large-scale problems so that the lower-level projects are easier to do, or it makes it possible to do them in a uniquely fast way. So most of my big wins in a lot of things, from all the way from the early games through VR and the aerospace work that I'm doing, I did, and hopefully the AI work that I'm working on now, is finding an angle on something that means you trade off something that you may think you need, but it turns out you don't need it, and by making a sacrifice in one place, you can get big advantages in another place.
Is it clear at which level of the system those big advantages can be gained?
It's not always clear, and that's why the thing that I try to make one of my core values, and I proselytize to a lot of people, is trying to know the entire stack, trying to see through everything that happens. It's almost impossible on the web browser level of things, but there's so many levels to it. But you should at least understand what they all are, even if you can't understand all the performance characteristics at each level. But it goes all the way down to literally the hardware. So what is this chip capable of? What is this software that you're writing capable of? This architecture you put on top of that, the ecosystem around it, all the people that are working on it. So there are all these decisions, and they're never made in a globally optimal way. But sometimes you can drive a thread of global optimality. You can't look at everything; it's too complicated. But sometimes you can step back up and make a different decision. And I went through this on the graphics side of the plate, where in some ways it was kind of bad, where Michael would spend his time writing. I'd rough out the basic routines, like, okay, here's our span rasterizer, and he would spend a month writing this, beautiful psycho-optimized piece of assembly language that does what I asked it to do, and did it faster than what my original code would do, or probably what I would be able to use if I had spent that time. But then we have some cases where I feel like, hey, well, I figured out that this higher level instead of drawing these in meters order here, I do a span buffer, and it cuts out 30% or 40% of all of these pixels, but it means you need to rewrite kind of this interface and all of that. And I dealt that rule on it a little bit, but in the end it was the right thing to do. We wound up changing that rasterization approach, and we wound up with a super optimized assembly language code, and then a good system around it, which minimized how much that had to be called.
So in order to be able to do this kind of system-like thinking, whether we're talking about game development, aerospace, nuclear energy, AI, VR, you have to be able to understand hardware, which is low-level software, high-level software, design decisions, the whole stack.
Yeah, and that's where a lot of these things become possible. When you're bringing the future forward, and there's a pace that everything just kind of glides towards, where we have a lot of progress that's happening in so many different ways. You kind of slide towards progress, and just let your program to get faster. For a while, it wasn't clear if you were going to get fatter more than they get quicker than they get faster, and it cancels out. But it is clear now in retrospect. Programs just get faster and have gotten faster for a long time. But if you want to do something like back in that original talking about scrolling games, and say, well, this needs to be 5 times faster. Well, we can wait 6 years and just it'll naturally get that much faster at that time. Or you come up with some really clever way of doing it. So there are those opportunities like that in a whole bunch of different areas. Now, most programmers don't need to be thinking about that. There's not that many. There's a lot of opportunities not everyone's workaday type stuff. So everyone doesn't have to know how all these things work. They don't have to know how their compiler works, how the process with chip manages cache eviction, all these low-level things. But sometimes there are powerful opportunities that you can look at and say, we can bring the future 5 years faster. We can do something that wouldn't it be great if we could do this? Well, we can do it today if we make a certain set of decisions. And it is, in some ways, smoke and mirrors, where you say it's like Doom was a lot of smoke and mirrors, where people thought it was more capable than it actually was. So we picked some great smoke and mirrors to deploy in the game, where by doing this, people will think that it's more general if we amaze them with what they've got here, and they won't notice that it doesn't do these other things. So smart decision making at that point, that's where that kind of global, holistic, top-down view can work. And I'm really a strong believer that technology should be sitting at that table having those discussions, because you do have cases where you say, well, you want to do the Johnson Ivy or whatever, where it's a pure design solution. And that's, in some cases now, where you truly have almost infinite resources. Like, if you're trying to do a scrolling game on PC, you don't even have to talk to a technology person. You can just have, any intern can make that go run as fast as it needs to there, and it can be completely designed. But if you're trying to do something that's hard, either that can't be done for resources like VR on a mobile chipset, or you don't even know how to do artificial general intelligence, it's probably going to be a matter of coming at it from an angle. I mean, for AGI, we have some of the Hutter principles about how you can standardize some of that. There are theoretical ways that you can say this is the optimal learning algorithm that can solve everything, but it's completely impractical. You just can't do that. So clearly, you have to make some concessions for general intelligence, and nobody knows what the right ones are. So people are taking different angles of attack. If I've got something clever to come up with, and that's
It's surprising to me. Perhaps there is a principle of progress that smoke and mirrors somehow is the way we go in the future. You kind of fake it till you make it, and you almost always make it. I think that's going to be the way we achieve AGI. It's going to be the way we bring consciousness into our machines. There's philosophy debate about the joint test. It's essentially about faking it. Start by faking it. I think that is key to making it. Because it was a history.
arguments. But as soon as people start talking about qualia and consciousness and Chinese roots and things, I just check out. I just don't think there's any value in this conversation. It's like, go ahead, tell me it's not going to work. I'm going to do my best to try to make it work.
They sure as heck make me feel like they're conscious in a certain way that's not here today. Is you can see the kernel like the play Guinness play.
You don't have line of sight. There's glimmers of light in the distance.
You know, I can't remember just from well, let me ask you a human question here. You've in the game design space, you've done a lot of critical throughout. Those game designs will change the world. The people around you, it's the same. So, famously, there's some animosity. There's much love, but there's some animosity. What is your human intention?
There really hasn't been for a long time, even at the beginning. Like, yes, I did push for that out of the company. And this is one of the things that I look back, if I could go back telling my younger self some advice about things, the original founding kind of corporate structure of the software really led to a bunch of problems. We started off with us as equal partners, and we had a buy-sell agreement because we didn't want outsiders to be telling us what to do inside the company. And that did lead to a bunch of the problems where I was sitting here going, it's like, all right, I'm working harder than anyone, I'm doing these technologies nobody's done before, but we're all equal partners. And then I see somebody that's not working as hard as I am. And I mean, I can't say I was the most mature about it. I was 20-something years old, and it didn't bother me when I'm like, everybody, okay, we need to all pull together. We've done it before. Everybody, we know we can do this if we get together, grind it all out. But not everybody wanted to do that for all the time. I was the youngest one of the crowd there. I had different sets of kind of backgrounds and motivations, and left at that point where it was, all right, either everybody has to be contributing like up to this level, or they need to get down. It was not, that was not a great situation. And I look back on it, and no, we pushed people out of the company that could have contributed if there was a different framework for them. And a lot of Silicon Valley, like let your stock vest over a time period, and maybe it's non-voting stock, and all those different things. We knew nothing about it. We didn't know what we were doing in terms of corporate structure.
So do you think the framework was different? Some of the human tensions have been.
It almost certainly. And I look back at that, and it's like even trying to sum it up in my mind, it's like, I know I was really, really angry about Romero not working as hard as I wanted him to work, not carrying his load on the design for Quake, coming up with things there. But he was definitely doing things. He made some of the best levels there. He was working with our external teams like Raven on the licensing side of things. But there were differences of opinion about it. But he landed right on his feet. He got $20 million from IDOS to go through Iron Storm, and he got to do things his way and spun up 3 teams simultaneously. Because that was always one of the challenging things that it did. We would do these single string, one project after another, and I think some of them wanted to go to company. I didn't, because I knew people that were saying that companies turn to shit when you got 50 employees. It's just a different world there, and I loved our little dozen people working on the projects. But you can look at it and say, well, business realities matter. We're super successful here, and we could take a swing and a miss on something, but do it a couple of times and figure out a lot. There's a reason companies try to have multiple teams running at one time. And so that was again something I didn't really appreciate back then.
So if you look at all that, you did create some amazing things together. What did you love about John Romero? What did you respect and appreciate about it? What did you admire about him? What did you like?
He was the coolest programmer I'd ever met. He had done all of this stuff. He had made all of these games. He worked at the companies that I thought was as cool as the Origin Systems. And he drew all this stuff, made things happen fast. And he was also kind of a polymath about this, where he made his own, he drew his own art, he made his own levels, as well as worked on sound design systems on top of actually being a really good programmer. And we had, we went through a little, it was kind of fun for the early things that we did, where there was kind of the young buck bit going in, where I was the new guy. He was the top man programmer at the softest. And eventually we had sort of a challenge over the weekend that we were going to race to implement this game, to port one of our PC games back down to the Apple II. And that was where we finally kind of became clear, it's like, okay, product stands a little bit apart on the programming side of things. And what Romero that very gracefully moved into, well, we'll work on the tools, we'll work on the system side, and do some of the game design stuff, as well as contributing on starting to lead the design aspects of things. So he was there's so much of doing, and even Quake have his stamp on it. But he wasn't at the same level of focus that I brought to the work that we were doing there. And he really did. We hit such a degree of success. It was all in the precedent of the Rothschild being programmers.
Yeah, that is the Beatles' problem.
Yeah, I mean, he ate it up, and he did personify it. There was the whole game developers with Ferraris that we had here. And I thought that led to some challenges there. But so much of the stuff that was great, it just did come. I would certainly not take that away from him. And even after we parted ways, he took his swing with IDOS. In some ways, he was ahead of the curve with mobile gaming as well, where one of his companies companies after IDOS was working on feature phone game development. And I wound up doing some of that just before the iPhone, crossing over into the iPhone phase there. And that was something that clearly did turn out to be a huge thing, although he was too early. So nobody was working on that. We've had pretty cordial relationships. I was happy to talk with him anytime I run into him at a conference. I've actually had some other people just say, it's like, oh, you shouldn't go over there and give him the time of day, or felt that Masters of Doom was like portraying, played things up in a way that I shouldn't be too happy with. I'm okay with all of that.
So you still got love in your heart.
I mean, I just talked with him like last year, basically this year, mentioning that I'm going off doing this AI stuff. I'm going big into artificial intelligence. And he had a bunch of ideas for how AI is going to play into gaming, and he asked if I was interested in collaborating. It's not in line with what I'm doing. I wish almost everyone the best. I know I may not have plugged on the best of terms with some people, but I was thrilled to see Tom Hall writing VR games. We have a game called Daniel, which is really awesome VR game. It's like Dungeons and Dragons. We always just play Dungeons and Dragons together. That was one of the things. That was what we did on Sundays in the early days. I was Dungeon Master, and they'd all play, and it really made me smile seeing Tom involved with an RPG game in virtual reality.
You were the CTO of Oculus VR since 2013, maybe less than more often within in 2019. Oculus was acquired by Facebook, Meta in 2014. You've spoken brilliantly about both the low-level details and experimental design, the big picture vision of virtual reality. But let me ask you about the metaverse. Big question. Both philosophically and technically, how hard is it to build? What is the metaverse? We started with discussing about great metaverse. As you think about it today, what is the metaverse? The thing that could create this compelling user value, this experience that will change the world, and how hard is it to build?
So the term comes from Neil Stephenson's book Snow Crash, which many of us had read back in the 90s. It was one of those kind of formative books. And there was this sense that the possibilities and kind of the freedom and unlimited capabilities to build a virtual world that does whatever you want, whatever you ask of it, has been a powerful draw for generations of developers, game developers specifically, and people that are thinking about more general purpose applications. So we were talking about that back in the Doom and Quake days, how you wind up with interconnected set of worlds that you kind of visit from one to another. As web pages were becoming a thing, you start thinking about what is the interactive 3D based equivalent of this. And there were a lot of really bad takes. You had thermal and virtual reality markup languages, and there's aspects like that that came from people saying, well, what kind of capabilities should we develop to enable this? And that kind of capability first work has usually not panned out very well. On the other hand, we have successful games that started with things like Doom and Quake and communities that formed around those, whether it was server lists in the early days or literal portal between different games, and then modern things that are a completely different order of magnitude, like Minecraft and Fortnite, that have 100 billion plus users. I still think that that's the right way to go to build the metaverse, is if you build something that's amazing that people love, that people wind up spending all their time in, because it's awesome, and you expand the capabilities of it.
So even if it's a very basic experience,
It's awesome. Minecraft is an amazing case study in so many things. What's been able to be done with that is really enlightening. And there are other cases where, like right now, Roblox is basically a game construction game for kids. And that was capability first play, and it's achieving scale that's on the same order of those things. So it's not impossible, but my preferred bet would be you make something amazing that people love and make it better and better. And that's where I could say we could have gone back and followed a path kind of like that in the early days. If you just kind of take the same thing, whether it's when Activision demonstrated that you could make Call of Duty every year, and not only is it not bad, people love it, something like that. Take a great game, release a new version every year, and let the capabilities grow and expand to start saying, it's like, okay, it's a game about running around and shooting things, but now you can have bring the media into it. You can have persistence of social sometimes science of life or whatever you want to add to it. I still think that's quite a good position to take. I think that while Meta is doing a bottoms-up capability approach with Horizon Worlds, where it's a fairly general purpose, creators can build whatever they want with this sort of thing. It's hard to compare to compete with something like Fortnite, which also has enormous amounts of creativity, even though it was not designed originally as a general purpose sort of thing. So we have examples of both sides. Me personally, I would have bet on trying to do entertainment valuable destination first and expand it from there.
So, can you imagine the thing that will be if we look back a couple centuries from now, and you think about the experiences that mark the singularity, the transition, and where most of our world moved into virtual reality. What do you think those experiences will look like?
So I do think it's going to be kind of like the way the web slowly took over, where you're the frog in the pot of water that's slowly heating up, where having lived through all of that, I remember when it was shocking to start seeing the first website address on a billboard, and you're like, hey, my computer world is infecting the real world. This is spreading out in some way, but there's still, when you look back and say, well, what made the web take off? And it wasn't a big bang sort of moment there. It was a bunch of little things that turned out not to even be things that are relevant now that brought them into it. So
I wonder if, I mean, like you said, you're not a historian, so maybe there's a historian out there that can really identify the moment, the data-driven way. It could be like MySpace. Maybe the first major social network that really reached into non-geek world or something like that.
I think that's kind of the fallacy of historians, though, looking for some of those kind of primary dominant causes where so many of these things are, like, we see an exponential curve, but it's not because, like, one thing is going exponential. It's because we have hundreds of little sigmoid curves overlapped on top of each other, and they just happen to be adding up so that you've got something kind of going exponential at any given point. But no single one of them was the critical thing. There were dozens and dozens of things. And you're seeing the transitions of stuff, like, as you said, MySpace giving way to other things, but even like blogging giving way to social media and getting resurrected in other guises,
and the meme
things that happened there.
Dancing baby gif or whatever all the base now belong to us. Whatever those early memes that led to the modern memes and the humor on the different evolution of humor on the internet. I'm sure the historians will also write books about some of the different websites that support the infrastructure for that humor, like Reddit, all that kind of stuff.
So people will go back and they will make firsts and critical moments, but it's probably going to be a poor approximation of what actually happens. And we've already seen, like, in the VR space, where it didn't play out the way we thought it would in terms of what was going to be. Like, the modern era of VR basically started with the E3 demo of Doom 3. So we're like, first-person shooters in VR, match made in heaven, right? And that didn't work out that great at all. They have the most comfort problems with it. And then the most popular virtual reality app was Beat Saber, which nobody predicted back then.
What's that make you, like, the first principles, if you were to, like, reverse engineer that? Why are these, like, silly, fun games? Almost.
It actually makes very clear sense when you analyze it from hindsight and look at the engineering reasons, where it's not just that it was a magical, quirky idea. It was something that played almost perfectly to what turned out to be the real strengths of the where the one thing that I really underestimated the importance of VR was the importance of the controllers. I was still thinking we could do a lot more with the gamepad. Yeah, just the amazingness of taking any existing game, being able to move your head around, look around. That was really amazing. But the controllers were super important. But the problem is, so many things that you do with the controllers just it feels like it breaks the illusion. Like trying to pick up glasses with the controllers, where you're like, oh, use the grip button when you're kind of close and you snap into your hands. All of those things are unnatural actions. That you do them and it's still part of the VR experience, but Beat Saber winds up playing only to the strengths. It completely hides all the weaknesses in it because you are holding something in your hand, you keep a solid grip on it the whole time. It slices through things without ever bumping into things. You never get into the point where, I'm knocking on this table, but in VR, my hand just goes right through it. So you've got something that slices through, so it's never your brain telling you, oh, I should have hit something. You've got a lightsaber here, it's just you expect it to slice through. Audio and music turned out to be a really powerful aspect of virtual reality where you're blocking the world off and constructing the world around you, and being something that can run efficiently on even this relatively low-powered hardware and can have a valuable loop in a small amount of time. Where a lot of modern games, you're supposed to sit down and play it for an hour, just get anywhere. Sometimes a new game takes an hour to get through the tutorial. And that's not good for VR for a couple of reasons. You do still have comfort issues if you're moving around a lot, but you've also got just discomfort from the headset, battery lifespan on the mobile versions. So having things that do break down into 3 and 4 minute windows of play, that turns out to be very valuable from a gameplay standpoint. So it winds up being kind of a perfect storm of all of these things that are really good. It doesn't have any comfort problems. You're not navigating around. You're standing still. All the stuff flies at you. It has placed audio strengths. It adds the whole fitness in VR. Nobody was thinking about that back at the beginning. And it turns out that that is an excellent daily fitness thing to be doing. You go play an hour of Beat Saber or Supernatural or something. That is legit solid exercise. And it's more fun than doing it just about any other way there.
So that's kind of the arcade stage. If I were to say my experience with VR, the thing that I think is powerful is maybe it's not here yet, but the degree to which it is immersive in a way that Quake is immersive. It takes you to another world. For me, because I'm a fan of role-playing games, the other Scroll series, like Skyrim or even Death, it just takes you to another world. And when you're not in that world, you miss it. And then you kind of want to stay there forever. Because life is pretty. And you just want to go to the place.
Is that there was a time when we were kind of asked to come up with what's your view about VR, and my pitch was that it should be better inside the headset than outside. The world as you want it. And everybody thought that was dystopian, and that's oh, you're just going to forget about the world outside. And I don't get that mindset. So the idea that if you can make the world better inside the headset than outside, you've just improved the person's life that has a headset that can wear it. And there are plenty of things that we just can't do for everyone in the real world. Everybody can get Richard Branson's private island, but everyone can have a private VR on, have the things that they want on. And there's a lot of these kind of rivalrous goods in the real world that VR can just be better. We can do a lot of things like that. It can be very, very rich. So yeah, I think it's going to be a positive thing in this world where people want to go back into their headset, where it can be better than somebody that's living in a tiny apartment can have a palatial estate in virtual reality. They can have all their friends from all over the world come over and visit them without everybody getting on a plane and meeting in some place and dealing with all the other logistics hassles. There is real value in the presence that you can get for remote meetings. It's all the little things that we need to sort out, but those are things that we have in line of sight. People that have been in a good VR meeting using workrooms where you could say, oh, that was better than a Zoom meeting. But of course, it's more of a hassle to get into it. Not everyone has a headset. Interoperability is worse. You can't have cap out in certain number. There's all these things that need to be fixed. But that's one of those things you can look at and say, we know there's value there. We just need to really grind hard and fire off all the rough edges and make that possible.
So you do think we have line of sight because there's a reason, like I do this podcast in person, for example. doing it remotely, it's not the same. And if somebody were to ask me why it's not the same, I wouldn't be able to right now. But you're saying that it's possible, whatever the magic is for the person interaction, that immersiveness of the experience, we are almost there.
So the idea of doing a VR interview with someone, I'm not saying it's here right now, but you can see glimmers of what it should be, and we largely know what would need to be fixed and improved to, like you say, there's a difference between that remote interview doing a podcast over Zoom or something and face-to-face. There's that sense of presence, that immediacy, the super low latency responsiveness, being able to see all the subtle things there, just occupying the same field of view. And all of those are things that absolutely can do with VR. And that simple case of small meeting with a couple of people, that's the much easier case that everybody thinks the Ready Player One multiverse with 1,000 people going across a huge bridge to amazing places. That's harder in a lot of other technical ways. Not to say we can't also do that, but that's further away and has more challenges. But this small thing about being able to have meetings with one or a few people and have it feel real, feel like you're there. If you have the same interactions and talking with them, get subtle cues, and you start getting high-end face tracking and some of the other things on high-end headsets, a lot of that is going to come over. And it doesn't have to be as good. This is an important thing that people miss, where there was a lot of people that, especially rich people, that would look at VR and say, it's like, well, this just isn't that good. And I'd say, it's like, well, you've already been courtside, backstage, and on pit row, and you've done all of these experiences because you get to do them in real life. But most people don't get to. And even if the experience is only half as good, if it's something that they never would have gotten to do before, it's still a very good thing. And as we can push that number up over time. It has a minimum viable value when it does something that is valuable enough to people. As long as it's better inside the headset on any metric than it is outside, people choose to go there. We're on the right path. And we have a value grade that I'm just always hammering on. We can just follow this value grade and just keep making things better rather than going for that one close your eyes, swing for the fences, and silver bullet approach.
Well, I wonder if there's a value gradient for in-person meetings, because if you get that right, then that would change.
Yeah.
But it doesn't need to. I mean, you don't need to really clear one. But I wonder if there's that value gradient you can follow along. Because if there is, and you follow it, then there'll be certain like pace shifts to the point where people will shift from Zoom to this. I wonder what are the bottlenecks? Is it software? Is it hardware? Like, is it all about latency?
So I have big arguments internally about strategic things like that, where like the next headset that's coming out that they've made various announcements about is going to be a higher end headset, more expensive, more features. Lots of people want to make those trade-offs. We'll see what the market has to say about the exact trade-offs we make. But if you want to replace Zoom, you need to have something that everybody has.
Do you like cheaper?
I like cheaper because also lighter and cheaper wind up being a virtuous cycle there, where expensive and more features tends to also lead towards heavier and just goes like, let's add more features. The features are not, they have physical presence and weight, all the batteries and all those things. So I've always favored a lower end, cheaper, faster approach. That's why I was always behind the mobile side of VR rather than higher end PC headsets. I think that's proven out well. Ideally, we have all great tools, but if you've only got one or two things, it's important that those two things cover the scope that you think is most important. When you're in a world where it's like cell phones, if there's 50 of them on the market covering every conceivable ecological niche you want, that's going to be great, but we're not going to be there for a while.
Where are the bottlenecks? Is it the hardware or the software?
Yeah, so right now, you can get workrooms on Quest, and you can set up these things, and it's a pretty good experience. It's surprisingly good.
Go ahead and try it. It's surprisingly good.
Yeah,
You know,
the voice latency is better on that than a lot better than the human. So you've got a
people, and do get to see their body, and they're sitting around a table. And it feels good. You got to Zoom.
Better than you'd expect. It is definitely, I'd say it's quite a bit better than Zoom when everything's working. But there's still all the rough edges of the reason Zoom became so successful is because they just nailed the usability. It's high quality with absolutely first rate experience. And we are not there yet with any of the VR stuff. I'm trying to push hard to get, keep talking about it, but it needs just one click to make everything happen. We're getting there in our home environment, not the workgroups application that they know. You can now kind of go over and click an invite, and it still winds up taking 5 times longer than it should. But we're getting close to that, where you click there, they click on their button, and then they're sitting there in this good presence with you. But latencies need to get a lot better. User interface needs to get a lot better. Ubiquity of the headsets needs to get better. We need to have 100 million out there just so everybody knows somebody that uses this all the time.
Well, I think it's a virtuous cycle because I do think the interface is the thing that makes or breaks this kind of revolution. It's so interesting how take one click, but it's also like how do you achieve it? I don't know what is ask a dark question. Maybe it's keeping up with Meta, but this is about Meta, but also Google. And are they able to do this kind of thing? It seems like when we put on like cranky, they seem to not do a good job of creating these user-friendly interfaces as we get bigger and bigger as a company. Like Google has created some of the greatest interfaces ever. Early on in its industry, so many good interfaces, and it's just seems to be getting crappier and crappier. Same with Meta, same with Microsoft. It seems to get worse and worse and better. I don't know what it is. Is it conservative, careful, risk averse? Is that why? Can you speak to that?
It's been really eye-opening to be working inside a tech company where I had my small companies, and then we were acquired by a mid-sized game publisher, and then Oculus was acquired by Meta, and Meta has grown by a factor of many just in the 8 years since the acquisition. So I did not have experience with this, and it was interesting because I remember, like, previously my benchmark for kind of use of resources was some of the government programs I interacted with on the aerospace side. And I remember thinking there's an Air Force program, they spent $50 million, and they didn't launch anything, they didn't even build anything. It was just kind of like they made a bunch of papers and had some parts in a warehouse and nothing came of it. $50 million. I have had to radically recalibrate my sense of how much money can be spent with resources. Where on the very plus side, VR has worked out the ability to pretty much exactly what we just passed the 10-year for my first demo of the race. And if I could have said what I wanted to have, it would have been a standalone inside-out tracked 4K resolution headset that could still plug into your PC for high-end rendering. And that's exactly what we've got on Quest 2.
Yes, first of all, let's call that would be the friendly. What Meta achieved with Oculus is incredible. And this is what I thought about the VR in terms of hardware, I would say. And maybe in terms of the experience as well. It's still not there. So.
On the one hand, we did kind of achieve it win, and we're a success right now. But the amount of resources that have gone into it winds up getting loaded up in accounting. Mark did announce that they spent $10 billion a year for reality. Now, Reality Labs covers a lot. VR was not the large part of it. Portal and Spark and the big AR research efforts. And it's been expanding out to include AI and other things there, where there's a lot going on there. But $10 billion is just a number that I had trouble processing. I feel sick to my stomach thinking about how much money being spent. But that's how they demonstrate commitment. so that Google goes and cancels all of these projects, different things like that, while Meta is really sticking with the funding of VR, and AR is still further out. So there's something to be said for that. It's not just going to vanish. The work's going in. I just wish it could be, all those resources could be applied more effectively, because I see all these cases. I point out these examples of how a third party that we're kind of competing with in various ways. A number of these examples, and they do work with a tenth of the people that we do internally. And a lot of it comes from, yes, there's the small company can just do it, while in a big company you do have to worry about, is there some SDK internally that you should be using? Is another team's making it? You have to have your cross-functional group meetups for different things. You do have more concerns about privacy or diversity and equity and safety of different things, parental issues, and things that a small startup company can just kind of cowboy off and do something interesting. And there's a lot more that is a problem that you have to pay attention to in big companies, but I'm not willing to believe that we are within even a factor of 2 or 4 of what the efficiency could be. You're constantly kind of crying out for it. We can do better than this.
And you wonder what the mechanisms to unlock that efficiency are. There's some stuff for a large company that, like an individual engineer, might not believe that they can change the world. Maybe you delegate a little bit of the responsibility to be the one who changes the world in a big company. But the reality is, like, the world will get changed by civil engineering. Like, so whether inside Google or inside a startup, it doesn't matter. It's just like Google, Meta needs to help those engineers believe. They're the ones that are going to decrease that latency. It'll take one job comic, 20-year-old comic that's inside Meta right now to change everything.
I try to point that out and push people to try to go ahead and when you see something, because you get the silo mentality where you're like, okay, I know something's not right over there, but that's staying in my lane here. And there's a couple people that I can think about that are willing to just like hop all over the place. And I treasure people that are just willing to, they're fearless. They will go over and they will rebuild the kernel and change this distribution, hack a firmware over here to get something done. And that is relatively rare. There's thousands of developers, and you've got a small handful that are willing to operate at that level. And and it's potentially risky for them. The politics are real in a lot of things. I'm in this very much privileged position. I'm more or less untouchable there. I've been dinged like twice for, like you said, something insensitive in that post, and you should probably not say that. But for the most part, yes, I get away with every week I'm posting something pretty loud and opinionated internally, and I think that's useful for the company. But yeah, it's rare to have a position like that, and I can't necessarily offer advice for how someone can do that.
Well, you could offer advice to a company in general to give a little bit of freedom for the young, wild. Like the wildest ideas come from the young mind. And so you need to give them freedom to think that, wow, this is crazy. For that, they have to be they have to think crazy ideas and thoughts, and pursue them with passion without being slowed down by bureaucracy or management and all that sort of stuff. Obviously, startups really empower that, but big companies could too. And that's a design challenge for companies, for big companies, to see how you enable that company.
There are so many resources, and they do amazing things do get accomplished, but there's so much more that could come out. I'm always hoping. I'm an optimist in almost everything. I think things can get better. I think that they can improve things, that you go through a path and you're learning and what does and doesn't work. I'm not ready to be fatalistic about the outcome of any of that.
Me neither. I know too many good people inside of those large companies that are incredible. You have a friendship. Often when I talk to them, they bring up how incredible of an engineer and just a big picture. I think who you are is a huge amount of respect. For you, I've never been a fly on the wall between, especially between the two of you. I just wonder, is there something you guys debate, argue about, discuss? Is there some interesting problems that the two of you think about? You come from different worlds. Maybe there's some intersection in aerospace. Maybe there's some intersection in your new efforts in artificial intelligence in terms of thinking. Is there something interesting you could say about sort of the debates the two of you have?
So I think in some ways we do have a kind of similar background where we're almost exactly the same age. We had kind of similar programming backgrounds on personal computers and even some of the books that we would read and things that would kind of turn us into the people that we are today. And I think there is a degree of sensibility similarities where we kind of all bullshit on the same things and kind of see the same opportunities in different technology. There's that sense of, I always talk about the speed of light solutions for things. He's thinking about kind of minimum manufacturing and engineering and operational standards for things. And so when I first met Elon, right at the start of the aerospace era, where I wasn't familiar with, I was still in my game dev bubble. I really wasn't familiar with all the startups that were going and being successful and what went on with PayPal and all these different companies. But I met him as I was starting to do Armadillo Aerospace, and he came down with his right-hand propulsion guy, and we talked about what can we do with this. And it was kind of specific things about how our flight computers set up, what are the propellant options, and what can happen with different ways of putting things together. And then in some ways, he was certainly the biggest player in the sort of alt space community that was going on in the early 2000s. He was the most well-funded, although his funding in the larger scheme of things compared to like a NASA or something like that was really tiny. It was a lot more than I had at the time. But it was interesting. I had a point years later when I realized, okay, my financial resources at this point are basically what Elon's was when he went all in on SpaceX and Tesla. And I think in many corners he does not get the respect that he should about being a wealthy person that could just retire. And he went all in there. He was really going to, he could have gone bust. There's plenty of people, you look at the sad athletes or entertainers that have all the money in the world to do it. It could have been the business case example of that. But the things that he was doing, space exploration, electrification, transportation, solar city type things, these are big world level things. And I have a great deal of admiration that he was willing to throw himself so completely into that, because in contrast with myself, I was doing Armadillo Aerospace with this tightly bounded, it was John's crazy money at the time that had a finite limit on it. It was never going to impact me or my family if it completely failed. And I was still hedging my bets, working at id Software at the time, and he had been really all in there. And I had a huge amount of respect for that. And people do not, the other thing I get irritated is people would say, like, oh, Elon's just a business guy. He just got, he was gifted the money and he's just kind of investing in all of this. When he was really deeply involved in a lot of the decisions. Not all of them were perfect, but he cared very much about engine material selection, propellant selection. For years, he'd be kind of telling me, it's like, get off that hydrogen peroxide stuff. It's like liquid oxygen is the only proper oxidizer for this. And the times that I've gone through the factories with him, we're talking very detailed things about how this weld is made, how this sub-assembly goes together, what our startup shutdown behaviors of the different things. So he is really in there at a very detailed level. I think that he is the best modern example now of someone that tries to, that can effectively micromanage some decisions on things in both Tesla and SpaceX to some degree, where he cares enough about it. I worry a lot that it's stretched too thin. You get Boring Company and Neuralink and Twitter, all the other possible things there. I know I've got limits on how much I can pay attention to. And I have to kind of box off different amounts of time. And I look back at my aerospace side of things. Like I did not go all in on that. I did not commit myself at a level it would have taken to be successful there. And it's kind of a weird thing, just like having a discussion with the richest man in the world right now. He operates on a level that is still very much in my wheelhouse on the technical side of things. So
yeah, doing that systems, all that type of thing, we go into the details and the high picture. Do you think in the aerospace arena in the next 5-10 years, do you think we're going to put people on Mars? Like, what do you think is interesting?
Yeah, I did. In fact, I made a bet with someone, with a group of people, about whether boots on Mars by 2030. And this was kind of a fun story because I was at an Intel-sponsored event. We had a bunch of just world-class brilliant people. And we were talking about computing stuff, and the after-dinner conversation was, like, what are some other things, how they're going to go in the future? And one of the ones tossed up on the whiteboard was boots on Mars by 2030. And most of the people in the room thought yes. They thought that SpaceX is kicking ass. We've got all this possible stuff. It seems likely that it's going to go that way. And I said, no, I think less than 50% chance that it's going to make it. And people, were kind of, my pessimism or whatever. Of course, I'm an optimist in almost everything, but for me to be the one kind of outlier, saying, no, I don't think so. Then I started saying some of the things. I said, well, let's be concrete about it. Let's $10,000 that it's not going to happen. And this was really startling thing to see that group of brilliant people, but as soon as like money came on the line, they were like, "Do I got $10,000?" I was not the richest person in the room. There were people much better off than I was expecting. But as soon as they started thinking, it's like, oh, I could lose money by keeping my position right now. And all these engineers, they engaged their brain. They started thinking, it's like, okay, launch windows, launch delays, like how many times would it take to get this right? What historical precedents do we have? And then it mostly came down to, it's like, well, what about in transit by 2030? And then what about the different things, or would you go for 2032? But one of the people did go ahead and was optimistic enough to make a bet for me. So I have a $10,000 bet by 2030. I think it's going to happen shortly thereafter. I think there will probably be infrastructure on Mars by 2030, but I don't think that we'll have humans on Mars by 2030. I think it's possible, but I think it's less than a 50% chance, so I felt safe making that bet.
Well, I think you had an interesting point. Correct me if I'm wrong. It's a dark one. It's it should perhaps help people appreciate Elon Musk, which is in this particular effort, Elon is critical to success. SpaceX seems to be critical to 20, humans on Mars by 2030 or thereabouts. So if something happens to Elon, then all of this collapses.
And this is in contrast to the other $10,000 bet I made kind of recently, and that was self-driving cars at level 5 around cities. And people have kind of hit that we probably don't need exactly level 5, but the guy I'm having the bet with is we know what we need about this. Coding bar, stack of art. But it's just, he doesn't think that people are going to be riding around in robo taxis in 2030 in major cities, just like to take an Uber now. And I think it will. And the difference is everybody looks at this, oh, but Tesla's been wrong for years. They've been promising it for years, and it's not here yet. And the reason this is different than the bet with Mars is Mars really is more than is comfortable a bet on Elon Musk. That is his thing. He is really going to do heaven and earth to try to make that happen. Yeah, because if Elon went away and SpaceX went public and our board of directors, there are more profitable things they could be doing, focusing on it's going slower than most people thought it would. Betting against that is a bet against almost the entire world in terms of all of these companies that have all of these incentives. It's not just one guy's passion project. And I do think that it is solvable. Although I recognize it's not 100% chance because it's possible the long tail of self-driving problems winds up being an AGI complete problem. I think there's plenty of value to mine out of it with narrow AI. It's going to happen, probably more so than people expect. But it's that whole sigmoid curve where you overestimate the near-term progress, you underestimate the long-term progress. I think self-driving is going to be like that. I think 2030 is still a pretty good bet.
Yeah, unfortunately, self-driving is a problem with the safety critical, meaning that if you don't do it well, you can get hurt.
Plus, the other side of that is people are terrible drivers. Well, it's not going to be, that's probably going to be the argument that gets it through. It's like we can save 10,000 lives a year by taking imperfect self-driving cars and letting them take over a lot of driving responsibilities. It's like there's 30,000 people a year die in auto accidents right now in America, and a lot of those are preventable. And the problem is you'll have people that every time a Tesla crashes into something, you've got a bunch of people that literally have vested interest shorting Tesla to come out and make it the worst thing in the world. And people will be fighting against that. But optimistically, again, I think that we will have systems that are statistically safer than human drivers. We will be saving thousands and thousands of lives every year when we can handle more of those responsibilities to it.
I do still think, as a person who studies this probably deeply from the human side as well, it's still an open problem how good / bad humans are driving. It's a kind of funny thing to say about each other. Oh, humans such a driver. You know, everybody except you, of course, like you think you're good at driving. But after really studying, I think you start to notice, because I watched hundreds of hours of humans driving the projects and stuff. You notice that even with the destruction, even with everything else, humans are able to do some incredible things with the attention. Even when you just look at the smartphone, just to get cues from the environment, to make less second decisions, to use instinctual type of decisions that actually save your ass time and time and time again, and are able to do that with so much uncertainty around you, with such tricky dynamic environments. I don't know. I don't know exactly how hard is it to beat that kind of skill, common sense reasoning.
This is one of those interesting things that there have been a lot of studies about how experts in their field usually underestimate the progress that's going to happen because an expert thinks about all the problems they deal with. They're like, man, I'm going to have a hard time solving all of this. And they filter out the fact that they are one expert in a field of thousands. And you think about, I can't do all of that. And you sometimes forget about the scope of the ecosystem that you're embedded in. And if you think back 8 years, very specifically, the state of AI and machine learning, where we just got ResNets. We didn't have that. And you look at all the amazing, magical things that have happened in 8 years. And they do kind of seem to be happening a little faster in recent years also. We project that 8 more years into the future, where, I think there's a 50% chance we're going to have signs of life in cheetah, which we can put through drivers in if we need to actually build self-driving cars. And I think that the narrow systems are going to have real value demonstrated well before that.
The signs of life in AGI, you've mentioned that. Okay, first of all, you're one of the most brilliant people on this earth. You could be solving a number of problems, as you've mentioned. Your mind was attracted to nuclear energy. Obviously, virtual reality with the metaverse is something you have tremendous impact on.
I do want to say a quick thing about nuclear energy, where this is something that is so precisely feels like aerospace before space, where everything that I know about all of these, the physics of this stuff hasn't changed, and the reasons why things are expensive will not fundamentally. Somebody should be going into really hard, Elon Musk style, at fission, economical fission, not fusion, where the fusion is the kind of the darling of people that want to go and do nuclear because it doesn't have the taint that fission has in a lot of people's minds. But it's an almost absurdly complex thing where nuclear fusion, as you look at the tokamaks or any of the things that people are building, and it's doing all of this infrastructure just at the end of the day make something hot so that you can then turn into energy through conventional power plants. And all of that work, which we think we've got line of sight, even if it comes out, then you have to do all of that immensely complex and expensive stuff just to make something hot. Where nuclear fission is basically you put these two rocks together and they get hot all by themselves. That is just that much simpler. It's just orders of magnitude simpler. And the actual rocks, the refined uranium, is not very expensive. A couple percent of the cost of electricity. That's why I made that point where you could have something which was 5 times less efficient than current systems. And if the rest of the plant was a whole bunch cheaper, you could still be super, super valuable.
So how much of the pie do you think could be solved by nuclear energy efficient? So how much could it become a primary source of energy on Earth?
Could be used. Like the reserves of uranium, as it stands now, could not power the whole planet. But you get into breeder reactors and thorium, things like that you do for conventional fission. There is enough for everything. Now, solar photovoltaic has been amazing. One of my current projects is working on an off-grid system, and it's been fun just kind of, again, putting my hands on all the, stripping the wires, wiring things together, and doing all of that. And just having followed that a little bit from the outside over the last couple of decades, there's been semiconductor-like magical progress in what's going on there. So I'm all for all of that, but it doesn't solve everything, and nuclear really still does seem like the smart money bet for what you should be getting for base value on a lot of things. And solar may be cheaper for peaking over air conditioning loads during the summer, things that you can push around in different ways. But it's one of those things it's just strange how we've had the technology sitting there, but these non-technical reasons on the social optics of it has been this major forcing function for something that really should be at the cornerstone of all of the world's concerns with energy. It's interesting how the non-technical factors have really dominated something that is so fundamental to the existence of the human race as we know it today.
And much of the troubles of the world, including wars in different parts of the world, like Ukraine, is energy based. And it's just sitting right there to be solved. That said, to me personally, I think it's clear that if AGI was to be achieved, that would change the course of history.
AGI-wise, I was making this decision about what do I want to focus on after VR. And I'm still working on VR regularly. I spend a day a week consulting with Meta. Boz styles me the consulting CTO. It's kind of like the Sherlock Holmes that comes in and consults on some of the specific tough issues. I'm still pretty passionate about all of that, but I have been figuring out how to compartmentalize and force that into a smaller box to work on some other things. And I did come down to this decision between working on economical nuclear fission or artificial intelligence. And the fission side of things, I've got a bunch of interesting things going that way, but that would be a fairly big project thing to do. I don't think it needs to be as big as people expect. I do think something original SpaceX size, build it, power your building off of it, and then the government, I think, will come around to what you need to. Everybody loves an existence group. I think it's possible. Somebody should be doing this, but it's going to involve some politics. It's going to involve decent-sized teams, a bunch of this cross-functional stuff that I don't love. While the artificial general intelligence side of things, it seems to me like this is the highest leverage moment for potentially a single individual, potentially in the history of the world, where the things that we know about the brain, what we can do with artificial intelligence, nobody can say absolutely any of these things, but I am not a madman for remember saying that it is likely that the code for artificial general intelligence is going to be tens of thousands of lines of code, not millions of lines of code. This is code that conceivably one individual could write, unlike writing a new web browser or operating system. And based on the progress that AI machine learning has made in recent decades, it's likely that the important things that we don't know are relatively simple. Probably a handful of things. My bet is that I think there's less than 6 key insights that need to be made. Each one of them could probably be written on the back of an envelope. I don't know what they are, but when they're put together, concert with GPUs at scale, the data that we all have access to, that we can make something that behaves like a human being, like a living creature, and that can then be educated in whatever ways that we need to get to the point where we can have universal living workers, where anything that somebody does mediated by a computer and doesn't require physical interaction, that an AGI will be able to do. We can already simulate the equivalent of the Zoom meetings with avatars and synthetic deepfakes and whatnot. We can definitely do that. We have superhuman capabilities on any narrow thing that we can, so we can formalize and make a loss function. But there's things we don't know how to do. But I don't think they are unapproachably hard. And it's incredibly heuristic to say that it's like, but I think that what I said a couple years ago is 50% chance that somewhere there will be signs of life on AGI in 2030. I probably increased that slight, maybe at 55, 60%, because I do think there's a real sense of acceleration.
So I wonder what, and by the way, you also written that I bet with hindsight we will find that there are antecedents of all the remaining steps for AGI are already very similar in the vast nature of today. The ideas are already there.
I think that's likely the case. One of the things that appeals to so many people, including me, about the promise of AGI is we know that we're only drinking from a straw, from the fire hose of all the information out there. You look at just in a very narrowly bounded field like machine learning, you can't read all the papers that come out all the time. You can't go back and read all the clever things that people did in the 90s or earlier that people have forgotten because they didn't pan out at the time when they were trying to do them with 12 neurons. So this idea that, yeah, I think there are gems buried in some of the older literature that was not the path taken by everything. And you can see a kind of herd mentality in the things that happen right now. It's almost funny to see, oh, Google does something, OpenAI does something, Meta does something. And, they're the same people that all talk to each other and they're all one-upping each other and all people who are implementing each other's work given a month or two after somebody has an announcement. But there's a whole world of possible approaches to machine learning, and I think that you probably will, in hindsight, go back and see it like, yeah, that was kind of clearly predicted by this early paper here. This turns out that if you do this and take this result from animal training and this thing from neuroscience over here and put it together and set up this curriculum for the learning, that's kind of what it took. You don't have too many people now that are still saying it's not possible or it's going to take hundreds of years. And 10 years ago, you would get a collection of experts, and you would have a decent chunk on the margin that either say not possible or a couple hundred years, might be centuries. And the median estimate would be like 50, 70 years, and it's been coming down. And I know with me saying 8 years for something, that still puts me on the optimistic side, but it's not crazy out in the fringes. And just being able to look at that meta level about the trend of predictions going down there, the idea that something could be happening relatively soon. Now, I do not believe in fast takers. That's one of the safety issues that people say, oh, it's going to go boom, and the AI is going to take over the world. There's a lot of reasons. I don't think that's a credible position. And I think that we'll go to the point where we start seeing things that credibly look like animals' behaviors and have a human voice box wired into them. Like I tried to get Elon to say, like your pig with Neuralink, give it a human voice box and let it start learning human words. I think that I think animal intelligence is closer to human intelligence than a lot of people would like to think. make the gulf seem a lot bigger than it actually is. There's just that smooth spectrum of how the brain developed and cortexes and scaling of different things going on.
Yes, language is uh, sort of lost in translation, conceals a lot of intelligence. So when you think about signs of life or AGI, you're thinking about doing interpretable subjects.
So the example I give, if we get to the point where you've got a learning disabled toddler, so some kind of real special needs child that can still interact with their favorite TV show and video game and can be trained and learn in some appreciably human-like way. At that point, you can deploy an army of engineers, cognitive scientists, developmental education people, and you've got so many advantages there on like real education where you can roll back some A/B testing, you can find a golden path through a curriculum of different things. If you get to that point, learning disabled toddler, I think that it's going to be a done deal.
But do you think we'll know when we see it? So there's been a lot of really interesting general learning progress with DeepMind, OpenAI a little bit too. I tend to believe that Tesla Harbaugh deserves a lot more credit than he's getting for making progress in the general. I'm sort of doing the multitask learning thing and increasing the number of tasks and automating that process of sort of learning from the edge, discovering edge cases and learning from the edge cases. That is, it's really approaching a different angle of the general learning progress of AGI. But the more clear approach comes from the DeepMind, where you have these kind of game situations and the systems there. But I don't know. People seem to be quite.
There will always be people that just don't believe it, and I fundamentally don't care. I mean, I don't care if they don't believe it. When it starts doing people's jobs, and I care about the philosophical zombie.
Yes, but will you think you will notice something special? And because to me, I've been noticing a lot of special things. I think a lot of credit should go to DeepMind for Alpha's Zero. That was truly special. There's self-play mechanisms to achieve and solve problems that just thought unsolvable, like the game was dead. Also, I mean, towards the folding, starting to get into that space where learning is doing. At first, there wasn't content learning, it's not, now it's end-to-end learning of a very difficult, previously thought unsolvable problem, 13 and so, yeah, where do you think it would be really magical?
There have been incredible things happening. To say all of the things from DeepMind and OpenAI that have been huge showpiece things, but when you really get down to it, you read the papers, look at the way the models are growing, it's still like a before you push something in, something comes out at the end, and maybe there's diffusion models or Monte Carlo tree rollouts, different things going on, but it's not a beam. It's not close to a beam that's going through a lifelong learning process.
Do you want something that kind of gives signs of it being? Like, what's the difference between a neural network, deep neural network?
So fundamentally, the brain is a recurrent neural network generating action thoughts. It's implemented on a biological substance. And it's interesting thinking about things like that, where, fundamentally the brain is not a convolutional neural network or a transformer. Those are specialized things that are very valuable for what we're doing, but it's not the way the brain's doing. Now, I do think consciousness and AI in general is a substrate independent mechanism where it doesn't have to be implemented the way the brain is, but if you've only got one existence proof, there's certainly some value of caring about what it says it does. And so the idea that anything that can't be done with a neural AI, that you could quantify up a loss function for a reward mechanism, you're almost certainly going to be able to produce something that's more resource effective to train and deploy and use in inference mode, and train a whole lot using an inference. But a living being is going to be something that's a continuous, lifelong learned, task agnostic thing. And
So
while
the
a lot,
lifelong learning is really important too, and the long-term memories is a big, big part of that
and
puzzle.
we've got, again, I have all the respect in the world for the amazing things that are being done now, but sometimes they can be taken a little bit out of context with things like there's some smoke and mirrors going on. Like Ghana, the recent work, the multitask learning stuff. You know, it's amazing that it's one model that plays all the Atari games as well as doing all of these other things. But it didn't learn to do all of things. It was instructed in doing that by other reinforcement learners going through and doing that. And even in the case of all the games, it's still going with a specific hand-coded reward function in each of those Atari games, where it's not that, you know, how does it just wants to spend its summer afternoon playing Atari because that's the most interesting thing for it. So it's, again, not the general, it's not learning the way humans learn. And there's, I believe, a lot of things that are challenging to make a loss function for what you can train through these existing conventional things. We're going to chip away at all the things that people do that we can turn into narrow AI problems. And billions of trillions of dollars of value are going to be created by that. But there's still going to be a set of things, and we've got questionable cases like the self-driving car, where it's possible, it's not my bet, but it's plausible that the long tail could be problematic enough that that really does require a full-on artificial general intelligence. The counter argument is that data solves almost everything's an interpolation problem if you have enough data, and Tesla may be able to get enough data from all of their deployed stuff to be able to work on it, but maybe not. And there are all the other problems about, like, say you want to have a strategy meeting, and you want to go ahead and bring in all of your remote workers and your consultants, and you want a world where some of those could be AIs that are talking and interacting with you in an area that is too murky to have a crisp loss function. But they still have things that on some level, they're rewarded on some internal level for building a valuable to humans kind of life and ability to interact with things.
See, I still think that self-driving cars solving that problem would take us very far towards AGI. You might not need AGI. I am really inspired by how it's doing. Waymo, and so some of the other companies that think Waymo leads the way there is also really interesting. They don't have quite as ambitious of an effort in terms of learning-based, sort of data-hungry approach to driving, which I think is very close to the kind of thing that would take us far towards AGI.
It's a funny thing because as far as I can tell, Elon is completely serious about all of his concerns about AGI being an existential threat. And I tried to draw him out to talk about AI, and he just didn't want to. And I get that fatalistic sense from him. It's weird because his company could very well be the leading company leading towards a where Tesla being a super pragmatic company that's doing things because they really want to solve this actual problem. It's a different vibe than the research-oriented companies. It's a great time to be an AI researcher. You've got your pick of trillion-dollar companies that will pay you to kind of work on the problems you're interested in, but that's not necessarily driving hard towards the core problem of AGI as something that's going to produce a lot of value by doing things that people currently do or like to do.
I mean, I have a million questions to you about your ideas about AGI. Do you think it needs to be embodied? Do you think it needs to have a body to start to notice the signs of life and develop the kind of system that's able to reason, perceive the world in the way that AGI should act in the world? So should we be thinking about robots, or can this be achieved in a purely digital sense?
I have a clear opinion, and that's that it does not need to be embodied in the physical world. Where you could say most of my career is about making simulated virtual worlds.
Sure.
Games are virtual reality. And so on a fundamental level, I believe that we can make a simulated environment that provides much of the value of what the real environment does. And restricting yourself to operating in real time in the physical world with physical objects, I think is an enormous handicap. I mean, that's one of the real lessons driven home by all my aerospace work. It's that, reality is a bitch in so many ways there. We're dealing with all the mechanical components, like everything fails. Murphy's Law, even if you've done it right before on your fifth one, it might So yeah, I think that anybody that is all in on the body aspect of it, they are tying a huge weight to their ankles, and I think that I would almost count them out. Anybody that's making that cornerstone of their belief about it, I would almost write them off as being worried about them getting to AGI first. I was very surprised that Elon's big on the humanoid robots. And like the NASA Robonaut stuff was always, I almost a gag line. What are you doing, people?
Well, that's very interesting because he has a very pragmatic view of that. That's just a way to solve a particular problem or factor.
Now, I do think that once you have an AGI, robotic bodies, humanoid bodies, they're going to be enormously valuable. I just don't think they're helpful getting the AGI.
Well, he has a very sort of practical view, which I disagree with the argument that it's a practical view that there's, we could transport the problem of driving to the problem of robotic manipulation, because so much of it is perception. It's perception of action, it is just a different context, and so you can apply all the same kind of data etching, learning processes. So why not apply it to the human body? But I do think that there's a certain magic to being body robot.
And maybe the thing that finally convinces people,
Yes.
again, I don't really care that much about convincing people, but the world that I'm looking towards is where you go to the website and say, I want 5 Frank 1As to go to work on my team today, and they all spin up and they start showing up in your Zoom meeting.
To push back, but also to agree with you. But first, to push back, I do think you have to convince people them to welcome that thing into their life.
I think there's enough businesses that operate on an objective kind of profit loss sort of basis that if you look at how many things you're talking about the world as an evolutionary space there, when you do have free markets and you have entrepreneurs, you're going to have people that are going to be willing to go out and try whatever crazy things. And when it proves to be beneficial, there's fast followers in all sorts of places.
Yeah, and you're saying that, Quake and VR is a kind of body just in a different world. And if you're able to demonstrate, if you're able to do something productive in that kind of digital reality, then AGI doesn't need to have a body.
So one of the really practical technical questions that I kind of keep arguing with myself over, if you're doing a training and learning and you've got watch Sesame Street, you can play Master System games or something, is it enough to have just a video feed that is that video coming in? Or should it literally be on a virtual TV set in a virtual room, even if it's a simple room, just to have that sense of you're looking at a 2D projection on the screen versus having the screen beam directly into your retinas. And I think it's possible to maybe get past some of these signs of life of things with the just kind of projected directly into the receptor fields, but eventually for more kind of human emotional connection for things, probably having some VR room with a lot of screens in it for the AI to be learning in is likely helpful.
There may be a world of different AIs interacting with each other.
And self-play, I do think, is one of the critical things. Where socialization, one of the other limitations I set for myself thinking about things is I need something that is at least potentially real time, because it's nice you can always slow down time, you can run on a subscale system and test an algorithm at some level. And if you've got extra horsepower running faster than real time, it's a great thing. But I want to be able to have the AIs either socially interact with each other or critically with actual people, sort of child development psychiatrist that comes in and interacts and does the good boy, bad boy sort of thing as they're going through and exploring different things. And it's nice to come back to the value of constraints in a lot of things. And if I say, well, one of my constraints is real-time operation, it might still be a huge data center full of computers, but it should be able to interact on a Zoom meeting with people. And that's how you also do start convincing people, even if it's not a robot body moving, which eventually gets to do a few different levels. But if you can go ahead and not just type back and forth to a GPT bot, but literally talking to them, embodied over Zoom form, and working through problems with them, or exploring situations, and having conversations conversations that are fully stateful and learned. I think that that's a valuable thing. So I do keep all of my eyes on things that can be implemented within sort of that 30 frames per second kind of work. I think that's feasible.
Do you think the most compelling experiences first will be for pleasure or for business? If they ask me. So, meaning is it if it's interacting with AI agents, will it be sort of like friends, entertainment, almost like a therapist or whatever, that kind of interaction? Or is it in the business setting, something like you said, brainstorming different ideas? So this is all a different formulation of kind of a Turing test or the spirit of the original Turing test. Where do you think the biggest benefit will first come?
It's going to start off with usually expensive. You're going to, if we're still all guessing about what compute is going to be necessary. I fall on the side of I don't think you run the numbers if you 86 billion neurons, 100 trillion synapses. I don't think those all need to be weights. I don't think we need models that are quite that big, evaluated like that often. I base that off. We've got reasonable estimates of what some parts of the brain do. We don't have the neocortex formula, but we kind of get some of the other sensory processing. And it doesn't feel like we can simulate that in computers with less weights. But still, it's probably going to be thousands of GPUs to be running human level AGI. Depending on how it's implemented, that might give you sort of a clan of 128 kind of running batch people, depending on whether there's sparsity in the way that the weights and things are set up. If it is a reasonably dense thing that just the memory bandwidth trade-offs, you get 128 of them at the same time, and either it's all feeding together, learning in parallel, or kind of all running together, talking to a bunch of people. But still, if you've got thousands of GPUs necessary to run these things, it's going to be kind of expensive, where it might start off $1,000 an hour for your even post-development or something, or that, which would be something that you would only use for a business, something that you think they're going to help you make a strategic decision or point out something super important. But I also am completely confident that we will have another factor of 1,000 in cost performance increase in AGI type calculations. Not in general computing necessarily, but there's so much more that we can do with packaging, making those right trade-offs, all those same types of things that in the next couple decades, 1,000 of these, then you're down to $1 an hour. And then you're kind of like, well, I should have an entourage of AIs that are following me around, helping me out on anything that I want them to do.
That's one interesting trajectory, but I'll push back to that. So in that case, if you want to pay thousands of dollars, it should actually price the value. I think it's easier or cheaper to provide value via a jump AI that will take us to AGI. You just have a product. I think there's an ocean of loneliness. And I think an effective friend that doesn't have to be perfect, it doesn't have to be intelligent, it has to be active, having emotional intelligence, having ability to remember things, having ability to listen. Most of us don't listen to each other. One of the things that I love, and when you care about somebody, when you love somebody, is when you listen. And that is something we treasure about each other. And if an AI can do that kind of thing, I think that provides a huge amount of value. And very importantly, provides value is going to listen, understand, versus provide really good advice. I think providing really good advice very different. Is another next step that I think it's just easier to do companionship.
I wouldn't disagree. There's very few things that I would argue can't be reduced to some kind of a narrow AI. If we could do $1 trillion of values, all the things, and a lot of it can be done with smoke and mirrors without having to run it. There's going to be the equivalent of the Dune version for the AGI that's not really AGI, it's all smoke and mirrors, but it happens to do enough valuable things that it's enormously useful and valuable to people. But at some point, you do want to get to the point where you have the fully general thing. You stop making bespoke, specialized systems for each thing, start using the higher level language instead of writing everything in assembly language.
What about consciousness? The C word. Do you think that's fundamental to solving AGI, or is it important for human cognition?
So I think most of the arguments about consciousness don't have a whole lot of merit. I think that consciousness is kind of the way the brain feels when it's operating.
Yes.
And this idea that, I do generally subscribe to sort of the pandemonium theories of consciousness where there's all these things bubbling around, and I think of them as kind of slightly randomized, sparse distributed memory bit strings of things that are kind of happening, recalling different associative memories, and eventually you get some level of consensus and bubbles up to the point of being a conscious thought there. And the little bits of stochasticity that are sitting on in this as it cycles between different things and recalls different memory, that's largely our imagination, creativity. So I don't think there's anything deeply magical about it, certainly not symbolic. I think it is generally the flow of these associations brought up with stochastic noise overlaid on top. So much of that is, it depends on what you happen to have in your field of view as some other thought was occurring to you that overlay and blend into the next key that queries your memory for things. And that kind of determines how your chain of consciousness goes.
So that's kind of the quality of the subjective experience is not essential for intelligence.
If there's anything really important there.
What about some other human qualities like fear, mortality, stuff like that? Like the fact that this line ends. Is that important? Like you talk so much throughout this conversation about the value of deadlines and constraints. Do you think that's important for intelligence?
Actually, a super interesting angle that I don't usually take on that about as death being a deadline that forces you to make better decisions.
Yes.
Because I have heard people talk about how if you have mortality, people are going to stop trying and working on things because they've got all the time in the world. But I would say that I don't expect it to be a super critical thing that a sense of mortality and death, impending death, is necessary there, because those are things that they do wind up providing reward signals to. We will be in control of the reward signals, and there will have to be something fundamental that causes that engenders curiosity and setting and all of that. Something is going to play in there that reward, whether it's positive or negative or both. I don't have any strong opinions on exactly what it's going to be, but that's that type of thing where I doubt that might be one of those half dozen key things that has to be sorted out exactly what the master reward, that's the meta reward overall of life, the local task specific rewards have to be.
That could be that big negative reward of death. Maybe not death, but the ability to walk away from the interaction. So it bothers me when people treat AI systems so. So it doesn't bother me, but it really is drawing the line between what an AI system could be. It's limiting the possibility of an AI system could be. It's treating them as justice tools. Now, that's of course from a narrow AI perspective. There's so many problems that narrow AI can solve, just like you said, as in its form of a tool. But it could also be a being, which is much more than a tool. To become a being, you have to respect that thing for being a being, and for that, it has to be able to have to make its own decisions, to walk away, to stay ahead of the field. I would like to break up with you now. Not treated me well, and I would like to move on. So I think that actually that choice to end.
So a couple of things. So on the one hand, it is kind of disturbing when you see people being like people that are mean to robots and mean to Alexa, whatever, and that seems to speak badly about humanity. But there's also the exact opposite side of that, where you have so many people that imbue humanity in inanimate objects or things that are toys or that are relatively limited. So I think it may even be more danger about people putting more emotional investment into a lot of these proto AIs of different ways.
And then the AI would manipulate that.
But as far as like AI ethics sides of things, people that enjoy thinking about impractical things, things that are not in the world and the pragmatic effect around you. And I think that, again, because I don't think there's going to be a fast day. I think we actually will have time to have these debates when we know the shape of what we're debating. And some people do take a principled approach that they think it's going to go too fast, that you really do need to get ahead. That you need to be thinking about this because we have slow processes of coming to any kind of consensuses or even coming up with ideas about this. And maybe that's true. I wouldn't put any of my money or funding into something like that because I don't think it's a problem yet. And I think that we will have these signs of life. When we've got our learning disabled toddler, we should really start talking about some of the safety and ethics issues, but probably not before then.
Can you elaborate briefly about why you don't think there'll be a fast takeoff? Is there some deep intuition around it? Is it because it's grounded in the physical world?
Yeah, so it is my belief that we're going to start off with something that requires thousands of GPUs. And I don't know if you've tried to go get 1,000 GPU instance on a cloud anytime recently, but these are not things that you can just go spin up hundreds of. There are real challenges to these things are going to take data centers, and data centers take years to build. Last few years, we've seen a few of them kind of coming up, going in different places. They're big engineering efforts. You can hear people bemoan about the fact that the network was wired all wrong. It took them a month to go unwire it, rewire it the right way. These aren't things that you can just magic into existence. And the ideas of like the old tropes about it's going to escape onto the internet, take over other systems. There's the fast takeoff ones are clearly nonsense because you just can't open TCP connections above a certain, no matter how smart you are, even if you have perfect hacking ability. That take over the world in an instant sort of thing just isn't plausible at all. And even if you had access to all of the resources, these are going to be specialized systems where you're going to wind up with something that is architected around exactly this chip with this interconnect, and it's not just going to be able to be plopped somewhere else. Now, interestingly, it is going to be something that the entire code will easily fit on a thumb. That total spider-y thriller sorts of things where you could have, hey, we cracked the secret to AGI, it's on this thumb drive. Anyone could steal it. Now, they still have to build the right data centers to deploy it and have the right kind of life experience curriculum to take it up to the point where it's valuable. But the real core, the magic that's going to happen there is going to be very small. Again, tens of thousands of lines of code, not billions of lines of code.
It is possible to imagine a world, as you mentioned, is quite good. If it's just a few lines of code, we can imagine a world where the surface of computation is growing, maybe growing exponentially, meaning there's the refrigerators start getting a GPU, and just first off, smartphones, the billions of smartphones. That maybe if there become highways through which code will spread across the entirety of the computational surface, then you no longer have to book AWS GPUs.
There are real fundamental issues there. When you start getting down to taking an actual problem and putting it on an abstract machine like that, that has not worked out well in practice. And the idea that there was always, it's always been easy to come up with ways to get compute faster. Say more flops or more gigahops or whatever there. That's usually the easy part. But you then have interconnect and then memory for what goes into it. And when you talk about, say, cell phones, you limit to like a 5G connection or something on that. And if you say if you take your calculation and factor it across a million cell phones instead of 1,000 GPUs in the warehouse, you might be able to have some kind of a substrate like that, but it could be operating then at 1/1000th the speed. And so, yes, you could have an AGI working there, but it wouldn't be a real-time AGI. It would be something that is operating at really a snail's pace, much, much slower than a human-level thought. I'm not worried about that.
You're transferring the problem into the interconnect, the communication, shared memory, the collective intelligence aspect of it, which is extremely difficult.
And it's back to the very earliest days of supercomputing. You still have the balance between bandwidth, storage, and computation. And sometimes they're easier to get one or the other, but it's been remarkably constant across all those years that you still need all three.
What do your efforts now like to be really committed to AI at this stage? What do you see your life in the next few months, years look like? What do you hope to achieve here?
So I literally just this week signed a term sheet to take some investment money for my company where the last 2 years I had backed off from Meta. I was still doing my consulting CTO role there, but I had styled it as I was going to take the Victorian gentleman scientist role, where I was going to be the wealthy person that was going to go pursue science and learn about this and do experiments. Honestly, I'm surprised there aren't more people like that, that are like me, technical people that made a bunch of money and are interested in something possibly the biggest leverage point in human history. I mean, I've heard of a couple organizations that are basically led by one rich techie guy that gets a few people around who try to work on this. But I'm surprised that there's not more. I mean, there are like a dozen of them. I mean, maybe people are still think that it's an unapproachable problem, that it's beyond their ability to get a wrench on, have some effect on the other startups they've run before. But that was my kind of, like with all the stuff I've learned, whether it's gaming, aerospace, whatever, I go through a lot of the things. I'm like, okay, I'm sucking up all of this information, trying to see, is this something that I can actually do? Is this something that's practical to devote a large chunk of my life to? And I've gone through that with the AI and machine learning space of things. And I think I've got my arms around it. I've got the measure of it where some of the most brilliant people in the world are working on this problem. But nobody knows exactly the path that it's going on. We're throwing a lot of things at the wall and seeing what sticks. But I have another interesting thing, just learning about all of this, that the contingency of your path to knowledge and talking about the associations and context that you have with them, where people that learn in the same path will have similar thought processes. I think it's useful that I come at this from a different background, a different history than the people that have had the largely academic backgrounds for this, where I have huge blind spots that they could easily point out, but I have a different set of experiences in history and approaches to problems and systems engineering that that might turn out to be useful. And I can afford to take that bet where I'm not going to be destitute. I have enough money to fund myself working on this for the rest of my life. But what I was finding is that I was still not committed, where I had a foot firmly in the VR and meta side of things, where in theory I've got a very nice position there. I only have to work 1 day a week for my consulting role, but I was engaging every day. I'd still be like, computers there, I'd be going, checking workplace and notes and testing different things and communicating with people. But I did make the decision recently that I'm going to get serious. I'm still going to keep my ties with Meta, but I am seriously going for the AGI side of things.
It's a really interesting point because a lot of the machine learning with the AI community is quite large. Really, basically, almost everybody has taken the same trajectory through life in that community. And it's so interesting to have somebody like you, which is with a fundamentally different trajectory. And that's where the big solutions come because there's a kind of side of it. And it is.
I was really worried that I didn't want to come on as like an arrogant outsider for things, right? And I have all the respect in the world for the work that's, it's been a miracle decade. So you're in the midst of the scientific revolution happening. Everybody doing this is, these are the Einsteins and Bohrs and whatever's of our modern era. And I was really happy to see that the people that I've sat down to talk with, everybody does seem to really be great about, just happy to talk about things, really to acknowledge that we don't know what we're doing, figuring it out as we go along. And I mean, I've got a huge debt on this where this all really started for me because Sam Altman basically tried to recruit me as an AI. And it was at a point when I didn't know anything about what was really going on in machine learning. And in fact, it's funny, the first time you reached out to me 4 years ago for your AI podcast.
For people listening to this should know that, and first of all, obviously, I'm probably a huge fan of yours. We've agreed to talk like 4 years ago, back when this was called the Artificial Intelligence Podcast. We wanted to do a thing where you said yes. And
I said, like, I don't know anything about modern AI.
That's right.
I said I could kind of take an angle on machine perception because I'm doing a lot of that with the sensors and the virtual reality, but we could probably find something to talk about.
And then, and that's where one did start talking about AI around the same time.
Yeah, just a little bit. It was a bit after that. So I had done the most basic work. I had done the neural networks from scratch, where I had gone and written it all in C just to make sure I understood back propagation at the lowest level, and my nuts and bolts approach. But after Sam approached me, it was flattering to think that he thought that I could be useful at OpenAI, largely for kind of like systems optimization sorts of things. Without being an expert, but I asked Ilya Sutskever to give me a reading test, and he gave me a binder full of all the papers that, okay, these are the important things. If you really read and understand all of these, you'll know like 80% of what most of the machine language researchers work on. And I went through and I read all those papers multiple times, and highlighted them, and went through and kind of figured the things out there, and then started branching out into my own sorts of research on things. And I just started writing my own experiments and figuring out, finding out what I don't know, what the limits of my knowledge are, and starting to get some of my angles of attack on things, the things that I think are a little bit different from what people are doing. And I've had a couple of years now, 2 years since I kind of left the full-time position at Meta, and now I've kind of pulled the trigger and said, I'm going to get serious about it, but some of my lessons all the way back to Armadillo Aerospace about how I know I need to be more committed to this, where there is that both the freedom and the cost in some ways. You know that you don't be enough to say, this doesn't really mean anything. I can spend $1 million a year for the rest of my life, and it doesn't mean anything. It's fine. But that is an opportunity to just kind of meander. I could see that in myself when I'm doing some things. Like, oh, this is a kind of interesting, curious thing. Let's look at this for a little while. Let's look at that. It's not really bearing down on the problem. So there's a few things that I've done that are kind of tactics for myself to make me more effective. Like, one thing I noticed I was not doing well is I had a Google Cloud account with Get GPUs there. I was finding I was very rarely doing that for no good psychological reasons. I can always think of something to do other than to spin up instances and run an experiment. I can keep working on my local Titans or something. But it was really stupid. I mean, it was not a lot of money. I should have been running more experiments there. So I thought to myself, well, I'm going to go buy a $250,000 DTX station. I'm going to just sit it right there, and it's going to mock me if I'm not using it. If the fans aren't running on that thing, and I'm not properly utilizing it. And that's been helpful. I've done a lot more experiments since then. It's been interesting where I thought I'd be doing all this low-level NVLink optimized stuff, but 90% of what I do is just spin up 4 instances of an experiment with different hyperparameters on it.
You're doing, and really sort of building up intuition by doing ML experiments at different times.
But so the next big thing, though, is I decided that I was going to take some investor money because I have an overactive sense of responsibility about other people's money. And it's like I don't want a lot of my push and my passionate entreaties for things at Meta. I don't want something wasted as much invested in Oculus. I want it to work out. I want it to change the world. I want it to be worth all of this time, money, and effort going into it. And I expect that it's going to be like that with my company.
It's a huge forcing function.
Yeah, I have some investors that are going to expect something. Now, we've all had the conversation that this is a low probability long-term bet. It's not something that there's a million things I could do that I would have line of sight on the value proposition for. This isn't that. I think there are unknown unknowns in the way. But it's one of these things that it's hyperqual, but it's potentially one of the most important things humans ever do. And it's something that I think is within our lifetimes, if not within a decade, to happen. So, yeah, this is just now happening. Term sheet might The ink is barely, working ink's barely dry.
It's drying. I mean, as I mentioned to you offline, like somebody I admire, Andre Rabbi. I think the two different trajectories in life, but approach probably similarly in that he closes stuff from scratch up all the time, and he's created a bunch of little things outside of even outside of course of Stanford that have been tremendously useful to build up intuition about stuff, but also to help people, and they're all on the value of high. Do you see yourself potentially doing things like this, not necessarily solving a gigantic problem, but on the journey, on the path to that, building up intuition and sharing code or ideas or systems that give inklings of AGI, but also kind of are useful to people. So,
first of all, Andre is awesome. I learned a lot when I was going through my larval phase from his blog posts and the Stanford course. Super valuable. I got to meet him first a couple of years ago when I was first kind of starting off on my gentleman scientist bit. And just a couple of months ago, when he went out on his sabbatical, he stopped by in Dallas and we talked for a while. And I had a great time with him. And then when I heard he actually left Tesla, I did, of course, along with 100 other people, say, hey, if you ever want to work with me, it would be an honor. So, he thinks that he's going to be doing this educational work, but I think someone's going to take it off and can't refuse before he gets too far along on it.
His current education thing, yeah. He's a special one. Is there something you could speak to what makes him so special?
So,
you understand?
He was very much a programmer that was doing machine learning rather than, it's a different field and an academic where you can see it in paper sometimes where somebody that's really a mathematician or a statistician at heart and they're doing something with machine learning. But Andre is about getting something done. And you can see it in all of his earliest approaches to, okay, here's how reinforcement learning works, here's how recurrent neural networks work, here's how the transformers work, here's how crypto works. And yeah, it's just, he's a hacker's, one of his old posts was like a hacker's guide to machine learning.
Yeah.
And he deprecated that. I don't really pay attention to what's in here, but it's that thought that carries through it all. And it is that back again to that hacker mentality and hacker ethic with what he's doing in sharing.
Yeah, and a lot of his approach to new thing, it's the final stage, is let me code up the simplest possible thing, build an intuition about it.
Yeah, like I say, I sketch with structs and things when I'm just thinking about a problem. I'm thinking in some degree of code.
You are also, among many things, a martial artist with judo and jiu-jitsu. How has this helped make you the person you are?
I mean, I was a competent club player in judo and grappling. I was by no means any kind of a superstar, but it was, I went through a few phases with it where I did some when I was quite young, a little bit more when I was 17, and then I got into it kind of seriously in my mid-30s, and I went pretty far with it, and I was pretty good at some of the things that I was doing, and I did appreciate it quite a bit, where, and on the one hand, it's always, if you're going to do exercise or something, it's a more motivating kind of exercise, if someone is crushing you, you're motivated to do something about that, to up your attributes and be better about
Yes.
But there's also that sense that I was not a sports guy. I did do wrestling in junior high, and I often wish that I think I would have been good for me if I carried that on in high school and had a little bit more of that. I felt a little bit of wrestling vibe with what was going on about embracing the grind and that push that I associate with the wrestling team that in hindsight, I wish I had gone through that, pushed myself that way. But even getting back into judo and jiu-jitsu in my mid-30s, and I was usually the old man on the mat with that, there was still the sense that working out with the group and having the guys that you're beating each other up with it, but you just feel good coming out of it. I can remember those driving home, aching in various ways, and just thinking, that was really great. And it's mixing with a bunch of people that had nothing to do with any of the things that I worked with. every once in a while someone would be like, oh, you're the dude guy? But for the most part, it was just different slice of life. And I made the call when I was 40. Maybe I'm getting a little old for this. I had separated a rib and tweaked a few things. And I got out of it without any really bad injuries. And it's like, have I dodged enough bullets? I hit it up. I went back. I've gone a couple times in the last decade trying to get my kids into it a little bit. And I didn't really stick with it a little bit. But it was fun to get back on the mats. It really hurts for a while. We have fun. Gone for a while, but I still debate this pretty constantly. My brother's only a year younger than me, and he's going kind of hard in jiu-jitsu right now. He was just won a few medals at the last tournament he was at.
He's competing.
Yeah, I was thinking, man, I guess we're in the executive division if you're over 50,
yeah.
You're over 45 or something. And it's not out of the question that I go back at some point and do some of this, but again, I'm just reorganizing my life around more focus. Probably not going to happen. I'm pushing my exercise around to give me longer, uninterrupted intellectual focus time. Pushing it to the beginning or the end of the
running and stuff like that, walking.
Running and calisthenics and things like that. But
I still think about it probably.
But if you're going to a judo club or something, you got to pick. It's going to be 7 o'clock or whatever, or 10 o'clock on Saturday. Although I talked about this a little bit when I was on Rothschild, and shortly after that, Carlos Machado did reach out. I trained with him for years back in the day, and he was like, hey, we've got kind of a small private club with a bunch of executive type people. It does get to
Yeah, I don't know if you know him, but John Donahan moved here to Austin. With Ryan and a few other folks, and it is a very interesting way, very deep logic that reveals the chess of it, the science of it.
And I do think about that more as kind of an older person considering martial arts, where I can remember the very earliest days getting back into judo, and I'm like, teach me submissions right now. It's like learn the art bar, learn to choke. But as you get older, you start thinking more about, okay, I really do want to learn the entire canon of judo. It's like all the different things there, and like all the different approaches for it. Not just if you want to compete, there's just a handful of things you learn really, really well. But sometimes there's interest in learning a little bit more of the scope there and figuring some things out. At one point it wasn't exactly a spreadsheet, but I did have a big long text file. It's like, here's the things that I learned, and here are ways you chain this together. And when I went back a few years ago, it was good to see that I whipped myself back into reasonable shape without doing the basic grappling. But I know there was a ton of the subtleties that were gone, but could probably be brought back reasonably.
Right? And there's also the benefit. I mean, you're such successful now. You're brilliant, and the old problem with the ego is that
I still push harder than I should. I was one of those people that I'm on the smaller side for a lot of the people competing, and I go with all the big guys, and I go hard, and I push myself a lot, and that would be one of those where I'd be dangerous to anyone for the first 5 minutes, and then sometimes after that, I did. And I knew it was terrible for me because it made me, it meant I got less training time with all of that. When you go and you just gas out relatively quickly then. And I like to think that I would be better about that, where after I gave up judo, I started doing half marathons and tough runners and things like that. And so when I did go back to the local judo guy division, I thought, it's like, oh, I should have better cardio for this because I'm a runner now and I do all of this. And it didn't work out that way. The same old thing. Just push really hard, strain really hard. And of course, when I work with good guys like Carlos, it's like just the whole flow like water thing is real.
Yeah.
It's like,
that's true with judo too. Some of the best people I've trained with and with for some reason with them, everything's easy. You actually start to feel the science of it, the music of it, the dance of it, and everything is effortless. You understand that there's an art to it. It's not just an exercise.
It was interesting where I did go to Kodokan in Japan. I had the first place of judo and everything. And I remember I rolled with one old guy. I didn't start standing, just started on groundwork Waza. And was striking how different it was from Carlos. He was better than me, and he got my arm ahead to tap there, but it was a completely different style where I just felt like I could do nothing. It was just enveloping me and just like slowly ground it down with my arm and sent it. While with Carlos, he's just loose and free. And you always thought, I know you're just going to go grab something, but he never had any chance to do it. So it was very different feeling.
That's a good summary of the difference between jiu-jitsu and judo. In jiu-jitsu, it is a dance, and you feel like there's a freedom. And actually, any bit like they have go to riot, the best grappler. There's a feeling like you can do it, but when you actually try to do something, you can't.
It just magically doesn't work.
But with the best judo players in the world, it does feel like there's a blanket that weighs 1,000 pounds on top of you, and there's not a thing. You're trapped. And that's the style, what's the difference in the style of martial arts. But it's also, once you start to study, you understand all it has to do with human movement and the physics of it, leverage, all that kind of stuff. That's super fascinating. At the end of the day, for me, the biggest benefit, the humbling, another human being kind of tells you that, there was a hierarchy, you're not that special.
And in the most extreme case, when you tap to a choke, you are basically living because somebody let you live. And that is one of those, when you think about it, that is a closer brush with mortality than most people consider.
And that kind of humbling act is good to take to whether it's hard.
Yeah, because nobody that does any martial art is coming out thinking, I'm the best in the world at anything, because everybody loses.
Let me ask you for advice. What advice would you give to young people today about life, about a career, how they can have a job, how they can have an impact on a life they can be proud of?
So it was kind of fun. I got invited to give a commencement speech back at I went to college for 2 semesters and dropped out and went on to do my tech stuff. But they still wanted me to come back and give a commencement speech. And I got that pinned on my Twitter account, and I still feel good about everything that I said there. And my biggest point was that the path for me might not be a path. In fact, the path that I took, and the advice that I would give based on my experience and learning probably isn't the best advice for them. Because what I did was all about this knowledge and depth. It was about not just having this surface level ability to make things do what I want, but to really understand the field that would let me do the systems engineering work and to sometimes find these inefficiencies and that the whole world doesn't work. Most programmers engineers of any kind don't necessarily do that. They need to do one job that's been parceled out for them, be reliable, people depend on you, do quality work with them. But people that do have an inclination for wanting to know things deeper, learn things deeper, there are just layers and layers of things out there, and it's amazing. If you're the right person that is excited about that, the world's never been like this before. It's better than ever. I mean, everything that was wonderful for me is still there, and there's whole new worlds to explore, and different things that you can do. And that hard work, increase the grind with it, and understand as much as you can, and then be prepared for opportunities to present themselves. Where you can't just say, this is my goal in life, just push after it. And you might be able to do that, but you're going to make more total progress if you say, I'm preparing myself with this broad set of tools, and then I'm being aware of all the way things are changing as I go through the world and as the whole world changes around me, and then looking for opportunities to deploy the tools that we've built. And there's going to be more and more of those types of things that's there. And awareness of what's happening, where the inefficiencies are, what things can be done, what's possible versus what's current practice. And then finding those areas where you can go and make an adjustment and make something that may affect millions or billions of people in the world, make it better.
When, maybe from your own example, how are you able to recognize this about yourself? You saw the layers and particular thing and you are drawn to discovering deeper and deeper truth about it? Is that something that was obvious to you that you can help, or is there some actions you have to take to actually allow yourself to dig deeper?
In the earliest days of personal computers, I remember the reference manuals, and the very early ones even had schematics of computers in the background, in the back of the books, as well as firmware listings and things. And I could look at that, and at that time, when I was a younger teenager, I didn't understand a lot of that stuff, how those different things work. I was pulling out the information that I could get, but I always wanted to know all of that. It was like kind of magical information sitting down there. It's like the elder lord and some gray-beard wizard, and I was the keeper. And so I always felt that pull for wanting to know more, wanting to explore the mysterious areas there. And that followed right into all the things that got the value, exploring the video cards leading to the scrolling advantages, exploring some of the academic papers and things, learning about ESP trees and different things that I could do with those systems, and just a huge number of phases going from aerospace, just reading the shelf full of books. When I get that point where I have enough money, I can buy all the books I want. It was so valuable where I was terrible with my money when I was a kid. My mom thought I would always be broke because I would buy my comic books and just be out of money. But it was like all the things I want, all the Diet Coke I want, video games, and books. It didn't take that much. I was making $27K a year. I felt rich just getting all the things that I watched. But that sense of books have always been magical. And that was one of the things that really made me smile. Andre had said, when he came over to my house, he said he found my library uninspired. It was great to see. I still have this kind of younger guy. I sometimes wonder younger people these days have the same relationship with books that I do. They're really such a cornerstone for me in so many ways. Of that sense that, I always wanted to know. No, I can't. And that was like one of the last things I said. You can't know everything, but you should convince yourself you can know anything. Any one particular thing was created and discovered by humans, you can learn. You can find out what you want out there.
And you can learn it deeply.
Yes. You can drive a nail down through whatever layer cake problem space you've got. Learn a cross section.
And not only can you have an impact doing that, you can attain happiness. There's something so fulfilling about becoming a craftsman of the thing.
Yeah, I don't want to tell people that this is a good career move, just grit your teeth and wear it. So you want people, and I do think it's possible sometimes to find the joy in something. Like it might not immediately appeal to you, but I have told people early on, in software times, that a lot of game developers are just because they're so passionate about games. But I was always really more flexible in what appealed to me, where I said I think I could be quite engaged doing operating system work, database work. I would find the interest in that because I think most things that are significant in the world have a lot of layers and complexity to them, and a lot of opportunities that make them. So that would probably be the most important thing to encourage the people is that you can recognize curiosity. You can deploy your curiosity to find kind of like make things useful and valuable to you, even if they don't immediately appear.
Deploy your curiosity. We've mentioned this debate point whether mortality and fear of mortality is fundamental. If you're reading AGI, but let's talk about what is fundamental to your business. Do you think about which one?
I really don't. And you probably always have to take with a grain of salt anything somebody says about fundamental things like that. But I don't think about really aging, impending death, legacy with our children, things like that. And clearly, it seems most of the world does a lot more than I do. I think I'm an outlier in that, where it doesn't wind up being a real part of my thinking and motivation.
The daily existence is about the people you love and the problems.
Yeah, I'm very much focused on what I'm working on right now. I do take that back. There's one aspect where the kind of finiteness of life does impact me, and that is about thinking about the scope are the problems that I realized when I decided to work on this, when I was like nuclear fission or AGI, these are big ticket things that are impact large fractions of the world. And I was thinking to myself at some level that, okay, I may have a couple more swings at that with me at full capability, but yes, my mental abilities will decay with age, mostly inevitably. I don't think it's a 0% chance that we will address some of that before it becomes a problem for me. I think exciting medical stuff in the next couple of decades. But I do have this kind of vague plan that when I'm not at the top of my game, I don't feel that I'm in a position to put a dent in the world someday, that I'll probably wind up doing some kind of recreational retro programming around. I'll work on something that I would not devote my life to now, while away my time as the old man gardening in the wilderness.
And then to step back, if you can figure, let me ask you about why we're here. We here. What's the meaning of that? What's the meaning of that?
So very similar with that last question. I know a lot of people read about this question a lot, but I just really don't.
I really don't give a damn.
We are biological creatures that understand of evolution. We have innate drives that evolution crafted for survival and passing on of genetic codes. I don't find a lot of value in trying to go much deeper than that. I have my motivations, some of which are probably genetically coded, many of which are contingent on my upbringing and the path that I've had through my life. I don't run into states of depression or envy or anything that winds up being a challenge that's forcing a degree of soul searching for things like that. They seem to be okay without that.
As a brilliant man, and they had calling me without looking up at this guy, I wondered if so the why of it, the incredible mystery of the fact that we started, first of all, the origin of each life on Earth, and from that, from single cell organisms, the entirety of the evolutionary process that took us somehow to this incredibly intelligent thing that is able to build Wolfenstein 3D and do it in a way can take the practical problem of AGI and create things that eventually supersede human beings. That doesn't. The why of it is.
In my experience, that people that focus on that don't focus on the here and now right in front of them tend to be less effective. I mean, it's not 100%. Vision matters to people, but it doesn't seem to be a necessary motivator for me. And I think that the process of getting there is usually done. It's like the magic of gradient descent. People just don't believe that just looking locally gets you to all these spectacular things. That's been the decades of looking at really some of the smartest people in the world that would just push back forever against this idea that it's not this grand, sophisticated vision of everything, but tiny steps, local information winds up leading to all the best answers.
So the meaning of life is following locally, wherever the gradient is. This was an incredible conversation, officially the longest conversation I've ever done. It means a lot to me because I get to do it with my kids. I can't tell you the much about it. You're an incredible being. I can't wait for you to next week and maybe teach you. You're an inspiration to so many people. And again, we haven't covered like most of what I was planning to talk about, so I hope we get a chance to talk someday in the future. See what we do next. Thank you so much again for talking.
Thank you very much.
Thanks for listening to this conversation with John. Support this podcast. Please check out his content. Now, let me give you some words from John Conrad himself. Focus, hard work, real success. Keep your eyes up. Just keep taking the next step. If you aren't sure which way to do something, do it both ways and see which one is better. Thank you for listening. Hope to see you. how are these interacting with our fight? They are. How are they interacting with the local environment? How are they interacting with each other? So when we look at these, how they're interacting with the swarm, especially off the East Coast where this happens all the time with multiple objects. The following is conversation with Lieutenant Brad Graves, former Navy fighter pilot, including roles as a combat lead, landing signals officer, and rescue mission commander. He and people in his squadron detected UFOs on multiple occasions, and he has been one of the few people willing to speak publicly about these experiences and about the importance of investigating these sightings, especially for national security reasons. Ryan has a degree in mechanical and aerospace engineering from WPI and an interest in career roles in advanced technology development, including multi-agent collaborative autonomy, machine learning assisted air-to-air combat, manned and unmanned teaming technologies, and most recently, development of materials and quantum simulation. This is a Lex Sweeping podcast. To support it, please check out our sponsors in the description and nod to your friends. Here's Ryan Graves. What did you think of the new Top Gun movie? How accurate was it? Let's start there.
I thought flying was really accurate. I thought the type of flying they did, how they approached the actual missions, of course, had a lot of similarities. But one thing that seems to be hard to capture on these types of things are the chess game that's going on while that type of flying is happening.
The chess game between like a dogfight, build the powers of the enemy, or the different powers.
I'll even speak to just that particular mission they flew there. For that particular mission, it's kind of a chess game with yourself to get everything in place. So what kind of fight they flew is called a high risk. They have to ingress low due to the surface-to-air threats that integrate air defenses that are nearby. They have to ingress low, which looks like the same group. And in that particular movie, that's kind of strike. They knew exactly where they're going. But there's a scenario where we have to operate in that type of environment. We don't know exactly where we're going to strike, or we can be adapting to real-time targets. And so in that scenario, you would have one of those fighters down low like that, operating as a mission commander as forward air control. And he's out there calling shots, joining on with other players in order to ensure they're playing at the right target. So that's a bit of a chess game that he'll be playing.
Can you actually describe to people who haven't seen the movie what the mission actually is?
Yeah.
What's involved in the mission?
So in this particular mission, it's kind of what we would call a pre-planned strike. So there's a known location that's in a heavily defended area. And the air crew, in this case, with 4 F-18s on the initial package, their job was to ingress very low down the canyon to stay out of the radar window of the surface-to-air threats.
What is ingress?
Ingress means that they're going to be pushing from a start location towards the target or the objective. So there's an ingress portion of the mission and an egress portion of the mission.
Oh, yeah. Okay. Like the entrance and the exit. Correct. Got it.
But it changes our mindset quite a bit. Right? So when we're entering someplace, we have the option. But when we go drop the bomb on location or exiting, we don't have that luxury. We don't have that option. So it actually changes our tactics and our questions.
Got it. So they were flying close to the ground. There's surface-to-air missiles that force them to fly low. Is that a realistic thing?
So driving those aircraft in the select, all radar systems, most I should say, are essentially line of sight. And so they would be illuminated by horizon or any flight up. And even the number of radars, if they are located up high and looking down towards that aircraft, the clutter of all the objects such as trees and canyons can have effect on radar systems. So it can be a type of camouflage.
So that's a double question for radar. The surface-to-air missile, is that a genuine reason? So the missiles fly so low, like fly against people low, they're level.
As far as I know, you can fly under any radar. You don't have necessarily radars that would do anything. So there is always the ability to mask yourself. But with a large number of assets and structured communication networks, where those radars are looking, it's always different. And I said they were interesting passive INET. That's an integrated air defense system. And that linking of air defense systems is what makes it so hard, so complicated, because that the sensors and the weapons are disassociated from each other, so that if you took out the target that was shooting at you, it still had the ability to intercept you from another radar location. So it's distributed and it's a strong weapon.
You mean the surface air missiles? Like it's a distributed system that if you take out one, they're still able to integrate information about your location and strike.
Correct. And there's a lot of complications that can go, once you start thinking about distributed systems like that, and the ability to self-heal and repair and adapt to losses. It's an interesting area.
Are you responsible for thinking about that when you fly an airplane?
To some degree. When we ingress to an area like that, we're presented with information about targets, air-to-air or air-surface, or surface-to-air, I should say. And we essentially see where essentially the danger zone, if you will, is located. And so essentially we stay out of that. So having a full picture of the environment is extremely important because, at the end of the day, if you go into a circle, you die pretty quickly. So it's absolutely crucial.
So there's regions that are high in danger based on your understanding of the actual, whatever the surface of the air missiles are. You can kind of know. That's interesting. I wonder how automated that could be too, especially when you don't know. It seems like it's a movie that knew the location of it. I imagine that's less known in most cases. And also, a lot of those systems might be a little bit together. I have to use that technical term. Like, I've got ad hoc, maybe. I don't know. But, having just recently visited Ukraine, there are a lot of aspects of the way that war is fought. There's a lot of improvised types of systems. So you take high tech, like advanced technology, but the way you deploy it, the way you organize it is very improvised and ad hoc. It's responding to the uncertainty in the dynamic environment. And so, from an enemy perspective, or whoever's trying to deal with that kind of system, it's hard to figure it out because it's like me. I played tennis for a long time, and it's always easier to play. This is true for all sports. Play tennis against a good tennis player versus a crappy tennis player. Because a crappy tennis player is full of uncertainty, and that's really difficult to deal with. It seemed like in the movie, the systems weren't really well organized, and so you could plan. That's how movies work, isn't it?
Yeah. But no, I absolutely agree. So, what you said is a very good point. And if we were to take a chunk of airspace and break it up into little bits, there'd be places that are better to fly or less good to fly. And we are seeing that now with what they call man-on-man teaming. We see actual aircraft, some type of aircraft or platform that's being automated, and it's not being automated in the traditional sense. We're compared to a flying ground type mission, but very high level objective oriented mission planning that allows the air crew to act more as a mission planner, mission commander person who just pick the right assets, fly them around, or manipulate them somewhat physically.
So actually going back to the chess thing, can you elaborate on what you mean playing a game of chess yourself? When you flying that mission, what exactly means that?
Well, there's a few people who usually fighting against in the air, there's the bad guys, and then there's physics and other nature, right? So we're down at about 100 feet. It's a chess game to stay alive for the pilot, and it's a chess game for the wizard to process the information he needs and then communicate it to all those other aircraft that were flying around to ensure that they're putting their weapons on the target.
What's the wizard?
The wizard is quite consistent stuff. He's a backseater who is not a pilot, but is responsible for radar manipulation and communication within the weapon deployments and features.
So the chess game is against physics, against the enemy, time. What about your own psychology, fear, uncertainty?
Yeah, there's no time for that type of stuff. I want to get to that, but I don't want to forget the point that you made about increasing as being active advantage. As you mentioned, you can increase autonomy in there, and when you bring autonomy in there, then my expectation would be that you bring different abilities and machine learning as we gather more data. We're going to be able to bring the tactical environment around that, the war space that it goes into will almost be at a stochastic level from an enemy's perspective, where it'll almost seem like every tactical environment they go in will be great and yet very deadly because the system is providing a new tactical solution essentially for that particular scenario. Instead of just training to particular tactics that have to be repeatable, trainable, and lethal, right? I'm not necessarily the most because they have to be trainable. But if we can introduce AI into that and to have a level of randomness or at least appearance of randomness to complexity, I would hope to a stochastic tactical advantage because even our OP fighters won't be able to engage in that fight because it would be unsafe essentially for anything else. And I think that's where we have to try because otherwise it's always just chicken and mouse kind of game about whose tactics and who knows what. But if knowledge is no longer a factor, it's going to make things a lot.
That's really interesting. So, out of the many things that are part of your expertise, your journey, you're also working on autonomous and semi-autonomous systems, use of AI, machine learning, man-dominated teams, all that kind of stuff. We'll talk about it. But you're saying when people think about the use of AI in war, military systems, they think about computer vision for perception or processing of sensory information in order to extract from it action or knowledge kind of thing. But you're saying you could also use it to generate randomness that's difficult to work with in like a game theoretic way. Like it's difficult to respond for human operators to respond to. That's really interesting. Okay, so back to dog food. What about the dog fighting? What aspects of that were accurate?
So dogfighting is kind of an interesting conversation because it's not the most technically relevant skill set nowadays by traditional standards because the ranges which we engage and play weapons are very significant. And so if we're in a scenario where we're in a dogfight like that, a lot of things, that's kind of how this mission was set up, right? It was a no-win type scenario, most likely. And so for a dogfight, the aircraft size and the ranges and the turn radiuses make it so it's not very theatrical, right? The aircraft looks small, and while it's intense with the systems I have and the sensors and what I'm feeling and all that, if we've done it, right? We did a video of that. It's just like blue sky, just not very interesting. So anytime it really looks interesting in dogfight arena, that's most likely fiction because we really only get close to more, a millisecond as we're zipping past each other for 2 breaks an hour. I know.
No, I
It's shocking. You go have fun, but
maybe that was more common in the earlier wars before that. Or is it due to the range and the effectiveness of the weapon systems involved?
correct, and the accuracy of the target systems at range. But there's also a train of thought that hasn't been tested out yet, which is with the advent of advanced electronic warfare, EW, and/or unmanned assets, the battle space may get so complex and missiles may essentially just get dropped out of the sky or wasted such that you're going to be in close with either IR pistols or guns if it's a locating must defend type scenario.
For sure, what's electronic warfare?
It's basically trying to get control of electromagnetic spectrum of interest of whatever operations going on. So in the tactical environment, a lot of that is trying to see the radar or can we receive the missile or just stop their guidance into that.
And it's a battle in the space of information, digital information.
Yeah, well, F-22 and F-35, right? F-22 is a big, expensive aircraft, and it's needed to be a great fighter. But F-35 is not as great of a fighter, but it's an electronic warfare and mission commander platform for the future, where information is what's going to win the war instead of the best dog. So it's an interesting thing.
What's the best there?
I know the aviators in the audience are gonna hate my answer because they're gonna want that sexy, muscly F-14 Tomcat type fighter or P-51 type aircraft. But F-35 is maybe not the best dogfighter, but it doesn't have to get into the dogfight, right? So how do you be the best knife fighters? Not get the knife fights sometimes.
Lockheed Martin F-35 Lightning II looks pretty sexy.
There's two real strengths you can have as a fighter. You can have the ability to kind of out muscle your fighter your opponent and beat them on keys and power and rain around them. And then there's the other side of that, which is you can be overly maneuverable. You can bleed energy quickly. And that's what the F-18 was good at because it had to be heavier to land on aircraft here. It had to give it extra bulk. But it also needed special mechanisms to slow down enough to land on aircraft here. So it made it very believable. And what that leads to a lot of times is the ability to get your first shot in a fight, which is very good. But if you do make that sharp turn, you bleed a lot of your energy away. You push yourself to different quality and stuff. So there's just kind of aggression and non-aggression, game and slate, depending on the type of aircraft you're fighting.
What's that 35 land?
The F-35 lands somewhere behind the F-22. So there'll probably be a little bit of two or 15. The F-35 would be up fast, but it'll be a navy a lot of the warfare that's happening.
This is one of the more expensive weapons because of all the components.
Yes, sir.
In the movie, they have Tom Cruise fly over Mach 10. So maybe can you say what are the different speeds, acceleration feel like Mach 1, 2, 3, or hypersonic? Have you ever flown hypersonic? No. Is it get how up does it get?
I'm just going to call it the yes rejecting Mach 10, just for the record, because in the movie, there's been, I think, at least one projection that was supersonic. Not to say, not created by survive. So there's two interesting mechanisms to eject successfully at Mach 10, but I'll digress on that for the moment.
Yeah, that's very strange.
Anyway, so,
he seemed to shovel. Okay, it's Tom Cruise, it's like Chuck Norris or something. Indestructible. Yeah. But anyway, so what's interesting to say about the experience of Mach as you grow up? Just get more and more difficult.
At the end of the day, crossing Salvador is like crossing the speed limit on the highway. You don't really notice anything. But to cross that, at least in F-18, because we have a lot more weight than most fighters, we just typically would do that in descent. Do that full afterburner, without the gas in the engine. And so that'll get us over fast enough to go home to what's interesting to realize is that if I take that throttle afterburner, just bring it back to nil, which is full power, just not afterburner, the deceleration is so strong, the air friction, that it really forms a stretch. Almost, I would say, maybe like 70% strong on most of those little track on the belt and stroke. So it's almost like a reverse car crash with the acceleration. So acceleration, it's usually kind of slow and just showing the force crossing through it, but the deceleration is
The deceleration. Okay. But is there a fundamental difference between Mach 1 and hypersonic, Mach 5, and so on? Does it require super special training? And is that something that's used often in or is it not really that necessary?
Hypersonic human flight, if it exists, it's not something that's quite technically in any sense right now that I'm aware of. So, I think of hypersonic technology, I think of missiles, weapon systems, delivery platform, I think of fighter aircraft necessarily. I can think of bomber or reconnaissance aircraft perhaps, but those would be more efficient, very long range. I imagine acceleration would be much larger.
The thing you experience with the acceleration, there's been just a small thing, a lot of discussion about hypersonic nuclear weapons, like missiles from Russia, bragging about that. Is this something that's significant concern? Just the way to flex different kinds of weapon systems.
Hypersonics, I do think, pose a challenge for our protection systems because there are, there are design considerations in these sensor systems as always, right? When you build them and the technology progresses to a point where maybe it's not feasible to use that technology, there's problems. But with the, all domain and kind of cross-domain data capabilities we have, it's less of, it's more of an integrated picture, I'll say. And so the hypersonics are really what it is a how fast you detect and destroy traffic and just shortening the time available. We call it something like that prevention, right? It's from locating a target, identifying it, and essentially authorizing its destruction by whatever means, deploying, and then actually following up to ensure that we did what we said we were going to do in some sense, right? You need another reaction, something of that nature. And so there's an old dogfight a framework you could call it. It's called the OODA loop. It kind of made its way into engineering business now, but the observe, rotate, decide, act was initially a fighter mechanism in order to get inside that kill chain of your opponent, break it up so that process his kill chain on you. And so hypersonics are very shortening those windows of opportunity to react.
I wanted to look at how much do you have to shorten it in order for the defense systems not to work anymore. It seems like I'm often horrified at the thought of nuclear war, but at the same time wonder what that looks like. When I dream of extreme confidence in defense systems, I imagine that not a single nuclear weapon could reach the United States by missile with the defense systems. But then again, I also understand that these are extremely complicated systems, the amount of integration required, and because you're not using them, I mean, there could be, there's like an intern somewhere that forgot to update the code, the Fortran code that is going to be make the difference because you don't have the opportunity to really thoroughly test, which is really scary. Of course, the systems are probably incredible if they could be tested, because they can't be really thoroughly tested in actual attack.
I guess one assumption there would be that these hypersonic pistols would only be launched occasionally. It'd be interesting if there were other hypersonic objects that could be used to flex those systems.
Another thing that actually happened, I just have a million questions I want to ask you. It's fascinating too. Is there was a bird striking plane. Does that happen?
Yeah, it's serious.
They damaged the engine, and they made it seem like it's a serious situation.
I've heard birds. I know someone that took a turkey vulture to the face through the cockpit, right? Shattered the cockpit, knocked him out. I think I don't know the person what the story. I know from the command I was at, and I believe the back seat had to punch out, punch them both out because he was unconscious in the front seat. Of course, it can kill you from hitting you. It's it's like a bowling ball. It can take out an engine very easily. Every airport I've flown at in the Navy, I've had to check the bird condition to see how many birds we've had to cancel flights because there's too many of them on the airport. Some airports even have bird radars.
There are systems that monitor the bird condition.
There's actual radar systems that you can go and with certain bases you have to call up and they'll tell you what it is for the day or for that hour. Another one's having their weather forecast.
What are some technological solutions to this, or is this just because it's a low probability event? There's no real solution for it.
I would say it's not a low probability event. I mean, this is happening a lot. I mean, although the hits themselves aren't necessarily that common, you also have catastrophic hits, either a near miss or a hit, or the pilot having to actively maneuver to avoid it. It's pretty common. And in fact, it seems stressful. It's so common, in fact, that we know that you never want to try to go over a bird. You never want to go under the bird if you see it in front of you. You also want to try to go over it because what they'll do immediately if they see you is you startle missiles. They'll bring their wings in and just drop straight down and try to get up. It's interesting. I didn't know they did that. But so if you try to go under them, and we drop into so if you want to try to go up.
Is it something you train for, or no? This is one of those things you have to really experience.
It's a skill set that you somewhat train for in the duties of being a firefighter, right? Being able to react to your environment very quickly and make decisions quickly. So,
is that one of the more absurd things, challenges you have to deal with in life? Is there other things, so maybe weather conditions, like harsh weather conditions? Is there something that you maybe don't often think about in terms of the challenges of flying?
Birds, in a way, aren't a ridiculous threat for us. It's a safety threat that, anything physical in the air is something that we really have to be careful about. Whether we're flying formation off of the aircraft right next to us, or whether it's a turkey vulture at 2,000 feet, or a flock of 5,000 birds like at the runway, we have to wave off. And although they're low probability, a lot of cases have actual environmental protection agency employees that are responsible for safely removing migratory birds and different animals that may be in the runways or flying about.
I didn't know what a turkey vulture is, and it does look like a between a vulture and a turkey. was in Russia.
I didn't think they were implying any particular nation state, frankly. I think they did a somewhat decent job of having this sort of ambiguous fifth generation fighters. Um, the location and the stockpile, like I get like how the story kind of insinuates certain things, but they seem to do a good job of not having anything directly point to another nation, which I thought was, good. I enjoy these type of movies as Aviator and as an American, right? It's a good movie, but we shouldn't be celebrating going to war with any particular country. China, Russia, wherever they have these weapons. It's fun to watch, but it would be incredibly serious event.
Yeah, we'll talk about war in general because the movie's kind of celebrating the human side of things and also the technology involved, but there's also the cost of war, and the serious war, and the suffering involved in war, not just in fighting, but in the death of civilians and those kinds of things. Well, you were a Navy pilot. Let's talk a little bit more seriously about this. And you were twice deployed in the Middle East, flying the F/A-18F Super Hornet. Can you briefly tell the story of your career as a Navy pilot?
Sure. So I joined the Navy in 2009, right after college. I went to essentially officer boot camp, officer training school. I applied as a pilot, and I got in as a pilot. That was the advantage of going that way, is that I essentially choose what I wanted. If I got in, great. Not, I didn't get stuck there.
So you knew you wanted to be a pilot.
I did. I joined, I went through my initial training. I went through primary flight training that all aviators go through. I did well enough that, one of the first lessons they teach in the Navy is that, you got a great career in the Navy and see the world and do what you want, but at the end of the day, it's all about the needs of the Navy and what they do. So, you may not have the platform you like, or, you may not necessarily get to choose your own adventure here, but I was lucky enough that there was one jet slot in my class, and I was fortunate enough to get it. So
It's a jet spot.
So what that means is that I was assigned actually a tail hook in that point, which meant I was road trained to fly aircraft and I'm carried. And there's essentially 3 aircraft that do that at the time: the F-18 and the E2 and the C2. C2 is kind of like the mail truck for the boat. E2 is one with a great addition on top, and then there's all.
So E2 is in comms, C2 is the other.
Yeah. C2 basically they literally bring the floor. Everything flies to the ship by air, and people decided that this is in play. It's a plane.
All right, and the F-18 is a fighter strike.
Okay. So I selected the tail hook, which meant I could get one of those other ones, but 80% or so was jet. So I was in a good spot at that point. And that's when I went to Murray, Mississippi to fly my first jet, which was T-45 Gaza.
Cool. So what kind of plane is that? Is that what you're getting your training on?
That's the jet aircraft you get before you actually go to the F-18. It is carrier capable, so go to the boat for the first time in it during the day. From big mobs, dog fighting, low level formation flying day and night.
Oh, it's a pretty plane.
And yeah, it's like a cone, so that nothing gets it.
Okay, so it's usually not used for fighting, it's used for training.
It's used for training kind of fighting.
Got it. So what was that like? Was that the first time you were sort of really getting into it?
Yeah, that was really interesting. Before that, it was a 600 horsepower prop plane. Going from that to T-45 is one of the biggest jumps in power in some Navy, machine operation.
Horsepower is T-45 by process.
And it was 15,000.
So it's a huge jump from 600 horsepower. So it's a big leap.
But it's a jet, so it performs different faster, right? What that means, not just because it's faster, your whole mind needs to be faster. Everything happens faster in the air, right? The comm happens faster. The landing gear happens faster. Everything just happens faster in the jet. So it's a big jump. And I'll never forget going on my first flight in that aircraft. It was a formation flight for someone else. I was just in the back watching. There was an instructor with flight. And so what that means is instructors in a single aircraft, and then there's 3 or 4 other aircraft. They're learning how to do droids, learning how to fly formation. And as a new student in the back, it's amazing, right? Because photo off time and all this, like seeing aircraft for the first time, it's awesome. And on the way back, we couldn't get our lanes down, ironically. So it, to make a long story short, it's overall not that exciting. We couldn't get the gear down. We actually went to go do a patrol injection to the target area where that is, about 15, 20 miles north of the base.
Did you just say that's not that exciting?
Well,
because that to me is pretty exciting. I mean, first of all, that must be terrifying. Like early on in your career, I haven't seen those things. Like how often does that kind of thing happen?
just warn you with that. Warn you with that.
There's no significant panic. This is like misunderstood. This is what has to be done in this case.
I think I would probably too dumb to realize the significance of it because as a new student, not really appreciating, just what is ahead of you if you are ejecting. But at the time, it was just like road, right? Because I was back there and then I went from an observer mode to I'm going to provide you the help that I provide you as a member of this crew mode. And so it was less about, on this 20-mile trip, thinking about how vulnerable I am. We're going through checklists, we're talking to people, we're getting ready. So no, it wasn't fearful. And the whole time we were doing one of these to try to get the gear down. So we're unloading the jet and then loading it back to try to get the gear out with the stick. And it came down halfway there on its own. So came back around, we did like a safety trap, because there was a problem with the gear. That was the first flight, a little bit of serendipity, but I'm going to fast forward a bit, and I went back to this instructor about 5-6 years later. I was an aviation safety officer at this point, and I was responsible for investigating this now. And a student went in, and he went in the back seat for the long flight, just like the one I went on, and he went out, and he ended up ejecting on that flight. Exact same type of flight. They went out, and they had these runaway trips area, and it caused the aircraft essentially just to convert itself 180 degrees at about 600 feet over the ground, and they punched out just slightly outside the ejection window at about 300 feet or so, but they were completely fine. So, and then about 2 months later, we had another ejection. About 3 months after that, we had another ejection. So, unfortunately, it can be more common.
What does it feel like?
Thankfully, I don't know. I can describe it to you. I can tell you what it's like from what I've heard, but I truly think it's one of those things that you just don't understand until it happens. It's like instantaneous, about 250 Gs, which is only possible because of inertia on the flight. Right? So you can actually get like 250, 200 Gs for like a few milliseconds and then backs off to like 40 or 50 Gs to get you away from the vehicle itself. And so, you may lose consciousness if you do, who knows where you wake up. You could be in a tree, you could be falling, you could be in the water. So,
Physics of that is fascinating. How they eject safely.
do you know the story about how that was tested at all? I don't know the full story, but there's
I guess nobody knows the full story. Probably a lot of shooting stuff going on. But even like in the early days,
they used to have a flight talk up to a rocket sled and just see how much their body could take it. And he turned a lot of the body in the process and the science done that saved a lot of lives.
people used to be tough. That's how science used to be done. So how did your training continue? So how did it take you farther through your career as you worked towards graduating towards the F-18?
So in 1809, where I was a student, there's 2 phases. There's intermediate and advanced. Intermediate is getting very comfortable with the aircraft, and at that point, you truly hear, all right, you're going jets now, so you're going to go like the other aircraft carriers. I was told I was going up, jets at that point. Then we go into same squadron, same aircraft, same instructors, but it's called advanced now. And now we're learning how to dogfight for the first time. We're doing what we call tactical formation, which is just like aggressive position keeping. We are doing dogfighting, low levels, all sorts of great stuff. So it's really that first introduction to that tactical environment. Really put keys on the body.
Is there more like that formation? Is collaborative with other fighter jets part of that?
Yeah.
So flying in that's what you mean by formation. So literally having an awareness. Is this done for you, or are you as a human supposed to understand like where you want information, how to maintain information, all that kind of stuff.
Yeah,
Was it done autonomously or like
there's a great point on the end of this I've thought about. So, but what we do is all manual. So I'm looking at his wing, and I'm looking at different visual checkpoints that form a triangle, right? Allow triangle essentially. And then as that triangle, is no longer equal, I can tell my relative position against that aircraft. Right? And so that's what I'm staring at first. It has hours on end, several feet away, northeast, and then the light, that's all it is.
you get? It's almost like is it peripheral vision or is it?
We're staring directly at it. The peripheral is going on my
It's interesting.
stuff, right? My sensors on my instrument. And so he is my direction now, right?
Oh, you're flying not straight.
Correct. I'm flying with this. We can do that. We don't like doing this as much. I don't think it's just me, right? It's a weird thing where when you're like this, it's actually harder to fly formation slightly than here because being in line of your hand movement and of the aircraft somehow it has an effect on our ability to be more precise and comfortable with strength.
So back to the symmetry to the formation usually. So one of the people on the other side really don't like being on that side. Is it who gets extra straw? How do you decide which side of the position you are?
It's a good question too because there's kind of rank in some sense. So if it's a 4-person formation, right? You have a division who's qualified to lead a whole division, but maybe the whole time, and he has a dash. That's his wing essentially. And then in the division, you have 2 other aircraft. And then you have another senior flight leader, that's the dash 3 position. And then you have the dash 4, the last one. And if you are all lined up on one side, like fingertip, that dash 4 guy is here. That way. So you're flying formation, each one's making movements relative to the lead. Dash 4 is kind of at the end of that error, and so his movements are kind of like very difficult to find that position. So
Is it the air dynamic?
So if this is the flight lead and this is dash 2, the flight lead is rock steady, just doing stuff. And flight 2 is when you're working that triangle movement. He has this small air bubble that he's doing his best to stay. And then, but dash 3 is flying off dash 2. So his air bubble is dash 2's plus the zone. And dash 4
it gets more and more stressful as you get down. Okay. What's the experience of that staring for long periods of time and trying to maintain formation? How stressful is that? Because we're doing a drive, staying in lane, and that becomes, after you get pretty good at it, it becomes somewhat, it's still stressful, which actually surprisingly stressful. When you look at like lane keeping systems, they actually relieve that stress somehow, and it actually creates a much more pleasant experience while you're still able to maintain situational awareness and stay awake. Which is really interesting. I don't think people realize how stressful it is to lane keep when they drive. But this is even more stressful. So do you think about that? Or is this, I guess how stressful is it from a psychology perspective?
It's very stressful. So I taught students how to do this as well. And so at our feet, we have 2 right feet. And if I'm flying off like we have here, what you'll find a lot of times is you'll be flying, like if I'm an instructor and a student flying, I'll start to notice that he's having a harder and harder time to the position. What I'll notice typically is he's locked out the leg. They'll lock out the leg that's closest to the aircraft they're flying against and push on the rudder subconsciously because their whole body's trying to get away from the aircraft because they're so uncomfortable being close to it. And so I'll tell them I can fix their form with just before and say, and they look at their toes and they'll realize and they'll loosen all the muscles in their legs, realize that they've locked up, and the formation flat will go like that. And so, there's a lot of stress associated with that. There's some interesting psychological or visual issues such as vertigo as you're flying. So if you're flying with them and then you fly right to the cloud, right? That's not very stressful because you have to be very close in order to maintain visual. You might get punished, right? And so you have to be very tight. It might start raining, and then he's turning, but you might not even be able to see that turn. And so all of a sudden you might look while you're in your turn, thinking you're straight level, and you look, and you just make it back your initiative very quick, and you realize you're like in a 30-degree turn, and your whole concept of where you are in the world starts getting very confused, and you immediately get this sense of it's weird. Like I look at the HUD, and it feels all my senses are telling me it's spinning, but it's not. So I have to trust my instruments even though it feels like it's spinning. The same thing can happen with flying formation objects. Sometimes spinning it can be very dangerous and disorienting.
But the point is to try to regain awareness by trusting the instruments. Like just trust all your human senses and just use instruments to rebuild situational awareness.
Not in this particular case, because our situational awareness is based, is predicated off of our flight data. So in a sense, I'm just trusting his movements. So he's my gyroscope. But you're absolutely right. And if I was by myself, I'd trust my instrument. But I can't stop flying form and trust my instrument.
Oh, yeah.
So he's my reference.
So the instruments are not helping you significantly with his position.
Not, it's all through me.
So is there a future where some of that is possible?
Yeah, and I've thought about automating that flight regime. But when I started thinking about it, I realized that all the formation keeping that we do is designed to enhance the aviator's ability to maintain sight, right? So we fly very tight formation so that we can go with weather and to reduce routes of traffic coming into the boat. We fly in one particular position so that all of the flight crew can look down the line and see the flight crew. But everything has to do with the two air crew visually maintaining sight of each other, defending each other, right? In a combat, right? I might be 3 miles away from him flying formation, directly beam, and looking around to make sure nothing's there. So as I'm looking into automating this process, I thought, well, sure, it's easy to get a bunch of aircraft to fly in formation off each other, right? It's trivial, but why? And what is the best formation? Why are they doing it? And that opens up a much more interesting union of operations and flight mechanics. And that's when we get back to a passive mindset, where we can bring in aircraft close to do some type of mobile flying and reduce congestion around airport. But when we consider flying in air formation and tactical environment, we can be much more effective with non-traditional formation keeping or perhaps no formation keeping perhaps.
The autonomy used for formation keeping, not for convenience, but for the introduction of randomness. That's
Smart
smart
to
to
a mission plan.
And then that's where you also have some human modifications. So it's like manned, unmanned teaming enters that picture. So you use some of the human intuition adjustment of this formation. The formation itself is a uncertainty. It's such an interesting dance. I think that is the most fascinating application of artificial intelligence is with human AI collaboration. That semi-autonomous dance that you see with semi-autonomous vehicle systems, like in terms of cars being driving, but also in the safety critical situation of airplane, a fighter jet, especially when you're flying fast. I mean, in a split second, you have to make all these kinds of decisions. It feels like an AI system can do as much harm as it can help. So to get that right is a really fascinating challenge.
One of the challenges too isn't just the algorithms of the autonomy itself, but how it senses the environment. That of course is going to be what all these decisions are based off of, and that's challenging in this type of environment.
Well, I gotta ask. So, team, what's it like to fly fighter jet? It's best. I mean, what do you is beautiful, powerful? What do you love about the experience?
For me, and I think I'm an outlier a bit. It wasn't necessarily the flying itself, right? It wasn't necessarily the soaring over the clouds. It's looking down at the earth from upside down. And I came to love that, but it wasn't necessarily the passion that drove me. I just had no exposure to that. The only exposure I had was reading and going in the woods and science fiction and all that. So what seemed to kind of drive me towards that was just a desire to really be operating as close to what I thought was the edge of technology or science. And that's the path that I chose to try to get close to that. Thought that being in a fighter jet and all the tools and the technology and the knowledge and the challenges and the failures and victories that come with that just seemed like something that I wanted to be a part of. And it wasn't necessarily about the flying, but it was about the challenge. Like I said, as a person from a small town, small high school, being like in my hands, even just near something with such technological significance was kind of empowering for me. And that's or the love of life right there, having some level of mastery in that aircraft, it really feels like it's an extension of your body. Once I got there, then that kind of love of flying kind of followed.
So you sort of, one is the man mastery of the machine, and second is the machine is like the greatest thing that humans have ever created. Arguably, the like things that Lockheed Martin and others have built. I mean, the engineering of that. It's however you feel about it. It's one of the sad things about human civilization is war inspires the engineering of tools that are incredible. And it's like maybe without war, if you look at human history, we would not build some of the incredible things we built. So in order to win wars, stop wars, we build these incredible systems that perhaps propagate war. And it's another discussion I'll ask you about. But to you, this is like this is a chance to experience the greatest engineering humans have ever been able to do. Like similar, I suppose, that astronauts feel like when they're flying.
I want to take that road. I was going to apply to test pilot school. It just didn't work out for me. And I kind of broke my foot in my window. But long story short, I ended up after my time in my police body, we get back to the rest of the time. But I went to be an instructor pilot instead. Right? And then, I was talking about this with us Squadron mate earlier today about how, I certainly wouldn't be talking with Lex today if I ended up going to test pilot school. I never would have had the maybe recklessness, I don't know, but the willingness to have a conversation about UAP while I was, and that led me to the decision to get out once I went there, and it kind of enabled me to talk about UAP more publicly. And if I stayed in the Navy, I don't think that would have happened. I wouldn't have been able to. I went that route.
Well, as a small tangent, do you hope to travel to Mars one day? Do you think you'll step foot on Mars?
If you asked me that 5 years ago, I would have said yes, I want to. In fact, I would like to die on Mars. Now I have some hesitation. And I have some hesitations because I'm hopeful and optimistic. And I think that, we are truly like on the brink of a very wide technological revolution that's going to kind of move us how we used to move information and data in this last century. We're going to be manipulating and managing that. So I think our reach as humans is going to get a lot wider, a lot faster than people may realize, or at least.
Wait, are you getting like super ambitious beyond Mars? Is that what you're saying?
Well, I mean,
like Mars is kind of boring, but I want to go beyond that. Do you mean with the reach of humanity across all kinds of technologies, or do you mean literally across space?
Across space, So, we're going to be, I think that as artificial intelligence and machine learning start approaching further into the popular science, the area of science, we start working through physics, we start working through, or I should say, past Einsteinian frameworks, and as we kind of get a better idea of what space-time is or isn't. We may find answers that we didn't know that we were looking for. We may have more opportunity. I'm not saying this is something I'm betting farm on, of course, but maybe that's the road I want to explore on Earth instead of on Mars. Maybe there's technology that could be brought to bear for science and part of engineering that is a road that doesn't go past Mars to get us.
So there are different ways to explore the universe than the traditional rocket system. If you can continue to your journey, you said that you were attracted to the incredibly advanced technologies at that point of the F-18s and just the fighter jets in general. Let me ask another question, which seems incredibly difficult to do, which is landing on a carrier, or taking off from a carrier and landing on a carrier. So, what's that like? What are the challenges of that?
Taking off is pretty easy. It's procedurally somewhat complex, where I do a lot of moving processes like the clock. You're almost in a pocket watch, so fence and you're part of the machinery. And so long as you press the right buttons and do the right things, you're shooting off the front.
So there's like a checklist to follow, and some people involved in the checklist. You just gotta follow the checklist.
essentially. Yep. Lots of ways to screw it up, but you know how to screw it up. But landing on record mode is a little different. There's a lot more variables. There's essentially one or two people responsible for the success of that. The landing signal officer, who actually represents a team of specially trained aviators who are responsible for helping that aviator land on the boat, and the pilot himself. And it is a hard task to actually fly precisely enough to be good at it. So to fly for the perfect pass, you essentially have to fly your head through a 1 foot by 1 foot almost. That's essentially the target you're shooting. Plus or minus probably about 5 knots on airspeed, although we don't really judge it by airspeed, something called an angle attack. But generally, pretty tight parameters there. And you can do everything perfect and still fail, right? So when we go touchdown, we move power up and we rotate as if we were doing, as if we were bouncing off the deck. And if we catch it, we slow down, and then someone tells us to bring the power back, which we do, and do it because it's such a violent experience. You think you're trapped or not, or something breaks, you bring the power back. That's a very serious thing. To have the best of us, I'll admit I've done it once. I first got to the squadron. It's called East Guns Land. So I came to the boat and I cracked the power back a little bit before I been told to, or that my aircraft had finished settling in. And I was a big profile, right? So especially the new guys. So it's a very serious business. There's a lot of eyes on you. A lot of those are screwed up. But the physical, rush of having a great pass, which is the crash into the boat and all that, the physical sensation from it, when everything's going great, top of the world, it's a great feeling.
How much of it is skill? How much of it is instruments? How much is other people just doing work for you, catching you, as long as you're doing it right?
There's a few systems we use. One is called the fall, and the fall is external to aircraft, and it's VAO. It's a high quality landing system, which stands for something really long. So essentially, it's a mirror with lights on it, and you see the light at a different cell based on your position relative to an ideal light cell. So if you're right on it, you're right in the middle, below, below. And as I add power and move the aircraft up all, I see that ball rise. It's a lagging indicator, right? And your jet is a lagging engine too, right? It takes time to spool the engine, so that adds to complexity. You have to think ahead of it. So you don't want to, you can't just bring the power up, leave it there. You have to bring the power up, touch it, bring it back. And oh, by the way, the landing area is moving not just away from you, but also on an angle, an angle deck. So you're constantly doing one of these to hurt yourself as you go. And every time you do one of those, maybe it's a 3 angle bank, but I lose lift. Okay? And so I have to compensate with power just how to do that. So I'm doing that because you have to maintain the same level you're in. It's a constant rate of descent that's increasing from about 200 feet per minute to about 650.
And every time you do this, that's messing with that.
So you have to compensate doing that manually. And then, of course, as you come down that glide slope, it becomes more and more narrow, and you have to, of course, modulate your input such that there's small and small to a bigger effect as you get closer in. And what happens to you when you get close is that right before you cross over, this is the open here on the table, right before you kind of get your wings holding above yourself, this big wind from the main tower of the boat is where it tips down. So the wind actually goes down. It's called bird. It'll actually pull the aircraft down and increase the rate of descent. But at that particular point, you need to increase your power and try to compensate against that. So that's kind of the third variable that's trying to screw you up on the way down.
What's the most difficult conditions in which you have to land, or you've seen you have to land? Because I think you're also a signal officer as well.
I would be a headlining signal officer for my squadron.
You've probably seen some tough ones.
I have. I've seen a ramp threat, which is when part of the aircraft hits before the landing area, which is basically the round out of the boat heading before the landing area. So it basically struck the back of the boat coming in.
Yeah.
It was just the aircraft, and they were fine. That was kind of ugly.
You like the rips that part of the aircraft, and then you land in your belly, and that kind of thing.
In this particular case, it hit, and then it gave, and essentially cracked
some miscalculation by the pilot, or is it weather conditions?
I wouldn't even call it miscalculation. I mean, I'm going to put the blame on the pilot in the cockpit, but at the end of the day, he's reacting to the situations he's dealing with. And so it may be errors, or he may be doing the best with the conditions that he's been given. On that particular one, got too high rate of descent, very common. And that's what you see with new pilots, you see it with older pilots, right? New ones, like, what you see is they'll try to make the ball go right where they want it to go, so they can beat the game a little bit. And they try to, and so we have saying we teach pilots as landing balls. We tell them you've got to be centered with high ball. This is one of the rules to live by. So when the ball's up high, like try to bring it back close to like the center. When you're close to what you're doing, power crash right there, and that's what happens, right? And you got the burble pulling you down. You might be correcting, which is decreasing your life, and then you have that thing.
How are you supposed to do all of this in harsh weather?
So that's the one I want to tell you. That's the hardest one. And right here, you hear 99 taxi lights on. It's a shitty day.
99 taxi lights on. What's that mean?
Everyone put your taxi lights on, because you're about to land on the boat. You don't see the boat. Weather is so bad that the landing silver officer on the boat can't see you either, and you can't see the boat, and you won't be able to see it when you touch down. Put it on like a 0-0. Turn on taxi lights so that the LSO, who have a radio stand that looks like a phone from 1980, is talking directly to the pilot, and he's looking at the little lights that are running, and he's telling them hi, for the power, things like that. Come right, after left, and literally talking down to land right there. And the pilot usually comes as a surprise to the pilot, right? Because he's just listening to the voice, can't see the ball, can't see the boat.
And also, you just hit the boat.
Crash. I mean, crash. We're one of those 200 feet. So, at that point,
so you're going super fast. All this is happening fast. You don't know what the moment it's going to hit. So you're just going into the darkness and just waiting for it to hit.
And a lot of times it's like
Into the light. You're going into the light. And then there's a voice from the 80s on the phone. I got it. This is terrible. But so you still have to, but this kind of thing happens. You still have to left.
sometimes it's not a place to be. But in a sense, we're trained for that. But we do like night landings as well. And I think you'll find this interesting. But I always found that night landings, where in these particular cases, you're usually lined up behind the boat, maybe 10, 15 miles, whereas the other one, it's like a tight circle to landing. So we can potentially see the boat way out there. If the lights were on, which they're not, but we can maybe see like a string of aircraft in front of us. But what's interesting is that it can take a while. You might be 50 miles out, and your lights turn down as dim as possible. You have a cloud deck, maybe at 6,000 or 7,000 feet, so that the starlight, there's no moon. Let's say the starlight's blocking up, right? Just the starlight alone, you see the boat, you see the water. But when that goes away, it's like closing your eyes. Okay, you can't tell anything. Be upside down. It could be in any position. And for me, it was almost a meditative process that I had to snap myself back out of when I was on like a long straightaway, and then I would see that light pop up, and you see it dark, right? No lights anywhere. I can't even see the horizon. I just see a light out there. My instruments are telling me, and they're turned down as far as I can go, and I can barely see. My eyes can adjust, and I'm just staring at this light. And it's just very meditative. It's the hum behind you. And then at like 4 miles, almost like the light is getting bigger. You almost kind of have to snap back to it. Like kind of like look around a little bit, engage my brain, zigzag my body, and like
Yeah, do this. You're gonna have to actually. Well, is there just you said necessarily feels a romantic notion of the whole thing, but is there some aspects of flying where you look up and maybe you see the stars, or that kind of thing that you just like, holy crap, how do humans accomplish all of this? Like, am I actually flying?
I used to have those moments on the boat. Like when they would travel in the nighttime, and it's just all this chaos in the middle of the ocean, nothing. And I would have these moments when, how the hell did I end up here? There's one moment in time next to an aircraft landing on a boat in the middle of the ocean. Where did my life, how did my life go to end up here? How interesting. But what I did start to enjoy was the night vision goggles, putting those on and looking up at the stars flying around, especially over the ocean. What they look like, and it's just so many. There's just so many stars that you normally can't see. They're shooting stars all the time. Almost every flight you'd see them with the goggles on. So it was a great pleasure to take advantage of black light pollution in some cases, especially on deployment. To go grab the goggles at night, go out some flat. It's fun to ship that no one can see me. Just kind of look around.
Yeah, it's humbling.
Cool break, cool bathroom break. Yeah, I wouldn't mind a quick stretch of leg.
You got a few cool pads.
I do. So this is BFA 11 Red Ripper pads. Typically going next one at hard. So this is actually what's called boar's head or harness. So this is actually the boar's head for the question. So yeah, in 1918 we were in London or the UK somewhere, and we apparently partied with the owner founder. It was Jim. We had a great time, and there was a tiny letter on our ready room so we could use the logo in perpetuity. Oh, nice. Yeah, so I'd like to give you that back. Very quite a bit of work. And I'd like to give you that to my farm force structure.
The Red Rippers, that's a badass thing. Thank you, brother. So let's jump around a little bit, but let me ask you about this one set of experiences that you had with people in your squadron had. So you and the two people in the squadron detected UFOs on your instruments or saw them directly. Tell me the full story of these UFO sightings and the smallest technical details, because I love that.
I'll do my best. So we returned from, when I say we, not my squadron, but DFA 11, Red Rippers. I was a somewhat junior pilot at the time. I joined them on deployment 2012, where they had been already out there for about 6 months or so, operating in the vicinity of Afghanistan. I joined them, and then we flew back, and still as a relatively new guy, we came back into a maintenance phase where we slow down, flying a bit, recuperate, do some maintenance on the aircraft. And our particular model of the F-18, a lot number, was plumbed for the particular things that we needed to upgrade the radar from what's known as the APG-73 to the APG-73. And the APG-73 is a mechanically scan array radar. It's a refined radar, but the ASA radar is kind of the magnitude jump in capability, kind of an analog digital kind of mindset. So
it's a lead to digital. APG-73. So are these things on a carrier? Like, what are we talking about?
This is
How big is the radar?
Yeah. So this is actually the radar in F-18. So,
okay, so when you say that we chose this is to test the upgrade that you need to 79, APG-79.
it wasn't a test or say a short-term get upgrade, but we're all going to better radars. They were building what's also off the line to do radars, but we were just your transitioners while in the middle of that transition from road to GP. But it's not particularly rare to fly with different types of radar because in we call the fleet replacement squadron, essentially the training ground for F-18, you have all sorts of F-18 with different radars. So you are used to having multiple ones, but in the actual deployable combat squadron, we upgraded. And when we upgraded, we saw that there were objects on the radar that we were seeing the next day with this new radar that weren't there a little bit. And these were sometimes the same day. You might go on 2 flights. One in the morning might be with the older radar, one evening the new radar. And you'd see the objects with the new radar. And that's not overly surprising in some sense. They are more sensitive. Perhaps they're not filtering out everything they should be yet, or perhaps there's some other error. It's calibrated, whatever. It was relatively new, and we're somewhat used to there being software problems with these types of things, just like anything else. And so, okay, maybe this is a radar software malfunction, or we're getting some false tracks.
What were you seeing?
And so what we would see are representations of the object. So this is often our radar. I'm not seeing a visual image here. This is kind of like what's being displayed to us almost like in a gaming fashion, right? Like an icon, right? So the icon is showing us, hey, something is there. and here's a parameter that can understand it.
So this in the cockpit is a display that's showing some visualization with the radar detector.
Correct. And there's two different ways to do that. The first one is like the active data, like a radar, where it's showing me the data kind of as if it's in front of me and I'm selecting those contacts. And there's another screen called the situational awareness page. That's kind of a God's eye view that brings all that data in one spot. And so I'm going to talk about this from the essay page and the situational awareness page versus the individual radar ones because it's easier. But
sorry to remember that. So the individual displays are like first person, and then the essay is when you say that I view is like from the top, integration of all the information as if it's looking down to the earth.
yes,
Is that a good way to summarize
it is. But for the radar, it's slightly different because those two radar displays I talked about are at the bottom of that display is kind of representative of where I am. And so I see what's in front of me. Whereas situational awareness page is the aircraft is located in the center of that. And then all around me, based off of the data link and where I'm getting information from, I can see that whole awareness page. I can see all the situations. So I'm going to kind of talk about this from the situational awareness page, which is a top-down view, to kind of frame our minds instead of jumping around. And so what we would see out there is we'd see these indications that something would be there, and they would have a track file. That track file, that thing that represents the object, has a line coming in like it, and that represents, it's called the target aspect indicator.
And there's some tracking from the radar.
Correct. So showing you where the object is.
This is all pretty cool. So the radar locks in on the different objects and the tracks them over time. That's going from there. It's a built-in feature.
Well, there we're seeing, because we don't have to necessarily pull things into our tracker or something, right? Like it's all out there that we can kind of do the highlight and stuff, like, or to kind of focusing on it more so. But the information should all be out there. And so we see that target aspect indicator, that line, on typical aircraft, it would kind of look like this. If you're coming out to go steady, and if they turn, it would be like, almost when you see the turn, right? Like, it's not magic. But this object, the target aspect would kind of be like all over the place, like kind of randomly 360 degrees, top-down view. That line would be in place. So kind of, is it unable to determine, the target aspect? Is it stationary? And that's just how it puts it out behind the scene. And so I'm not saying that's necessarily super weird, but it was different than what we used to see because we weren't used to seeing stationary objects out there very much. And what was also interesting is that these weren't just stationary on a zero wind day, right? These are stationary 20,000 feet, 15,000 feet, 500 feet, with the wind blowing. And so much like the sea, when we're up there fighting, it affects everything. We consider the wind when we're shooting missiles, flying, considerations, it's like operating, that volume of air, like the ocean, everything is going to current. And so anything that doesn't go to current, immediately kind of identify those strains, and that's why these were initially strains, because they would be stationary.
So if you had something like a good drone in a windy condition, what would that look like? It would have not come off the stationary. Would it sort of float about kind of thing?
No, I think with the drone technology we have today, we stay within a cruise type location.
Well, I mean, DJI drone, and not like I'm saying like generically speaking.
I would not a military. No, I just have a DJI drone itself, and maybe not, but if that thing's at 30 or 40 knot winds, the amount of distance it's going to be kind of doing one of these, like that change, not something that would happen from maybe many miles away. So it could look very stationary. But that wasn't necessarily, and what's interesting about this story is that there's not like the one smoking gun, right? You have to kind of look at everything. And that's what I don't like about current defense and just generally people's take on this is that everything is kind of based around a single image, or that one case. That a lot of interestingness comes from the duration or the time it's been out, how to interact relative to other objects out there. And you don't get that information when you just look at a frame for a second, everyone kind of lights up and shiny object. But
so you yourself, from your particular slice of things you've experienced, it seems directly and indirectly, you've kind of built up an intuition about what the things that were being seen.
I wouldn't go that far. I've just been able to, eliminate some variability because of how long I've been doing it. So, like you said, yes, drones stay in a particular position against the wind like that, certainly. But I don't think we can do that in hydroplane
So what kind of stuff did you see in the instrument?
We'd see them flying in patterns, racetrack patterns, circular patterns, or just going kind of straight east. Like occasionally see them supersonic, like 1.2 Mach, but typically 0.6 or 0.8 Mach, just for extremely extended periods of time, essentially all the time. And this is airspace where we're not supposed to be at all, and it's pretty far out there. So 10 miles out of the coast, goes like 15 miles.
Can you say the location that we're talking about?
Off the coast of Virginia Beach.
Got it. And so nobody's supposed to be out there.
It's possible for people to be there. It's not necessarily restricted, but it's well monitored. We're out there every day out there. And so people know to stay clear. If the Cessna goes bumbling in there, everyone's going to know about it. The FAA is going to call them out and tell us about it. So communications happen, not a big deal, but they're pretty rare, honestly, because everyone knows the area.
And what are the trajectories, 0.6 to 0.8 Mach, that these objects were taking?
Typically, they would be in some type of circular pattern or racetrack pattern when they were at those speeds, or I just see them kind of. It wasn't always like a mechanical flight description. And when I say that, I mean like an autopilot is going to be just very precise, right? So we walked on straight, whereas I could see an airplane, I could tell the pilot's flying, right? It's not going to be perfect. Computers on control. And these seemed more like that. Not that they were precise, but that they were even much more erratic. So like it wasn't like a straight line of turn, it was just kind of like a weird drift like that.
So it wasn't controlled by a dumb computer. No disrespect to computers. So it wasn't controlled by
It's not the sense that I got.
So how many people have seen them in the squadron? So how many times were they seen? How many were there times when there's multiple objects?
Once we start seeing on the radar, when we get close enough, we'd actually see them on the FLIR as well. So with the advanced targeted it's essentially a infrared camera that we use for target, mostly in the air to surface. We don't use it in the air to region. It's just not that good of a tool, frankly. But we would see higher energy locations where the radar is dropping. So absolutely, the radar would walk up to the object and the sensors would all the same, and then we could see that it's looking at the right piece of sky, but there's energy actually coming. So now we started thinking about, okay, maybe not radar, maybe more, maybe something that's physically here, of course, and then people start to fly by and see it. And at this point, I was in the 80 to 90% of the flight, you'll probably see one of the radar at this point. One of the there was small communication, I think, between squadrons of the same area that had the same radar. But I knew it wasn't just our squadron for whatever reason, because they would be other squadrons would be up there, and we would talk to them, like, hey, like, be careful, there's a consequence for that, so like they would be aware of it. And then, of course, people would want to go see what look, right? So people would try to fly by it, they try to fly by it. I like how that's of course, you don't fly by it.
There's an argument against that kind of perspective, that maybe the thing is dangerous, but perhaps that's part of the reason why we fly by it, just to understand better what it is, if it's a threat.
We have lost context now, so it was still hey, is this a balloon, is a drone, and we're also aware of, potential operations that could be going on. We're up there flying our tactics, we're emitting, and we're practicing our EW, we're turning at particular times. Like there's stuff that can be like, it's not a secret, and country keep different fishing vessels and whatnot in international waters off there, so it's not exactly a secret that we're being observed back there. So to think that a foreign hostile or a foreign nation would want to somehow intercept information, whether that's our radar signals or jamming capabilities, to try to break that down or understand it better, be ready for that next fight. That's what scares me about this scenario, because we didn't jump right to aliens and UFOs. We thought, this is a radar malfunction, we deal with it, it's a safety issue, and then, this could be a tactical problem right here, because everything we do is based on the crypto and locations, everything's classified to do out there, right? And so over time, if we gather enough data about those fights and we monitor them forever, just like some nations do with other pieces of technology or software, they could probably learn a lot. So we have to be confident of that and study.
So what can you say about the other characteristics of these objects, like shape, size, texture, luminosity? How else do you describe object? Is there something that could be said? You said that you cut down radar for one, now you get clear, which give you a sense that this actually a physical object. What else can be said about the physical object?
So eventually someone did see with their own eyeballs, multiple people, and they saw it in a somewhat interesting way. The object presented itself at the exact altitude and geographic location of the entry point into our working area. So we enter at a very specific point at a certain altitude, and people leave the area at the same point for the lower altitude. Primary figures, pieces, people. So two jets might walk out and start flying in a different area where these objects are right between the aircraft.
As they're flying in formation, the object moves between them.
They went between the object, I think. I don't think that the object was moving. I don't think it aggressively went at them. I think it was located still there, and then they put it but they didn't have it on their radar. And that was, I think the radar might have been malfunctioning. I don't know that for sure. I'd like to look into it, but my supposition is that if their radar was malfunctioning, it would make sense that they couldn't destroy the object that was there because they knew these were physical at that point. And we would go up to these objects all the time to try to see them. And we didn't know what it was. Were they just not there? Was something happening? Were they moving, dropping altitude at the last minute? We're going by pretty quick, so it's difficult to tell. But perhaps because radar wasn't working, it wasn't receiving energy from the jet. And the jet, of course, didn't know that it was there. So whatever the case was, they flew right by it. They described it as a dark gray or a black cube inside a clear, translucent sphere. And the apex of the cube were touching the inside of that sphere.
That's an image that's haunting. So what did they think it is? What did they think at that moment? Is it just this kind of cloud of uncertainty that they're just describing a geometric object? It's not our radar, so it's not their meters. What was the any kind of public description they've had of it in terms of the intuition from a pilot's perspective? You have to kind of identify what a thing is.
To answer the first part, they actually canceled the flight and came back because they were, like there's one of these out here almost hitting them, and it's right there. Then, we need to get it and inject for the radar. But so they came back and they're in the gear and they're talking to the front desk, talking to the front, like, there's some other damn things out there. And this kind of was one of those kind of like watershed moments where we all were kind of like, all right, like this is a serious deal now. Yeah. Maybe it was maybe we thought they were balloons or drills or malfunctioning. Maybe we thought it was fine, but at the end of the day, we're kind of hitting these things that we need to take care of the situation. And that's actually when we started submitting hazard reports or HAZREPs to the Naval Aviation Safety kind of communication network. And it's not like a big proactive thing where people go investigate. It's more of a data collection mechanism so that you kind of share that accurate data and make sure things are progressing. So it wasn't a mechanism that would result in action being taken, but we were hoping to at least get the message out to whoever was maybe running a classified program that we were not aware of or something like that, hey, like you could kill somebody here. If you've grown too big for your britches here, take a step back. So that was our concern at that point. That's kind of where we were thinking this was going.
What's the protocol for shooting? Was there a concern that it's a direct threat, not just surveillance, but a thing that could be a threat?
At least from my perspective, like that never really crossed into my mind. I thought it was essentially intelligence, failure to be logged, information gathered. But I didn't think that it was something that would proactively engage in hostile. It wouldn't really make sense either. It would be shocking to like have one of these objects take out the 15, but there's no tactical advantage or fear, perhaps.
And psychological.
Yeah.
I've learned a lot about the psychological warfare in Ukraine as a big part of the war in terms of when you talk about siege warfare, wars that last many years or many months and then perhaps could extend to years. But yes, it didn't fit your conception of threatening entity.
Correct.
So looking back now, from all the pieces of data you've integrated, you've personally added, what do you think it could be?
I don't know. I don't know what it could be. I think we've been able to categorize it successfully into a few buckets. We've been able to say that this could be U.S. technology, that someone built the wrong piece of sky, or perhaps was developed and tested in an appropriate spot by someone that was obeying best practices.
Is there, sorry to interrupt, is there sort of modularity to the way the military operates, the way it's possible for one branch not to know about the test of another?
Yeah, I think it's perfectly reasonable to think that that could occur, right? And so if we just make that assumption, we can integrate that into our analysis here and just say, okay, but at the point we're at now, we have to assume that that's not the case, right? With everything that's been going on, the statements that have been made at the hearings, I think that if there was a non-communication issue, we're in big trouble at this point.
What about it being an object from another nation, from China, from Russia?
We're one of our allies. And, I don't think it's controversial to say that our allies could be gathering information about us or anything of that nature, but that would be an interesting case. But I think it's just important to say, right? So not just say Russia or China and just calling them the bad guys and assume that if they don't know to do it. And so, from my perspective, anyone else, it doesn't necessarily have to be a foreign power. It could be a non-government entity, perhaps, although I think that's very unlikely. But again, these are things you must consider if they kind of put everything other than the U.S. under scrutiny. But from what has been reported and the behaviors that have been seen, I would expect to see remnants of that technology elsewhere in the economy. There seems to be too many things that require advanced technology that would be beneficial commercially as well as military applications for it to be completely walked away by one of our competitors. Now, I could see us perhaps walking something away if we're already in the lead and having it to pull out as needed. But for someone that's perhaps in a power struggle and they're in second place, they might be more aggressive with the development of different types of technology when they take the risk.
Do you think it could be natural phenomena that we don't yet understand?
I think that there are a number of things that this is going to be, right? I don't think there's one thing at the end of the day, but I certainly think that is part of what some of this can be. I don't think it's what we were seeing on the East Coast, and I don't think it is related to the Roosevelt incident, or I'll even go out and say the Nimitz incident, but
what's the Roosevelt?
The Roosevelt incident, typically referred to as the gimbal, or the Go Fast video.
And then the Nimitz is from the Jason Fraser was directed and spoken about. We'll talk about that as well. I'd just love to get your sort of interpretation of those incidents. But yeah, so in this particular case, natural phenomena could be part of the picture, but you're saying not the whole picture.
Yes, we can't discount it.
Oh, the other thing is, what about the failure of pilot eyesight? Like, sort of some deep mixture of actual direct vision, human vision system failure, and like psychology. Like, seeing something weird and then filling in the gaps.
Mm-hmm.
Because in order to make sense of the weird.
I've tried to expose myself to scenarios like that I don't necessarily think are right, but I've explored them to see if they could have some truth. And one example is, imagine a scenario where a person is on just every day off the East Coast. I can imagine a technology or an operation where you had some type of traditional propulsion system operating drones in order to gather data, like we had discussed. And I could envision a clever enough adversary that could perhaps destroy or somehow remove these objects and replace them with new objects essentially when we're not looking, right? And that accounts for the large airborne time. And so I explore options like that, and I try to see, what evidence and assumptions need to be made in order to prove or disprove that. And you would need so much infrastructure. You need so many assets. And so I try to explore some of those fallacies and some of those concerns. And as aviators, we're trained into many like actual physical, like eyesight and kind of illusion training. So like at nighttime flying, there's so many things that can happen. analysis. And so we receive hours of training on that type of stuff, but it's just all outside the category from my perspective.
What was the visibility conditions when in the times that people were able to see it? And then we just earlier discussed complete nighttime darkness. In this case, was it during the day?
It was a perfectly clear day that particular incident.
In a world that's full of mystery, I have to ask, what do you think is the possibility that it's not of this earth origin?
I like the term not because, again, there's a lot of assumptions in there that may cause us to go down the wrong road. It could, these could be something that are weather phenomena of Earth, right? Or something else that is just something we don't understand, can't imagine anything that's still this Earth. If we consider extraterrestrial something that came from a physical place far away in space-time, that leads us to some detection assumptions that we would need to make. And so I just try to not categorize it under anything and say, hey, is this demonstrating intelligence? And start from there as a single object. What can we learn about it kinematically? How it performs? What does that mean for its energy source? What does that mean for the G-forces inside? And then step it out a level and say, okay, how are these interacting with our fighters, if they are? How are they interacting with the weather and their environment? How are they interacting with each other? So if we look at these, how they're interacting with the swarm, especially off the East Coast, where this is happening all the time with multiple objects, right? So we may be able to determine some things about their maybe center capabilities or the areas of focus. If we can determine how they're working in conjunction with each other. But seeing one little flash on an object doesn't provide that type of insight. Well, we have the systems for it, but it's kind of not irony, but it's a fact of life, the reality that many of these well-deployed, highly capable systems are held under the military umbrella, which makes it difficult to provide that data for scientific analysis.
So there's probably a lot more data on these objects that's not made available, probably even within the military for analysis.
I think there's probably made available. And that's one of the reasons why I've been engaged with the American Institute of Aeronautics and Astronautics to build a large resources of cross-domain expertise, so that if and when that data is available or that there's additional analysis needed, we can spin up those teams to make that analysis.
So there was recently a House Intelligence Subcommittee hearing on UFOs that you were a part of. What was the goal of that hearing, and can you maybe summarize what you heard?
The hearing, from my perspective, seemed a bit disingenuous, kind of top level. I think
Who was it run by? Who were the people involved? What was the goal? Just stated goal.
Congressman Andre Carson did chair the committee, and he was, I think, ultimately responsible for bringing it all together. I think the intent from Congress was to try to bring light to what had been happening with the Navy and to help show the American people that Congress was taking this serious because something serious was happening. But the sense I got seemed a bit disingenuous. They talked around it a lot. They advertised their level of science fiction, but they didn't treat this, I would say, in the manner it deserved as a potential tactical threat coming from a foreign power. And I get it, though. At the same day, they have very specific objectives within the DoD, right? They have their Department John. Their job isn't necessarily to do exploratory science for no reason. So I applaud and I encourage their efforts on the intelligence side to help understand this. But my concern is that they play a role they're not well suited for, which is doing so.
The Pentagon has opened a new office to investigate UFOs called All-Domain Anomaly Resolution Office. What do you think about this office? Do you think it could help alleviate in the way which this hearing perhaps has failed to improve more of the scientific rigor and the seriousness of investigating UFOs?
I think that needs to be. I think it's a step in the right direction, but it's a step that was taken because previous step didn't happen. Right? So the AOIMC was the progeny essentially of the AARO, and the name was changed because nothing was happening, and it was essentially just a confusing mess of words that were created to make this this topic on how airborne object identification, synchronization, management group. That's a mouthful. I practice that. But the new All-Domain Anomaly Resolution Office, from my perspective at least the perspective that they're putting out, they seem to want to be they put out Twitter handle, they're going out on Twitter and communicating, saying they want to keep this open. But that's going to run into a classification wall.
Well, so Dr. Sean Patrick seems like an interesting guy.
He does, yes.
So he's got a. Haven't looked in too deeply, but he seems to have sort of. He's coming from like a science research perspective, like background. So he might be at least in the right mindset, the right background to kind of lead a serious investigation.
I think so. I'll just say generally, the office has been receptive to AI reaching out in order to collaborate, which has been a positive sign. Also, has to see kudos to Dr. Spergel and NASA's effort as well. I see these organizations that are standing up. I do see them as good faith efforts that are coming about through a lot of difficulty and negotiation, most likely, right? And I see these as a small door opening that we can take advantage of and lead to a much more productive relationship between these organizations.
How do you put pressure on this kind of thing? Does it come from civilian leadership? Does it come from sort of Congress and presidents? Does it come from the public? Does the public have any power to put pressure on this? Or is the giant wall of bureaucracy going to protect it against the public pressure? What do you think?
I think we've been in that latter state for a while, but society seems to be a bit different nowadays. We have the ability to communicate, to group, and to form relationships in a way that haven't been able to be present in the past. We've been able to do research, for better or worse, on our own, in a way that hasn't been able to happen before. And so I sense that people are a bit less willing to kind of provide the bottom line statement, holding power as it used to be, back when they didn't have access to those tools. And so I do think there is a massive role for the general society, general populace to play to show that they are interested. Because it's not that I don't think politicians or leaders in the Pentagon, not that they don't like this topic necessarily, or don't think it's toxic per se, but they exist in a culture where this has been toxic, and they don't feel comfortable talking about it. And these are people that have spent their entire careers, working towards a goal of getting to very high positions in the government. And so this is very against their nature to take a stance on a topic like this. And so the fact that these are standing up, even if they do have a small budget or if they struggle with it at first, I still think it's a massive change, and it's a big step away from that stigma that has been created this topic for so long.
And you're actually part of alleviating the stigma for somebody that's credible, as intelligent, that's like very in the background, able to speak about these things. It's a big risk that you took, but it's extremely valuable. It's alleviating the stigma.
Thank you for saying that, but it didn't feel like much of a risk for me. I didn't come out of aliens, right? Or whatever. I had a safety problem that I started asking questions. And, I went down a road as a Navy-trained aviation safety officer. I at Signal School for 6 weeks in Pensacola to be a safety officer. What was hitting these objects? And it's not something that happened in the past and we want to understand that it's happening right now. These occurrences are still happening. Aviators are flying right now. Are still flying by these things. And in fact, I mentioned I was a instructor pilot. I had a student call me about 8 months ago or so. And he said, "Hey, sir, I made it to the fleet finally. I trained him how to fly, and then he goes to F-18, he goes another year of training, and then he gets out to his squadron on the East Coast, and he's flying with the senior member of the base, the SOG, where the fighters fly on, Team 0506. And it was kind of a bad weather day, and so they said, hey, that is not good enough for us to get this dogfighting set. We'll go up and do a UAP hunt. See if we can find anything to take a look at. I don't know if it was in jest or not, but I actually would say it was not in jest because there were notices that were being briefed about this being a safety hazard at this point. So now that I think about it, it likely wasn't jest. Long story short, they went flying. The weather was too bad. They did go, and they physically saw me. And he called me up. like, hey, Sarah, saw it. Keep your spirit still out here, years later. And so it's almost like a generational issue, for these fighter pilots. So,
Because it's great that they can talk about it. Right?
exactly. They feel at least comfortable. They have a reporting mechanism. And so that was one of the problems that I noticed, that we have a lot of reporting mechanisms to take care of safety issues and even tactical issues when the time's right, in order to keep track of what's going on. But there's no way to communicate about it. Sure, we can submit a hazard report, but nothing is actually being investigated. And if this is a technical vulnerability or something more, it deserves attention.
If I could ask your sort of take your opinion of the different UFO sightings that the DoD has released videos on. So, what do you think about the Tic Tac UFO that David Fravor and others have cited?
That's a truly anomalous experience. I can't do like mental models in my head to find potential solutions to discredit that, right? Like, as much as I try, right, just as a life process, as a practice, I can't pick it apart in the way that we were just talking about a moment ago about thousands of drones being like sent up to go to right? I can't really bring myself to a clever solution that, other than just saying the pilots are lying or there, and I believe, I know Dave Fravor, I'm sure friend, we talked about it. I have zero reason to believe it.
Yeah, I agree with you. But in terms of the actual UFO, is there something anomalous and interesting to you about that particular case? Maybe one interesting aspect there is how much do I understand about the water, surface, and underwater aspects of these UFOs? It seems like a lot of the discussions is about the movement of this particular thing that seems to be weird, anomalous, seems to defy physics. But what about stuff that's happening underwater? That seems pretty unique. If I had advanced technology, I would certainly like to operate in part underwater because you can hide a lot of stuff.
You think it would be somewhat as easy traveling through space, at least, right? I wish I had a great answer for that, but as an aviator, that's a kind of a black box for us. We don't have great, what I would call proximity tracking. Right? I can't see something underwater and then follow it underwater.
So it's literally not underwater and agree that to somebody else.
Yeah, and I use that terminology because it's kind of important, right? Cross-domain tracking is something that we haven't had to necessarily worry about, right? Because airplanes operated in the air and submarines operated underwater and space planes operate in space, right? But there's going to be, that's going to blur, I think, as we move along here, especially in the air and space regime. And being able to transition my radar contact at 40,000 feet to another radar system that can track it up to 200,000 feet, that might be a value. And so we see two missions.
So what about the go fast and the gimbal videos that you mentioned earlier? What's interesting there to you?
So the gimbal, I'll talk about that one first. I was airborne for that one. The person that recorded it is a good friend of mine. Both their crew and both of them, but the original himself, very close friend. We went through all the training together. We went to the same police squadron. He ended up transitioning to be a pilot, and then came to where I was instructing, so I got to instruct him a bit on his transition. And the way that was we went out on a air-to-air training mission, so simulating an air fight against our own guys. They're acting like the bad guys. We're going to go head-to-head with each other. And when we fly on this mission, we all fly out more or less. We set up, and then we kind of try to fight as we either run out of gas or something happens. So people usually go back once these duties. And so the aircrew that recorded the gimbal, they were going back to the boat, and we were on what's called a hookup training event. And so this is like a month on the boat where we're essentially conducting wartime operations more or less. So we stress ourselves out to kind of do the last training block before we go on. So it's pretty high stress. They actually do send aircraft from land bases to kind of try to penetrate, and we're expected to go intercept them. So we're kind of practicing like. And so saw these objects on the radar, the gimbal, and a fleet of other aircraft vehicles, and they initially thought it was part of the training exercise that they were sending something in to try to penetrate the airspace. And so they flew over to it. And as they got close enough to get on the FLIR, I think everyone has heard the reaction. And they realized that it was something they were expecting to see.
Can you actually describe what's in the video with the reaction that they haven't seen?
Yeah, I watched it. Right. But so what you see on the FLIR footage is a black or white thing when you look at it, object that's somewhat shaped like a gift. It appears almost as if someone put two plates together, and then there seems to be almost like a small funnel of higher energy at the top of the bottom of those plates in a sense. So almost as if there's a stick going in between two plates, but not that pronounced, right? So there's an energy field that kind of has to funnel on top and bottom. At least that's how it's being portrayed on the FLIR. There's a lot of conversation about that things of that nature, but it was actually a very tight IR image. It just was nondescript shaped, which is interesting. Typically, we would see the spin of the aircraft, see the flames coming out of the exhaust, especially at the wings.
But there was no flames. There's no exhaust here.
There was no exhaust. There was no, outgassing or coming out in any manner, right? It was just an object that had nothing emitting from it that was stationary in the sky. It was not stationary, but it was moving along the path, right, falling out of the sky. And it continued along. If we were to consider from God's eye view of the SA page, it continued along in a path, and from the perspective of top-down view, it just went. So no instantaneous direction from that perspective. You also get them, very excitedly talking on the tapes about, whatever the heck this thing is, and look at the SA. There's a whole formation, and so the SA is a situational awareness page. And again, it's a large display that gives a God's eye view of greater context.
So the videos actually shows just one, and they're speaking about making
Right. And what they essentially saw was, if we were to center above the object, the kind of offset to the middle of an object, there was a formation of formed 6 of these objects in a rough wedge formation, so on a side by side like this. And again, not in a autopilot type manner, where it was very stiff. It was very kind of non-mechanical, like again. And these objects were in that formation, and they were going along, and then they turned pretty sharply, but they still had a radius of turn, and then went back in the opposite direction. And during that turn, they were kind of like all over the place. Right? It wasn't tight. They weren't even super. They weren't flying in a way that was expected to fly in relation to a flight loop. They were flying. They were flying close to each other, but not, which was kind of strange, right? And then when they rolled out, they kind of tightened back up. So when they started to turn, and then 180 degrees out, essentially they started falling in the opposite direction and kind of got back to the formation. While that was happening, the gimbal object was proceeding to left to right, and as those the formation kind of turned up to the north and was just passing back it, the gimbal just kind of went back in the opposite direction. So to follow it back. And in the FLIR itself, you see the object change its orientation quite a bit. So you see it more or less left indicated about 45 degrees, and then you see it kind of moving around like this, almost as if it is a gimbal. I've come to learn after some, having seen some research online, really into this, that it seemed that the object actually climbed during that maneuver. So the reason it looked like it turned immediately is because it's turned in a vertical fashion like that, which is pretty interesting. That's kind of like another example of flight mechanics that we don't normally operate, because we don't change our directions by maneuvering in the vertical. If you can help it, you just kill the fuel, And so if you're like surveillance platform looking to spend as much time around something, you're not going to climb 500 feet every time you make a turn, unless you're.
Okay, so is that one of the more impressive flight mechanics you've seen in video footage? Not the direct eyesight reports, but like in terms of video evidence that we have?
I think so. We were seeing a lot, but we weren't just going on recording all day. We just kind of put them in that safety bucket. Like, all right, there's objects over there, we're just not moving it, And so we weren't putting our sensors on it that much. We were gathering data kind of secondarily, but we weren't primarily focusing on it to see all the details. So
it's so fascinating because you have a busy day, you have a lot to do. All right, there's some weird stuff going on there. We're just not going to go there. And that says something about sort of about human nature, about the way that bureaucracies function, the way the military functions. It fills up your day with busy, important things, and you don't get to. I mean, that is something that, in a sort of absurd way, worry about, which is like we fill our days with so much busyness, and when truly beautiful things happen, whatever they are, truly anomalous things, we just won't pay attention because they don't fit our busy schedule.
Beautiful. I think that's right on the nose, and it's on my nose because I didn't get this topic the attention it deserved until I left. Right, until I left, I went to the instructor pilot where I had more time. I had more downtime to kind of process and think and get out of exactly what you just described. And that's kind of what put me out of it, got me thinking more about it. What do you think the DoD released these days? It's a great question. Did the DoD release it, or did they kind of get out on their own in some sense? So I don't know the answer to